Preface to the 1938 edition. In January 1930, in Leningrad, I finished off the last pages of this book and began the first pages of the original foreword which follows. 8 years have flowed by since then. And what years? This book, based entirely on contemporary documents, written in daily contact with participants in the revolution and with the unique purpose of establishing, however hastily, the truth which was already under threat, has had singular destiny. Today it has become one of the rare witness-based overviews of this period, which, although past and gone, has by the force of circumstance once again become topical, standing out as more alive than most of the works on the subject published since. A certain number of histories have appeared in the USSR. All those that came out before 1937 have now been removed from circulation, removed from libraries, and destroyed. Merely reading or owning one is punishable. For official history, having been ordered to follow the path of the most impudent and buffoonish falsifications, is actively working to destroy the documents, the memoirs, the memory, and even the official acts of recent times. Let anyone who reads Russian compare and confront the successive editions of the encyclopedic dictionaries published by the Moscow State Library, and he will understand the moderation and exactitude of my statements. It was my hope to continue this study of the Russian Revolution. Even in captivity, I continued accumulating notes, texts, and testimony and setting to paper the draft of a book as ample as this one, whose title was to be Year 2. When I left Russia, banished in April 1936, with all these materials as well as 2 other books completely finished, the fruit of long years of labor were seized illegally, the word provokes a smile, by the political police. Other scholars another day will write Year 2, but their job won't be easy, for the men of that time and with them their works are being liquidated. Let us consider for a moment the roads taken by the Russian Revolution these past 8 years. In 1925 to 26, the revolution is entering what one might call a 4th phase. Economic reconstruction has been completed, a fact which, only 5 years after the end of the Civil War, constitutes an admirable success in a sorely tried country, thrown back on its own resources, where the laboring classes have to take everything into their own hands. The 1913 levels of production and consumption have been attained. From now on, production must be expanded to reach the level of the big European countries. All problems now appear as a function of the relations between agriculture and industry, the peasantry and the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is at this moment when the men of 1917 to 18 become aware of worrisome transformations within the party and the state. Power is escaping from their hands, passing over to new men, the Johnny-come-latelys of the revolution, ensconced in the offices of the governing party, men for whom the Secretary-General of the Central Committee, a 50-something Georgian Bolshevik barely known during the decisive years of the revolution, Iosif Joseph Jugikvili Stalin, ex-Koba of the Caucasian terrorist organizations 1906-07, has become the living symbol and the devious, hard-nosed leader. The ideology changes, although the murky arguments respect its external forms in order to retain the prestige of the old ideas. The best known and most illustrious of the fighters of the early days, Lenin's collaborators, with Trotsky in the lead, propose industrialization and democratization, first of the party, then of the system, an actively revolutionary international policy, particularly in the Chinese Revolution, largely influenced by the Russians. They are expelled at the end of 1927, soon to be imprisoned or deported. The author of this book shares their fate. The grain crisis, caused by the inability of a socialized industry too weak to meet the needs of the farmers, obliges the Stalin-Rykov-Bukharin triumvirate, which succeeds the Stalin-Zinoviev-Kamenev triumvirate, to impose on the country the near-total forced collectivization of agriculture at the same time as the first 5-year plan. Unable to provide the peasants with a merchandise equivalent of their grain, it is necessary to make them plant and sow under constraint. The years 1926 to 28 are the years of an extremely profound political crisis. They see the bureaucracy, still far from realizing full collective self-consciousness, drive out of power the revolutionaries who had built the Soviet state. The forced collectivization of agriculture leads to the eviction and deportation of several million peasants, the destruction of livestock, and the general famine of the years 1930 to 34. This new phase of the regime's evolution is marked by the recourse to terror against the peasants, the technicians and the workers to a lesser degree, and by obscure struggles within the ruling circles, which nonetheless ceaselessly trumpet their monolithic unity on every occasion. Little by little, the persecution of hidden opposition becomes institutionalized in the party. The Republic of the Soviets, while building itself a new and formidable industrial infrastructure at an incredible cost in human labor and suffering, becomes a totalitarian state in which police terror is the principal means by which the political bureau governs. Such a transformation implies both a profound betrayal and modification of the social structure, the two phenomena being so totally interconnected as to be one. If the ideas of 1917–18, officially venerated, are in reality trampled upon, this is because the egalitarian revolution 15 years on has ended with a new inequality, profound enough and stable enough to generate an irremediable antagonism between order-givers and order-takers, between the administrators of collectivized wealth and masters of the state, and the newly exploited working masses. Such is the outcome of a socialist revolution led by a two-week proletariat in an immense agricultural land surrounded by countries remaining capitalist. This situation led to the terrible political crisis of 1936–37, in the course of which the dictator of the bureaucracy undertook the successive liquidation first of the old party, the party of the Revolution and the Civil War, and then of his own party, which carried him into power against the former but which was still too permeated with socialist ideas. The best-known Bolsheviks perished, shot, after monstrous trials where their very loyalty, knowingly manipulated by an inquisition, was used to dishonor them by means of false confessions. Others, less celebrated, perished by the hundreds and thousands, shot without a trial. Obscure participants in the revolution, hundreds of thousands of these, filled the concentration camps while a supposedly democratic constitution was handed down by the leader. 6 months later, the authors of that constitution are no more. During the elections, dozens of candidates and newly elected representatives to the new councils, supposedly inviolable, disappeared. But the Constitution leaves no trace of the old Soviets, conceived in 1917 as the essential organs of the state. Of the outstanding men whose names appear in the pages of this book, only one survives: Trotsky, hunted for nearly 10 years and a refugee in Mexico. Lenin, Dzerzhinsky, and Chicherin, having died in time, thus avoided proscription. Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rykov, Bukharin were shot. Among the combatants of the November 1917 insurrection, the hero of Moscow, Muralov, was shot. Antonovchenko, who led the assault on the Winter Palace, disappeared in prison. Kirilenko, Dybenko, Shliapnikov, Blyba-Vavilov, all members of the First Council of People's Commissars, succumbed to the same fate as Smilga, who led the Baltic Fleet, as Ryaznov, as Sokolnikov and Bubnov of the Insurrectional Political Bureau, all in prison if they are still living. Karakhan, negotiator at Brest-Litovsk, shot. Of the two first leaders of Soviet Ukraine, one, Pyatakov, was shot. The other, Rakovsky, a broken old man, is in prison. The heroes of the battles of Svyajsk and the Volga, Ivan Smirnov, Rosengold, and Tukhachevsky, shot. Raskolnikov, outlawed, has disappeared. Among the fighters of the Ural, Mrachkovsky was shot. Biloborodov disappeared in prison. Sapernov and Vladimir Smirnov, Moscow fighters, disappeared in prison. Similarly, Preobrajinsky, the theoretician of war communism, and Sosnovsky, Bolshevik party spokesman at the first central executive of the dictatorship, shot. Also, Inukids, first secretary of that executive. Nadida Krupskaya, Lenin's companion, lives out her last days in who knows what kind of indescribable captivity. Of the men of the German Revolution, Joff committed suicide. Karl Radek is in prison. Krestinsky, who continued their action in Germany, was shot. Of the Socialist Revolutionary Opposition of 1918, Maria Spiridovnov, Trutovsky, Kamkov, and Karelin probably survive, but have been in captivity for the past 18 years. Blumkin, who went over to the Communist Party, shot. Of the men who during year 2 made sure the revolution survived victorious, only a small number survive for the moment. The military leaders of the First Red Armies, Kork, Ayakir, Ubarevich, Primakov, and Mulevich, were shot. Evdokimov and Bakayev, the defenders of Petrograd, shot. The Bolsheviks of the Caucasus, Mdivani, Okajava, and Ilyeva, shot. Likewise shot Fethullah Kadzhiev, who played a big part in the Sovietization of Central Asia. The president of the Council of Commissars of the Hungarian Soviets, Belakuin, disappeared in prison. The revolutionary victory, all things considered, caused relatively few losses among the victors. 18 years later, on the contrary, the bureaucratic reaction, which conquered power without fighting, annihilated a whole generation, carried off in waves of blood and filth. That's where things stand today. One of the essential problems of the moment is to know if the totalitarian dictatorship in its present form, that is to say a terrorist police state, is compatible with the simple functioning of nationalized production. There are reasons to doubt this. The immense enterprise of social transformation, begun in 1917 in a backward land devastated by war, remains nonetheless in many ways admirable because of the energies and the hopes it raised up and by its historical advances. The foundation remains for a new order no longer based on private property of the means of production but on socialized property. This economy, regulated by a single plan and despite being in the hands of an often unintelligent and almost always brutal power, has shown itself endowed with extraordinary vitality and creative capacity. One would really have to despair of man and ignore everything about the paths of history to conclude that the present reaction, which reminds us in so many ways of the Russian despotism of centuries past, is the Russian Revolution's final word. This nightmare state will be carried off, like so many other have been before it. The true balance sheet of the Russian Revolution can only be drawn when the seeds sown so generously by a great people during the years of its rising have grown up. Victor Serge. Paris, September 1938. Translated by Richard Grieman. Forward to the 1997 edition. By Wilbaldo Solano, POUM. From Brussels to Moscow by way of Barcelona. Victor Serge was born in Brussels on December 30, 1890, into a family of Russian revolutionary exiles and died in Mexico in November 1947 at the early age of 57 at the height of his intellectual powers. In Brussels, Serge belonged to the Socialist Young Guard, then rapidly became active with the French anarchists, which led him to prison, where he remained incarcerated for 5 years. Serge described the French penitentiary system in his 1928 novel Men in Prison, which I read in Spanish translation as young man and which prepared me to face my own years of prison. Right out of prison, he left for Barcelona where he joined the powerful Spanish anarcho-syndicalist movement, became friends with Salvador Seguí, one of its most important figures, and participated in the preparation of the 1917 general strike. It can even be said that the writer Victor Serge was born in Barcelona, because it was there that the young Victor Kibalchik, his real name, adopted the Serge pseudonym to write Tierra y Libertad and began his novel Birth of Our Power, inspired by the Spanish workers' movement of that period. In the summer of 1917, Serge left for Russia, dazzled, like so many others, by the Russian Revolution. Detained by the French in a wartime concentration camp, he arrived in 1919 and joined up with the Bolsheviks, but without naive illusions. Unlike many others, Serge retained a sharp critical sense. Joaquin Morin, the POUM leader, knew Serge in Moscow in those early days and wrote, much later, that Victor Serge was clear and sincere. He pointed out the defects and the virtues, the failures and the successes. No higher praise was possible at a time dominated by either unconditional admiration or systematic denigration. Thus, Victor Serge became intensely active within the Communist International. At the time, he was the principal contributor to the famous magazine Inpriker, an abbreviation for international correspondence. Zinoviev sent him on to Berlin and Vienna in the early 20s. He wrote works like The Revolution in Danger, chronicled the rise of Hitler in Eyewitness to the German Revolution, reported on life in the USSR and Russian revolutionary culture and literature, analyzed the Chinese Revolution and produced the first history of Year One of the Russian Revolution. He was friends with the great Russian writers of the period, Yesenin and Mayakovsky, with Pasternak and Mandelstam as well. When the bureaucratization of the state and the party worsened, Serge joined the left opposition, and he never abandoned his political and intellectual resistance to Stalinism. This was the period, 1927 to 30, when Stalin was sending Russian oppositionists and nonconformist intellectuals to the Gulag, but he didn't dare arrest well-known foreign revolutionaries. Victor Serge and the Spaniard Andrés Nin, inseparable friends since 1921, founded with Alexander Bronstein, Trotsky's first wife, the last organized cell of resistance against bureaucratic despotism. Nin was expelled from the USSR in September 1930 and Serge was arrested and deported to Orenburg in 1933. He was finally liberated and expelled in 1936 after an international campaign orchestrated by the writers Magdalene Paz, André Gide and Marcel Martinet. The struggle against Stalinism. Arriving in Brussels, Serge undertook the work of unmasking of Stalinism with an iron will and amazing energy, all the while defending the persecuted, deported and murdered Soviet writers. On the eve of his own deportation in 1933, Serge had managed to transmit to Magdalene Paz a letter testament, in which he declared himself an unshakable resistor on 3 points: defense of man, defense of the truth, defense of thought. Thus, at the time of the first Moscow trial in 1936, Serge created the Committee for the Defense of Freedom of Opinion within the Revolution and published the 16 who were shot. The Zinoviev-Kamenev-Smirnov trial. It was the first serious analysis of the Stalinist terror and the witchcraft trials organized by the GPU, criticized only by the POUM in Spain, some very small organizations in the workers' movement and a few left-wing intellectuals. Scarcely a year later, the same committee was obliged to foment a big international campaign to try to save Andrés Nin and the POUM, victims of cruel repression in Republican Spain under Stalin's orders. Never weakening, Serge defended his Russian and Spanish comrades. In truth, he wrote later, it was the struggle of a handful of consciences against the total crushing of the truth, at the very moment when crimes were being committed that decapitated the USSR and prepared the defeat of the Spanish Republic. Throughout this period of struggle, Serge continued writing, publishing From Lenin to Stalin, Russia 20 Years After, and Midnight in the Century, and beginning one of his best novels, The Case of Comrade Tulyev, a profound analysis of the mechanism of the confessions of the Moscow trials. Recently, this novel has finally been published in Russia, where unfortunately the manuscripts of this anti-Stalinist revolutionary writer confiscated by the GPU have not yet been recovered. Serge and the POUM. It was my good fortune to meet Victor Serge in Paris in February 1939. Our meeting was the end of a long odyssey which led our little group of POUM leaders from the Barcelona state prison to the French capital by way of the improvised prison of Cadax, over the border in the Pyrenees, to a rendezvous with a commando group organized by Marceau Pivert and led by Daniel Guérin to save us from a possible Stalinist attack and from being thrown into a French concentration camp, and finally to freedom on the banks of the Seine. Naturally, one of our first acts was to go and greet Victor Serge. Throughout the whole Spanish revolutionary process, that is to say from July 19, 1936, Franco's coup, Victor Serge worked closely with the POUM. From Brussels and from Paris, he regularly sent us articles for La Battala, the main newspaper of our organization. He wrote to us frequently, sending us messages, keeping us informed of developments in the international workers' movement, in the USSR under Stalin and in European intellectual circles, fascinated by the great struggle against Franco. All of this was very valuable to the POUM leadership, especially Serge's analysis of the crises within the Stalinist apparatus and of the evolution of the Kremlin's policy toward intervention in Spain. We were indebted to Serge, and that is why we decided to organize the first official meeting of the executive committee of the POUM at his apartment. On a cold February morning, we headed for the workers' housing project in Pré Saint-Gervais, where the author of Year 1 of the Russian Revolution and Russia 20 Years After was living. The group consisted of Juan Andrade, Julian Gorkin, Pedro Bonet, Jordi Archer, Josep Rovira, E. Gironella, N. Molins and me. The gathering was moving and unforgettable. Only Gorkin and Molins had actually met Serge before. The rest of us were seeing him for the first time, but we already know a great deal about him. The absence of the two most important figures of the POUM, Andrés Nin, murdered by Stalin's police at Alcalá de Henares, and Joaquín Morin, a prisoner in Franco Spain, was striking. We wanted to free Morin and shed light on what was then being called the mystery of Nin, the circumstances under which his sequestration and assassination had taken place. We soon arrived at a plan to further these objectives, and Serge's advice was particularly precious. At Serge's, we drew up a balance sheet of the Spanish revolutionary process and took the first measures to aid our comrades who had remained in Spain, both in the south-central part of the country, which was still out of Franco's control, and in Catalonia, where the Francoist terror had already been unleashed. Serge asked us lots of questions and wanted to know everything. Then we had a long discussion with him on the international situation in general and more particularly on the political crisis in the USSR, where the trials of oppositionists were continuing and the Stalinist repression intensifying. Above all, this meeting opened a long period of collaboration between the POM and Victor Serge, which the invasion of France by Hitler's troops did not interrupt and which continued until his death in exile in Mexico, as witnessed by the letters he frequently sent to the executive committee of the POM in exile in Paris and his comments reading La Battala, then published in Paris. Remembering a writer-fighter. The time is overdue to reissue the works of Victor Serge, long unjustly neglected. Serge is not a writer like the others. He is an outstanding author and militant of the 20th century. He suffered prison, exile, and every kind of persecution in his struggle for a free, authentic socialism. And if he died too soon, he left behind him a body of work essential for understanding the great events of the 20th century. The spectacular collapse of the USSR, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the decomposition of the international communist movement disfigured by Stalinism represent an unprecedented phenomenon which poses a problem for everyone. For defenders of the capitalist system, including those who believe in the end of history, for communists and post-communists, for nominal social democrats as well as for revolutionary Marxists, who were the first to recognize the degeneration of the Russian Revolution, and to struggle with the weapons of theory and practice against the great fraud of Stalinism and its successors. Victor Serge's life, his struggle, and his work place him in that category. He was one of the most clear-sighted militants of his epoch. For this reason, one must turn to his works if we want to try to understand the character and historical meaning of Stalinism and make sense of its negative consequences. In the midst of the confusion which reigns today among the left-wing forces that have not given up on the perspective of socialist liberation, Serge and his work constitute a kind of beacon capable of illuminating the past and useful for better apprehending the future. Many claim that Year One of the Russian Revolution is one of Serge's best books, in a sense a classic. Others affirm that his essay 30 Years After the Russian Revolution, written during July-August 1947, is in a sense a political testament of the great revolutionary writer, who died prematurely in Mexico soon after, still dreaming of returning to Europe to pursue his struggle and his work. In either case, the value of Year One of the Russian Revolution is obvious. As for 30 Years After the Russian Revolution, the least one can say is that it is a precious document in which Serge demonstrates his intellectual honesty at the summit of his critical spirit. Today, after the spectacular 1989 collapse of the Stalinist system, the 1917 Russian Revolution is universally denigrated and dismissed both by the former communist bureaucrats who have made themselves into capitalist oligarchs by privatizing the social wealth created at great sacrifice by generations of Soviet workers and by scornful, self-satisfied neoliberal capitalist ideologues proclaiming the end of history and the intrinsic evil not only of socialism but of any kind of revolutionary agitation. Serge's political testament is thus precious for all who want to understand what Stalinism really was, how it was able to triumph over authentically socialist or communist tendencies and last so long, and especially how a revolution that raised so many hopes throughout the world could have transformed itself into a totalitarian, slave society and fall of its own weight in the most repellent of historical disasters. Translator's note: for this reason, we have included it as a postface to this edition of Serge's Year One. Critical defense of the Russian Revolution. Obviously, Victor Serge defends the Russian Revolution and justifies it in the face of all those falsifiers who speak and write without informing themselves. They existed then and they continue to exist today. He defends that revolution brilliantly, pointing up the value of Lenin and Trotsky, their successes and merits, without ever avoiding or hiding the difficulties, the errors, the mistakes that, in his opinion, they committed. This is not unimportant when we recall that for years many writers and historians produced unreserved apologetic of the Russian Revolution, presenting it as a model to imitate or copy without deviating on any pretext. Victor Serge was a man and a militant of a different stripe. His temperament, his culture, and his political history allowed him to keep his eyes open always and never to fall into facility and complacency. Thus, he never hesitated to say that the lack of democratic traditions was extremely serious for the revolution and that in reality only the left Mensheviks of Martov's tendency had a democratic conception of the revolution. This was only one of his many heresies. When he deals with the subject of the errors and mistakes of the Bolsheviks, Serge is very severe and lets little go by. For him, the most incomprehensible error remained the creation of the Cheka secret police, a thesis he had already developed in 1939 in his portrait of Stalin, and to which he returns with a vengeance in 30 years after. After the Chayka came Kronstadt, and Serge goes over the arguments which led to a bitter polemic and break with Trotsky in 1938. Serge felt that his argument on Kronstadt was confirmed by Lenin himself when he ended war communism and declared the new economic policy. But he understands that the Bolsheviks were unable to draw all the consequences of the tardy recognition of their errors, and that in 1921 they rejected reconciliation with socialist and libertarian elements ready to base themselves on the Soviet constitution by outlawing them. On the other hand, he recognizes the terrible difficulties faced by the Soviet regime and its will to support the European Revolution, which, in the long run, was its only hope for survival. Serge maintained that the Bolsheviks, prisoners of their militant idealism, were mistaken about the political capacity and energy of the Western working class, especially of the German. From that error arose socialism in a single country. In contrast with those who mix everything up and maintain that there is a logical continuity that leads fatally from Lenin to Stalin, Serge held that there were two totally separate periods, 1917 to 27 and 1927 to 37. In our opinion, the phenomenon is more complex, but let us follow Serge. The essential fact, for him, is the sort of coup d'état that occurred within the ruling circle during the years 1927 to 28. The revolutionary party state becomes a reactionary bureaucratic police state standing on the social terrain created by the revolution. Victor Serge analyses these two periods and emphasizes the struggle of the generation that emerged from the revolution against the Stalinist bureaucracy between 1927 and 1937. Those who during the past few years have been able to consult the Moscow archives have learned that this struggle was at once much more important and much more tragic than has been generally imagined. Victor Serge was one of the first revolutionary oppositionists, meaning he was one of the very first who struggled in the name of a free socialism against the Stalinist bureaucratic dictatorship responsible for the betrayal and the destruction of Bolshevism. First, he struggled inside the USSR within the Russian left opposition, which he himself often explained was broader and less sectarian than the groups outside Russia that acted in its name. Then, in Europe, after his deportation at Orenburg and the international campaign that allowed him to leave the USSR and settle in Brussels. Finally, in exile in Mexico, after the occupation of France by Hitler's troops, where he remained in close contact with the Spaniards and particularly the militants of the POM. From 1917 until his death just 50 years ago, in 1947 Victor Serge was a committed, revolutionary writer. At the most difficult times, during this midnight in the century, to allude to the title of one of his novels, Serge always lived modestly, with a surprising and moving creative optimism. He ran many risks, and the agents of the GPU did their best to make his life untenable both in Brussels and in Mexico, where he was the object of several physical attacks. A few years before his death, when the end of the Second World War was in sight and he was thinking of a return to Europe, he wrote these words: "Nothing is finished. We are at the beginning of everything. Throughout so many defeats, some of them deserved, some gloriously undeserved, it is clear that reason is more on our side than error. Who can say as much? Tomorrow, only socialism can bring to the gathering revolution a renewed philosophy of democracy, an irreducible affirmation of human rights, a total humanism for all men." Wilbaldo Solano, Secretary of the POUM. Paris, July 1997. Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, Workers' Party for Marxist Unification. Translator's Introduction. By Peter Sedgwick. The present book is one of the first works produced by Victor Serge following the decision he took in 1928, when he was confined in a Leningrad hospital with a near-mortal illness, to turn his literary talents from the fields of immediate agitation and propaganda, now denied to him as a result of the victory of Stalinism, into more permanent forms of political and artistic testimony. Like the other works produced by Serge for publication abroad during his disgrace as a former left oppositionist in the Soviet Union, it was composed according to a peculiar format, in detached fragments which could each be separately completed and sent abroad post-haste and could, if absolutely necessary, be published as they were incomplete. In these early years of Stalin's hegemony, the mere act of dispatching a manuscript to a Western publisher was not regarded by Soviet officialdom, as it is today, as in itself tantamount to an act of treason. During the 1920s, it had been relatively common for Soviet writers to bring out their work abroad in order to establish copyright before it appeared in Russia. This relative freedom was not to last very long. In 1929, for example, Boris Pilniak was savagely attacked in the Russian press for his publication of the novel Mahogany in Berlin, and was removed from his post in the All-Russian Writers' Union for this supposedly anti-Soviet action. Thus, by 1930, when year one of the Russian Revolution appeared from the presses of a Paris publishing house, Serge must have had grounds for fearing that an historical work which challenged, implicitly but still definitely, the Stalinist rewriting of party history might bring unpleasant consequences upon its author. Only a year later, in a novel devoted to the Civil War period, he felt it necessary to omit the names of Lenin and Trotsky in a scene which clearly described the two leaders together in close conversation. And in 1936, when Victor Serge was allowed to leave the Soviet Union after 3 years of deportation in Central Asia, the GPU censorship took care to seize all his manuscripts, including Year 2 of the Russian Revolution, the sequel to the present work. This book, then, like Victor Serge himself, is a specimen of uncompromising heresy which survived the risks of Stalinist repression through a combination of skillful timing and historical good luck. In contrast with Serge's other works of political history, Year 1 of the Russian Revolution contains no autobiographical element. It is in no sense an eyewitness account, since its narrative breaks off precisely at the point in January 1919 when Serge was beginning his own personal experience of the Bolshevik Revolution, setting foot on Russian soil for the first time in his life as the returned son of exiled Narodnik parents. Even with this restricted basis of legitimacy, the Soviet regime could still exert a powerful claim of fealty upon socialists and internationalists. Serge was not at this point prepared to declare, as he did, in confidence, in 1921 to an anarchist visitor to Moscow, that the Communist Party no longer exercises a dictatorship of the proletariat but over the proletariat. The bond between the ruling party and the class it represented could still be renewed from time to time, in periodic feats of mass heroism in the war against white restoration or in the pioneering work of construction within new institutions and a new culture. Serge is too honest not to see that the ideals of Soviet democracy, which had fired the hearts of millions in Russia and throughout the world in 1917, have given way to the authoritarian monopoly, the dictatorship of the center, as he puts it, of the Bolshevik leadership. The purpose of Year 1 of the Russian Revolution is essentially one of reconstructing the chain of events in the Russia of revolution and counter-revolution, which has led from the commune state of 1917 to the party dictatorship of late 1918. The terms of the narrative are fixed by Serge's basic convictions. Firstly, that the October Revolution of 1917 was a genuine expression of mass feeling by workers and peasants in their overwhelming majority, and secondly that the revolutionary wave had very quickly exhausted itself, or rather bled itself dry, through the military depredation and economic ruin which wrought havoc in an already enfeebled Russia during the early months following the Bolshevik seizure of power. Serge's outline of the early development of Bolshevism is therefore likely to dissatisfy at least 3 classes of historians and commentators upon communism. There are those who reject the first cornerstone of Serge's narrative, arguing that the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, far from being an expression or representation of popular desires, was a mere coup d'état or conspiracy. On this argument, a detailed account of the revolution's fortunes over the year 1917–18 would possess little historical relevance in explaining the frustration of the communist ideal, since the regime from the outset would be a minority dictatorship masquerading behind the banner of the Soviets. There are many, too, on the left who would gladly endorse Serge's characterization of Bolshevism's initial victory as the advent to power of authentically revolutionary mass institutions, and yet would reject his chronology of the movement's speedy decline. 1918 has indeed been offered but rarely as a significant date by left-wing interpreters of Russian communist history. Most accounts of the trajectory of Stalinism are sprinkled with references to such salient years as 1937–8, the Great Purge, 1929–30, collectivization and famine, 1927, defeat of left opposition, expulsion of Trotsky, or, if a critic is sufficiently bold, 1921, the year of the suppression of the Kronstadt Rebellion and the banning of factions inside the Bolshevik Party. There are very few interpretations which both proclaim the 1917 October Revolution as a valid and genuine proletarian insurrection and go on, as Serge does, to date the erosion of mass involvement in the revolution within a matter of months. Quite recently, however, a third group of critics of Bolshevik history has attracted public attention. These would share Serge's chronological focus, in concentrating on developments in Soviet Russia during the immediate aftermath of the Bolshevik assumption of authority, but would offer a radically distinct explanation for the tendencies towards political repression, centralization, and monopoly that are evident in the practice of Lenin's party as early as 1918. Such writers as Noam Chomsky, the Cohn-Bendit brothers, and Paul Cardin are inclined to ascribe the Bolshevik expropriation of the Soviets not to the sheer pressure of historical events, though it is conceded that these may have played their part, but to specific ideological drives towards the centralization of authority at the expense of the workers. These conceptual deformities within Bolshevism are seen as predating the October Revolution and are variously traced back to Lenin's centralizing politics in the 1902-3 split with the Mensheviks, or to a residue of orthodox social democracy still latent within Russian Bolshevism, or to elements in the philosophy of the proletarian state as developed by Marx himself in the old controversy with anarchism. It might be thought that a work such as the present one, composed under conditions by no means propitious for mature historical research, and expressing the political outlook of a revolutionary tendency defeated by history, would have very little chance of withstanding the criticism that might be directed upon it from any of these rival currents of explanation, based as these are on several more decades both of detailed scholarship and of international revolutionary experience. However, when due exception is made of a number of biases and inadequacies which are evident in certain points of Serge's narrative, none of them crucial to his case, the book's general schema of the Russian Revolution's Year One makes extremely good sense when contrasted with alternative explanations of what happened. It is unlikely, perhaps, that any one interpretation of so complex and significant an event as the Bolshevik Revolution will ever be accepted as definitive, especially in a world still rent by political divisions stemming in large part from that very revolution. Still, it is possible to point to particular features in the march of events during 1917-18 which raise certain theoretical or empirical difficulties for the alternative standard views of the Bolshevik triumph. Bolshevism, coup or mass rising. Let us consider first the position made out by successive waves of opponents of the October Revolution ever since the Bolshevik uprising itself, which sees the transition simply as the outcome of a putsch or military conspiracy, resting on no political mobilization of the Russian masses. History, unfortunately, affords the commentator no ready-made index with which one can compute unambiguously the depth and the quality of a social upheaval. Every modern revolution, from 1789 onwards if not further back, has had a question mark placed by some of its critics over its popular character as well as upon its social content. To take one dramatic example, not merely the depth and the range, but even the very existence of the Spanish Workers' and Peasants' Revolution of 1936 went unrecognized for many years after the event by thousands of liberal observers, including even, as he has candidly admitted, so trained an analyst as the present Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford. The recognition or the denial of the majority character of an insurrection must inevitably, by comparison, say, with the registering of a majority in a parliamentary election, proceed from the exercise of a fairly complex political and historical judgment. The position is further complicated, in the case of the Russian Revolution, by at least two other factors. In the first place, there is an evident tendency among writers on Russian affairs to characterize the October Rising of the Bolsheviks as the decisive founding act of one of the world's modern industrial superstates, a judgment which concedes the world's significance and even the historical necessity of October without evaluating it within the mass revolutionary politics of its own day. And secondly, there is so much in the actual conduct of the insurrection in Petrograd during the closing days of October 1917 which lends color to a purely conspiratorial view of the events. Trotsky himself admits almost as much in the final pages of his great history. Where is the insurrection? There is no picture of the insurrection. A series of small operations, calculated and prepared in advance, remain separated one from another both in space and time. There is no action of great masses. There are no dramatic encounters with the troops. There is nothing of all that which imaginations brought up on the facts of history associate with the idea of insurrection. Trotsky, it is true, goes on to present the absence of the masses from the rising as a positive proof of the movement's coherence and popular support. The workers had no need to come out into the public square in order to fuse together. They were already politically and morally one single whole without that. These invisible masses were marching more than ever before in step with the events. The pro-Bolshevik temper of the masses in the cities during late 1917 is, however, attested by evidence of a far less invisible nature. In August, September, and October, i.e., when the Bolsheviks were once again issuing the call for the replacement of the provisional government by Soviet power, manifold indications, as a recent historian puts it, disclosed the growing popularity of Bolshevism. The Congress of Soviets of the Northern Region, whose delegates were drawn from Petrograd, Kronstadt, Moscow, Helsinki, and Reval, unanimously passed Trotsky's resolution for the transfer of the central government to the Soviets. A similar swing towards the Bolshevik line, often, it is true, in terms which left open the possibility of a peaceful transfer of power, was seen in the resolutions passed by many regional and local Soviet assemblies in this period, for example at Kiev and Minsk, in Siberia and the Urals. On October 19, the All-Russian Conference of Factory and Shop Committees, with a Bolshevik majority among its 167 voting delegates lining up with the 24 SR delegates against an opposition consisting of 7 Mensheviks and 13 anarcho-syndicalists, came out for the immediate passing of power to the Soviets. This, as Trotsky put it, was indeed the most direct and indubitable representation of the proletariat in the whole country. For the situation following the successful Petrograd Rising, the results of the All-Russian Constituent Assembly elections, often cited as an indication of the relative unpopularity of the Bolsheviks, in fact show a continuance of the Bolshevik landslide in the key industrial centers and the nearby garrisons. By the time the elections were held, 18 days after the ousting of the provisional government and the installation of the Bolshevik government by the Second Congress of Soviets, none could have doubted the definitely insurrectionary character of the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," as proclaimed by Lenin and Trotsky. Yet the Bolsheviks' main rivals for the allegiance of popular masses, the Menshevik and SR opponents of the insurrection, were decisively beaten in the main cities of Russia. The wave of pro-Bolshevik extremism which had already ousted the Mensheviks from their leading positions in the urban Soviets rolled forward still to reduce the total Menshevik vote for the empire to 1,700,000, nearly half of this drawn from Jordania's nationalist, non-proletarian stronghold of Georgia, while in the Seoul industrial center which had been under SR control during 1917, Moscow itself, the sensational swing towards the Bolsheviks manifested in the city's 2 municipal elections earlier in the year was sealed by the SR party's crushing defeat in the ballot for the assembly, by an electorate now polarized between a red plurality and a cadet counter-revolution. The sweep of popular Bolshevism in late 1917 extended far into the countryside of Russia, as the radicalized soldiers returned to the villages, drawing masses of rural toilers into their mood. The formal constitutional majority, both of votes and of actual seats, enjoyed by the SR party in the Constituent Assembly elections provides no indication of the real scope and power of the radical movement among the peasantry. Not only had the selection of candidates for the election by the SR party machine been consciously operated so as to underrepresent the party's left fraction, 40 left deputies out of the total SR delegation of 339 were elected, and even the center fraction of Viktor Chernov, whose delegation of 50 was grossly undersized in proportion to the influence of the Chernov group in the Central Committee elections during November. For outside the fractions and committees, in the grassroots base of social revolutionism, Russia, the SR party was losing ground rapidly, not only to its left breakaway but even to the Bolsheviks. Radke's careful analysis of a number of widely varying peasant regions during late 1917 confirms this trend in detail. 1. The self-proclaimed party of the Russian peasantry proved, as Radke puts it, to be the chief roadblock in the path of the agrarian revolution that rolled across the empire. The apparently overwhelming SR electoral majority in the Constituent Assembly returns was based on a feeble minority among the actual social forces of the Russian nation. It would be futile and sophistical to try to prove, conversely, that the Bolshevik and left SR vote reflected a conscious majority of the total population of the toilers, except in the key industrial centers, but it was certainly the expression of a half-conscious mood of popular Bolshevism, at work in the hearts of millions. To say this much is to leave open very wide areas for serious argument over the strength, the sources and the conscious quality of the revolutionary mass mobilization that was seized and shaped at the pinnacles of society by the organizational and political actions of Lenin and Trotsky. A final word in the dispute over the minority or mass character of the October Revolution may perhaps be left with the spokesman for the defeated and discredited party of Mensheviks. This party, whose leadership had assailed the Bolshevik rising on its morrow as a pure military conspiracy, an adventure conducted in isolation from the masses, reversed its judgment at its Central Committee meeting of 17 to 21 October 1918, in a resolution which declared, "The Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917 has been historically necessary," and expressed the endeavor of the toiling masses to steer the course of the revolution wholly in their interest, without which the liberation of Russia from the vice of Allied imperialism, the pursuit of a consistent peace policy, the radical implementation of the agrarian reform and the regulation by the state of the whole economic life in the interests of the masses of the people would have been inconceivable. This endorsement of the authentically revolutionary character in terms both of popular base and of historical significance of the Bolshevik insurrection was, of course, not undertaken without serious criticism of the post-revolutionary conduct of the communist regime. But these criticisms do not diminish the de jure and de facto recognition of October accorded by the revolution's old opponents. The decay of the revolution. In tracing the decline in the active mass support enjoyed by the Bolshevik Party, we are at once faced by the loss over 1918 of such indispensable indicators as the distribution of the vote between Bolshevik candidates and their rivals in Soviet and other elections. It should not now be necessary to attribute the early Bolshevik dominance of the Soviets and trade unions exclusively to the effects of dictatorial repression. The pitiful showing made by the non-Bolshevik but Sovietist organizations such as the sections of anarchists and SRs loyal to the regime is probably due not simply to police action, but to the phenomenon, very common nowadays in the underdeveloped world, of the funneling of prestige and enthusiasm into the party machine which bears the credit for the foundation of the new regime. The excessive homogeneity, noted by Serge in the All-Russian Soviet Congress of November 1918, has its parallel in the legislative assemblies of many contemporary states of recent inauguration. Nevertheless, Serge is evidently right to signal the end of the Soviet bloc of fraternal but contending parties, soon after mid-1918, as a crucial stage in the replacement of popular Bolshevism by elite party control. In this respect, his analysis, even though formulated during a phase when he was a convinced member of the Trotskyist opposition, differs sharply from that made by Trotsky himself. For Trotsky, writing in late 1937 to refute the theory that Stalinism sprang from Leninism as a direct progression, the monopoly of the party in the Soviets appears to be completely unproblematic. He concedes to the left-wing critics of Bolshevism the bare facts of their case. The Bolsheviks replaced the dictatorship of the proletariat with the dictatorship of the party. Stalin replaced the dictatorship of the party with the dictatorship of the bureaucracy. The Bolsheviks destroyed all parties but their own. Stalin strangled the Bolshevik Party in the interests of a Bonapartist clique. Trotsky adds, however, that one can make such comparisons at will. For all their apparent effectiveness, they are entirely empty. The party monopoly, indeed, is the natural form by which the dictatorship of the proletariat is exercised. The proletariat can take power only through its vanguard. The Soviets are only the organized form of the tie between the vanguard and the class. A revolutionary content can be given to this form only by the party. Trotsky concludes, the fact that this party subordinates the Soviets politically to its leaders has in itself abolished the Soviet system no more than the domination of the conservative majority has abolished the British parliamentary system. To which it might be replied that a conservative domination, using the same methods of repression as the Bolsheviks employed against the other parties, would certainly abolish the parliamentary system as it has been known in Britain. Without statistics for the elections to Soviet institutions, and doubtless some useful findings could be gleaned for the period when balloting still went on, it is impossible for us to monitor the process of working-class disillusionment with the Soviet regime. The centralization of Soviet economic institutions, through the creation of the Supreme Council of the National Economy, with its branches in the different industries in place of the localized, uncoordinated organs of workers' control, did not involve the Soviet government in any collision with the mass of workers. Despite the vested interest in local separatism that was characteristic of many factory Soviets, the Factory Committee movement collaborated with the transition towards centralism, doubtless for the greater economic security it conferred as well as for the regime's defense requirements. Pankratova even states that the idea of establishing the Supreme Council of the National Economy was actually initiated and given shape within the movement of factory committees itself. The Central Soviet of Factory Committees took a very active part in its formation, gave it its own best workers and offered its apparatus to it. The Factory Committees of Petrograd, who at their first conference of May 1917 had proclaimed workers' control, buried it unanimously at their sixth conference. It was not, it would seem, any confrontation between the Bolsheviks and the working class over this or probably any other single issue that drove a wedge between the regime and its proletariat, so much as the cumulative pressures that bore down relentlessly upon the people throughout Bolshevism's year one. That there was, by the end of 1918, a yawning void filled by apathy at best and hostile bitterness at worst between the Soviet regime and the working class appears to be an irresistible conclusion. The portrait sketched by Serge at the end of the present book accords very closely with the summary given in his own reminiscences. It was the metropolis of cold, of hunger, of hatred, and of endurance. From about 1 million inhabitants its population had now fallen, in 1 year, to scarcely 700,000 souls. Here was a revolution dying, strangled by blockade, ready to collapse from inside into the chaos of counter-revolution. Within weeks of Serge's arrival, the huge factories of Petrograd, once the pride and the powerhouse of working-class Bolshevism, would explode in spectacular disturbances involving thousands of workers in action against the regime. These strikes and demonstrations were eagerly observed and, wherever possible, encouraged by the domestic and foreign forces that were working for the overthrow of the Soviet government. Paul Dukes, the head of the British intelligence network then operating clandestinely in Petrograd, recalls the bloody encounters between large bands of workers and the forces of the Cheka, and records one workers' demonstration which paraded a banner with the ironic couplet, Doloi Lenina s Kononoi, Deity Tsaria s Spaninoi, down with Lenin and horseflesh, give us the Tsar and pork. In an intelligence report smuggled back from Russia at the time, Dukes reported on the mass anti-Bolshevik agitation in a factory that a short while ago had been a stronghold of the revolution. On March 10th, a mass meeting was held at the Putilov Works. 10,000 men were present and the following resolution was passed with only 22 dissentients. We, the workers of the Putilov Works, declare before the laboring classes of Russia and the world that the Bolshevist government has betrayed the ideals of the revolution, and thus betrayed and deceived the workers and peasants in Russia. That the Bolshevist government, acting in our names, is not the authority of the proletariat and peasants, but a dictatorship of the Bolshevik Party, self-governing with the aid of Cheka and the police. We demand the release of workers and their wives who have been arrested, the restoration of a free press, free speech, right of meeting and inviolability of person, transfer of food administration to cooperative societies, and transfer of power to freely elected workers and peasant Soviets. Dukes's report was promptly published by the British government in the official collection of reports on Russia put out in 1919 in the attempt to convince a wavering parliament and public of the horrors of Bolshevism and the necessity for continued support to the white forces. Victor Serge is candid in his own account of this erosion of the regime's proletarian base. Despite the Soviet government's unpopularity among the working class, he remained committed to its survival and continued to defend its authenticity as a dictatorship of the proletariat, defined as such now not sociological, through the active adhesion of the Russian working class in its majority, but ideologically, through the Marxist perspectives and the revolutionary determination displayed in the thousands of Bolshevik cadres that constituted the new state. It was relatively easy for Serge to make this leap from a mass identification to the hero worship of a glorious minority, from, one might almost say, the criteria of Marxist politics to those of an aesthetically and psychologically grounded romanticism. For his own adoption of the Marxist class vision was, in 1919, of relatively recent formation. As Jean Matron has convincingly shown, the first political position of the young Viktor Lvovich Kabalchik, before he took the name of Victor Serge, was one of rampant anarchist individualism, glorifying the desperate violence of his close friends in the Beno gang, of bank robbers and despising the stultified beasts of burden who were the modern proletariat. Je suis avec les bandits, Serge had proclaimed in his Organ l'Anarchie in 1911, as his friends were shooting out their last battles with the French gendarmerie. The bandits were at least men, bravely defying the corrupt bourgeois society they could not hope to defeat. This elitist revolutionary loyalty was available for Serge to fall back on if the masses failed him, as they did in Petrograd almost as soon as he arrived there. The Bolsheviks, that beleaguered commando of revolutionary fighters, daring to the death, could be accepted on the same grounds as his old bandit comrades. However logically or morally vulnerable this position was, it at least enabled Serge to face reality squarely and admit that the working class was not, in this situation, fulfilling the revolutionary expectations held out for it by the official creed of Marxism. Other communist publicists, less inclined towards romantic heroics than he was, would through that very fact also tend to cling to the mass criterion for supporting the regime long after the actual behavior of the masses had made nonsense of their theory. For such as these, Soviet power as the exercise of the majority will of the real Russian proletariat would necessarily continue to function, until the strain on theory imposed by the reality grew to breaking point. It was not, of course, necessary to be either an Ibsenesque hero worshipper or a naive pro-Bolshevik in order to rally to the support and defense of the Soviet regime in the Civil War period. The sheer peril of counter-revolution, seconded by the active intervention of the Allies, caused most socialists and internationalists at this time to solidarize with the Soviet government against even its left-wing dissidents when the survival of the regime was in question. In a later work, Destiny of a Revolution, published in 1937, Serge explained why, in his view, no revolutionary could support the working-class demonstrations against the government in the Petrograd of early 1919. The very success of the Menshevik and left SR agitators in rallying the city's workers testified to the absence of the proletariat's conscious and revolutionary elements from the factories. For the most dedicated and idealist workers had volunteered in thousands for the Civil War front. Those that remained, although a majority, were the proletariat's backward elements, the least conscious and most selfish, those least inclined to sacrifices demanded by the general interest. Discouraged rearguards who are ready unconsciously to second a counter-revolution, to attempt a general strike in famished Petrograd, threatened from two sides by the whites, in the factories which all the revolutionists have left, was simply suicide for the revolution. It should be remembered that in the spring of 1919 General Yudenich was grouping the forces of his White Army in Estonia for the offensive which in May would win substantial territory from the Baltic coast down to Pskov and which, when renewed more vigorously later in the year, would take his troops into the very suburbs of Petrograd. In March 1919 also, an intervention by Finland to capture the city for the counter-revolution was already being lobbied in Allied circles. This was an epoch when counter-revolutionary peril was far more than a bureaucratic excuse to justify the repression of dissidents. Even though it might be expressed formally in the same terms used during later repressions, the logic of communist violence in 1918 proceeds from real and distinctive pressures which are not those of 1968, or 1956, or 1937, or even, be it said, 1921. The ideological alternative. The whole blame for the evolution of the commune state into the party state is therefore laid by Victor Serge to the account of the counter-revolutionary peril. It was the opening of the Civil War by the whites, regularly and lavishly funded by the Allies, that dissipated and destroyed the active forces of the Russian working class in a literal hemorrhage of the revolution's social basis. It is to the activity of the counter-revolution, in the repeated plots, assassinations, and uprisings conducted by the anti-Bolshevik parties of both right and left, that we must look for the explanation of the Communist Party's monopoly of power and terror. Here Serge parts company with all those critics of Bolshevism who have predominantly emphasized the ideological factor of Jacobinism or Leninism, detected as residing within the intellectual marrow of the Bolshevik Party since 1903, as the germ of the later state autocracy under Lenin or even as a prime cause of Stalin's totalitarian rule. The ideological case may be illustrated very simply by quoting one or two predictions made by Leon Trotsky in his pre-revolutionary polemics against Lenin's centralism. In the internal politics of the party, these Lenin's methods lead the party organization to substitute itself for the party, the Central Committee to substitute itself for the party organization, and finally a dictator substitutes himself for the Central Committee. And, if the anti-revolutionary characteristics of Menshevism are already in full view, the anti-revolutionary features of Bolshevism run the grave risk of only revealing themselves after a revolutionary victory. These are only the most sensational extracts from an indictment of bureaucratic Leninism, developed by Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg, and the Menshevik wing almost a decade and a half before Lenin's politics found a manifest application in the exercise of state power. To refuse any validity to the ideological explanation of Bolshevism's degeneracy is tantamount to saying that any similarities that arose between communist practice and these startling early prophecies were the result of pure coincidence. An implausible judgment, one might suppose. And yet, why should the parallelism not be one of coincidence, given that the historical context in which the October Revolution was embedded was so unpropitious to the free flowering of democratic socialist institutions? The objective social circumstances of Russia's revolution and civil war already contain the sufficient conditions for the collapse of the mass revolutionary wave, without any recourse to causal factors stemming from the subjective deficiencies of Lenin's early formulations. The impact of historical causes pressing on actors from the urgent dilemmas of 1917 must have had a far greater importance in determining what happened in 1917 and 1918 than did the ideational influence of exile controversies in 1902. There is enough Jacobinism and substitutionism present in the basic political premises of the October insurrection that uncertain alliance between a tiny proletariat and a vast and land-hungry peasantry. In what scale can any verbal Jacobinism, the substitutionism of paper and faded paper at that, be made to balance against the insistent, leaden weight of historical impossibility? In any case, the account of pre-revolutionary Leninism presented by the ideological critics of Lenin is seriously misleading. Ideological explanation requires, in the first place, an accurate description of the ideas which are alleged to have been causally operative, and the description of Lenin as a centralist or Jacobin is only a half-truth at best. The Lenin of 1905-6, for example, is not the centralizer of 1902-4. The Leninist model of party organization developed for the unification of Russia's warring factions, following the joint Bolshevik-Menshevik Congress of 1906, was fully democratic in content, involving not only normal election procedures for leading committees but also the use of referenda among the membership on controversial issues and the strict mandating of delegates by their local branches. It is this model of organization, incidentally, that was first termed democratic centralism, a formula acceptable to Mensheviks no less than to Leninists, in distinction from the unqualified and explicit centralism of Lenin's position in 1902-4. For the first year or so after the Bolshevik seizure of power, the democratic and even semi-anarchist strains in Lenin's organizational theory become even more pronounced. Serge is eager to emphasize these elements, visible not only in the classic State and Revolution but in many speeches and writings of the period, in his own narrative of the Year One, and the excessive significance attached to these libertarian statements by Serge, understandable in a former anarchist trying to reconcile himself to Soviet authority, should not blind us to the persisting reality of a Lenin who found both democracy and centralism to constitute key values in the construction of a socialist order. Another very common ideological explanation of Bolshevik policy during the Year One may also be answered here. It is often asserted that, in the vital field of economic decision-making, the bureaucratic imperatives of Leninist orthodoxy ensured the replacement of localized, libertarian structures of workers' control by a centralized planning machinery in the hands of a party elite. The eclipse of the Factory Committee movement in early 1918 is thought to be symptomatic of this bureaucratic trend, whose causes can once again be traced to the ideological presuppositions of Leninist, or even Marxist, state socialism. But there is no evidence that Bolshevik industrial policy in the pre-revolutionary period had any disposition towards centralization and state planning at the expense of local initiatives. Economic gradualism, indeed, entailing a long epoch of coexistence between capitalists, politically dispossessed, it is true, and workers on the shop floor, was the most obvious theme of Marxist industrial policy as envisaged by Marx, Engels, and later by Lenin. The state capitalism advocated by Lenin in the first year of Soviet rule referred precisely to such an extended period of joint management within a privately owned industry, and not to any system of state ownership and centralized management. And the forces within the Bolshevik Party that were responsible for the shift away from workers' control by factory committees were neither Leninist in inspiration nor bureaucratic in general tendency. Lenin's gradualist line for industry came under fire, from late 1917 onwards, from two sorts of communist, at opposite ends of the many-hued ideological spectrum of Bolshevism. On the right, the improvisations of the factory committee structure were resisted by spokesmen for the official trade union machine, communists like Lerin, Lozovsky, and Ryazanov, who were politically the most liberal of all Bolsheviks in their insistence on a broad all-party socialist coalition and their opposition to the suppression of hostile newspapers. At the other extreme, the incipient tendency of left communism opposed the half measures of workers' control with the demand for the outright expropriation of all employers by the state and for the introduction of a system of workers' management, which would embody both a centralized regulation of the whole nationalized economy and the running of factories by collegiate bodies with a sizable, ideally a majority, representation of directly elected factory workers. The polarity between centralism and democracy, Leninism and libertarianism, is wholly inadequate to encompass the diverse tendencies of this crucial economic debate. The Bolsheviks are to be reproached in this field not, it would seem, for adhering to a doctrinaire imperative of state centralism, but rather for having entered on the course of socialist revolution without any worked-out program for the control of industry. An excess of improvisation rather than of ideological rigidity was the real weakness of Russian communism in the critical year one. The general case for regarding the development of Russia's one-party communist regime as the outcome of improvised emergency measures in response to a crisis situation, rather than as the result of a central ideological drive towards repression, is given in ample detail within Serge's history. In going through this record, the reader should perhaps try to ask himself whether the coercive and elitist features of Russian Bolshevism were really any more significant than the similar political traits that were manifested in the ideas and the behavior of their opponents in the revolution. The Bolsheviks outlawed those newspapers that were hostile or unsympathetically neutral towards them in the Civil War. Kerensky had outlawed the monarchist press on roughly the same grounds. The Bolsheviks engaged in an armed insurrectionary conspiracy at the head of a vast mass movement of workers and peasants. The left and right SRs and the anarchists, not to speak of the monarchists and liberal capitalists, conducted feudal putsches or preparations for putsches without the slightest popular backing. The Bolsheviks set up a powerful and hideous secret police. The anarchist Makhno established two such forces with a horrific reputation in their territory, repressing all political parties as mercilessly as the Reds suppressed all parties save their own. Only the left-wing Mensheviks around Martov can be excused from the general charge of indiscriminate terror and violence. And these avoided the dangers of revolutionary excess only at the cost of avoiding any positive perspective for the revolution itself. Balance sheet of the year one. Victor Serge's narrative is itself not exempt from the sectarian intolerance characteristic of a period of mortal combat between rival doctrinal currents. Despite his real effort to retain historical detachment amid the pressures of his confessed partisanship, his judgment on several important points was warped by fervor. He is unfair and inaccurate on the pre-revolutionary politics of the Menshevik Party, and evasive in recounting the story of the Chaika suppression of the anarchists. Himself an ex-anarchist of very recent conversion to Bolshevism, he must have found it impossible to be objective towards those who still adhered to the ideology he had spurned. There is also, from time to time, an excessive readiness to offer simple, conspiratorial explanations for complex events, a tendency doubtless deriving from Serge's long immersion in the archives of the Tsarist secret police, that fund of startling secrets on the infiltration of the revolutionary movement by spies and agents. More generally, Serge's command of Marxist sociology is sometimes surprisingly crude in relating ideological divergencies to variations of social class. What he calls Lenin's proletarian realism was not by any means a characteristic of Russian working-class militants in the issue concerned, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. Many communists in industrial centers favored the continuation of the war with Germany. Equally, while Serge is correct in naming the middle peasants as the sociological base of the SR party, he is unconvincing in his suggestion that the SR's vacillation and utopianism expressed the mentality of a rural, petty bourgeois stratum. This mindless enthusiasm, alternating between patriotic euphoria and ultimatist violence, was surely typical of a floating urban intelligentsia rather than of a stolid peasantry. Despite these shortcomings, remarkably few considering the circumstances of its composition, year one of the Russian Revolution seizes the thread of reason, of causality, from out of the chaos of miseries and exaltations, ideals and their disappointments, bloody precedents and bloodier consequences, that constituted the early fortunes of Russian Bolshevism. In our own era, when the forces of Marxist and libertarian radicalism are asserting and assembling a fresh identity, it may not be too much to hope that this work will fulfill the main purpose intended by its author, that of drawing the lessons of the last victorious workers' revolution as a necessary preparation for the successful advent of the next. Peter Sedgwick, 1972. Translator's Acknowledgements. The editorial apparatus to this version is extensive, for a variety of reasons. It has been necessary to update some of Serge's biographical and political addenda, to correct or amplify some of his conclusions in the light of later research, and to fill out the short bibliographical references of the original edition. Both the inaccessibility of many of the texts cited and my own linguistic incapacity have made it impossible to provide page references for most of the sources. An exception has been made for the frequent quotations from Lenin, where reference is given to the corresponding passages in the English edition of the collected works published by Lawrence and Wishart in London in 1969. These citations, like many from other authors, are given by Serge in his own French translation, often with slight paraphrases or personal renderings. Serge's version has been translated throughout the text, i.e., there has been no recourse to the original source even when this is in English or has an alternative English version. A few of the notes are the result of my own research in the archives of the British government for 1917–18. Allied policy towards Russia, as Professor Richard Ullman has remarked. In these years largely originated in London. When intervention got underway, of all foreign governments, that of the United Kingdom was the most heavily involved. Both directly, through the use of its own military, naval, and air forces, and indirectly, through the provision of material assistance and advice in the campaign to unseat the Bolsheviks. R. H. Ullman, Intervention and the War, Princeton, 1961, page 7. Britain and the Russian Civil War, Princeton, 1968, page 7. Since, to quote Ullman once again, 1961, page 334, there is considerable truth in the often repeated Soviet assertion that the terror was a direct result of intervention, it has seemed worthwhile to explore the responsibilities of British policy in some of the earlier episodes of the Civil War recorded by Serge. The Milner Papers kept in the Bodleian Library, Oxford, and the State Papers in the Public Record Office, these last having been still unavailable to scholars at the time of Professor Ullman's first volume, have been used in addition to published accounts by scholars and biographers. My acknowledgments for the production of the editorial material must extend firstly to several invaluable books. Ullman's two rich and detailed volumes mentioned above. Robert Conquest's The Great Terror, London, 1968, and W. H. Chamberlain's classic, The Russian Revolution, 1917–1921, London, 1935. I am indebted to Paul Evrich both in respect of his fine book The Russian Anarchists, Princeton, 1967, and for an illuminating correspondence. To Oliver Caldecott of Penguin Books for patient advice during the writing and for the enthusiasm of a Serge devotee, and to Edie Sedgwick for her encouragement and much lively discussion on Russian anarchism. All citations from British government papers appear by permission of the Controller of Her Majesty's Stationery Office, in whom the Crown copyright is vested for the material quoted both from the Public Record Office archives and the Milner Papers. I am grateful to Dr. G.V. Bennett, the librarian of New College, Oxford, for according me, on behalf of the warden and fellows of that college, permission to work in the Milner Papers deposited in the Bodleian. My thanks are finally due to the staff of the following libraries for their promptness and care: the Bodleian Library, Oxford, the British Museum Reading Room, Liverpool Public Libraries, the London School of Economics Library, the Library of the London School of Slavonic Studies, New York Public Library, the Public Record Office, York City Library, and York University's Morell Library. It remains to thank Deborah Thompson for the thoroughness of the index. Preface to the 1930 edition. In this book, I have tried to provide a truthful, reasonable, and living portrayal of the first struggles of Russia's socialist revolution. My chief aim has been to display, for the benefit of the proletarian classes, those lessons which can be drawn from one of the greatest and decisive epochs of class struggle in modern history. With this in mind, I could express no other point of view but that held by the proletarian revolutionaries. This has an advantage for the reader who does not accept communist doctrines. It enables him to acquire an idea of how the revolution was understood, and is still understood by those who actually made it. The impartiality of the historian is no more than a myth, designed to prop up certain convenient opinions. It has been destroyed, if it needed destroying, by the character of the historical works which emerged from the Great War. The historian is always a man of his time, of his social class, of his nation, of his political habitat. Today, however, the only open partiality which is compatible with complete devotion to the truth is that of the proletarian historian. The working class is the only class which has everything to gain, whatever the circumstances, by knowing the truth. It has nothing to keep hidden, at any rate not in history. Social lies have the same function as they ever had, that of deceiving the working class. This class refutes deception in order that it can conquer. Its refutation of deceit is the measure of its conquest. There are, doubtless, certain cases of proletarian historians who have bent history to suit the biases of contemporary politics. In doing so, they have surrendered to traditions which are totally alien to their calling and have subordinated, to sectional and temporary interests, the prior and permanent interests of their class. It is an example from which I have shrunk. If, as is probable, my account turns out, at various points, to be a misrepresentation of the truth, it will have been unintentionally so, either through lack of information or through my own error. As it is, the book is bound to be very defective. I have been absorbed by other tasks, leading the life of a militant in an age filled with commotion. I have always lacked the repose and leisure which are so necessary for historical research. It is for these reasons that those who make history rarely have the opportunity to write it. Besides, the material that forms the basis for the present study is not in a fit state to be worked with. The facts are too recent and too alive. The ash in the crucible is too warm. It burns you when you touch it. The literature existing in Russia on the subject of the October Revolution bears the character of abundance rather than of richness. Memoirs, reports, notes, documents, fragmentary studies have been appearing in profusion. It must, however, be remarked that it is extraordinarily difficult to know what use to make of this immense documentation, excessively subordinated as it is to agitational aims. Systematic studies, aiming to cover the whole field, are almost completely absent. The history of the parties, of the Civil War, of the Red Army, of the Terror, and of the various workers' organizations has not been begun, even in outline. Apart from a few writings of a very summary description, not one serious history of the revolution has yet been published in the USSR, not that anybody should be surprised at this. The writers on military topics are the only ones who have undertaken any fundamental appraisal of at least some of the problems that interest them. In these circumstances, one has no alternative but to refer to the autobiographies of participants, which have serious faults. Even in the best cases, revolutionaries make only tolerable chroniclers. What makes matters worse is that they have usually set pen to paper for certain very restricted ends: commemoration at anniversaries, homage, polemic, and even the deformation of history at the whim of certain momentary interests. The more specialized works, e.g. monographs on local episodes, offer few indications of scientific worth. In turning to some use the bulk of this documentation, I have been mainly concerned to search in it for the significant particular. In order that the reader can be provided with concrete data for his own evaluation, I have provided details and quotations quite extensively. My sources have been indicated only when I was dependent on previous writings of genuine value, or when I felt that I should emphasize the authority of a particular witness, or finally, with the aim of easing the reader's own investigations into the period. I intend to continue this work if I have any chance of doing so. I shall be particularly grateful to any readers who may like to write to draw my attention to this book's deficiencies, or to any questions on which they would like some further enlightenment. I shall now try to situate the Year 1 in its context within the history of the revolution. The Year 1 of the Proletarian Revolution, or of the Soviet Republic, begins on November 7, 1917, October 25, Old Style, and ends, of course, on November 7, 1918, at the moment when the German Revolution erupts. There is an almost perfect coincidence between the dates of the calendar and that first phase of the historic drama which starts with the victorious insurrection and ends with the spreading of the revolution to Central Europe. In this period, we see the appearance, for the first time, of all the problems which the dictatorship of the proletariat is called upon to resolve: organization of distribution and production, internal and external defense, policy towards the middle classes, intellectuals and peasantry, the life of the party and the Soviets. We shall call this first period the phase of proletarian conquest. It comprises the seizure of power, the conquest of territory, the mastery of production, the creation of state and army, the acquisition of the right to survive. The German Revolution marks the opening of the next phase, that of the international struggle, or more exactly, the armed defense, sometimes an aggressive defense, of the base of the international revolution. In 1919, a first coalition is formed against the Soviet Republic. The Allies, finding the blockade insufficient to achieve their purposes, encouraged the establishment of counter-revolutionary states in Siberia, Archangel, the South, and the Caucasus. In October 1919, at the end of the Year 2, the Republic seems to be at death's door, besieged by 3 white armies. Kolchak is marching on the Volga. Denikin has invaded the Ukraine and marches upon Moscow. Yudenich, with support from a British naval squadron, marches on Petrograd. By a miracle of energy, the Republic gains the victory. The famine, the invasions, the terror, the heroic, implacable, ascetic regime of war communism continue. In the following year, the European coalition drives on Poland to attack the Soviets at the very moment when the end of the terror has been decreed. While the Second Congress of the Communist International is sitting in Moscow, the Red Army arrives at the gates of Warsaw and causes the threat of a new revolutionary crisis to cross Europe. This period ends in November-December 1920 with Wrangel's defeat in the Crimea and the conclusion of peace with Poland. The Civil War appears to be at an end. However, peasant insurrections and the Kronstadt Rising give a brutal revelation of the gravity of the conflict between the socialist regime and the peasant masses. A third phase, which could be called that of economic reconstruction, opens in 1921 with the new economic policy, NEP for short, and ends in 1925-6 with the recovery of production to its pre-war level, admittedly with an increased population. We must briefly recall what NEP amounted to. The proletarian dictatorship found itself compelled, after the defeats of the European working class, to make economic concessions to the rural petty bourgeoisie. The abolition of the state grain monopoly, freedom of trade, the toleration of private capitalism within certain limits. The socialist state maintains all its commanding positions in the economic field and makes no concessions in politics. This serious retreat, the word is Lenin's, undertaken to prepare a later progress towards socialism, restores peace to the country and facilitates recovery. From 1925-6 onwards, the history of the proletarian revolution in Russia enters its fourth phase. Economic reconstruction is completed in 5 years after the end of the Civil War, a remarkable accomplishment for a nation so severely depleted and then thrown back on its own resources. From this point on, the task is to enlarge production and match the productive level of the great capitalist powers. All the old problems present themselves again in a fresh light. This is the phase of industrialization, resumption of struggle between the classes, growing more and more bitter, intensification of the evils of a proletarian revolution which is confined within national boundaries and surrounded by capitalist states. But now we are in the present, in life, in struggle. Nothing can form a better grounding for an appreciation of these recent issues than the knowledge of the revolution's heroic beginnings, in which men were steeled, ideas were developed, institutions were molded. Since the events studied in this book, 12 years have passed. The Proletarian Republic, founded by the insurrection of November 7, 1917, is still alive. In Russia, the working class has shown itself capable of exercising power, of organizing the economy, of vanquishing its enemies within and without, and of persevering in its historic mission. All this in the most unpromising of conditions. All the uncertainties and errors of men, all the dissensions and political battles must not be allowed to blur this great fact, but rather emphasize it further in our eyes. The proletarian revolution is continuing. Upon all those whose class interests do not range them against the revolution, a double duty now falls. Internally, that is, within the USSR and in the international revolutionary movement of workers, to serve the revolution by fighting the evils which afflict it, by learning to defend it against its own defects, by making every effort towards the ceaseless elaboration and practice of a politics inspired by the higher interests of the world proletariat. Externally, to defend the first workers' republic, to be vigilant for its security, and to note its deeds and its struggles with the aim of drawing those lessons which tomorrow, for other peoples, will throw light on the future paths of the world's transformation. Since the greater part of this book was written in the USSR, I must apologize for having been unable to use a number of important texts which have recently been published abroad. It has been impossible for me to obtain them. Victor Serge. January 1930. 1. From Serfdom to Proletarian Revolution. 1861. The Emancipation of the Serfs. Sequences in world history are so tightly interconnected that it is often necessary to go back a long while in order to get some more than arbitrary idea of the causes of an event, especially when the event concerned is as grandiose as the Russian Revolution. The close of the 18th and the first half of the 19th century are marked in the history of Western Europe by a social transformation which is painful, radical, and pregnant with immense possibilities. The bourgeois revolution. The Ancien Regime monarchies were the heirs of the feudal system over which they had triumphed in the bloody struggles of an earlier age, aided by the people of the communes, a revolutionary force of their time. These kingdoms rested on large-scale landed property, noble or feudal, on the bureaucratic absolutism of the royal dynasty, and on the hierarchy of orders in the realm, with the nobility and clergy taking precedence over the bourgeoisie. Of these social classes, the older dominant orders were in a state of decline, and the other, the bourgeoisie of commerce, manufacturing, finance, and parliament, was sinking powerful roots among the lower artisan classes and developing traditions of work, thrift, business honesty, dignity, and political liberty, the latter, as always, being greatly valued among the subject classes of society. Growing in strength and in the consciousness of its own needs, and principally of the necessity to sweep away all obstacles in the way of its own advancement, the bourgeoisie was making its way towards power. The French Revolution of 1789–93 opened the series of bourgeois revolutions. What is the Third Estate, meaning the bourgeoisie? The Abbé Sieyès, one of the future men of Thermidor and Brumaire, speculated in 1789. Nothing. What must it become? Everything. It took until about 1850 to complete the bourgeois revolution in Europe. Napoleon's armies carried it from Madrid and Lisbon as far as Vienna and Berlin. The revolutions of 1830 and 1848 are its final political convulsions. In the meantime, the Industrial Revolution had begun, a revolution perhaps even more radical, the first steam engine, that produced by what dates from 1769. Fulton invents the steamboat in 1807 and Stephenson the locomotive in 1830. Jacquard's loom is from 1802. Large-scale mechanized industry, with assistance from the railways, fills the cities of work and misery with a new transforming force, the proletariat. Hot in the steps of the bourgeois revolution, characterized by the abolition of feudal privileges and the system of monarch, nobles, and castes, the conquest of the freedoms necessary for industrial growth, the social hegemony of the bourgeoisie, and the omnipotence of money. Fresh battles break out in the newly won terrain. The proletariat, even before it recognizes its mission as the liberator of humanity, demands its right to a human existence. Throughout the first half of the 19th century, Russia remains outside the influence of the revolutionary convulsions in the West. The Ancien regime, serfdom, privileges of nobility, and church, czarist autocracy, is here impregnable. The Decembrist military conspiracy of 1825 scarcely ruffles it. From 1840 onwards, the need for serious reform does begin to be apparent. Agricultural production is poor, grain exports low, the growth of manufacturing industry slowed down through the shortage of labor. Capitalist development is being impeded through aristocracy and serfdom. It is a perilous situation, which is given a fairly astute solution in the Act of Liberation of February 19, 1861, abolishing serfdom. The emancipated peasant now has to buy up tiny, neatly truncated plots of land, and passes from a feudal subjection to an economic one. He must now work harder, and manufacturing industry will find in the countryside the free manpower it needs so badly. With a population of 67 million in this epoch, Russia had 23 million serfs belonging to 103,000 landlords. The arable land which the freed peasantry had to rent or buy was valued at about double its real value, 342 million rubles instead of 180 million. Yesterday's serfs discovered that, in becoming free, they were now hopelessly in debt. Between this great reform of Alexander II, the Tsar Liberator, and the Revolution of 1905, the lot of Russia's peasants will worsen uninterruptedly. The reform of 1861 gave them about 5 hectares of land per male inhabitant. By 1900, the rapid population increase will leave the mujiks with less than 3 hectares per head. 70% of the farmers possessed an area of cultivation below the minimum needed to support their families. On the other hand, in 1876, 15 years after the reform, the export sales of Russian grain on the European market had risen by 140%, causing a fall in the world price of cereals. In 1857–9, Russia exports only 8,750,000 quarters, English measure, of cereal crops. In 1871–2 it exports 21,080,000. For commerce, for industry, for landed property, and for the governing bureaucracy, the emancipation of the serfs was good business. The peasants simply exchanged one form of slavery for another and became subject to periodic famines. The abolition of serfdom in Russia coincides with the War of Secession and the abolition of slavery in the United States of America, 1861–3. Both in the Old World and the New, the growth of capitalism demands the replacement of the slave or serf by the free worker, free, that is, to sell his toil. The free worker works better, more intensively, and more conscientiously. Large mechanized industry is incompatible with primitive methods of compulsion. In their place it substitutes economic constraint, the concealed compulsion of hunger whose efficacy is different in nature from that of naked violence. 1881. The People's Will. At the very time when his great reform was being implemented, in the year 1863, the Tsar Liberator crushed the Polish Rising in the blood of its patriots. There were 1,468 executions. The initial path of capitalist development in Russia may have been cleared by the reform of 1861, but the way ahead for it was not without obstacles. There was no equality of civil rights. Initiative was clogged by a rigid bureaucratic and police apparatus. Privileged castes maintained their position in the state. The bourgeoisie was kept at a distance from the levers of power and saw its interests, which it sincerely identified with the general interests of progress, constantly misrepresented by reactionary values, or else sacrificed to the demands of the czarist court, the nobility, or the big landlords. Disturbances among the peasantry became a constant problem. Within the petty bourgeoisie, deprived of any rights or assured future, and mauled both by the old regime and by ascendant capitalism, the young intelligentsia had become captivated by the advanced ideas of the West and promised to be a favorable ground for the seeds of revolution. New reforms, such as the reorganization of the judiciary, the statute on local governments, and the abolition of corporal punishment, coexisted with pitiless acts of repression such as the deportation of the thinker Chernyshevsky to Siberia, where he spent 20 years. The first important revolutionary movement in Russia, that of the Narodniki or populists, from the word narod meaning people, was impelled by a number of factors: the weakness of the Russian bourgeoisie proper, which constantly tended towards compromise with reaction, the non-existence of any liberal movement, the desperate plight of the peasantry, the common people, and the propertyless intellectuals, the rigors of repression, and the influence of Western socialism, with its heritage from the revolutionary tradition of 1848. The Narodniki hoped for a popular revolution and saw the old Russian rural commune, or mir, as the foundation on which a peasant socialism could be built. They believed that enlightened minorities owed imperious duties towards the people. They had faith in an intellectual elite, in human personality, in critical thought, and in idealism. Pyotr Lavrov and Mikhailovsky equipped the movement with a philosophy, and the indomitable Bakunin gave it the lesson of struggle. This is the period of going to the people. In their thousands, young men and women from the aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, and the petty bourgeoisie go to the people, forsaking career and comfort to work in manual labor, to experience hardship, hunger, toil in prison, Siberia, and Geneva. Circles of rebels are formed, attracting the sympathy of enlightened elements. They are persecuted and repressed. Out of their wreckage, in 1878, comes the secret society Land and Liberty, which soon splits into two parties: the Black Partition, which advocates propaganda in the countryside, and the Narodnaya Volya, People's Will, which promotes terrorism. History is too slow, says one of its leaders, Zelyabov. We must hurry it on, or the nation will have degenerated before the liberals wake up and start work again. The party's program is somewhat confused: the land to the people, the factories to the workers, a constituent assembly, and a republic, a constitution. Some of the Narodniki would have been content with a constitutional monarchy. They had a very clear idea of what had to be destroyed. They were far less preoccupied with what had to be built afterwards. In the absence of any other method of action, the men of the peoples will resorted to the assassination of individuals. Our party has no other method it can use, one of them wrote a few days before mounting the scaffold. Political assassination is one of our most efficient weapons in the struggle against Russian despotism, wrote the party's organ Land and Liberty. The party numbered fewer than 50 members, but these were heroic and dedicated men, energetic, fearless, intelligent, willing to face death. The first important attempt was that made by the student Vera Zasulik, who shot at General Trepov in 1878. A monster trial had just taken place, in which 193 defendants accused of revolutionary activities had appeared before the judges of St. Petersburg. Out of 770 arrested, 70 had died in prison during the preliminary investigation, which had taken several years. The trial, which was a complete farce, ended with 94 acquittals, 36 deportations, and one sentence of 10 years hard labor. Meanwhile, Trepov, the St. Petersburg chief of police, had a student who was in prison beaten with sticks. The punishment was quite legal. he explained afterwards. After all, the condemned student was not of noble blood. Vera Zasulich was acquitted in her trial. Russian terrorism, as can be seen, came to its fruition in a supercharged atmosphere. Assassinations soon followed. The dreaded Executive Committee of the People's Will Party met in secret to pass sentences of death, complete with a statement of charges, and these were communicated to the persons concerned. The Tsar duly received his. Then the tribunal carried out sentence. The police chief Mezentsev was stabbed by unknown assailants in a St. Petersburg street. The governor of Kharkov, a prince of the Kropotkin family, was executed. The Tsar replied to the murder of his servants by referring all political cases before courts-martial and by having gallows erected for any who fell foul of police revenge. The nation was a mute bystander in this duel between the autocracy and a handful of revolutionaries. 31 revolutionaries were hanged or shot. The prime target for the people's will was the head of the whole system, the king stag of the herd. On 14 April 1879, the student Soloviev fired 5 pistol shots at Alexander II. On December 1 the same year, an explosion derailed the imperial train not far from Moscow. On February 17, 1880, the dining room in the Winter Palace exploded seconds before the imperial family was due to enter it. On March 1, 1881, Alexander II at last met his death in St. Petersburg, mangled by bombs. His 5 executioners, Sofia Perovskaya, Zelyabov, Kibalchik, Mikhailov, and Rusakov, were hanged. With these casualties, the party lost its finest leaders, some of them the finest revolutionary personalities known to history. The party was decapitated. Other social forces, as yet unperceived, were now entering the battle. 1885. The birth of the labor movement. Over the next 10 years, from 1881 to 1890, reaction makes a determined counterattack. Serfdom is more than half reinstated. At his accession, the new Tsar, Alexander III, proclaims the autocracy to be unshakable. The establishment of the Okhrana, the defensive, follows. A political police armed with extensive powers and funds. A press law lays down preventive censorship for journals suspected by the authorities. 1882. They can even be suppressed. In 1889, the legalized servitude of the peasant is sanctified with the creation of headships of rural communes, zemsky nakolniki, chosen from among the nobility on the nomination of the big landlords and endowed with wide authority. The rights of the aristocracy are extended. Higher education is reserved by law for the governing classes. Students have to wear compulsory uniform and are placed under strict police surveillance. A noble's rural credit bank and a peasant's rural credit bank are founded, the first to assist the squirearchy and landed gentry, the second to further the progress of the rich peasants. The Russification of Poland, Finland, the Baltic provinces, and the Caucasus is pursued relentlessly. The Jews, who have been harried by the recent pogroms of 1881-2, are now compelled to reside in the gubernias of the southeast and in Poland. Residence in the provincial capitals is forbidden to them, and nearly 1.5 million Jews, hounded from the cities where they were settled, return to their places of origin. 1888. Overcrowding and indescribable misery in the Jewish centers are the results of this legislation. It will not be repealed until 1917. The quota of places permitted to Jews in the universities is limited to 10% in so-called Jewish territory and to 2% in the capitals. M. Rambaud has remarked that under Alexander III, the fate of the Jews was rather like that inflicted on the Huguenots in France through the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. The causes of this phase of reaction were entirely economic, as M. N. Pokrovsky has demonstrated. We have noted the added impetus in corn exports from Russia, i.e. in the development of commercial capital, as the result of the emancipation of the serfs. At that period world corn prices were high. From 1870 onwards they declined. The price of Russian wheat abroad fell from 1 ruble 54 kopecks per pud, a pud being about 37 pounds in weight, to 74 kopecks, or less than half. The export of grain now played a leading role in the Russian economy. The autocracy entered on a protectionist policy and insisted that customs dues had to be paid in gold. The cost of manufactured goods to the peasantry rose sharply, and since the best land had been taken off him after the emancipation of 1861, He had to work still harder to make a living and had to rent land, often the same land that had been wrested from him, at a high charge. The amount of rented land increased tenfold in the Saratov gubernia between 1860 and 1880. The pauperization of the peasantry was quick to follow. In 11 years in the province of Oral, the number of cattle owned by the peasants fell by 1/5. In 1884, 2.5 million peasant families out of a total of 9 million did not own a horse, see Pokrovsky. The legal measures taken to prevent the proletarianization of the peasantry, according to the official dream, by attaching him to his plot, were powerless in the face of these economic factors. It is at this moment that Russian industry begins to expand. Through the impoverishment of the countryside, 10 million starving proletarians are placed at its disposal. A vast internal market is assured to it thanks to the more intensive labor of the peasants who are, increasingly, devoting all their time to the farming of grain crops and abandoning the local production of the fabrics, tools, etc. that they consume. Foreign capital gushes in. The total industrial production of Russia, valued in 1877 at 541 million rubles, rises to 1,816 million in 1897, and the stake of foreign capital in it rises to 1,500 million rubles. In 10 years, from 1887 to 1897, the number of proletarians in the engineering industry goes up from 103,000 to 151,000, and in the textile industry from 309,000 to 642,000. The condition of this proletariat was pitiful. The textile workers in the Moscow region usually lived inside the mill itself, sleeping in the workshops. Even in the case of the best-paid workers, it was rare for a family to have the use of one whole room. Several families would generally be crowded together in a single room. There was an entire population of wretched cellar dwellers in the cities. Infant mortality was frightful, and the working day was often as long as 14 hours. In 1899, the weavers of Petrograd, who till then had worked 14 hours a day, waged a strike which won them a legal day of 111/2 hours. Wages were very irregularly paid. In 1883, in 110 Moscow factories out of a total of 181, the payment of wages was entirely dependent on the employer's goodwill. Fines, inflicted on the slightest pretext, rained down on the workers' wage packet. Industry was a gold mine for its owners. From 1850 onward, strikes began to multiply. Towards 1875, Tchaikovsky's little group, which includes Pyotr Kropotkin, is active among the workers of St. Petersburg. In 1877, during a trial of working men, the weaver Pyotr Alexiev utters memorable words. The brawny hand of the worker will one day crush the autocracy into dust. The first socialist demonstration by workers takes place in St. Petersburg, in the open square before the Kazan Cathedral, on December 6, 1876. At it, the student G.V. Plekhanov, the future leader of Russian social democracy, unfurls the red flag for the first time on Russian soil. The Association of Workers of the North is founded in 1878-9 by the joiner Stepan Kalturin, a friend and comrade of Zhiliabov. Kalturin fails in his aim of forming a workers' organization, turns to terrorism and dies on the gallows in 1882. The first victorious strike by Russian workers, victorious, in fact, despite the intervention of troops and the 600 arrests that initially gave formal victory to the employers, took place at the Morozov spinning mills at Orakovo-Zuev in 1885. In the following year, a law was passed which satisfied the strikers' demands. The first Russian revolutionary grouping with a Marxist tendency is founded in Switzerland by G.V. Plekhanov in 1883, a year before the dissolution of the Executive Committee of the People's Will. It is called the Emancipation of Labor Group and numbers no more than 5 émigrés. The first social democratic organization in Russia itself will not be founded till 10 years later. It is in 1892 that we see the beginnings, in St. Petersburg and Moscow, of the unions of struggle for the emancipation of the working class. These are formed definitively only in 1895. The branch in St. Petersburg has 2 founders, V. I. Lenin and Y. O. Martov. The school teacher, N. K. Krupskaya, is also involved. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who will later sign his writings N. Ilyin and then N. Lenin, is 25. The son of a head teacher at Simbursk, he is of petty bourgeois stock, like most of the revolutionary intellectuals who founded the Russian socialist movement. His brother Alexander, implicated in one of the last conspiracies of the People's Will, was hanged in 1887. The adolescent Lenin has matured in the shadow of the gibbet erected for his elder brother. His subversive opinions have caused him to be expelled from the University of Kazan, where he was reading law. 1895 to 1903, the Party of the Proletariat. From now on, the history of Russia will follow two paths, distinct though converging. The attention of scholars has been focused only on one of these, the one that appears in broad daylight. Historians study the deeds and the laws of emperors, diplomatic activities, military conquests, changes of government, and the various reforms. They perceive the famines, especially the great one of 1891, and sometimes the civil commotions. These events have their importance, which we would be the last to decry, but any observer today who wants to understand the history of Russia, and indeed of the world, must pay the greatest possible attention to other happenings. The troubles in the countryside, the strikes, the formation of the revolutionary parties, and the economic necessities which are linked with these events by bonds of direct causation. The period we are now viewing, 1890 to 1903, is that of the rise of the Proletarian Party. It is marked by the Franco-Russian understanding, soon to become an actual alliance, 1891 to 4, by the advance of the Russians into Central Asia, Turkestan, and Pamir, where they collide with British interests, and into the Far East, where they help to rob Japan of the full fruits of her victory of 1895 over China, by the massacre of the Armenians in Turkey and the Balkan intrigues of Russian diplomacy, which succeed in getting the Bulgarian statesman Stambulov assassinated, 1894, by the First Peace Conference at The Hague, summoned on the initiative of Nicholas II, by the war in the Transvaal, the Spanish-American War, the war against China, the Anglo-Japanese alliance, the beginnings of the encirclement of Germany. The colonial expansion of the European powers, in other words, the division of the globe among capitalist national blocs, is completed. This summary cataloging of dates should be enough to display the profound forces which were already propelling capitalist society towards that final parting of the ways, the imperialist Great War. Equally in preparation were the forces of revolution, engendered by the same forces of capitalist development, but growing outside the public view in the shadows. The Second International of World Labor is resurrected in 1889 at its Paris Congress, where Plekhanov, as the representative of Russia's first social democratic group, affirms that the Russian Revolution will triumph as the revolution of the working class, else not at all. Lively polemics are being conducted in Russia within socialist circles, between populists, Narodniki, and Marxists. The former contend that the evolution of capitalism in agrarian Russia is neither necessary nor probable. In the ancient rural communities, they discern the embryonic forms of a specifically Russian agrarian socialism. The proletariat appears to them as an important but secondary element in the revolution, and the revolution itself is conceived by them as one which must replace the autocracy by a democratic regime founded on the people's rights. Plekhanov and Lenin reply to them by establishing the inevitable nature of capitalist development in Russia, and by formulating the theory of the dominance of the proletariat, which is destined not to serve a revolution made by other classes but to make its own revolution, that is, to play the decisive role in the country's destinies. Unions of struggle for the emancipation of the working class now exist in a number of places. In the St. Petersburg branch, the student Krasin is working. In Odessa, Ryazanov, Steklov, and Tsiparovich are active. In Tula, there is Kinchuk. A little later, in 1896, at Nikolaev, the student Bronstein, later to be known as Trotsky, assists in the foundation of the Workers' Association of South Russia. The first Congress of Russian Social Democracy is held at Minsk, White Russia, in 1894. It is attended by 9 delegates. Pyotr Struve is there and draws up the manifesto of the party. In it, we find the following pregnant statement. The farther east one goes in Europe, the more base, weak, and cowardly does the bourgeoisie appear, and the more gigantic are the cultural and political tasks that fall to the lot of the proletariat. As socialist propaganda penetrates the consciousness of the Russian labor movement, it falls also under the influence of the more advanced elements in the liberal bourgeoisie, who have joined social democratic organizations, people like Prokopovich and Kaskova. Russia's brand of opportunism in this period receives the description of economism. It declares that the workers' only interest is in economic matters, that politics is of little or no account. It tries to direct the proletarian movement into a simple, non-political trade unionism. It condemns the idea of violent revolution, coinciding on this point with Bernstein, who is working away within German social democracy on the revision of Marx, and places its faith in the evolution of capitalism. This is the time when legal Marxism takes root in Russia. The liberal bourgeoisie finds it an excellent weapon. Plekhanov and Lenin devote themselves to fighting these ideologies, whose triumph would confuse and mislead the workers' movement. The keen judgment, sharpness of view and proletarian intransigence evident in their polemic earn them much admiration. Later, Plekhanov will change. He will fail and then betray. Lenin will remain the same throughout his life, unshakably loyal to the class he has elected to serve, with the clear vision of genius. It is in prison in 1896 that Lenin writes his pamphlet on the strikes. It is in exile in Siberia in 1897 that he formulates the tasks of Russian social democracy in a short programmatic text. Out of deportation as an exile in Munich, he publishes in 1900 the first numbers of the first journal Iskra, The Spark, which devotes itself to two tasks: to safeguard proletarian ideology against deviations, mutilations, and degeneracies, and to direct the sympathies of all revolutionary oppositional elements towards the proletariat. Iskra fights against all the varieties of Russian opportunism, the equivalent of Bernsteinism and French Millerandism. It crosses swords with the first socialist revolutionary organizations of Russia. It struggles to rally the students and intelligentsia to the side of the proletariat. In the period 1894 to 1903, the students are in the vanguard of the revolutionary movement. With increasing sharpness, the middle classes are taking up a stand against Sodom. Lenin, V. Nevsky has written, and the other editors of Iskra repeatedly undertook the defense of the revolutionary intellectuals against the demagogic speeches of those who cried, "Down with the intellectuals." Iskra, finally, condemns the individual terrorism practiced by the socialist revolutionaries, preaching instead the cause of action by the masses. In 1902 there appears What Is to Be Done, one of Lenin's key works. In it he insists on the necessity for forming, at long last, a revolutionary organization capable of decisive and consistent activity. Its mainspring must be a body of professional revolutionaries who are totally dedicated to the movement. Only at this price will resistance to the autocracy's formidable machine and the final overthrow of the latter be possible. Henceforth, the building of this organization will guide all Lenin's indefatigable efforts. The Second Congress of Russian Social Democracy meets in 1903 at Brussels. Police interference compels the delegates to move from there to London. 60 militants are present. They include Trotsky, now back from Siberia, Noah Jordania, and N. Bauman, who will be killed in 1905. The Congress splits into majoritarians, Bolsheviki, and minoritarians, Mensheviki, on a number of points defined by Plekhanov and Lenin, both of them Bolsheviki. Plekhanov demands a policy of no compromise with the liberals, defends the use of the death penalty against landlords and members of the Tsarist dynasty, and denounces parliamentary fetishism. Lenin, in a memorable debate on Article 1 of the party rules, insists that a condition of membership must be active participation in active work in an illegal organization, a condition which the Menshevik draft version tries to evade in order to keep the party open to sympathizing intellectuals. The Congress marks the definite split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. The Socialist Revolutionary Party. The Socialist Revolutionary Party grows up concurrently with a host of other groups which continue the Narodnik traditions opposed by Plekhanov and Lenin. In distinction from the Social Democrats, who form the party of the proletariat, the Socialist Revolutionary Party tries to be the party of the proletariat, the peasantry, and the advanced intelligentsia all at once. As with the first Marxist organizations, the intellectuals are the most numerous element in it, but whereas social democracy demands that these enter the service of the proletariat, and only gives them a hearing to the extent that they speak for the proletarian cause, in the Socialist Revolutionary Party it is the intellectuals as such who are given a decisive role. Narodnik theory teaches, in effect, that conscious individual personalities, endowed with critical thinking and constituting a minority elite, have a crucial influence over the destinies of society. This conception, typical for an advanced intelligentsia in that it assigns a grossly exaggerated weight to critical thinking and individual moral worth, is evidence of a serious failure to grasp economic factors, the role of the masses, the activity of the masses, and the class struggle. The very idea of struggling against Sodom by means of a single party bloc of workers, peasants, and intellectuals, i.e. the educated petty bourgeoisie of the cities, represents, moreover, a misunderstanding of the class struggle. In such a party, the workers will of necessity be kept in a subordinate role, cannot aspire to the working out of their own politics, and in the end are bound to be used for the politics of the middle classes. Reviving the theories of the old Narodniki, the SRs saw the peasant communes as the basis for a future Russian socialism. Their activity lent principally towards the young intelligentsia and the peasantry, as against the Social Democrats, who condemned the tactic in the name of mass action, without, however, denying that some acts of reprisal or legitimate defense against the rulers were perfectly natural. They elevated individual terrorism into a strategy. Their resolutions demanded that such terrorism be exercised in step with the action of the masses, or else in order to stimulate mass action, and in any case under the strict control of the party. A party of intellectuals leaning on the peasantry for support is incapable of utilizing the activity of the worker masses, of which the strike and the street demonstration are the simplest forms. It has no alternative but to resort to terrorist acts. The immensity of the abyss separating the SRs from the revolutionary Marxists is evident. In fact, as Lenin wrote long ago and as history has abundantly demonstrated, the SR leaders were often no more than liberals armed with bombs and revolvers. Even so, up to 1917, when it collapsed politically following the March Revolution, the SR party gave proof of excellent revolutionary qualities. This petty bourgeoisie fought hard and well. The mass membership of the party can only be admired. Along with the Social Democrats and that energetic minority, the anarchists, it was the SRs that populated the prisons, the convict settlements, and the remotest corners of Siberia. They included many fine professional revolutionaries. They gave heroes and martyrs in hundreds to the cause of revolution. Their downfall following March and October 1917 is all the more disillusioning. It reveals the incapacity of the middle classes to lead any revolution in our epoch, and the terrible danger of confused ideologies. The various SR organizations fused into one party in 1901. The main leaders of the party were Catherine Breshko-Breskovskaya, an old militant of great courage who, since her first arrest in 1874, had undergone 2 sentences of penal servitude, experiences of exile, and a life of permanent illegality. Grigory Gershuni, the founder of the party's battle organization and a militant of sparkling intelligence and limitless devotion. Mikhail Gotz, an experienced veteran of the people's will. The politician Viktor Chernov. The engineer Evno Azev, a secret Okhrana agent who was later appointed to direct the party's battle organization. This organization was founded by Gershuni in 1902. Its first act, in the same year, was the execution of the Minister of Education Sipiagin by the student Balmashev, who was later hanged. On the day after the murder, the SR party published an official justification of the act. The following year, Bogdanovich, governor of Ufa, perished under a similar verdict. The arrest of Gershuni, who was delivered to the police by Azev, caused the latter's promotion to the top leadership of the terrorist detachment. A man named Boris Savinkov, for whom terrorism was a vocation and whose courage was indomitable, now found himself under the orders of the agent provocateur. In 1904, the Prime Minister, von Plehve, fell mutilated by Yegor Sazonov's bomb. Sazonov had organized the assassination on instructions from Azev. Next came the turn of the regent of Moscow, Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich, who was executed by Ivan Kalyev. The terrorists Sazonov and Kalyev should be numbered among the most impressive figures of Russian revolutionary history. Assassinations followed at a quickening pace. During the 1905 revolution, after the imperial edict of October 17, the SR party became totally demoralized and ordered an end to the terror. In the new era of reaction which followed, it ordered its battle organization into fresh activity. The number of terrorist acts committed by the party was 58 in 1905, 93 in 1906 and 74 in 1907. As it was composed of very disparate trends, the SR party frequently experienced the departure from it of various elements of the left or the right. Around 1906, a left wing with anarchistic tendencies broke off to form the Union of Maximalists, whose small groups distinguished themselves by terrorist acts of extraordinary daring. 1905. The First Russian Revolution and its causes. It has often been remarked that the revolution of 1905 was the dress rehearsal for the one of 1917. It was a rehearsal for which the whole of previous Russian history had been preparing. On the eve of 1905, 10 million peasant families owned 73 million deciadins of land. There are 27,000 landed proprietors, of whom 18,000 own 62 million decisions, and of this huge area about one-third belongs to 699 extremely rich landlords, the autocracy's firmest backers. Naturally, the best of the land is kept out of the hands of the peasants. Ever since 1861, the plots of land have been parceled out in such a way as to leave the former serf as dependent as possible on the old landlord, from whom he had to rent, usually on ruinous terms, more land in order to keep a livelihood. The peasant pays dues or rights for farming on and tilled land along the roads into his village, for grazing his cattle, for 1,000 other pretexts. From 1900, world prices of cereals begin to recover. Eager for their profit, the landed gentry raise land prices and rents, sometimes doubling them. The population on the land has now increased. In 1861, the peasantry owned an average of 5 decisions of land per male inhabitant. In 1900, a holding of less than half this size is common. Statistical estimates of rural unemployment now run to 10 million. 1895 to 6, 1897 and 1901 are famine years, and during them the export of grain continues. The misery of peasant and worker is a source of wealth for the propertied classes. From 1893 to 1896, the average annual value of Russian exports is 661 million rubles. From 1905 to 1908, in spite of an industrial crisis, the Russo-Japanese War and the Revolution, the export average rises annually to 1,055 million rubles. The annual accumulation of profits grows over the same period from 104 million to 339 million. Foreign capital flows into this land where labor is so cheap and fortunes are so quickly amassed. Between 1894 and 1900, nearly 500 million gold rubles worth of foreign investments enters Russian industry. Despite its recent origins, Russian industry develops vigorously within its own peculiar terms. Its reserves of manpower are limitless, but skilled workers are very scarce. No labor aristocracy is formed. The technical level of industry in this backward country is usually primitive. It is just too easy to do good business. On the other hand, concentration of capital under the influence of foreign investors is more intense even than in German industry. Here is a capitalism with a modem structure, impeded by institutions which, compared with it, are more than a century behind the times. There is little or no labor legislation, no trade unions, no rights of combination, assembly, strike, or speech. The working class, quite simply, have no rights. The working day varies between 10 and 14 hours. In the engineering factories at Bryansk in the south, wages in 1898 are 70 kopecks for a 12-hour day. Textile workers get 14 to 18 rubles a month, with swinging deductions from the wage packet. The working day is longer and the level of wages lower than anywhere else in Europe. This proletariat of mill and factory, concentrated in a few large centers, forms a compact mass of 1,691,000 workers, as of 1904. This state of affairs had its repercussions even among the industrialists. The textile employers, who had only a wretched domestic market in the pauperized countryside, sympathized with the 1905 revolution, at least at first. The engineering employers working on state orders yielded, numbed, after the military disasters in Manchuria. Discontent among the petty bourgeoisie was mounting. The wealthy peasants could see the big landowners blocking any further progress for them. Merchants, artisans, poor folk, and, still more, the intellectuals felt their interests profoundly thwarted and their dignity affronted by the caste system and its bureaucratic despotism. With the exception of the big landlords, the rich nobility, the court, and the fraction of the top bourgeoisie that was linked with Tsardom, all classes in society felt the need for serious changes. 1902 was marked by troubles in the rural districts. Whole villages were shot down or flogged. The great mass strike at Rostov-on-Don revealed the power of the working classes. In the next year, what amounted to a general strike swept the south. The anti-Semitic pogroms at Kishinev, organized by von Plev's police, were a response to these stirrings among the people. Several hundred Jews were butchered. In this period, it occurred to the Tsar's police officials that the labor movement might just as well be staffed and run by themselves. The police chief Zubitov encouraged the establishment, first at Moscow and then at St. Petersburg, of working men's associations enjoying the threefold protection of police, employers, and clergy. However, The pressure of circumstances compelled even this police socialism to lend support to strikes. In 1905, a struggle broke out at the Putilov Works between the workers and the management, who had just sacked 4 members of the Workers' Association patronized by the authorities and directed by the priest Gapon. This black trade unionism was thus catapulted into the leadership of an entire proletariat that had reached the limit of its patience. Gapon is a remarkable character. He seems to have believed sincerely in the possibility of reconciling the true interests of the workers with the authorities' good intentions. At any rate, it was he who organized the movement to petition the Tsar, which ended with the massacre of January 22, 9 Old Style 1905. The petition of the workers of St. Petersburg to Nicholas II, drafted by Gapon and endorsed by tens of thousands of proletarians, was both a lugubrious entreaty and a daring set of demands. It asked for an 8-hour day, recognition of workers' rights, and a constitution, including the responsibility of ministers to the people, separation of church and state, and democratic liberties. From all quarters of the capital, the petitioners, carrying icons and singing hymns, set off marching through the snow, late on a January morning, to see their little father, the Tsar. At every crossroad, armed ambushes were waiting for them. The soldiers machine-gunned them down and the Cossacks charged them. Treat them like rebels had been the emperor's command. The outcome of the day was several hundred dead and as many wounded. This stupid and criminal repression detonated the First Russian Revolution. It also ensured the suicide, for a date 12 years hence, of the Russian autocracy. 1905, the battle over the length and breadth of the nation, whose discontents were already magnified through the Russo-Japanese War. This massacre of workers sent a gust of revolution. A general strike, virtually total, swept through 122 towns and industrial centers and along 10 main railway lines. At Warsaw, the strike took on the character of an insurrection, attested by 90 dead, 176 wounded, and 733 arrests. For a whole year, the Russo-Japanese War had been simply a succession of defeats. The war's causes were various. Sodom, in furtherance of its policy of territorial aggrandizement, had cast its net into Manchuria, an excellent zone for colonization. Possession of Port Arthur would open up China for Russian commerce. French capital, now engaged in the construction of the Trans-Siberian Railway, had far eastern ambitions. The Tsar, now heading an imperial family whose increasing numbers made it more difficult to provide them with endowments, dreamed of Korea as a base for extending the Romanov fortunes. Finally, the statesmen of Russia were by no means averse to the prospect of strengthening the autocracy at home by means of a military victory. Japan, for its part, had been deprived by Russia in 1894 of its spoils of victory over China. It was resolved to conquer Korea, and its designs for a forcible settlement of accounts with Russia were now being encouraged by British imperialism, which wanted a weakening of Russian influence in Asia. The war broke out in February 1904 and was ended by the Treaty of Portsmouth on September 5, 1905. The Russians were defeated in every single engagement on the Yalu, at Liaoyang, at Mukden, at Port Arthur, where they had to capitulate, and lost their entire fleet at the naval battle of Tsushima, May 1905. These shameful defeats were the result of administrative incompetence, the incapacity of the men in charge, and the troubled situation at home, where most of the best troops had to be left. The war cost 1,300 million rubles. Nicholas raised practically the whole sum, around 1,200 million, from abroad, principally on the Paris Stock Exchange. We can make no attempt to trace through, in a few pages, the complex fortunes of the 1905 revolution. We shall sketch only the most important dates and details. The rural troubles began in February. On the 4th of the month, the Grand Duke Sergei was executed by the SR party. On April 17th, an imperial edict, ukase, proclaimed freedom of conscience for all, without touching the powers of the state Orthodox Church. In May, there is the London Bolshevik Congress, the Third Congress of Russian Social Democracy. The Bolshevik faction of the movement has been going through a difficult phase since 1903. Plekhanov, the party's leader, had shortly after the Second Congress gone over to the Mensheviks, as had Trotsky, the latter only for a short time. Throughout the whole revolution he was to work with the Bolsheviks and was even somewhat to the left of them. It was a period of collapse, hesitation, and disarray. Lenin observed, But in reality, the Bolshevik Party was forged in these terrible internal struggles. On the eve of the revolution, it found itself the only organization that was in a state of readiness, the only one armed with clear ideas. The Mensheviks held power in the leading bodies of the party. Despite the seriousness of the situation, they refused to call a party congress where they would have been put into a minority. The Bolsheviks held their own conference in London and the Mensheviks called one in Geneva. Nothing can explain the Bolshevik victory of 1917 better than their attitude in 1905. The Mensheviks maintained that the coming revolution would be a bourgeois one, carrying the bourgeoisie into power and consolidating their rule, opening an era of expanding capitalist development in Russia. A workers' insurrection would be madness. The Bolsheviks accused their adversaries of trailing behind the possessing classes. The proletariat, they insisted, must place itself at the head of the popular upheaval. A bourgeois revolution could only be truly realized within the democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasantry, whose victories would enable the proletariat to advance towards socialism in the next stage. Lenin's guiding idea was that, in the presence of a numerous, powerful, and politically conscious proletariat, there could be no question of a purely bourgeois revolution. At this time, Trotsky and Parvus formed a third tendency within Russian social democracy. While steering clear of the opportunism of the Menshevik members, they linked the destinies of the Russian Revolution to the fate of the European workers' movement in their theory of permanent revolution. Lenin and Krasin persuaded the London Congress to agree to the party's participation in the revolutionary government, which would not recoil either from the accusation of Jacobinism nor from the use of terror. In a revolutionary period, it is stupid and criminal to be afraid of participation in power. Following the report presented by Lunacharsky and Bogdanov, the Congress mandated the party with the task of preparing insurrection. The first phase of the revolution was one of mobilization. Parties and groupings formed themselves: reactionaries, liberals, zemstvos, various petty bourgeois societies, the Peasants' Congress, the Workers' Trade Union. Immediately after Bloody Sunday, trade unions began to spring up everywhere, illegal or semi-legal, often holding their meetings in the woods. Then events accelerated. On June 15th, the battleship Naz Potemkin mutinied. At the camp of Novaya Alexandria, a soldiers' mutiny erupted, organized by the officer Antonov Ovsienko. There was street fighting at Lodz in Poland, 500 dead. The autocracy saw that it had to maneuver. On August 6th, an imperial edict established the Duma of the Empire in accordance with the project of the Bulygin Commission. This assembly, purely consultative in character, was to be elected on a restricted franchise by electoral colleges through an extremely complicated system. Every big landowner was an elector, but every 10 small landowners elected only one elector in their own college. In the towns, only bourgeoisie could vote, the working classes being excluded. Of the intellectuals, only the rich could vote, those with a salary of 1,300 rubles per annum. St. Petersburg had an electorate of 9,500 out of its population of 1.5 million. The bourgeoisie tried to console itself with this shadow of a parliament. At the beginning of October, a general strike broke out, from a dispute which appeared to be very trivial. The compositors in Moscow came out to demand payment for punctuation marks at the same rate as for letters. Gradually, through solidarity action, the strike spread to the whole of Moscow. Then the railway workers joined in throughout the country. It was a formidable stoppage, and a complete one. Even the shops closed down. On the 13th, the Soviet, or Council, of the St. Petersburg workers was founded, on the basis of one deputy for every 500 workers. At this moment, the revolt of the peasants engulfed almost the whole of Russia. The lords' nests were burnt down in hundreds. 2,000 landowners' homes were reduced to cinders. The autocracy hesitated between the path of military dictatorship and that of surrender. The rail strike and the poor state of the troops' loyalties caused it to choose Count Witt's plan, a relative surrender. The imperial edict of October 17th elevated the Duma into a legislative assembly and gave the suffrage, at the second and third stages of election, to the urban petty bourgeoisie and the workers. But this only became a further stimulus. All the democratic freedoms were seized as an accomplished fact. A revolutionary press sprang up and the authorities, powerless, had to tolerate it. The following days saw more anti-Semitic pogroms, an amnesty for political offenses and the granting of autonomy to Finland. The end of October was marked by the military rising of Kronstadt. Then came the revolt of the Black Sea Fleet, whose inspirer, Lieutenant Schmidt, a brave but irresolute man, knew only how to die courageously. A single decisive fact dominates these events. The army, in spite of these explosive defections, remains generally in a state of obedience. The St. Petersburg Soviet had been led at first by a popular lawyer, Krustalev Nozar. He was arrested after a short while and replaced by Trotsky. The Soviet, led by Trotsky and inspired by the Bolsheviks, waged a struggle that was all the more difficult since the weariness of the St. Petersburg proletariat was becoming increasingly acute. Tried in vain to win the 8-hour day by strike action, but failed. A year of struggle had exhausted the workers of the capital. The arrest of the Soviet precipitated only a short strike by a section of workers. In Moscow, on the other hand, where the proletariat had been less active over the preceding months, the fever of rebellion now reached its peak. In vain did the more far-sighted revolutionaries point to the probability of a defeat. The general strike began on December 7th, with the backing of the SRs and the Bolsheviks. It immediately took on an insurrectional character. The small combat groups of the workers' organizations covered the city with barricades, ready to resist the use of troops. They were too few and too poorly armed. The movement had appeared too late, for a regiment in sympathy with the revolutionaries had been disarmed a short while before. The insurrection was decapitated by the chance arrest of most of the members of its leading committee. The working-class quarter of Krasnaya Presnya came late into the battle but defended itself magnificently. The artillery had to be brought in to crush it. Most of the insurgents managed to make good their escape. Nevertheless, Admiral Dubasov, acting on the caprice of informers, had over 250 people shot. The revolution had substantial successes in the south and real victories in the Caucasus. January 1906 was a month of firing squads. Punitive expeditions restored order everywhere with a cold ferocity. In the Baltic provinces, Siberia, and the Caucasus, they sowed the seeds of terrible hatreds. Russia's first revolution cost her people almost 15,000 dead, over 18,000 wounded and 79,000 imprisoned. In 1905, the autocracy was saved through the hesitations and reactionary sympathies of the liberal bourgeoisie, the hesitations of the revolutionary middle classes, the inexperience and poor organization of the proletariat, for which its enthusiasm and solidarity were no substitute, the weakness of the proletarian party, the primitive character of the movement in the countryside, the relative loyalty of the troops, and the availability of French money. 1905. The results. The defeat of the First Russian Revolution was by no means total. The workers and peasant masses had lost their respect for the autocracy and learnt to engage in combat against their oppressors. It was a psychological change of incalculable importance. Now, the workers could see a clearer pattern in the mosaic of parties. From now on, in increasing numbers, they turned to the party of their class. The hard core of the Bolshevik party steeled itself for the struggles to come and drew the lessons of an experience already formidable during the moral crisis which followed. The years of reaction were painful to endure, like every aftermath of defeat. Individualism, skepticism, discouragement, the spurning of the weak, all manifested themselves in a variety of forms. But the proletariat has no other school but struggle. The exploited class, the oppressed class, the class of the vanquished by definition, it learns, in its periods of reverse, how to conquer. The very fact that it rises from its feet and acts is already, in a certain sense, a victory, and its most telling defeats sometimes count in the scale of history as the equal of fruitful victories. So it was in 1905. For the Russian bourgeoisie, by contrast, its democratic revolution of 1905 was an unmitigated failure. The role played in it by the proletariat struck them as singularly disturbing. The bourgeoisie had lacked all unity. The middle classes, in moments of ardor during the struggle, had supported the workers. But the big bourgeoisie, the financiers, the engineering bosses, terrified by the advance of socialism, had shown themselves as only too inclined to make a deal with the large landlords and the autocracy. The caste divisions of Russian society, the privileges of nobility, landlords, church and crown, the civil inequality, the autocracy, all survived the crisis of 1905. Russian capitalism remained tied down at every move, even with the wide possibilities of development that were offered it through the influx of foreign capital. The corruption, incompetence, and bureaucracy of Tsardom continued their work of obstruction. None of the causes of the revolution had been removed or suppressed. The Witt cabinet had rendered a signal service to Tsarism through its constitutional juggling. Liberalism and conservatism had met in the service of counter-revolution. It was succeeded by Stolypin's reactionary government, which was only too well aware that a final settling of accounts had only been postponed. In the face of this threat, it undertook an intelligent maneuver in the agrarian reform of 1906–10, which encouraged the development of private property among the peasantry and the further enrichment of the better-off farmers. A peasant bank allotted an extension of land, though not nearly enough among the peasantry. The poor peasants were urged to colonize Siberia, Central Asia, and the Far East. Stolypin's policies were aimed at creating a stratum in the countryside that was rich, numerous, loyal to the regime, and privileged. Its property instincts would turn it into the ally of the reactionary nobility and the big bourgeoisie. Stolypin believed that the formation of this class of rich peasants would exorcise the peril of revolution forever within a space of 20 years. However, after 1912 came the revival of the working-class movement, then the imperialist war. While the Mensheviks were digesting the historic error of the Moscow uprising, they should not have taken up arms, declared Plekhanov. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were drawing out the lessons of 1905. Lenin's writings of 1905–6 should be required reading. They are a model of revolutionary dialectic and more, an introduction to the history of the October Revolution. Lenin emphasized the significance of the Soviets as organs of direct struggle by the masses, organs of insurrection, and hence their fundamental incompatibility with the Tsarist regime. He used the Moscow events to demonstrate the necessity for a revolutionary organization in an insurrection. He advocated guerrilla warfare, which the Bolsheviks took up in many areas, notably in Latvia, in order to resist reaction and prepare for later action. He developed his theory of the United Front, an agreement for purposes of struggle concluded by the Proletarian Party with the parties of revolutionary democracy. He studied the technique of insurrection. Recent history had confirmed his evaluations of the liberal bourgeoisie and of socialist opportunism. His active thought, the thinking of a revolutionary Marxist, was in constant opposition to the tired, rigid, bookish doctrines of the Mensheviks. On September 30, 1906, he wrote, in reply to those who accused him of being a Blanquist, anarchist, or Bakuninist, Marxism distinguishes itself from all primitive forms of socialism in the fact that it does not attach the revolutionary movement to any one form of struggle. It admits of the most different methods of action without, however, inventing them. It confines itself to generalizing, organizing, and giving conscious purpose to those modes of action by the revolutionary classes which arise spontaneously in the course of the movement. A resolute enemy of all abstract formulas, all recipes invented by doctrinaires, Marxism demands an attitude of attention towards the struggle of the masses, a struggle which, in parallel with the development and the consciousness of the masses, and with the severity of economic and political crises, constantly calls forth new methods of attack and defense. Marxism does not reject any form of struggle. Marxism never contents itself with forms of struggle which are actual or possible at a given moment. It recognizes the inevitability, as the situation changes, of modes of action which are still unknown to the militants of the present day. On this point, it can be said that, far from having any pretensions to educate the masses in modes of action imagined by armchair inventors of systems, Marxism is always and only the school of the masses' own practice. Marxism demands, unconditionally, the historical examination of the problem of forms of struggle. To pose this question outside the concrete historical situation is to fail to understand the ABC of dialectical materialism. To different moments of economic evolution, there correspond different forms of struggle, conditioned by political, national, and cultural situations, as well as by customs which in their turn modify the auxiliary and secondary forms of action. His theory of civil war, whose application we shall see in October 1917, was already developed. One might well believe that these lines, extracted from an article of August 29, 1906, date from 1917, let us bear in mind that the great struggle of the masses is approaching. It will be the armed insurrection. It must be, as far as possible, simultaneous over the whole country. The masses must know that they are coming to an armed, bloody, and desperate struggle. Contempt for death must imbue them and assure them of victory. The offensive must be pursued with all possible energy. Attack and not defense must be the masses' common slogan. The pitiless extermination of the enemy their objective. The organization of the struggle will be flexible and mobile. The vacillating elements among the fighters will be led on to enter battle. The party of the conscious proletariat must carry out its duty in this great struggle. 1907–14. Reaction and Franco-Russian imperialism. The first 14 years of the 20th century are occupied by the preparation of the imperialist war. The division of the world, among great powers governed economically and politically by high finance, is now complete. Germany, deprived of satisfactory colonies, threatens Britain's control of the seas and, over the whole world, confronts British commerce with a competition for which there is no remedy except cannon fire. On the two sides of the Rhine, the German and French engineering industries square up to one another. The German Empire covets France's colonies and dreams of consolidating her own influence over Turkey. Her interests, along with those of the Austrian Empire, clash with the interests of Russia. For more than 30 years, Tsarist intrigues have dominated the politics of the small Balkan states, and Russia now casts longing eyes at Constantinople, essential to her grain exports. From the end of the 19th century, writes M. N. Pokrovsky, there exists a Franco-Russian imperialism. In 1900, the capital invested in Russian industry, in millions of gold rubles, had reached the following levels. Russian capital, 447.2, or 21%. Foreign capital, 762.4, or 35.9%. Capital raised by selling Russian stocks abroad, 915.6, or 43.1%. In all, 79% of the capital invested is of foreign origin. When one adds the 9,349,000,000 gold francs lent by the French Republic to Nicholas II, some idea will be conveyed of the hold exerted by French finance on the destinies of the Russian Empire. In 1914, the French capitalists had control of 60.7% of Russia's output of pig iron and of 50.9% of its coal. On the eve of the revolution, the banks of Petrograd disposed of a capital of 8,500 million rubles, 55% of which belonged to the French banks. We shall not relate here the military preparation for the war, undertaken ever since 1907, if not before, by the French and Russian general staffs in collaboration with the British Admiralty. At Irkutsk in 1920, shortly before he was shot, Admiral Kolchak testified that ever since 1907 the Russian General Staff and Admiralty had determined 1915 as the date for the outbreak of the European conflagration. It is known that the Russian General Staff speeded up the march to war, so ably directed by M. Poincaré, through the provocation at Sarajevo. At the time when war broke out, large strikes in St. Petersburg had just taken place, a symptom of working-class strength. The Bolshevik Party had succeeded in publishing newspapers and magazines inside Russia, ceaselessly suppressed and as ceaselessly springing up again, and in penetrating all working-class concentrations. It now participated in all movements by the proletarian masses. From 1910 on, the Russian proletariat had entered a phase of upsurge and activity. It was managing to increase its wages and reduce its working hours. The protests that followed the massacre at Lena were a witness to its awakening. The workers in the goldfields at Lena, in the gubernia of Irkutsk in Siberia, were hideously exploited. Lodged in insanitary barracks, paid in truck by their company, which had British capital, they began a strike at the end of May 1912, demanding an 8-hour day instead of 10 hours, a 30% wage increase, and the dismissal of various members of the staff. At the company's instigation, the crowd of strikers, unarmed, are fired on. There are 270 dead. Both in Moscow and in Petrograd, huge strikes take place in protest against this employer's crime. In Russian social democracy, the split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, who had been briefly reunited at the Unity Congress at Stockholm in 1906, widens between 1906 and 1914. The Bolsheviks had been attacking the liquidationist tendencies that have arisen from the defeat of the revolution. The liquidation in question is that of illegal work and revolutionary action. The war widens the gulf still further. The SRs have become converted to patriotism, and the Menshevik liquidators, in reply to a telegram from Vandervelde, declare that they are not opposing the war, whereas the Bolshevik Central Committee, looking back to the Paris Commune and the decisions of international socialist congresses, adopts the slogan formulated by Lenin, "Turn the imperialist war into civil war." The 5 Bolshevik deputies in the Duma are arrested in November 1914, along with Kamenev, and deported to Siberia. In Petrograd, the Bolsheviks now number no more than a dozen groups of some 120 members altogether. They set to work at once for the refoundation of the International, which has expired on the 2nd and the 4th of August 1914. They travel to Zimmerwald and Kienthal. The line taken by Trotsky, now outside both the main factions of Russian social democracy, differs very little from that of the Bolsheviks. 1917. The Russian bourgeoisie, in contrast with the ruling clique of landlords, nobles and bureaucrats, welcomed the war with enthusiasm. Surely the war was going to fulfill its dearest wishes by compelling the autocracy to abdicate constitutionally, or at the very least to introduce far-reaching reforms. Besides, this bourgeoisie, with all its links with the capitalist classes of Western Europe, was imperialist-minded. The next years were to bring a number of fantastic spectacles: whole armies entering the field without munitions, fighting it out with sword and bayonet in mid-battle, treason at work in the general staff and perhaps in the court, sudden fortunes in the hands of manufacturers of war supplies, incompetent drunkards in responsible posts, a rakish starets or holy old man, Rasputin as close advisor to the Tsar, appointing and dismissing ministers between one drunken orgy and the next, Russia, sliding towards the abyss while the world watched. The war revealed the gangrene of the whole system. In January 1917, higher prices were obviously outstripping wage increases. In the proportion 163 to 130, production was declining. The Allies had urged Russia into its immense effort, which reached a climax in 1916 and then left the nation exhausted. Inflation, the railways worn down, crisis of food supplies. The capital faced a bread and a fuel shortage. Assailed by speculation, the government vainly tried to tax foodstuffs and regulate the economy. The bourgeoisie under Allied influence would have liked a rapprochement with the autocracy, but the court and the landowning caste around the Tsar were inclined to see a separate peace with Germany as their only hope. This disquieting vacillation, and the terrible defeats sustained by the Russian armies, encouraged the Allies to nurture dreams of a coup d'état in the breasts of the Russian bourgeoisie. In 1917, most Russian politicians and generals, not to mention several Grand Dukes, were thinking of how they might avert a revolution in the streets by conducting one in the palace. Nobody dared to do anything. These conspiracies of the drawing room resulted in nothing except the murder of Rasputin by Purishkevich, the leader of the extreme right, acting with Prince Yusupov. The revolution did come into the streets. It came down from the factories with thousands of workers out on strike, to cries of "bread, bread." The authorities saw it coming but could do nothing. It was not in their power to remedy the crisis. In the streets of Petrograd, the troops fraternized with the workers' demonstrations, sealing the fate of the autocracy. 25–7 February 1917. The speed of events took the revolutionary organizations by surprise, even though they had been working towards this goal. Two governments soon come on the scene. The Duma's Provisional Committee was a makeshift government of the bourgeoisie, headed by landed reactionaries whose sole idea after the abdication of the Tsar was the drafting of a constitution to preserve the royal dynasty and get the lower orders back into obedience. The Soviet of Workers and Soldiers was the government formed by the proletariat. The two rival powers at first hold their sessions side by side in the Tauride Palace, observing one another and avoiding collisions. The Mensheviks and SRs constituted the leadership of the Soviet, but the masses below pushed them, watched them, and goaded them. The first provisional government, headed by Prince Lvov, was actually steered by Milyukov, the leader of the Cadet, Constitutional Democrat Party of the liberal big bourgeoisie. Its perspective was a constitutional monarchy under the regency of Mikhail Romanov until the Tsarevich Alexei should attain his majority. But the Soviet was acting. Its decree, Prikaz No. 1 of March 1st, abolished all titles of rank in the army, ordered the election of committees in all military units, and thus placed the soldiers at the effective disposition of the Soviet. It was at the Soviet's insistence that the emperor and imperial family were arrested. It was the Soviet that stopped the Tsar from escaping to England. The Soviet proclaimed its desire for peace. The provisional government its loyalty to the Allies. The duality of power meant a conflict of power. A coalition ministry, consisting of bourgeois liberals, cadets, Mensheviks and SRs with Kerensky as prime minister, is formed in the first days of May. This program consists of a couple of words: democracy, constituent assembly. It proves powerless to meet the economic crisis. For that, energetic measures which would have hurt the bourgeoisie would have been necessary. It yields to Allied pressure and launches the offensive of June 18th, a futile slaughter, as was obvious beforehand. It refuses national independence to Finland and disintegrates, with the resignation of the bourgeois ministers, on the question of the Ukraine's independence. A new Kerensky cabinet follows, and in this the influence of the cadets, who are determined to sabotage the revolution, is even stronger. This ministerial shuffle takes place amid the July Rising, which foreshadows the October Revolution. The proletariat and the garrison have had enough of these ministerial games. All power to the Soviets. The Bolshevik Party judges the offensive to be premature. The provinces will not follow. Nevertheless, it supports the action of the masses and is promptly outlawed. Trotsky is arrested, Lenin and Zinoviev are wanted men. The press denounces the Bolsheviks as paid agents of Germany. Russia has the choice of two dictatorships, either that of the proletariat or that of the bourgeoisie. The State Conference in Moscow acclaims General Kornilov, the prospective dictator, who wants discipline in the army, through the death penalty, order on the home front and a strong government. He attempts a coup on September 9th, in concert with Kerensky and the veteran SR terrorist Savinkov. Kerensky lets him down and the coup collapses. But this exercise in adventurism has mobilized the masses and restored the streets to the proletariat. We will give some little-known quotations which reveal the bourgeoisie's intentions in the period before Kornilov's coup. At the State Conference in Moscow on August 13th, Prokopovich puts the program of the bourgeoisie: guaranteeing of proprietors' rights, state control over production, maximum prices to regulate profits, compulsory labor with specified work standards, for the proletariat. A few days later, Ryabushinsky, one of the big Russian capitalists, declares at the Conference of Industry and Trade that the government must begin to think and act from the bourgeois viewpoint. Perhaps it may need the bony hand of famine to take the false friends of the people by the throat. Let the capitalist give up his excessive profits, says Prokopovich, and the worker his surplus leisure. The SR Party, which is now the real governing party, postpones the implementation of its agrarian program, puts off the election of the Constituent Assembly, yields to the pressures of the bourgeoisie and does what the Allies demand. Famine is swiftly approaching. The Germans capture Riga and menace Petrograd, which seems abandoned to their invasion plans. After all, would not Ludendorff take over the pressing problem of controlling the proletariat of the capital? In the countryside, peasant rebellion is flaring up. Three great problems cry out for urgent solution, expressed in the three words: peace, land, bread. Peace is wanted by millions of peasants and proletarians in the army, and the bourgeoisie cannot give it them because it is too busy waging its own war. Land is desired by millions of peasants. The bourgeoisie will not give it, because it is allied with the big landowners and because it rejects any attack on private property, the principle of its own domination. Bread is demanded by the proletariat of the cities. The bourgeoisie cannot give it, for the famine is the offshoot of its war and its policies. The overthrow of Tsardom has solved nothing. Another revolution has to be made. This is what the masses feel and want. This is what the party of the proletariat knows and arms for. 2. The insurrection of October 25, 1917. The masses, from the rostrum, Trotsky had just announced the withdrawal of the Bolsheviks from the pre-parliament Democratic Conference. His voice, grating metallically, hurled the defiance of proletariat and peasantry before the highest authority of the Republic. Then he went out, passing in front of the sailors who were guarding the hall. As he passed them, their bayonets wavered, and hard faces with burning eyes turned to the man who had just spoken. Gesturing with their bayonets, they asked him, "When do we use these?" It was October 6th. the Democratic Conference, a mock parliament for the revolution summoned by the SRs and Mensheviks, had opened in Moscow in the middle of the previous month. Strikes had forced it out of the city. The staff in hotels and restaurants had refused to wait upon its members. It had now been transferred to Petrograd and was deliberating under the protection of a picked unit of the most reliable sailors. But the bayonets of these men shuddered at the passage of a Bolshevik spokesman. This state of feeling was general in the fleet. 2 weeks before October 25th, the sailors of the Baltic Squadron, anchored at Helsinki, demanded that no more time be lost, and that the destruction of the fleet by the Germans, which now appears to us to be inevitable, should be made wholly by insurrection. They were willing to die, but only for the revolution. Since May 15th, the Kronstadt Soviet had refused to recognize the provisional government. After the July riots, the commissars sent by Kerensky to board ships and arrest Bolshevik agitators received only this curt response. Agitators? We are all agitators. It was true. The masses had innumerable agitators. Delegates from the trenches came to the Petrograd Soviet with speeches of denunciation. How much longer is this unbearable situation going to last? The soldiers have mandated us to tell you that if peace proposals are not presented immediately and seriously, the trenches will empty and the whole army will come home. You are forgetting all about us. If you cannot find the answer to the situation, we shall chase out our enemies ourselves at bayonet point, but you will go with them. Such, Trotsky relates, was the language of the front. At the beginning of October, the insurrection broke out everywhere, spontaneously. Peasant risings spread all over the country. The provinces of Tula, Tambov, Ryazan, and Kaluga are in revolt. The peasants have been expecting peace and land from the revolution. They have been disappointed, and so they rise, seize the granaries of the landlords, and burn down their houses. The Kerensky government represses the risings wherever it has the force to do so. Fortunately, its resources are limited. Lenin warns that to crush the peasant upsurge means the murder of the revolution. Within the Soviets of the cities and the armies, the Bolsheviks, until recently a minority, become the majority. In the Moscow Municipal Duma elections, they win 199,337 votes out of 387,262. Of the 710 members elected, 350 were Bolsheviks, 184 cadets, 104 socialist revolutionaries, 31 Mensheviks, and 41 other groups. On the eve of civil war, the moderate middle ground parties now fall back, and the extreme parties gain. At a time when the Mensheviks are losing all real influence, and the governing SR party, which only a short while before appeared to carry immense weight, is reduced to the third place, the cadets, the bourgeoisie's own party, acquire new strength as they line up to face the revolutionaries. At the last elections in June, the SRs and the Mensheviks had obtained 70% of the vote. Their share now is 18%. Of the 17,000 soldiers who vote, 14,000 are for the Bolsheviks. The Soviets are becoming transformed. Once the strongholds of the Mensheviks and the SRs, they are becoming Bolshevized. There are new majorities forming in them. On August 31st in Petrograd and on September 6th in Moscow, the Bolshevik resolutions put before the Soviet obtain a majority for the first time. On September 8th, the Menshevik SR executives of the two Soviets resign. On September 25th, Trotsky is elected president of the Petrograd Soviet. Nagin is elected to the same position in Moscow. On September 20th, the Soviet in Tashkent takes power. It is suppressed by the troops of the provisional government. On September 27th, the Soviet in Reval decides in principle for all power to the Soviets. A few days before the October Revolution, Kerensky's democratic artillery fires upon the Revolutionary Soviet at Kaluga. A little-known fact is worth recording here. At Kazan, the October insurrection triumphed before it had even begun in Petrograd. One of those who took part relates this dialogue between two militants at Kazan. What would you have done if the Soviets had not taken power in Petrograd? It was impossible for us to refuse power. The garrison wouldn't let us. Moscow would have rubbed you out. No, you are wrong. Moscow could never have got past the 40,000 soldiers we had at Kazan. All over this immense country, the whole laboring masses are moving towards revolution. peasants, workers, soldiers. It is an elemental, irresistible surge, with the force of an ocean. The party of the proletariat. The masses have a million faces. Far from being homogeneous, they are dominated by various and contradictory class interests. The sole means by which they can attain a clear-sighted consciousness, without which no successful action is possible, lies in organization. The rebel masses of Russia in 1917 rose to a clear consciousness of their necessary tasks, of their means and the objectives, through the organ of the Bolshevik Party. This is not a theory, it is a statement of the facts. In this situation we can see, in superb relief, the relations that obtain between the party, the working class, and the toiling masses in general. It is what they actually want, however confusedly, the sailors at Kronstadt, the soldiers in Kazan, the workers of Petrograd, Ivanovo-Voznesensk, Moscow, and everywhere, the peasants ransacking the landlords' mansions. It is what they all want without having the power to express their hopes firmly, to match them against the economic and the political realities, to formulate the most practical aims and choose the best means of attaining them, to select the most favorable moment for action, to extend the action from one end of the country to the other, to provide the exchanges of information and the necessary discipline, to coordinate the innumerable separate efforts that are going on. It is what they really want without being able to constitute themselves into, in a word, a force of the requisite intelligence, training, will, and myriad energy. What they want, then, the party expresses at a conscious level and then carries out. The party reveals to them what they have been thinking. It is the bond which unites them from one end of the country to the other. The party is their consciousness, their organization. When the gunners of the Baltic fleet grew anxious for the perils hanging over the revolution and sought a way forward, it was the Bolshevik agitator who pointed a way. And there was no other way, that much was clear. When the soldiers in the trenches wanted to voice their determination to finish with the butchery, they elected, to the committee of their battalion, the candidates of the Bolshevik Party. When the peasants became tired of the procrastinations of their Socialist Revolutionary Party, and began to ask whether it was not time to act for themselves, it was Lenin's voice that reached them. Peasant, seize the land! When the workers sensed counter-revolutionary intrigue all about them, it was Pravda that brought them the slogans of action that they already half knew, the words of revolutionary necessity. In front of the Bolshevik poster, the wretched folk passing by in the street stop and exclaim, "That's just it! That is just it!" This voice is their own. That is why the progress of the masses towards revolution is reflected in one great political fact. The Bolsheviks, a small revolutionary minority in March, become in September and October the party of the majority. Any distinction between the party and the masses becomes impossible. It is all one multitude. Doubtless, scattered among the crowds, there were many other revolutionaries. Left SRs, the most numerous, anarchists and maximalists, who also aim towards the revolution. These are a handful of men swept along by events, leaders who are being led. How clouded their perception of realities is, we shall see by many instances. It is the Bolsheviks who, owing to their accurate theoretical appraisal of the dynamism of events, become identified both with the laboring masses and with the necessity of history. The communists have no other interests distinct from those of the working class as a whole, thus the manifesto of Marx and Engels. This sentence, written in 1847, now appears to us as one of fantastic foresight. Since the July days, the party has passed through a period of illegality and persecution, and is now barely tolerated. It forms itself into an assault column. From its members, it demands self-denial, passion, and discipline. In return, it offers only the satisfaction of serving the proletariat. Yet we see its forces grow. In April, it had numbered 72 organizations with a membership of 80,000. By the end of July, its forces numbered 200,000 members, in 162 organizations. On the road to insurrection, the Bolshevik Party had been marching towards the seizure of power, with its astonishing steadfastness, lucidity, and skill, ever since the fall of the autocracy. To be convinced of this, it is necessary simply to read letters from afar, written by Lenin before his departure from Zurich in March 1917. But perhaps, like any historical definition that tries to be precise, that is too narrow a statement. The party had been marching towards power ever since the day when its obscure Central Committee of émigrés, like Lenin and Zinoviev, declared in 1914 that imperialist war must be transformed into civil war, or since the even earlier day when it was born as a party of civil war at the London Congress of 1903. When Lenin arrived in Petrograd on April 3, 1917, he proceeded to amend the political line of the party's central newspaper. This done, he set about defining the objectives of the working class. Tirelessly, he urged the Bolshevik militants to use persuasion to win the working masses. In the first days of July, when an infuriated popular upsurge broke for the first time against the Kerensky administration, the Bolsheviks refused to follow this movement. These are leaders, in the real sense of the word, who are refusing to be led. They want to avoid a premature insurrection. The provinces are not ready, the situation is not ripe. They pull back the movement, resist the stream, risk unpopularity. The proletariat's consciousness embodied in the party is entering into a momentary conflict with the revolutionary impatience of the masses. It is a dangerous conflict. If the enemy had been bolder and more intelligent, the masses' impatience would have given it an easy victory. Now, said Lenin to his friends just after the July riots, they're going to shoot the lot of us. In theory, Lenin might have been right. It was perhaps the bourgeoisie's sole chance to reduce the proletariat with a preventive slaughter that would have been effective for months, if not years. Fortunately, the bourgeoisie was less skillful at its own game than Lenin was. It lacked daring, it certainly did not lack the intention. After July, the more energetic bourgeois leaders thought of remedying this deficiency. They had ideas of a strong authority. Russia was between two dictatorships. Kerensky's administration could now be no more than an interregnum. Kornilov's abortive coup, secretly aided by Savinkov and Kerensky, unleashed a fresh mobilization of the proletariat. The situation worsened, threatening to become quite desperate for the proletariat, whose privations grew daily. The workers felt, correctly, that if they could not win they would be beaten into the ground. Likewise for the peasantry. The situation worsened as they saw the agrarian revolution, promised to them by the SRs who were now in power, constantly deferred and in danger of summary suppression by some Napoleon of counter-revolutionary reaction. For the army and the fleet it worsened as they were still compelled to wage a hopeless war in the service of enemy classes. It worsened for the bourgeoisie, whose position was getting more precarious each day through the collapse of the transport system, depreciation of industrial equipment, defeats at the front, the crisis of production, the famine, the unruliness of the masses, the lack of authority of the new government, and the feebleness of its coercive machine. After the July days, Lenin had remarked to V. Bonch-Brievich, "The insurrection is absolutely unavoidable. In a short while it will become imperative. Cannot fail to take place. From mid-September on, the party begins to prepare itself decisively for the battle. The Democratic Conference, which is supposed to act as a preparatory parliament, is in session from 14 to 22 September. Lenin, in hiding at the time, insistently demands the recall of the Bolshevik faction from the conference, where some of the comrades would be tempted to take the role of a parliamentary opposition, though a vocal one. Supported by the majority of the party, Lenin's line carries the day, and the Bolsheviks march out, slamming the door behind them. Trotsky reads their declaration to the remaining delegates. The impassioned speech of L.D. Trotsky, who had just tasted the joys of prison life under the government of the bourgeoisie and the Mensheviks, cut like a sword through all the plots concocted by the various orators of the center. He told them clearly and unmistakably that there was no road back for us, that the workers had no retreat in mind, and saw no other way forward except that of a new revolution. He was heard in complete silence. A tremor passed over the comfortable seats and the boxes occupied by the leaders of the bourgeoisie. From the gallery and balcony, applause thundered down. With this, the will to insurrection was clearly affirmed, and all the tact and authority of the Central Committee was needed to stop it from proceeding to immediate action, for it was still too soon. The July days could have had an even bloodier repetition. In the last days of September, alternatively the first days of October, the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks, Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Sverdlov, Yakovleva, Apakov, Zinoviev, Kamenev met in Petrograd, in the apartment of the Menshevik Sukhanov. Even the principle of the insurrection was in dispute. Kamenev and Zinoviev, Nagin and Rykov, who were of the same opinion, being absent from this meeting, stated their view that the insurrection might perhaps itself be successful, but that it would be almost impossible to maintain power afterwards owing to the economic pressures and the crisis in the food supply. The majority voted for the insurrection and actually fixed the date for October 15th. Let us insist on one point in this connection. This difference of judgment must emphatically not be taken as a sign of any tendency towards opportunism or Menshevik feebleness in men who had proved themselves in years of struggle and who later, throughout the whole of the Civil War, were exempt from any charge of faint-heartedness. It may be taken as indicating that certain tried revolutionists were inclined to overestimate the strength of the enemy and to lack confidence, to a certain extent, in the forces of the proletariat. One does not play at insurrection. It is the duty of all revolutionaries to weigh in advance every eventuality and possibility. If they are concerned at the possible defeat of the revolution, their apprehension has nothing in common with the counter-revolutionary fears of opportunists, who dread nothing more than the victory of the proletariat. Still, since these legitimate fears rested on a faulty interpretation of reality, they were immensely dangerous for the party's whole activity, which they could have warped irreparably. Time works in favor of revolution at certain hours, works against it once the hour has passed, and an action postponed may well become an action lost to history. For its hesitation in 1920, the Italian proletariat has paid very dearly. The opportunity which was offered the German proletariat in 1923 will, no doubt of it, recur. But when? The error of the Bolshevik opponents of the insurrection was therefore a most serious one, as they have since admitted. On October 10th, the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, present Lenin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Stalin, Trotsky, Sverdlov, Uritsky, Dzerzhinsky, Kalantai, Bubnov, Sokolnikov, and Lamov, voted 10-2 in favor of immediate preparation for the insurrection. The work of preparation was assigned to a political bureau consisting of Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Stalin, Kamenev, Sokolnikov, and Bubnov, the proletarian leaders. Within the party, the relationship which holds between the mass of militants and the leadership may be compared to that obtaining between the working masses and the party itself. The party is the nervous system of the working class, its brain. The leaders and the key members perform the role of brain and nervous system within the organism of the party also. This comparison must not be taken in a literal sense. Functions in a biological organism are differentiated in a manner very different from the allocation of functions in a social group. But, however politically conscious they may be, the rank and file of the party is unable to get to know the situation as a whole. Whatever the personal worth of these comrades, they must inevitably lack information, liaison, training, and the revolutionaries' theoretical and professional preparation, if they are not within that core of party members who have been selected and tried by long years of struggle and work, enjoy the goodwill of the movement as a whole, have access to the apparatus of the party, and are accustomed to thinking and working collectively. Just as the soldier in the trenches sees only a tiny portion of the battlefield and cannot, whatever his personal talents may be, acquire a clear picture of the action underway, just as the engineering worker at his machine cannot take in the functioning of the whole factory at a glance, so the rank-and-file party member, on the basis of his own resources, can only make his mind up through general ideas and judgments, and through acquaintance with a partial area of reality. True proletarian leaders are, all at the same time, guides, pilots, captains, and directors of enterprises. I mean the formidable enterprise of demolishing a social system and constructing another. They have to uncover, by the scientific analysis of historic processes, the tendency of events and the possibilities that are open in them. They have to grasp the action that is possible and necessary for the proletariat, according with historical necessity and not with its wish or hope of the moment. In a word, they must see reality, grasp possibility, and conceive the action which will be the link between the real and the possible. In doing so, the only vantage point they can ever adopt is that of the proletariat's own higher interests. Their whole thinking has to be that of the proletariat with the advantage of scientific discipline. Proletarian class consciousness attains its highest expression in the leaders of the organized vanguard of the working class. As personalities, they are great only in the measure that they incarnate the masses. In this sense only they are giants, anonymous giants. In voicing the consciousness of the mass they display a virtue which, for the proletariat, is sheer necessity, a terrible impersonality. So much is true. But the value of such leaders, the genius of a Lenin, lies in the fact that the development of class consciousness is not foreordained from all time. Mass consciousness can remain latent and unexpressed at a particular moment. The possibilities contained in the situation need never be perceived. The action necessary for the victory or the safety of the proletariat may never be devised. The recent history of the proletariat in Western Europe offers only too many examples of opportunities missed through the failure of class consciousness to crystallize. We can define the proletarian leader, finally, this man of a new epoch, by contrasting him with the leaders of the possessing classes both of today and of previous eras. The latter are the blind instruments of history. The revolutionary is its conscious instrument. The October Revolution offers us an almost perfect model of the proletarian party. Relatively few as they may be, its militants live with the masses and among them. Long and testing years, a revolution, then illegality, exile, prison, endless ideological battles, have given it excellent activists and real leaders, whose parallel thinking was strengthened in collective action. Personal initiative and the panache of strong personalities were balanced by intelligent centralization, voluntary discipline, and respect for recognized mentors. Despite the efficiency of its organizational apparatus, the party suffered not the slightest bureaucratic deformation. No fetishism of organizational forms can be observed in it. It is free of decadent and even of dubious traditions. Its dominant tradition is that of the war against opportunism. It is revolutionary down to the marrow of its bones. This makes it all the more remarkable that profound and persistent hesitations arose in its leading circles on the eve of action, and that several of its most important members declared themselves strongly opposed to the seizure of power. Lenin. We have already remarked the powerful unity of character possessed by Lenin. He was a man hewn of a single block, totally devoted, at every moment of his life, to one sole work. He was one with his party, and through the party with the proletariat. In the decisive hours he was one with the whole working people of Russia, and with the proletarians and oppressed peoples of all the countries in the world that lay beyond the bloody frontiers. That is the reason for his emergence in October 1917 as the unchallenged, unrivaled leader of the proletarian revolution. The spirit of the masses during September and October has been described. In the middle of September, Lenin sends an urgent letter to the Central Committee calling on them to seize power without delay. Another letter follows almost immediately, dealing with Marxism and insurrection. Even before the seizure of power, Lenin, who knows that power is sometimes harder to hold than to acquire, and that it is essential to disclose to revolutionaries what strength they have, writes his pamphlet entitled "Will the Bolsheviks Retain State Power?" This is at the end of September. On October 7th, a new article, a new call, "The revolutionary crisis has matured. From this moment on, he is possessed by a raging impatience." His letters follow, persuasive, authoritative, urging, hectoring to the Central Committee, to the party, to the membership. Over the head of the Central Committee, he addresses the Moscow and the Petrograd committees at the beginning of October. To temporize now is a crime. On October 8th, his Advice from an Outsider on the Insurrection appears. On 16 to 17 October comes a long and memorable letter to the comrades, energetically refuting the arguments of those opposed to the rising. The last hesitations are now overcome. Lenin, the leader, molded over 23 years of struggle since 1895, acting in unison with the peasants, workers, soldiers, sailors, and the whole laboring people, has marked the hour and given the signal for the crucial act. It still needed all his energy, allied with the efforts of other comrades, to surmount the hesitations that might have proved fatal. His writings of this period have been collected in a book with the apt title On the Road to Insurrection. It is a vital work, whose significance has yet to be fully valued. A model of revolutionary dialectics, a treatise on the theory and practice of insurrection, a textbook on the art of winning the class war. We believe that it ranks with the Communist Manifesto, to which it forms, on the eve of the proletarian epoch, a necessary complement. Lenin's doctrine of insurrection may be summed up in these lines. In order for an insurrection to be crowned with success, it should have the support, not of a conspiracy, not of a party, but of the advanced class. That first of all. The insurrection must rest on a popular revolutionary upsurge. That is second. The insurrection must come at the historic turning point of the expanding revolution, at the moment when the activity of the masses reaches its peak, and when the hesitation in the ranks of the enemy, and among the false friends of the revolution, the double dealers and the faint hearts, reaches its peak. That is third. By thus posing the three conditions of insurrection, Marxism distinguishes itself from Blankism, Marxism, and insurrection. It is also summarized in this dictum of Marx: never play with insurrection, but once it is begun, remember that it must be carried through to the end. Why is it that Lenin, among so many good revolutionists who like him aimed for the proletarian revolution, many of whom saw the way forward as clearly as he, still stands out at this time as the chief? Many responsible members in Moscow and Petrograd, and it would be wrong simply to restrict ourselves to the two capitals and the principal leaders, are going consciously on the same road to insurrection. Trotsky, the president of the Soviet, never had the slightest hesitation, from the moment of his arrival in Russia, on the road that must be followed. He was in complete agreement with Lenin, except over details of execution. In the party's Central Committee, the great majority of the militants vote for action. But none among these revolutionaries enjoys an ascendancy comparable to Lenin's. Most of them are his pupils and recognize him as their master. Trotsky, whose talents as an organizer of victory now become strikingly revealed, has for many years been an isolated figure in the Russian social democracy, equally distant both from the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. To tell the truth, he has never presented the impression of being a party leader. Many Bolsheviks still remember him as an adversary. He is a great newcomer who has come on to the Central Committee at the end of July, at the 6th Bolshevik Congress, a few days after joining the party. The simple, basic truth is that it is the party that makes the leader, for without the party there can be no leader. It is because he has been the creator of the proletarian party that Lenin becomes the leader of the revolution. The Red Guard. The events which now unfold in the two capitals are very different, but display a remarkable basic parallelism. The initiative in forming the Red Guards in Petrograd came from the factory workers, who began it instinctively after the fall of Tsardom. In disarming the old order, they had to begin to arm themselves. In April, two of the Bolshevik militants, Shliapnikov and Yeremyev, began to put the spontaneous organization of the Red Guards into a systematic shape. The first regular units, if they can be called such, of this workers' militia were formed in the outlying proletarian districts, principally in Vyborg. The Mensheviks and SRs tried, at first, to oppose the movement. At a closed session of the Soviet held in June, when they still had a majority, the Social Democrat Tseretelli demanded the disarmament of the workers. He was too late. Proletarian command units had now been set up in every ward, and these were coordinated by a general staff headquarters for the city. Formed on a factory basis as a volunteer army, it was not individual workers but the factory as a whole that took the decision to enlist together or form its own unit. The first Red Guard detachments undertook the duty of protecting the great working-class demonstrations. During the July riots, the Vyborg section kept the troops sent by Kerensky at a respectful distance. At this time Petrograd had about 10,000 Red Guards. With Kornilov's coup d'état, 25 to 30 September, and the march of a Cossack division on the capital, the imminence of counter-revolution forced the Menshevik SR Soviet to arm the workers at speed. Not without friction. The munitions workers at Schusselburg sent a barge-load of grenades, but the Soviet refused to take delivery of them, whereupon the Red Guard took delivery without further ado. The initiative of the workers made up for everything, sweeping past the insincerity and feeble will of the socialists of social peace. The mobilization of the proletariat against Kornilov showed that an abortive counter-revolution can be as disastrous for the bourgeoisie as the failure of an insurrection is for the workers. In September, the use of weapons was being taught in 79 Petrograd factories. In a good many factories, all the workers carried arms. The military organization of the Bolshevik Party could not find enough instructors for these masses. On the eve of the October Rising, the Red Guard numbered 20,000 men, organized in battalions of 400 to 600 each, divided into 3 companies: a machine gun section, a liaison section, and an ambulance section. Some of the battalions had an armored car. Non-commissioned officers, workers, headed the battalions and the companies. Duties were performed on a rota system, with 2/3 of the workers at their jobs in the factory at any time, and the other third on guard, with wages at their job rate paid for time on duty. The rules of the Red Guard required, for admittance, sponsorship from a socialist party, a factory committee, or a trade union. 3 absences without excuse were grounds for expulsion. Infractions of discipline were tried by a jury of comrades. Unauthorized use of arms was an offense, and orders had to be obeyed without discussion. Each Red Guard carried a numbered identity card. If the officers had not already received military training, they were obliged to take special courses. It is worth remarking that this impressive initiative on the part of Petrograd's proletariat was the fulfillment of Lenin's own wishes in the urgent advice he gave in one of his letters from afar, written from Zurich on March 11, 1917, 24 Old Style. This advice was ignored at the time, and the letter was only published later on as a historical document. In it, Lenin discusses the proletarian militias and appeals to the workers. Do not allow the police force to be re-established. Do not give up your own local organizations, and form a militia without delay, including the women and the young people. Miracles of organization must be achieved, he concluded. In Moscow, it proved to be much harder to establish the Red Guard. The authorities, who were headed by SRs and Mensheviks, succeeded in virtually disarming the workers and part of the garrison. Grenades had to be manufactured in secret and explosives obtained from the provinces. The organization of the command and of communications was deplorably late. These weaknesses and delays were to cost the proletariat of Moscow a bloody street battle lasting 6 days. The military organization of the party now numbered more than 100,000 soldiers and a certain number of officers. Out of this, military revolutionary committees were to be formed everywhere, the organs that directed the insurrection. The Armed Watch. The conflict between the two powers, Kerensky's provisional government and the Soviet, entered a new, sharp phase from October 16, when the Military Revolutionary Committee, headed by Antonovyenko, Podvoisky, and Chudnovsky, was formed by the Soviet. The garrison in Petrograd had now been won over to the Bolsheviks. The government tried to send the most revolutionary regiments off to the front, arguing that a German offensive was imminent. The MRC, now with its own communications, intelligence, and munitions departments, began by appointing commissars in every unit of the troops. The bourgeoisie was arming, but the appointment of commissars at the arms depots put a stop to that. The delegates of the MRC were welcomed warmly by the soldiers, who knew that the committee was determined to prevent them being sent off to the front. The MRC in effect refused to countersign the order for the departure of the Red Regiments, pleading that it needed further information on the defense forces now available. The MRC now assumed the functions of a general staff for the Red Guards, and issued definite instructions to the troops not to pay any attention to orders proceeding from their regular commanders. From then on, the insurrection was, as it were, latent. Two powers took the measure of one another, and two military authorities, one of them insurrectionary, deliberately countermanded each other's orders. The Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets was due to meet in Petrograd on October 15. The Mensheviks succeeded in having it postponed until the 25th, November 7th, New Style, thus gaining a respite often days for the bourgeoisie's provisional government. Nobody could doubt that the Congress, where the Bolsheviks were certain of a majority, would vote for the seizure of power. "You are fixing the date of the revolution," said the Mensheviks to their Bolshevik opponents. In order that the predetermined conclusion of the Congress should not be a simple pipe dream, it was necessary to support that decision by force of arms. Concerning the date of the uprising, two points of view were manifested. Trotsky wanted to link the action to the Congress itself, believing that an insurrection conducted on the party's own initiative would have less chance of winning mass support. Lenin believed it criminal to temporize until the Congress, since he feared that the provisional government would forestall the insurrection by a vigorous offensive. This fear, though legitimate, was not justified by the actual march of events. The enemy was caught napping. In our opinion, the conflict here arose from two perfectly correct conceptions arising from different vantage points. One stemmed from the strategic consideration of linking the party's action with a demand immediately intelligible to the broadest mass of people: all power to the Soviets. This is, naturally, a condition of success. The other was based on the general policy of shattering any illusion that genuine proletarian power could be instituted before the insurrection. Once this possibility was admitted in theory, why not allow of power without an insurrection? There lay the slippery slope. Ever since 1906, Lenin had attacked the tendency to gloss over or discard the question of insurrection in favor of the question of the organization of revolutionary power. His position of realism could be summarized as, conquer first. And so Lenin wanted the insurrection to precede the Congress, which would have no alternative but to sanction the accomplished deed. He urged this policy in a personal meeting with the organizers of the insurrection. The details of the preparation interested him passionately. He would not have the attack put off at any price. Nevsky and Podvoisky tried vainly to persuade him that a few days' extra preparation would only increase the chances of success. "The enemy will profit by it too," he replied obstinately. Antonov Ovsienko has left a vivid account of his meeting with Vladimir Ilyich a few days before the rising, in a house in the working-class district of Vyborg. Lenin arrived in disguise. He was wanted by Kerensky's police and in the event of capture would doubtless have ended his days through an accidental bullet. We found ourselves in the presence of a little gray-haired old man wearing pince-nez, wearing them with a proper, almost debonair style. One would have taken him for a musician, a schoolmaster, or a second-hand book dealer. He took off his wig, and we recognized his eyes, sparkling as usual with a glint of humor. "Any news?" he asked. He was full of confidence. He wondered about our chances of calling the fleet up into Petrograd. Somebody objected that this would leave the front at sea undefended, and his reply was brusque. "Come now, the sailors must know that there is more danger to the revolution in Petrograd than on the Baltic." The Peter Paul fortress was a source of considerable disquiet to the Military Revolutionary Committee. It was situated in the center of the city on an island in the Neva and bristled with guns. Its artillery overlooked the Winter Palace and its armory held 100,000 rifles. Its garrison appeared to be loyal to the provisional government. Trotsky proposed that the fortress should be taken from the inside by holding a meeting there. He went there with Lashevich and succeeded. October 22nd was the day of the Petrograd Soviet, the occasion of the great plebiscite of the insurrection, as it were. The immediate cause of its meeting was fairly trivial, as often happens when events of immense importance are in the course of accomplishment and the last link, often a slender one, appears in the long chain of causes. The Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, still under the sway of the Social Peace Socialists, had charge of the funds of the Petrograd Soviet. The latter body needed a newspaper. It was decided to hold a series of large mass meetings on the 22nd with the aim of raising money for the foundation of the journal. The bourgeois press, terrified by this mobilization of masses, proclaimed that it was a riot. Kerensky gave out apparently forceful utterances which were nothing but wind. "All Russia is with us. We have nothing to fear." He issued a threat against all those elements, groups and parties who are menacing the liberty of the Russian people, running the risk of opening the front to Germany, of a final and complete catastrophe. A regular Galifet or Cavaignac, to all appearances. But his threats were empty. The 22nd saw a tremendous mobilization of the masses. Every hall was filled to capacity. At the House of the People, Narodny Dom, thousands crammed the halls, the galleries, the corridors. In the great auditorium, human clusters were hanging, palpitating, like grapes from the metal structure of the building. John Reed was present. His notes on the gathering, where it was Trotsky's voice that thrilled the crowd, deserve to be quoted. "The people around me appeared to be in ecstasy. They seemed about to burst forth spontaneously in a religious hymn." Trotsky read a resolution to the general effect that they were ready to fight for the workers and peasants to the last drop of their blood. Who was in favor of the resolution? The innumerable crowd raised their hands as a single man. I saw the burning eyes of men, women, adolescents, workers, soldiers, mujiks. Trotsky went on. The hands remained raised. Trotsky said, "Let this vote be your oath. You swear to give all your strength, not to hesitate before any sacrifice, to support the Soviet, which undertakes to win the revolution and give you land, bread, and peace." The hands remained raised. The crowd approved. They took the oath. And the same scene was repeated all over Petrograd. The last preparations were made everywhere. Everywhere they swore the last oath. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of men. It was the insurrection. Kronstadt and the fleet. On the morning of the 25th, The revolutionary forces at Kronstadt received orders to prepare to undertake the defense of the Soviet Congress, for the whole offensive was conducted under the formal pretext of defense. We may pause for a moment at the preparations in Kronstadt, one of whose participants, Florovsky, has left an excellent account. The rational element of coordination, the superb organization of the Rising as a military operation conducted along the rules of the war-making art, is clearly demonstrated here, and forms a striking contrast with the spontaneous or ill-organized movements which have been so numerous in the history of the proletariat. The work of preparation for our intervention at Petrograd was carried on entirely at night. The Navy Club was crammed with soldiers, sailors, and workers, all of them obviously ready for battle. The Revolutionary General Staff worked out the plan of action precisely, designated the different units and sections for each task, checked off the inventory of supplies and ammunition, and picked the leading personnel. The night was one of strenuous work. The following ships were selected to take part in the operation: the torpedo boat and minelayer Love, the old cruiser Dawn of Liberty, formerly Alexander III, the monitor Vulture. Love and Vulture were to land troops in Petrograd. The cruiser was to take up a position at the entrance to the Maritime Canal, commanding the coastal railway with its guns. In the streets, an intense but noiseless activity went on. Army detachments and squads of sailors marched towards the harbor. Only the serious, resolute faces of the leading ranks could be seen by the light of the torches. There was no laughter and no talk. The silence was broken only by the military tread of marching men, by brief commands, and by the grinding of the lorries as they went past. At the harbor, the ships were speedily loaded. Detachments of men waited in line on the quay, patiently awaiting their turn to embark. Is it possible, I could not help thinking, that these are the last few moments before the Great Revolution? Everything is going off with such simplicity and neatness that one would imagine some perfectly ordinary military maneuver was involved. It all has so little resemblance to the vistas of revolution that we remember from history. This revolution, my companion said to me, will go off in style. The revolution did, indeed, go off in proletarian style with organization. That is why, in Petrograd, it won so easily and completely. Another significant scene may be borrowed from Florovsky's memoirs. It is on board a ship steaming towards the insurrection. The delegate from the revolutionary headquarters enters the officers' mess. Here, the atmosphere is different. They are worried, anxious, disoriented. As I enter and salute, the officers rise. They keep standing while they listen to my brief explanation and the orders I give. We are going to overthrow the provisional government by force. Power is being transferred to the Soviets. We are not relying on your sympathy. We have no need of it. But we do insist that you remain at your posts, going about your duties punctually and obeying our orders. We shall not give you any unnecessary trouble. That is all. We understand, the captain answered. The officers went off immediately to their posts, and the captain mounts the bridge. A numerous flotilla came to the assistance of the workers and the garrison. Up the Neva sailed the cruisers Aurora, Oleg, Novik, Zabieka, and Samson, 2 torpedo boats, and various other ships. The taking of the Winter Palace. 3 comrades had been deputed to organize the seizure of the Winter Palace: Podvoisky, Antonov-Ovsienko, and Lashevich. With them Chudnovsky was working, a splendid militant from the earliest days of the party, who was soon to meet his death in the Ukraine. The former imperial residence is situated in the center of the city on the banks of the Neva. The Peter Paul fortress faces it 600 yards away on the other bank. To the south, the palace's facade, the Alexander I column. A historic spot. At the back of the square, in a semicircle, lie the huge, respectable offices of the former War Department and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Over the square, in 1879, the revolver shots fired by the student Soloviev cracked out, and the autocrat Alexander II could be seen running zigzag across the stones with his head down and pale with fright. In 1881, these dismal buildings were rocked by the dynamite charge set off under the imperial apartments by the carpenter Stepan Kalturin. Under these windows, on January 22, 1905, soldiers opened fire on a crowd of workers who had come, carrying icons and singing hymns, to petition the Tsar, the little father of his people. Here lay about 50 dead and more than 1,000 wounded, and the autocracy was wounded too to the death by its own bullets. Now, on October 25th, from the morning onwards, the Bolshevik regiments and the Red Guards began to encircle the Winter Palace, where Kerensky's government had its offices. The assault was planned for 9 p.m., although Lenin was impatient and wanted it all over before then. While the iron ring closed slowly around the palace, the Congress of the Soviets was assembling at Smolny, in a former high school for young ladies of the nobility. In a small room in the same building, Lenin was pacing up and down nervously, still an outlaw, still in his old man's disguise. Of every new arrival, he asked, "The palace, has it not been taken yet?" His fury mounted against the dithyrers, the procrastinators, the indecisive ones. He threatened Podvoisky. "We shall have to shoot him, yes, shoot him." The soldiers, huddled around fires in the streets near the palace, showed the same impatience. People heard them murmur about how the Bolsheviks are starting to play at diplomacy too. Once more, Lenin's feelings, even on a point of detail, were those of the mass. Podvoisky, certain of victory, kept back the assault. The doomed enemy was demoralized with all the anxiety. Revolutionary blood was now easily spared, and each drop was precious. The first summons to surrender was conveyed to the ministers at 6 o'clock. At 8 there was a second ultimatum. Under a flag of truce, a Bolshevik orator addressed the defenders of the palace, and the soldiers of a crack battalion crossed over to the revolutionaries. They were welcomed by loud hurrahs over the square, which was now the field of battle. A few minutes later, the women's battalion surrendered. The terrified ministers, guarded in a vast room without lighting by a few young officer cadets, still hesitated to give in. Kerensky had run off, promising them that he would return shortly at the head of a troop of loyal soldiers. They expected to be torn to pieces by a howling mob. The guns of the Aurora, firing only blank cartridges, finally demoralized the defending side. The Reds' attack met only very slight resistance. Grenades exploded on the great marble staircases. There were hand-to-hand tussles in the corridors. In the twilight of a great antechamber, a thin line of pale cadets stood with bayonets crossed before a paneled door. It is the last rampart of the last bourgeois government of Russia. Antonovtsenko, Chudnovsky, and Podvoisky push past these powerless bayonets. One youngster whispers to them, "I'm on your side." Behind the door is the provisional government. 13 wretched, trembling gentlemen, 13 crestfallen faces hidden by shadow. As they are escorted out of the palace by Red Guards, a cry for their blood goes up. Some soldiers and sailors have a fancy for a massacre. The worker guards restrain them. Don't spoil the proletarian victory by excesses. The ministers of Kerensky go off to the Peter Paul fortress, that old Bastille which has held all the old martyrs of Russian freedom. There they meet the ministers of the last Tsar. It is all over. In the adjoining areas of the city, normal traffic had not been interrupted. On the quays, the idlers were staring peaceably. One detail more on the organization of the attack. In order to ensure that any temporary successes won by the enemy should not interrupt their work, the military leaders of the uprising had prepared 2 reserve headquarters. The Congress of the Soviets. Just as the Reds are surrounding the Winter Palace, the Petrograd Soviet meets. Lenin comes out of hiding, and he and Trotsky announce the seizure of power. The Soviets will offer a just peace to all the belligerent powers. The secret treaties are going to be published. Lenin's first words underline the importance of the bond between workers and peasants, which is yet to be consolidated. All over Russia, the vast majority of peasants have said, "Enough of playing with the capitalists, we are marching now with the workers. One single decree, abolishing the landlord's property, will win us the trust of the peasantry. They will realize that their only safety lies in their association with the workers. We shall inaugurate workers' control of industry." The All-Russian Congress of Soviets opens in the evening in the great white ballroom at Smolny, flooded with light from enormous chandeliers. 562 delegates are present, 382 Bolsheviks, 31 non-party Bolshevik sympathizers, 70 left socialist revolutionaries, 36 center socialist revolutionaries, 16 Right Socialist Revolutionaries, 3 National Socialist Revolutionaries, 15 United Internationalist Social Democrats, 21 Menshevik supporters of national defense, 7 Social Democratic delegates from various nationalist groups, and 5 anarchists. The hall is packed tight. The atmosphere is feverish. The Menshevik Dan opens the Congress on behalf of the outgoing all-Russian executive. As the new officers are elected, guns thunder on the Neva. The resistance at the Winter Palace is still dragging on. Kamenev, dressed in his Sunday best and beaming, becomes chairman in place of Dan. He proposes an agenda with 3 headings: Organization of Authority, War and Peace, the Constituent Assembly. The oppositional Menshevik and SR parties take the floor first. For the Mensheviks there is Martov, their most honest and talented leader, whose extreme physical weakness seemed to symbolize the bankruptcy, despite his great personal courage, of the ideology he served. Martov, planted on the rostrum as usual, with a trembling, bloodless hand over his hip, an undulating, half-comical figure, shaking his head of unruly hair, urges a peaceful solution to the conflict. A fine time to say it. Mstyslavsky speaks for the left SRs. His party mistrusted the provisional government and was sympathetic to the seizure of power by the Soviets, but had refused to join in the rising. His speech is one qualification after another. Yes, all power to the Soviets, particularly since they have already seized power. But military operations must be stopped immediately. How could we deliberate in the middle of gunfire? To this, Trotsky replies with alacrity. Who now is going to be upset by the sound of the guns? On the contrary, it can only improve our work. The roar of the guns makes the glass in the windows rattle. The Mensheviks and right SRs denounce the crime which is taking place against fatherland and revolution, and a sailor from the cruiser Aurora comes to the rostrum to answer them. A bronzed figure he was, Mstyslavsky relates, with brusque, confident gestures, and a voice that came straight out, cutting the air like a knife. As soon as he mounted the rostrum, stocky and sinuous, his shaggy chest showing below the high collar that curved back gracefully around his tousled head, the hall rang with cheers. The Winter Palace is finished, he said. The Aurora is firing at point-blank range. Oh! Groaned the Menshevik Abramovich, standing up distraught and twisting his hands. Oh! The man from the Aurora responded to this outcry with a large-hearted, graceful gesture, and made haste to calm Abramovich down with a loud whisper that trembled with quiet laughter. They're firing with blanks. That's all that will be needed for the ministers and the ladies of the Women's Battalion. Tumult in the hall. The Mensheviks of National Defense and the right SRs, about 60 delegates, leave, determined to die with the provincial government. They do not get very far. Their diminutive procession finds the streets barred to them by the Red Guards, and disperses one by one. Late in the night, the left socialist revolutionaries resolved in the end to follow the Bolsheviks and remain in the Congress. Lenin did not come to the rostrum until the session of the following morning, when the great decrees on land, peace and workers' control of production were voted. His appearance set off an immense acclamation from the whole hall. He waited for it to end, looking out calmly over the triumphant crowd. Then, quite simply, without any gesture, his 2 hands resting on the stand, his broad shoulders leaning forward slightly, he said, "We will proceed to construct the socialist order." Moscow. Economic crisis and insurrection. The economic necessities behind the revolution were expressed much more directly in Moscow. The city was governed by a municipal Duma composed of bourgeois, petty bourgeois, and intellectual elements, where the SRs and the cadets enjoyed a fairly stable majority which was often reinforced by the Mensheviks. It was an unpopular assembly, and the audience in the galleries used to demonstrate noisily, as in the convention of the French Revolution, by applauding the Bolshevik opposition. An election for the Ward Dumas on September 24th gave the Bolsheviks their opportunity to sound out the masses. The election gave a majority to the Bolsheviks in 14 wards out of 17. The cadets also made gains. The parties of social peace were crushed. The Bolsheviks' victory was a tribute to their understanding of the workers' needs. The famine was acute. The last of the grain reserves were being exhausted. The day was approaching when the city would have no more bread. The bread ration was cut to 100 grams per person per day. The collapse of the transport system blocked any possible improvement. Extremely energetic measures were needed if the population was to be saved. Centralization of the food supply system, municipal control over bread production, i.e. the expropriation of the bakeries, requisition of buildings, compulsory registration of all inhabitants on a single ration list. These measures formed the program of the Bolsheviks. They had serious implications. The food crisis fitted in with the class war now being conducted by the property classes. It complemented the effects of the employer's sabotage of production. In order to produce a real answer to the famine, it would be necessary to take control of the whole of production. The Bolshevik demands were 1. The immediate switching from war production of all enterprises which were manufacturing basic necessities before the war. The continuation of the war was causing a failure of the capacity for revolutionary action among the proletariat and the army, in the end the failure of the revolution as Schlichter. 2. Requisition of factories so as to put an end to the sabotage of production by the management and bring about the rapid return of peacetime production. The aim here would be to exchange industrial products for the peasants' grain. 3. Compulsory labor for all industrial employees who might be tempted to go on strike against socialization. 4. Requisition of stores in order to put an end to speculation. By the end of the first week of October, the leatherworkers of Moscow had entered the 10th week of a strike. No mean achievement on a bread ration of 10 grams per day. The woodworkers, engineering, textile, and municipal workers' unions were preparing to strike. On their side, the employers organized a kind of strike of capital, partial lockouts, shutdown of factories on a variety of pretexts, covert or blatant restrictions in production, sales of equipment liquidation, all justified by general economic difficulties. The condition of the Moscow worker now became desperate. Since the beginning of the war, the cost of living had increased 6.5 times. The cost of manufactured necessities, cloth, shoes, firewood, soap, etc., had gone up 12-fold. Wages, on the other hand, had only quadrupled. The workers' demands for the recognition of their factory committees were rejected. The provisional government, which sympathized with the employers, made no secret of its ill will towards the working class. Fierce strikes were ready to break out at any moment. The crisis had matured. On October 19th, the Bolshevik majority in the Moscow Soviet, on the motion of Bukharin and Smirnov, adopted a series of resolutions of a quasi-insurrectional character. The Soviet decreed that the demands of the strikers must be satisfied by agreement with the trade unions, capitalists guilty of industrial sabotage to be arrested, suspension of rent collections, the mobilization of the masses for the seizure of power by the revolutionary people. The trade unions were asked to implement the 8-hour day under their own responsibility, and the leatherworkers who were on strike were told to get the factories running themselves. A few days later, a city conference of the party was held. Semashko, Osinsky, and Smirnov dealt with the insurrection. As one witness recounts, figures and statistics at their fingertips, they demonstrate that if the proletariat, which alone is capable of ending the war, does not take power, Russia will be ruined, there will be no bread or fuel, the railways and the factories will cease to function. Their speeches have a scientific, almost academic tone. It did not seem so much like an assembly of revolutionists planning a social upheaval, as the meeting of some learned society. The audience, made up for the most part of delegates from the military branches, seemed apathetic. Nobody took the floor to make any objection. When the vote was put, all hands were raised for the motion. The meeting voted unanimously for the insurrection. The topic under discussion was regarded as only too obvious. On October 23rd, the Moscow Soviet issued its Decree No. 1, making the hiring and firing of all workers the responsibility of the factory committees. On October 24th, the Soviet voted for the organization of a Red Guard. Each of these votes occasioned stormy battles with the Mensheviks and SRs, both of whom defended what they called democracy and legality, every inch of the way. On October 25th, while the insurrection was underway at Petrograd, the Moscow Soviet instituted, somewhat late in the circumstances, its own military revolutionary committee. The SRs and the Mensheviks exhorted the workers to control themselves, and avoid the dreadful example of the usurpers in Petrograd. Only the Constituent Assembly would have the right to adjudicate on the destinies of Russia. Defeated in the vote, the Mensheviks still entered the MRC in order to mitigate as far as possible the effects of the Bolsheviks' projected coup d'état. In other words, to sabotage the insurrection. They were allowed to go on the committee. The City Duma had met the same night in secret session, without the Bolshevik representatives, and there had set up its own committee of public safety. The mayor, Rudnev, a socialist revolutionary, presided over its preparation for battle. Colonel Ryabtsev, another SR, made haste to arm the cadets in the military schools, the Junkers, as well as the students and high school youth, in short, the youth of the bourgeoisie and middle classes. The start of the White Terror. The battle in the streets lasted 6 days and was very hard going. The initiative in the operations was taken by the Committee of Public Safety which, on the 27th, during the joint session of the Dumas, ordered the MRC to dissolve itself within 15 minutes. It was a ragged, bitter and bloody struggle, whose maneuvers we shall not recount in detail. The urban physiognomy of Moscow is that of a city that has grown up in concentric rings over several centuries around the palaces and churches of the Kremlin, which is itself a sort of city, fortified and surrounded with high crenellated walls and pointed towers. A bird's-eye view of the Kremlin would reveal it to be a triangle, whose base is the left bank of the river Moskva. The city, built on a number of hills, all in narrow streets whose irregular circuits run in and out of each other, with innumerable churches set in gardens, and long, tree-lined boulevards throughout, offers numberless possibilities both for attack and for defense. However, the strategic options of the opposing sides were delimited from the beginning. The MRC shared offices with the Soviet in the center of the city at the top of Tverskaya Street, in the former residence of the governor. The liquidation of this headquarters became the objective of the government troops. The MRC's problem was to hold on to its premises long enough for the Red Guard to come to its help from the suburban districts, taking the Whites from the rear. Under these terms, the Whites' capture of the Kremlin was no more than an episode, though doubtless a significant one. The Reds had the advantage in numbers. Our enemies, writes Muralov, must have had about 10,000 men. 2 military schools, 6 NCO training schools, the military sections of the SRs and the Mensheviks, the youth from the schools. We had at least 50,000 reliable fighters, about 15,000 active troops, 25,000 reserve troops, 3,000 armed workers, 6 light artillery units and several heavy guns. On one side, the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie and their intelligentsia. On the other, the gray mass of soldiers and workers. Nevertheless, the faulty organization and the hesitations of the Red side kept the outcome of the struggle uncertain. On the 28th, at midnight, the Junkers, cadets from the military colleges, surround the Kremlin. Already the Committee of Public Safety is taking over the railway stations, the power station, the central telephone exchange. Cut off from the MRC, Berzin, the commander of the Kremlin, surrenders it after being told that order has been restored and given a solemn promise that the lives of his men will be spared. He goes personally to open the doors and is at once struck down, stabbed and savaged by the Junkers. One of their colonels says, "What, you're still alive, are you? You have got to be killed." The workers in the Kremlin arsenal do not hear of the surrender until the cadets come to arrest their works committee. In the morning, they are ordered to line up in one of the vast courtyards of the Kremlin wearing their identity discs, not far from Tsar Fyodor Ivanovich's massive cannon. There, the covers are suddenly taken off 3 machine guns in front of them. I quote the account of one of them who managed to get away. The men still cannot believe that they are going to be shot like this, without trial, without sense. They have taken no part in the fighting. A command bellows out, "In line now, eyes front." The men stand rigid, fingers along the seams of their trousers. At a signal, the din of the 3 machine guns blends with cries of terror, sobs, and death rattles. All those who are not mown down by the first shots dash towards the only exit, a little door behind them which has been left open. The machine guns carry on firing. In a few minutes the doorway is blocked by a heap of men, lying there screaming and bleeding, into which the bullets still rain. The walls of the surrounding buildings are spattered with blood and bits of flesh. This massacre is not an isolated act. Practically everywhere the Whites conducted arrests followed by executions. At the Alexandrovskoye Military College, a court-martial took 30 seconds to pass sentences of death which were carried out forthwith in the courtyard. Let us remember these facts. They show the firm intention of the defenders of the provisional government to drown the workers' revolution in blood. The White Terror had begun. The news of the massacre at the Kremlin came in the middle of the negotiations that were being conducted for an armistice between the MRC and Colonel Ryabtsev. The Whites were only trying to gain time until reinforcements could arrive. The MRC now understood that it was victory or death. Its headquarters were almost surrounded. But from every working-class quarter, Red Guards and revolutionary regiments sprang up in masses to their help, so that the besiegers were themselves encircled in a ring of steel. On the 29th, in the evening, after a terrible day in which the headquarters of the insurrection nearly fell, a 24-hour truce was signed. It was quickly broken by the arrival of a shock battalion to join the Whites. The Reds on their side were reinforced by artillery. Gun batteries went into action on the squares, and the Whites retreated to the Kremlin. After long vacillations, due to their desire to avoid damage to historic monuments, the MRC decided to order the bombardment of the Kremlin. The Whites surrendered at 4 p.m. on November 2nd. The Committee of Public Safety is dissolved. The White Guard surrenders its arms and is disbanded. The officers may keep the sidearms that distinguish their rank. Only such weapons as are necessary for practice may be kept in the military academies. The MRC guarantees the liberty and inviolability of all. Such were the principal clauses of the armistice signed between Reds and Whites. The fighters of the counter-revolution, butchers of the Kremlin, who in victory would have shown no quarter whatever to the Reds, we have seen proof, went free. Foolish clemency! These very junkers, these officers, these students, these socialists of counter-revolution, dispersed themselves throughout the length and breadth of Russia, and there organized the civil war. The revolution was to meet them again at Yaroslavl on the Don, at Kazan, in the Crimea, in Siberia, and in every conspiracy nearer home. Organization and spontaneity. The differences between the Petrograd and the Moscow insurrections are striking. At Petrograd, the movement, prepared minutely over many weeks, is essentially political, a conscious seizure of power. The revolution took place sharp on the hour, as Trotsky put it. Two factors dominated events: the party and the garrison. The action was energetically planned and implemented without hesitation. The success was rapid, with scarcely any bloodshed. The Petrograd insurrection offers us the model of a mass movement with perfect organization. At Moscow, the spontaneity of the masses outran their organization. The movement responded directly to economic pressures, with a less developed consciousness of political ends and means. Waverings, hesitations, and delays formed considerable obstacles. The enemy, though numerically inferior, was well organized, resolute, and equipped with a clear political understanding of the end, the restoration of order, and the means, terror. It therefore was able to hold the proletariat in check for a long while and inflicted cruel losses on its ranks. In their districts, the workers armed themselves as best they could. They came often to battle on their own initiative. They were short of arms, short of ammunition. When they had cannon, there were no shells. When there were shells, the sights on the guns were all wrong. Communications were appalling. Reconnaissance hardly existed. "We fought very badly," said Muralov, who led the Red forces. "We were carried along by the elements. There was no united command, and the Whites had the initiative." At times their occupation of strategic points compensated for their numerical weakness. The enthusiasm of the militants was undoubtedly admirable. Equipped with good organization, it would have been miraculous. Enthusiasm on its own could not prevent a long, perilous, and costly battle. The MRC was set up on the 25th, much too late, and then was prone to vacillation. It conducted quite unnecessary parleys with the SRs and Mensheviks, made the mistake of signing an armistice on the 29th just as the Reds were about to capture the telephone exchange, and once the counter-revolutionaries were vanquished displayed a deplorable magnanimity towards them. In our opinion, the insurrections at Petrograd and Moscow were different types of movement. The Moscow insurrection is related very distantly, we must add, to the more backward type of proletarian rising whose model instance is the revolt of the workers in Paris in June 1848, consciously provoked by the bourgeoisie's economic policies. Provocation played a considerable part in the events at Moscow. The revolt was a response to it and often became outmaneuvered. The enemy, on the other hand, was all out for a massacre. The Petrograd insurrection, by contrast, is the first practical example of a new type of armed uprising which was later followed in the Hamburg insurrection of 1923. Here, the conspiracy of a large party is coordinated with the action of the masses. Both are launched at a selected moment after a detailed preparation. The element of the unforeseen is reduced to a minimum. The forces in battle are deployed with maximum economy. At Hamburg, the defeat, which was actually much more of a retreat, entailed only slight losses. As a rule, of course, defeats are very costly. The contrast between the Petrograd and the Moscow events demonstrates the enormous superiority, under equivalent conditions, of efficiently organized actions over movements in which spontaneity predominates. In the light of these experiences, the preconditions for a proletarian victory can be reduced to the following elementary rules of the military art: maximum of organization and energy in action, and the placing of superior forces at the decisive moment at the decisive points. 3. The urban middle classes against the proletariat. The Great Decrees. Peace. After the departure of the Mensheviks and the Right SRs, the Second All-Russian Congress of the Soviets noted in a brief motion that the exit of the conciliators, far from weakening the Soviets, strengthens them by purging the workers' and peasants' power of counter-revolutionary elements. It is the all-clear, a complete victory. Behind the scenes, negotiations begin with the defeated parties, and with the powerful Railwaymen's Union under Menshevik influence. The ground is cleared for further progress. But there are immense dangers, how immense we shall shortly witness. Speedy action is now needed. The Congress has the initiative. If it hesitates or fools itself, if what it proclaims does not chime in with the masses' longings, all will be lost tomorrow. The delegates must find the words that can conquer, vote the decrees which will win for the revolution the embittered people of the trenches, the impatient people of the countryside, the people of the cities. The decree on peace is the first to be passed. The workers' and peasants' government, established by the revolution of 24–5 October, and based on the Soviets, invites all the belligerent nations and their governments to open negotiations without delay for a just and democratic peace. The Italians have just been routed at Caporetto. Romania is being invaded. With the advent of submarine warfare, every ship on the seas is now a hunted prey. German ballistics experts are preparing the long-distance bombardment of Paris. France, Germany, Italy, and Austria, bleeding, depopulated, rationed to the bone, are beginning to falter. The decree defines as just and democratic an immediate peace without annexations. That is, without conquest of foreign territories or forcible adherence of foreign nationalities, and without indemnities. The government declares that it considers none of these conditions of peace as an ultimatum. It is willing to examine any other conditions that may be proposed, insisting only on their prompt discussion by any other belligerent power involved, on the utmost frankness and on the exclusion of all equivocation and secrecy. The decree pronounces the abolition of all secret diplomacy, and the immediate, unconditional cancellation of the secret treaties, which have usually served to secure advantages and privileges for the capitalists and landlords of Russia, or for the great Russian nationality. All the belligerent nations are invited to sign an immediate armistice of at least 3 months. The document ends with an appeal to the workers of the 3 most advanced countries of mankind, France, Britain, and Germany. It recalls these workers' services to the cause of progress and socialism, and exhorts them to dedicate themselves to the cause of peace and the emancipation of all toilers. When the vote is taken, the left SRs announce that their party will support the decree even though they do not agree with its terms. Lenin replies to the critics of the decree, some of whom find its language too moderate. We are being told, he says, that failure to use the terms of an ultimatum means a display of our feebleness. But it is time for us to finish with the old bourgeois sham of phrases about the power of the people. In the eyes of the bourgeoisie, strength is manifested when the masses go blindly to the slaughter. The only government which the bourgeoisie recognize as strong is one which can use all the power of the state machine to push the masses anywhere it pleases. Our conception of strength is different. In our eyes, a government is strong in proportion to the consciousness of the masses. It is strong when these masses know everything, judge everything, accept everything consciously. We desire general peace, but do not shrink from revolutionary war. If the German people sees that we are ready to discuss every kind of peace proposal, that will be the spark, the beginning of the German Revolution. We are ready to discuss all proposals. That does not mean that we will accept them. That was how Lenin argued. The decree was passed unanimously. The war is over. Faces lit up. The Internationale rose from the hall, and then the farewell to the dead, plaintive as a crowd's deep sigh. We shall analyze the peace policy of the Soviets when we come to our chapter on the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. This first, symbolic act of the revolution meant that from its very first day it possessed an international character. It was a gesture of defiance to the old order, an appeal directed daringly towards the peoples, over the heads of the old society, an appeal that was bound to reach the ears of men in very distant places. Immediate peace, without annexations or indemnities. Compare this with the war aims of the two imperialist coalitions. The land. Lenin had spent part of the night in drafting the decree on land. This decree alone would make the new authority invincible, by assuring it of the support of millions of peasants. Lenin knew this. On the morning of the 26th, he exclaimed, "Let us just have enough time to promulgate this law. After that, just see them try to take it off us." In drawing up this crucial draft, Lenin took the wording from the 242 decrees which local peasant Soviets had passed in conformity with the agrarian program of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. This measure, which the SRs had incessantly talked of, the Bolsheviks actually carried out, thereby depriving yesterday's governing party of the program which had been the basis of its influence in the countryside. The first clause of the decree is short. 1. The landowner's right of ownership over the soil is abolished forthwith, without compensation. The estates of the landlords, the land of the monasteries, churches, etc., along with their livestock and other material, become the property of the peasant Soviets. Revolutionary tribunals are to punish any damage to these goods, which now belong to the nation. This clause was anticipating the possible destruction of equipment or buildings by the dispossessed landowners. In the implementation of these measures, the lists of peasants' demands, or decrees, are to serve as a guide, pending the definitive decisions to be made by the Constituent Assembly. In expropriating the landowners, possessors of estates, the decree did not abolish private property in land. The possessions even of the rich peasants were not disputed. The landed proprietor, the descendant of ancient feudal families or a newly enriched bourgeois, was hated equally by the rich, poor, and middle peasants, who were all the descendants of serfs. Thus, the decree created a united front of the whole of the peasantry around the Soviets. The doctrinaires, for some existed, judged Lenin to be timid, precisely when he was proving that he and his party were serious revolutionaries, realists free of routine thinking. This revolution, they said, was surely that of the proletariat. But the abolition of feudal property was the outcome, over virtually the whole of Europe, of the bourgeoisie's own revolutions. Here was the triumphant proletariat limiting itself to achieving the bourgeois revolution in the countryside. It was doing for the Russian peasants what the Third Estate, French bourgeoisie, soon to be represented by the Jacobins, had achieved in 1789–93 for the French peasant, by giving him property rights and freeing him from subjection. The bourgeois revolution was being achieved, and indeed surpassed by the vigor of the attack against private property. But was not this a breach of the Bolshevik Party's program, which advocated the nationalization of the soil? Lenin was blamed for applying the agrarian program of the SRs, not his own. "That is unimportant," he replied. "As a democratic government, we cannot simply ignore the wishes of the popular masses, even if we are in disagreement with them. Life will show who is in the right. In the development of new forms of government, we must follow the demands of life, and leave complete freedom to the creative activity of the popular masses." The last government tried to solve the agrarian question by agreement with the ancient, immovable bureaucracy of the Tsar. Far from settling the problem, the bureaucracy simply attacked the peasants. So the peasants want to solve the agrarian question themselves. Let there be no amendments to their plan. Will the peasantry act in the spirit of our program or in that of the SRs? It is of little importance. The main thing is for them to have the firm assurance that there will be no more landlords and that they can set about organizing their own lives. Unfortunately, the only reports of these debates are summaries by the secretaries in charge of the sessions. The stenographers had left the Congress at the same time as the opponents of the Bolsheviks. The decree on land was voted unanimously except for 1 vote against and 8 abstentions. What advantages did this law bring to the peasantry? In the Ukraine and the regions bordering the Black Sea, the big landowners possessed about 1/5 of all cultivated land. In central Russia, the proportion was only about 7.5%, 2,916 desiadins, out of the 39,222 desiadins in 36 gubernias. A desiadin is about 2,500 acres. But over the whole of Russia, the peasants were burdened with taxes, compulsory duties and debts, which made their income inferior to that of the workers. They now found themselves free of these exactions. The first Council of People's Commissars. The first government of the Soviets was established at this same session, after heated debates. The Congress elected a new all-Russian executive of the Soviets, consisting of 102 members, 62 Bolsheviks, 20 left socialist revolutionaries, some internationalist social democrats, and other groups of less importance. The first Council of People's Commissars, the term had been suggested by Trotsky to avoid the discredited title of ministers, was composed solely of Bolsheviks, as follows: Chairman, N. Lenin; Interior, A.I. Rykov; Agriculture, V.P. Miliutin; Labor, I.G. Shliapnikov; War and Navy, a committee of 3 V.A. Antonov-Ovsienko, N.V. Krylenko, P.E. Dybenko; Commerce and Industry, V.P. Nogin; Education, A.V. Lunacharsky; Finance, I.I. Stepanovsk-Vortsev; Foreign Affairs, L.D. Trotsky; Justice, G.I. Apakov-Lamov; Food, I.I. Teodorovich; Posts and Telegraphs, N.P. Glebov-Avalov; Nationalities, J.V. Dugashvili, Stalin. No People's Commissar for Transport and Communications was appointed, doubtless because of the strained relations that existed with the All-Russian Railway Workers' Committee. The left SRs, always prone to incessant hesitations, had refused to participate in the government, although invited by the Bolsheviks, who had no wish to govern alone. To govern alone was, in effect, to assume undivided all the overwhelming responsibilities of the moment, and to leave open to rivals, to hidden opponents and to waverers, the advantageous role of the opposition. It was a difficult situation for a party which had been denounced for months unanimously by the bourgeois press as a nest of enemy agents, and whose leaders, with high treason charges hanging over their heads, had arrived via Germany in a sealed train. But the left SRs, who actually would have been precious allies on account of their representation of the peasantry, wanted a coalition government which would have included every party in the Soviet, in which the Girondin followers of counter-revolution would be given ministerial posts. We had no alternative, writes Trotsky, but to leave the left SRs to their efforts of persuading their more right-wing neighbors to rally to the revolution. While they devoted themselves to that hopeless enterprise, we deemed it our duty to assume all responsibility in the name of our party. The Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets broke up on the morning of October 27th, after an all-night session. On the same day, while it was dispatching its peace proposals to all the belligerent powers, the Council of People's Commissars passed a decree abolishing the death penalty. The Junkers' mutiny. The insurrection was victorious. The situation still appeared desperate. Petrograd had food supplies for no more than 10 days. None of the government offices was functioning. The new administration had neither premises nor staff. Doubtless, from one hour to the next, the sympathy of the masses would be conveyed to it by delegates from the armies, from regiments, from provincial Soviets and trade unions. But telegrams of condemnation also rained in on Smolny. Committees of the army, military headquarters, municipal dumas, provincial administrations, in short, every established body and command post in the land, declared to the usurpers, the traitors, the bandits who are launching civil war, that the restoration of order and speedy chastisement was on its way. The newspapers of the bourgeoisie continued to appear, full of sensational revelations on the dark goings-on behind the coup, announcing that regiments were on their way from the front, that Kerensky was now a few kilometers from the capital, at the head of 2 armored corps. A new clandestine provisional government had been set up, and the socialists of counter-revolution, the Mensheviks and SRs, were preparing to take up arms. The Central Telegraph Agency refused to transmit the People's Commissar's dispatches, and the Railwaymen's Executive, which was bitterly opposed to the new government, was sabotaging communications. The news from Moscow was confused. Battles in the streets, negotiations, the Whites' capture of the Kremlin. The public opinion of the bourgeoisie, middle classes, press and foreign observers declared that the Bolshevik escapade would not last for long. First it was given a few days to hang on, then a few weeks, and eventually a few months. The very idea that the proletariat could stay in power was preposterous. On the Nevsky Prospect, the central thoroughfare of Petrograd, a well-dressed throng used to crowd around, discussing the latest news, uttering loud predictions of the restoration of order, sometimes jeering at the Red Guards. Isolated murders of workers and soldiers took place. The Junkers, military cadets, succeeded in taking over the Central Telephone Exchange. On October 29th, the Engineers' Castle and the Military College, where these Junkers were housed, were surrounded by Red Guards, and armored cars took up their stations in the approaches. The slender shadows of artillery gun barrels drooped along the pavements. Summoned to surrender within 10 minutes, the Junkers replied with rifle shots. Their resistance was broken by the first shell, which tore a large gap in the facade of the military college. Some of the Junkers tried to flee, still resisting. They were massacred. Why did these sons of the petty bourgeoisie take up arms? One of the military leaders of the SRs wrote at this time to General Krasnov, then marching towards Petrograd, "Our forces consist of 200 to 300 Junkers and 50 militants armed with grenades." The SR party, which had at its disposal only these forces with no proletariat to speak of, had banked on offering support from inside the city to the military offensive conducted by Kerensky, Krasnov and the Stavka General Headquarters at Mogilev. The Cossack March on Petrograd. We must now consider the forces at the disposal of the head of the provisional government at his outpost of Gachina, and the forces ranged against him. The troops of the Petrograd garrison, so confident when in the grip of agitation, were now very reluctant to start fighting. Many of their officers had gone into hiding. The rest, with few exceptions, were hostile. When the revolutionary government convoked a meeting of officers, attended by Lenin and Trotsky, not one at first could be found who was willing to accept the supreme command over the Red forces. In the end, Colonel Muravi volunteered enthusiastically. A talented man, vigorous and ambitious, a member of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, he had taken part here and there in repressions of Bolshevik conspiracies in the army, and then had rallied to the left SRs. He was entrusted with the command, with a committee of 5 at his elbow whose duty was to keep an eye on him, relieve him of his functions if necessary, and shoot him at the first sign of treason. He proved to be loyal, passionately energetic, and a good organizer and soldier. With Trotsky he shared the honors for the victory of Pulkovo. A few months later, the adventurer came out in him. While commander-in-chief on the Czechoslovak front, he tried to cross over to the enemy, and when caught blew out his brains. Other officers joined him, often motivated by their dislike of the Kerensky regime. In their hatred of democracy they chose what was for them the lesser evil. They were useful. Thus an old colonel, Walden by name, was in command of the Red Artillery on the heights of Pulkovo which saved Petrograd. Everything had to be improvised. Sabotage was at work in all the army departments. Cartridges, shells, spare parts for the weapons were hidden. Telephone and engineering apparatus had disappeared. The Red Guards and the factories made up all the deficiencies, did all the jobs themselves, from keeping the artillery supplied with ammunition to digging the trenches. At Petrograd, Podvoisky had just taken over the command from Antonov-Ovsienko, who was exhausted. He has told the story of how Lenin burst into his office, announcing, "The Council of People's Commissars has appointed me, along with Stalin and Trotsky, to come and help you." Actually, Lenin had come along to follow operations himself, without telling anyone else. He at once gathered assistants round him and began, apparently without realizing it, to give orders. Eventually Podvoisky, unnerved at this, protested at this interference in his duties and asked to be allowed to resign. Lenin then turned threatening. "What? What? I'll have you brought before a party tribunal. We'll have you shot. I order you to continue your work and let me get on with mine. It was only the next day, writes Podvoisky, that I realized, by looking at its results, the effectiveness of Lenin's work, and the source of its strength. At the most serious crises, when we were wasting ourselves in dispersed efforts, in him concentration of reasoning, of inner powers and resources, reached its highest peak. Kerensky had taken refuge among General Krasnov's Cossacks. In the old army, the Cossacks were the embodiment of reactionary ideas. Caste consciousness had been sedulously fostered among these privileged peasants from their distant regions of the southeast. Krasnov, an ambitious monarchist, who was to become during the Civil War one of the leading lights of the counter-revolution, assured them that they would have no difficulty in vanquishing the anarchy that was now instituted at Petrograd. Was not the military rising prepared by the SRS about to smooth their path within the capital itself? The white forces occupied Gachina and Tsarskoye Selo, less than 20 kilometers from the capital. Between them and Petrograd rose the heights of Pulkovo. From the top of these hills, the Red Artillery inflicted severe losses on them, between 300 and 500 dead. This was on October 30th. The Cossacks, taken aback by this resistance, demoralized by agitation, and surrounded by hostile populations of workers, drew back in disorder. The railway workers got a train going for them, but with such poor enthusiasm that the job took an hour instead of 15 minutes. The telephone operators refused to transmit Krasnov's telegrams. This last adventure of the People's Tribune Kerensky, head of the provisional government, supreme commander of the armies of the Republic, an impressive orator and mediocre character, had a pitiful finale. Once again, democracy's tribune managed to escape just in the nick of time as Krasnov, his subordinate who despised him, was about to hand him over to the Bolsheviks to see if he was a coward or not. Krasnov himself was finally handed over by his own Cossacks, who offered no resistance to the Reds' occupation of the palace at Gachina. The revolution made the mistake of showing magnanimity to the leader of the Cossack attack. He should have been shot on the spot. At the end of a few days he recovered his liberty, after giving his word of honor never to take up arms again against the revolution. But what value can promises of honor have towards enemies of fatherland and property? He was to go off to put the Don region to fire and the sword. Socialism of the counter-revolution. Nothing is more tragic at this juncture than the moral collapse of the two great parties of democratic socialism. The socialist revolutionaries had carried considerable weight, through their distinguished record and their influence in the countryside, on the intellectuals and middle classes, and not so long ago, among powerful minorities of workers. They had enjoyed every opportunity of taking power without any transgression of the established legality and of governing as socialists. The country would have followed them. At its fourth Congress, the majority of the party castigated the Central Committee for not having done so. But the SR leaders, ridden by a fetishism for formal democracy, fearing more than anything else the anarchy of the masses and peasant jackery, and dreaming of a parliamentary democracy where their eloquence would have held sway, rejected the arduous socialist road in favor of collaboration with the liberal bourgeoisie. The SRs had exercised a paramount influence within the Kerensky government. Kerensky himself was a member of their party, as was his Minister of Agriculture, Viktor Chernov, a verbose theoretician of populist socialism and the author of a program of agrarian reform whose implementation he constantly deferred. In the Soviets, the SRs, with Menshevik support, had enjoyed the majority. They had a majority in the Municipal Duma of Moscow and had controlled about half the votes in the Petrograd Duma. Their leader Avksentiv was chairman of the Provisional Legislative Council of the new republic. They appeared to possess powerful teams of men accustomed to action. Their Central Committee, initiating waves of terrorist activity at the word of command, sending hundreds of militants to become heroes and martyrs of the revolution, had in its best days made Sodom tremble. The Mensheviks, a minority of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party who had tussled over 20 years with the Bolsheviks, in factional struggles which were actually contests between revolutionary intransigence and socialist opportunism, were influential in the industrial centers, among the intelligentsia, in the cooperatives, in the trade union leadership, and in the circles around the late government. They had contributed statesmen as remarkable for their personal qualities and their revolutionary past, as Chkids and Tseretelli, and theoreticians and agitators as gifted as G.V. Plekhanov, the great founder of Russian social democracy, y. Martov, Dan and Abramovich. But the Mensheviks, with similar hesitations to those of the SRs, declared themselves on the side of class collaboration, democracy, and the Constituent Assembly, and against anarchy, premature socialism, Bolshevik hysteria, and even civil war. On October 26, both these socialist parties took the initiative within the Petrograd Municipal Duma in forming a Committee of Safety for Fatherland and Revolution, to whose membership they admitted 3 cadets, representatives of the big bourgeoisie, Nabokov, Countess Panina, and one more obscure. The SR's military branch undertook to arrange the Junkers' mutiny. Gotz picked a colonel to lead the rising, and Avksentyv signed the order to the military colleges to seize arms and start the fighting. Dielo Naroda, People's Cause, the party's official organ, announced that the president of the party's Central Committee and honorary president of the All-Russian Soviet of Peasants, V.M. Chernov, is now at the head of General Krasnov's troops. Once the Junkers were disarmed, the Committee of Public Safety, the SR Central Committee, and the 2 signatories of the order to fight, Avksentyv and Amenshevik, united in repudiating, simply through fear of the consequences and the wish to fight another day, the attempted coup which they themselves had instigated and for which several hundred young men had paid with their lives. The appeal from the Committee of Public Safety, sent out on October 27, had openly said, "Armed to resist the mad adventure of the Bolshevik MRC. We call on all troops loyal to the revolution to assemble at the Nikolai Military College and unite around the Committee of Public Safety." Not a single army unit responded to this appeal. After this dishonest escapade, the Girondin conspiracy against the revolution took on a permanent shape. Here the SRs, who were more actively inclined than the Mensheviks and more used to illegal work, took the dominant role. Not that the counter-revolutionary Democrats was any less incriminating. In the middle of the fighting they wrote, "In the serious crisis which has stricken Petrograd and the nation, the revolution has received a terrible blow, and not a blow in the back from General Kornilov, but a blow to the heart from Lenin and Trotsky." The conclusion of the document was that, in order to avoid civil war, workers should align themselves with the Committee of Public Safety, i.e. with reaction. On November 3, 9 days after the revolution, a Menshevik conference was held at Petrograd. The 2 opposed viewpoints that emerged there were summarized by Abramovich. The minority says that Bolshevik force must be opposed with the force of bayonets. The majority says that the Bolsheviks have the sympathy of the proletariat and the army. It is an insurrection of sans-culottes, whose suppression would drive the soldiers into the arms of black reaction and anti-Semitism and unleash the forces of the right. And so, civil war has to be avoided by conciliation. Dan stated there, "In the first few days we had hoped that the Bolshevik conspiracy could be liquidated by force of arms. The attempt failed." These are Dan's actual words. "That is why," he went on, "we have now taken up the position of conciliation. These unsuccessful executioners of the Russian proletariat were now against the civil war, since they had not been able to win it." Dan advocated a policy aimed at splitting the Bolsheviks, which would win over the reasonable Bolsheviks for a broad democratic front, isolate the others, and finally crush the military-minded faction around Lenin and Trotsky. The argument of a certain Weinstein deserves to be cited as a model of socialist Jesuitry in the service of reaction. If democracy does not suppress Bolshevism, even with force of arms, others will do it instead. On the vote, the irreconcilable tendency of all-out struggle against Bolshevism had the majority. The men who used this sort of language were not on the party's right wing. The right of social democracy is represented in the National Defense Tendency, whose organ is Единство, unity, and whose leader is the grand old man George Valentinovich Plekhanov, the Russian equivalent to Ged. Sick and confined to bed, old Plekhanov receives Jacques Sadoul on October 17 and says to him of the Bolsheviks, "We must not only master but crush this vermin, drown it in blood. That is the price of Russia's safety." Plekhanov, Sadoul wrote later to Albert Thomas, is convinced that the final struggle is coming soon, in fact passionately desires it, even to the point of hinting, and you know Plekhanov's democratic scruples, that if the rising does not come spontaneously then it must be provoked. In Plekhanov's eyes, the Bolshevik bandits are a revolting mixture of utopian idealists, imbeciles, traitors, and anarchist provocateurs. The depth to which old Plekhanov had fallen was low, indeed abysmal. At least, however, There was a ruthless logic in his pursuit of all the implications of his position as a socialist of national defense. Maxim Gorky's journal Novaya Zizn New Life, which at this point took an attitude of neutrality, described the politics of moderate democracy, meaning the socialists principally, in the following terms. Its organizations call upon all citizens to refuse to obey the Bolsheviks, to resist the rising actively, to undertake sabotage and the disorganization of food supplies. Their motto is, against the Bolsheviks, all methods are good. Sabotage. All methods are good. These were not mere words. The counter-revolutionary Democrats made wide use of a ruthless weapon, outside the normally understood customs of war. The systematic sabotage of all enterprises serving the general population, food supplies, public services, etc. From its outset, the war of classes broke the conventional mold of what is permissible in war. When the victorious Reds entered the offices of the Municipal Duma in Moscow, they found nothing but debris. The records had been used to stop up the windows. The cupboards and desks were empty, the typewriters unusable. The municipal employees, 16,000 of them, were out on strike. Their strike against the workers' revolution was to last 4 months in a city already, immediately after the insurrection, threatened by famine and epidemics. In these conditions, it was indescribably difficult to get the various departments of the city administration running again. A strike of all the staff without exception, doctors, teachers, and engineers, the boycotting of their jobs, the sabotage practiced by the new officials, along with the need to pay the manual workers their normal wages. The civilian and military administrations in Moscow employed over 200,000 of these workers. The need to feed tens of thousands of refugees and maintain the services for water, sewage, tramways, abattoirs, gas, and electricity at all costs. Such was the problem, which our workers and militants, very inexperienced in these matters, had to face immediately, with nothing to meet the situation except their own wits. A number of sections of skilled workers joined the sabotage and the strike, another indication of the role played by the influence of the socialists of counter-revolution. The situation at Petrograd was very similar. Here the effects of sabotage can be seen at work in the great departments of state. In the agricultural section of the Ministry of Food, all the officials and staff without exception went on strike, and took the files on current business away with them. The Soviets' food department, a mere handful of militants, occupied the vast, deserted premises. Everything was gone. Kalinin and I, writes one comrade, found a few lumps of sugar tucked away in a safe. We made some tea. The Ministry of Food had been captured by Schlichter at the head of a Red Guard unit. There was hardly anybody inside it. The strike at the State Bank did not begin until November 14th. One militant reports on it. I found the premises deserted. Obolensky, Pyatakov, and Smirnov were meeting in one of the offices, discussing how they could get some money out for the Council of People's Commissars, who possessed neither paper nor ink. Negotiations went on with some junior staff. There was one lone official who was still at his post. After a good many formalities, the Bolsheviks eventually got 5 million rubles turned over to them. V. Bonch-Brievich administered this treasure thriftily. In some banks, the employees were willing to work but, being afraid of having to answer later for their compliance, begged to be compelled, with Red Guards installed in their offices. The officials at the Treasury were still on duty, keeping watch over the money they had charge of. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trotsky found nobody in. A certain Prince Tatashev, who had been put under arrest, eventually agreed to open the office desks for him. The Commissariat for Foreign Affairs operated from Smolny, without equipment or staff. Trotsky, who was in any case absorbed with military duties, formulated at this point a rather abbreviated definition of foreign policy. I have only undertaken this work, he said, so that I shall be able to give more time to the party. My mandate is simple: publish the secret treaties and then shut up shop. A number of the documents had disappeared. At the Ministry of Justice 12 office boys and 1 functionary were to be found. Let us close this catalogue. In all the ministries, all the public offices, all the banks, the picture presented was similar, and the funds and the most important files had disappeared. A shadow government was functioning, presided over by Prokopovich, who had officially taken over the succession from Kerensky, who was said to have resigned. This clandestine cabinet directed the strike of officials in concert with a strike committee. The large firms of industry, commerce, and banking, such as the Rural Bank of Tula, the Moscow Popular Bank, and the Bank of the Caucasus, continued to pay their officials who were out on strike. The former all-Russian Soviet executive, Menshevik and SR, used its funds, stolen from the working class, for the same purpose. The initiative of the masses. Miracles of proletarian organization must be achieved. This idea of Lenin's provided the key to the people's salvation. This many-headed resistance of entire classes could be combated only by the initiative of masses more numerous and more energetic. In this period, the policy of the Soviet authority consisted principally in awakening, stimulating, sometimes guiding, but more usually simply of endorsing the initiative of the masses. The people's commissariats were ordered, by decree, to work in close contact with the mass organizations of the working men and women, the sailors, the soldiers, and the employees. The decree of October 28, November 10, allotted the work of local supplies to the municipalities. Another decree the same day urged them to solve the housing crisis by taking their own measures, and gave them the right to requisition, sequestrate, and confiscate premises. This decree is characteristic. It both orders and takes initiative in an area of grave importance, with a serious incursion made against the rights of private property. The decree of November 14 invites the workers to use their own committees to control the production, accounting, and financing of the firms they work in. We have already pointed out that, in the decree on land, the greatest initiative was left in the hands of the rural Soviets. As there was no central government, the initiative of the masses counted for everything. The Council of People's Commissars was a very high authority, but one of a moral description. Its first meetings, writes Shliapnikov, took place in Lenin's little office on the second floor of Smolny. At the beginning its staff was very small, v. Bonchbrievich as head of department, and 2 assistants. I believe that they did not even keep proper minutes of the first few meetings. The sessions of the council were long. There were a large number of practical questions demanding immediate solution. They were discussed with delegations of workers. The council decided that its people's commissars would receive a salary equal to the average wage of a skilled worker, 500 rubles a month, with an extra 100 a month for each dependent. As the head of this government of revolution, Lenin was concerned to establish its authority. He insisted on the precise observance of formalities, and observed them himself, thus inspiring among his colleagues and, by diffusion, throughout the administration, a feeling of power, trust, and respect for the authority he had created. Some examples of mass initiative may be relevant. The Metalworkers' Union, whose secretary, Shliapnikov, had just become People's Commissar of Labor, provided this department with its first new members of staff. The Central Committee of the Seafarers and Bargemen's Union undertook to organize the new administration of the ports. In many offices and enterprises, the junior staff found itself left in a position of management, which it promptly exercised, through the defection of its superiors. The courts had disappeared, except for a few which the Red Guard had to close down. One team of soldiers proceeded to dissolve the ancient governmental Senate, which was composed of eminent members of the legal profession. The justices of the peace, a fairly popular system of justice, stayed in office. There was a constant procession to Smolny of arrested miscreants, functionaries, officers, looters, and thieves. On the top floor there was a room crammed with old sheepskins and furnished with a table and 2 or 3 chairs, in which sat a commission of judicial inquiry, which was actually no more than one very overworked party member. It conducted summary investigations and passed sentences of imprisonment in the cellars of this former school for daughters of the nobility. The workers themselves set up tribunals in their own districts. The first of these tribunals was established in the Viborg area. The public prosecutor and the defense spoke before the public, who took part in the debates. The verdict was taken by vote among the audience. Composed for the most part of workers, the tribunal functioned quite well. At Smolny, a similar tribunal arose out of the commission of inquiry just mentioned, and its main concern became that of combating banditry. The arrested malefactors were interrogated and tried without formalities by all persons present in room 75. One day, relates Bonchbrievich. They brought in a gang of coiners who refused to confess. Stared out by 40 pairs of eyes, and harried by cross-examinations from the workers, they eventually broke down. One of them fell on his knees and shouted, "I can't stand it any longer, I'll tell the whole truth." We did not know what to do with these people anymore. The Peter Paul fortress was jammed full. Another defendant, there was a madman who had stabbed 22 people in one of the main thoroughfares of the city. The problem of criminality, inherited from the old regime, thus became immediately pressing. In the prisons, the common law criminals had a meeting and presented a petition asking that they be given the chance to start a new life. Most of them were released, many of them to return inside in no time. Formal tribunals were not organized until later. These were constituted from delegates to the Petrograd Soviet, each assisted by 2 workers drawn from the lists of the factory committees. Alcohol. For a short period, the counter-revolution might well have imagined that it had discovered its most murderous weapon, in the form of alcoholism. The frightful plan, conceived in clandestine circles, of drowning the revolution in liquor before going on to drown it in blood, of turning it into a tumult of drunken crowds, now began seriously to be executed. In Petrograd there were cellars richly stocked with wine, and precious stores of fine liqueurs. The idea of looting them would blossom, or more exactly be implanted, in the breasts of the crowd. Frantic groups would then descend on the cellars of palaces, restaurants, and hotels. It was a contagious madness. Picked detachments of Red Guards, sailors, and revolutionaries had to be organized for protection against the danger at all costs. The cellars would get flooded by the hundreds of burst barrels, and people came to draw wine from the ventilating shafts. Machine guns barred the way, but more than once the wine went to the heads of the gunners. Stocks of old wine were hastily smashed up, to let the poison run off quickly into the sewers. Antonov-Ovsienko reports, "The problem was particularly serious with the cellars at the Winter Palace. The Preobrazhensky regiment, which had been put in charge of guarding them, got drunk and became quite useless. The Pavlovsky regiment, our sure revolutionary shield, went the same way. Teams of solidars were sent, picked from various regiments. They too got drunk. The workers' committees attempted no further resistance. The crowd had to be dispersed by armored cars, whose crews were soon reeling too. By nightfall it had become a wild orgy. 'Let's drink up the Romanovs' leftovers,' they said gaily in the crowd. Order was restored in the end by sailors fresh from Helsinki, men of iron who had been more used to killing than to drinking. In the suburb of Vasilyostrov, the Finland regiment, which was led by anarcho-syndicalist elements, decided to shoot the looters on the spot and blow up the wine cellars. These devotees of liberty took no half measures, and a good job too. These riots were planned. All methods are good. Similar provocations took place all over Russia, and the hand of the enemy could frequently be detected. One of the October revolutionaries who was at the Romanian front relates the following example. Alcohol suddenly made its appearance at the front in enormous quantities. Huge tanks full of it arrived, labeled paraffin or benzene. The troops, worn down by privation, quickly learned what was inside and how. That is a secret known to the corrupt originators of the cargo, and threw themselves, sometimes by whole battalions or regiments, upon this treasure. They would even get to the point of using bayonets or machine guns to defend their tanks of liquor against others. We saw this happening at Minsk and further in the rear at Orsha. At Orsha we received a first consignment of 17 truckloads of alcohol which had been sent from Smolensk. We could not discover by whom, around November 15th. A few days later came a second train with 22 trucks labeled oats, herrings, and wood, with barrels of wine inside them. We had sent the first convoy back, but the soldiers still looted it on the way, addressing various threats in our direction. Even some of the members of the Revolutionary Committee yielded to the temptation to drink. We formed a detachment of 7 men, absolutely reliable and well-armed, who worked non-stop from 10 in the evening until 11 the following morning in an out-of-the-way spot, smashing up the oaken barrels of the second consignment. In Petrograd it became necessary, on December 2nd, to institute a special extraordinary commission, armed with full powers to combat this plague. Draconic measures were imposed. Several looters of wine cellars were shot on the spot. In his speech to the Soviet, Trotsky observed, "Vodka is as much a political force as the word. It is the revolutionary word which arouses men for the struggle against their oppressors. If you do not succeed in barring the path to drunken excess, all you will have left in the way of defenses will be the armored cars. Remember this, each day of drunkenness brings the other side closer to victory and us to the old slavery." The evil was conquered within a week. The government crisis, during the insurrection itself at Petrograd, and throughout the street battles in Moscow, negotiations were going on between the Bolsheviks and the parties of socialist democracy. The left SRs were insistent in their demand for the formation of a broad socialist coalition government. As will be seen, this prospect was also favored by a number of influential Bolsheviks. The negotiations opened under the auspices of the Vikzhel, All-Russian executive of the Railwaymen's Union, where the Mensheviks and the right SRs had the majority. The Vikzhel was a sort of state within the state. On October 26, when the Council of People's Commissars had no government machinery yet at its command, the writ of the Vikzhel ruled on all the railways. It was able to halt the transportation of troops and munitions at will, and was not slow to do so. Resolutely opposed to civil war, it blocked the transport both of red troops and of white with a feigned impartiality. The negotiations went on at the Petrograd Municipal Duma, which was also the center for the Committee of Public Safety's activities. Actually, Lenin never took the negotiations seriously for a moment, though they were to preoccupy the enemy, and the majority of his party's Central Committee concurred with him. At the beginning, as long as the outcome of the Moscow fighting was uncertain, the Vikzhel and the democratic organizations grouped around it proposed drastic conditions. 1. All troops to be placed under the authority of the Municipal Duma. 2. Disarmament of the workers and admission of Kerensky's forces into the city. 3. Release of all arrested persons. 4. Dissolution of the Military Revolutionary Committee. The victories at Pulkovo and Moscow made the Vikzhel considerably more amenable. Ryazanov, who favored conciliation, put before Vitsik, the All-Russian executive of Soviets, the new terms offered by the Social Democrats. A socialist government would be formed, in which the Bolsheviks would have half the portfolios, notably those of the Interior, Labor, and Foreign Affairs. Neither Lenin nor Trotsky would be included, in accordance with the previous plans of the Mensheviks. This government would be responsible to a Council of the Nation which would consist of 150 members from the All-Russian Soviet Executive, 75 delegates from the Peasant Soviets, 80 delegates from the Army and the Fleet, 40 from the trade unions, and 70 socialist members of the Municipal Duma. A majority, 60% of the seats, was promised to the Bolsheviks. Acceptance of this proposal would have been a veiled capitulation on the part of the Bolsheviks. Their small majority in an assembly of a semi-parliamentary character would necessarily have been reflected in vacillations of policy. The strength of the minority socialist opposition and its participation in the government would have led to the sabotage of all revolutionary measures. The consequent mass disillusionment would have weakened the Bolsheviks, while the bourgeoisie and upper middle classes would become alerted to danger. The majority of the Bolshevik Central Committee was astute enough to rely on the unreserved support it had from the mass of the party and the proletariat, and rejected the proposal. Shortly afterwards, a crisis arose in the party's Central Committee and in the Council of People's Commissars. We will quote here the bulletin of the Central Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Party, Bolshevik, number 7, for November 5, 1917. The Vitsik, by 34 votes to 24, passed the resolution of Lenin and Trotsky on freedom of the press. The People's Commissars Nagin, Rykov, Miliutin, Teodorovich, Ryazanov, and Derbyshев resigned. They addressed to the Vitsik and the Council of People's Commissars the following declaration. We believe that it is necessary to form a socialist government including all the parties in the Soviet. Only such a government can assure the fruits of the heroic struggles of the working class and the Revolutionary Army in the October and November days. We believe that a government which is exclusively Bolshevik can maintain power only by political methods of terror. The Council of People's Commissars is starting on this road. We cannot follow it. Shliapnikov was of the same opinion but did not believe that he should leave his post. Kamenev, Rykov, Miliutin, Zinoviev, and Nagin have resigned from the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party. Actually, Derbyshев and Ryazanov were not on the Council of People's Commissars. I have quoted the Russian text without amending this error. The majority attitude in the Central Committee was given in 2 documents, of which the first was the address of the majority to the minority, date November 3rd. The present political line of our party is contained in the motion put by Comrade Lenin and adopted yesterday, November 2nd, by the Central Committee. This resolution considers as treason to the proletariat any attempt to induce our party to divest itself of the power which has been entrusted to us, on the basis of our program, by the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, acting in the name of millions of workers, soldiers, and peasants. The minority is told to submit or else get out of the party. A split would be most unfortunate. But an open and honest split would be infinitely preferable to sabotage within the party, failure to implement our resolutions, disorganization, and capitulation. We do not doubt for one moment that if our differences are placed before the masses, our policy will be supported unreservedly and with sacrifice by the revolutionary workers, soldiers, and peasants, and that the vacillating opposition will speedily be condemned to isolation and impotence. N. Lenin L. Trotsky J. Stalin Y. Sverdlov M. Uritsky F. Dzerzhinsky Ayov A. Bubnov V. Sokolnikov M. Muranov. The crisis, serious though it was, remained confined to the top leadership of the party and was of short duration. At the All-Russian Soviet executive, Lenin made only a passing reference to it, in a disdainful remark on the departure of a few intellectuals. He added, "Only those who believe in the people, who throw themselves into the crucible of the living creativity of the masses, will maintain power." On November 7th, Pravda published an appeal to the masses, whose essential points were as follows. May all the faint hearts, vacillators, and skeptics, who have allowed themselves to be intimidated by the bourgeoisie or by the clamor of its direct or indirect agents, begin to blush. In the masses, there is not a shadow of hesitation. Those who had resigned were roundly denounced as deserters. Pravda, on the same day or the next, published a letter to the comrades signed G. Zinoviev. Zinoviev reported that the Mensheviks and SRs had turned down the conditions put by the Soviets, and that in these circumstances he was withdrawing his resignation from the Central Committee. He called on his comrades in the opposition to do the same. "It is our right and our duty," he declared, "to warn the party against mistakes. But we remain with the party. We prefer to make mistakes with millions of workers and soldiers and to die with them, rather than cut ourselves off from history at this decisive hour. There is not and cannot be any split in our party. In the whole history of the working-class movement, we know of no example of a crisis as serious as this which was so simply and sanely resolved. Once more the great qualities of the Bolshevik Party were displayed, its habits of collective thinking, its discipline, its strong morale, its searching exploration of differences, the unimportance of personal pride among its militants, their profound attachment to the working class and to organization. The patriotism of the British expresses itself eloquently in the powerful expression, "My country right or wrong." The Bolshevik mentality implies a similar patriotism, one of inestimable value in the class war, a patriotism of class and party. Better to be wrong with the party of the proletariat than right against it. There is no greater revolutionary wisdom than this. Those who had advocated a broad socialist coalition were afraid that the Bolshevik Party, which they were doubtless accustomed to conceive of as the most conscious minority of the working class, might find itself, once in authority, isolated from the worker and peasant masses. They did not have a clear picture of the immense influence that the party had acquired since the July days, or of its steadfast ability to develop policies which would conform to the vital interests of all toilers. They feared the prospect of civil war within the ranks of socialism and democracy, and one cannot deny that this was a legitimate fear for them at that moment. The counter-revolutionary character of socialist opportunism had not yet been revealed as abundantly as it later was, both in Russia and in Germany. It was perhaps permissible to hope, though in this hope there was a strong dose of dupery, that the socialist parties would hesitate to side with the counter-revolution, to fire on the riots of the mob, i.e. the proletariat, and to take up arms against the true socialists. Evidently this was an underestimation of the democratic corruption of these parties, their subjection to influence from the bourgeoisie, the reactionary outlook of their leaders, and the special mentality and interests of the lower middle classes which they mainly represented. It was a patent error, particularly after the experience of the socialism of national defense, which had been seen lined up on both sides of the battlefield in the service of the generals. For its own part, the socialism of counter-revolution, now familiar with the corridors of power, was perfectly aware of its mission. It refused to compromise with the Bolshevik rising, which it dreamt of meeting, as we have seen, with a bloodbath. Its intransigence was of considerable use to the revolution. It speedily undeceived the few Bolsheviks who were still beset by illusions about the Democratic Party. It at once defined the situation sharply and accorded definite limits to the possibility of sabotaging the revolution. In Russia, the revolution experienced no sabotage from within, had no enemies inside its inmost councils. Among its leaders, treason had no ticket of entry. The reverse experience was the lot of the Hungarian proletariat in 1919. A few days before the seizure of power, the Communist Party fused with the Social Democratic Party. During the entire period of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Hungary, Social Democrats in brand-new communist camouflage occupied the most important posts, with the result that no measure of revolution or of defense against counter-revolution was free from sabotage by the social democracy. Treason, whether conscious or unconscious, it matters little, was everywhere. Let us only recall that, after Bela Kun's retreat, a social democratic cabinet was formed which ensured the transition from the proletarian dictatorship to the Horthy regime. That is the mission of the socialists of counter-revolution, to ensure the transition to the White Terror. What Plekhanov dreamed of in Russia, the Social Democrat Noski managed to achieve in Germany. In the light of these experiences, we can measure today the gravity of the mistake committed by those Bolsheviks who resigned on November 4th. Equally, we can see the keen perceptiveness displayed in these days by Lenin and the majority of the Central Committee who supported him. At this juncture, the role of Lenin was similar in influence to the role he had played on the eve of the insurrection, and of equal importance for the success of the revolution. Proletarian realism and revolutionary rhetoric. Other debates had taken place in the All-Russian Soviet executive, in which the left socialist revolutionaries, who were inspired by a large-hearted, foggy idealism, took the attitude of a loyal opposition within the young Soviet regime. On November 4th, while the dissident Bolsheviks were resigning, the left SRs, who also favored a broad socialist coalition, withdrew their representatives from the leading bodies of the Soviets. The debate on this day is worth noting. In it, Lenin had to defend against the left SRs the simplest, plainest revolutionary realism. The topic under discussion was the freedom of the press, and in particular that of the journal Wretch, the Word, the organ of Milyukov and the liberal big bourgeoisie. The bourgeois press was continuing to appear. Their role in the first exchanges of the Civil War was one of considerable effect. In one direction, they would breathe hatred, combativity, reactionary ideology. In the other, confusion, panic, and slander. The problem before the Soviet executive was that of silencing these journals, which turned out to be a lengthy process. The left SR's orator Karelin paraded as a defender of fundamental principles, declaiming that the Bolsheviks were muzzling thought and that the Civil War was a disgrace. Lenin retorted to this pitiful rhetoric. Let us set up a commission to inquire into the dependence of the bourgeois newspapers upon the banks. We would like to know what sort of freedom it is, wouldn't we, that is allowing these journals to appear? Isn't it the freedom to buy up tons of paper and hire hordes of scribblers? No more talk of this freedom of the press, which is the slave of capital. Lenin proposed a monopoly of advertising in order to deprive the bourgeois papers of their support from this quarter. And he had to reply to the objections of the print workers, who supported capitalist advertising because it gave them a living. The left SRs also attacked the Council of People's Commissars for violating Soviet legality, yes, already, in issuing decrees without previous sanction from the All-Russian Soviet executive. By what right? How arbitrary! Exclaimed these priceless revolutionaries. Lenin had to explain to them that the new government had not the leisure to spend on such formalities, that the crisis was too serious and no delay was possible. This was inconceivable to the SRs. Lenin concluded, "Nothing, not one article, not 1 pound of bread will escape accounting. For socialism is, above all, accounting. Socialism is not created by decrees coming from on high. It has nothing in common with official, bureaucratic routinism. Living socialism is the work of the popular masses themselves." A left SR had said that The West is shamefully silent. Lenin replied sharply, "Revolutions are not made at the word of command. Germany is at the same stage we were at a while before the fall of Tsardom. Discrediting socialism, are we?" The SRs had said this too, another of their gems. Come now, really? Is not the present government appealing to the masses to create new forms of life? We are going to have a republic of labor. He who does not labor, neither shall he eat. Lenin's proletarian realism was affirmed in the face of revolutionary phraseology from the left SRs, who were excellent revolutionists in their sincere desire to serve socialism, in their courage and honesty, but who, like all the radical petty bourgeois whose most advanced elements they were captivated by the fine phrases which form the whole content of the ideology of bourgeois democracy. Lenin's invocation of the initiative of the masses is unceasing. Mass spontaneity is conceived by him as the necessary condition of the organized action of the party. On November 5th, he signs an appeal to the people, calling on them to fight against sabotage. The majority of the people is with us, so our victory is assured. Comrades, workers, remember that from now on you yourselves are administering the state. Nobody is going to help you if you do not yourselves unite and take over all state affairs. Rally round your Soviets. Make them strong. Get to work there at the base without waiting for orders. Institute the strictest revolutionary order. Suppress without mercy the anarchic excesses of drunken hooligans, counter-revolutionary junkers, followers of Kornilov, etc. Institute rigorous control over production and the accounting of products. Arrest and deliver to the tribunal of the revolutionary people whoever dares to raise his hand against the people's cause. The peasants are urged to take full power themselves, on the spot. Initiative, once again initiative, and always initiative. That is the slogan that Lenin flings to the masses on November 5th, 10 days after the victory of the insurrection. The urban middle classes and the revolution. The first days following the revolution are characterized by two outstanding facts. 1. The middle classes in the towns, for the decree on land satisfies the corresponding classes in the countryside, who will only form a hostile force later, rally in their entirety to the counter-revolution. It is they who provide the counter-revolution's effectives and shock brigades. In the street battles of Moscow and Petrograd, as at the heights of Pulkovo, the bourgeoisie is undoubtedly not defended by itself. Its own forces consist only of organized mercenaries. Who, then, are its last defenders? The officers, the Cossacks, whom we shall discuss later, the students of the military colleges, the youth of the high schools, the officials, the senior staffs, the technicians, the intellectuals, the socialists, all of them people of the middling sort, more or less exploited but highly privileged within the system of exploitation and participating in it. The technical intelligence is simultaneously the organizer of production and of exploitation. It is thereby led to identify itself with the system and to conceive of the capitalist mode of production as the only one possible. The petty bourgeoisie, educated, comfortable, and held in a position of subordinacy by the bourgeoisie, is often threatened with impoverishment and consequently tends towards socialism. It is, however, inclined towards fatal illusions. More cultured than the proletariat, more numerous and advanced in ideology than the bourgeoisie proper, it feels that its vocation is that of running society. 19th-century democratic illusions were born out of this state of mind and have, in their turn, helped to nurture it. The socialism of the petty bourgeois is a socialism of administrators. Liberal, confused, individualist, sometimes utopian, sometimes reactionary. Petty bourgeois culture is capitalistic, fixated on the defense of the old order and on a mass education which will conform to the interests of the property classes. The petty bourgeois mentality tends, above all in politics, to separate action from the word. The word is conceived as an antagonist to action or as a false substitute for it. Compare the symbolic gestures practiced by French radicalism. The bravest souls of the Russian middle classes, who sympathized with the revolution long before it became a reality, thought it should be confined to the bourgeois revolution which would open an era of sound reforms. Proletarian revolution appears to them like an invasion of barbarians, a collapse into anarchy, a blasphemy against the idea of revolution itself. This point of view was forcibly expressed by Maxim Gorky in his Untimely Thoughts published by Novaya Zhizn New Life. The middle classes wanted the bourgeois revolution to inaugurate a democratic republic in which they would have constituted the administrative classes and where capitalist development would have proceeded unchecked. This conception was particularly firm among the Mensheviks and the SRs, who at this time were the most conscious ideologists of the petty bourgeoisie. The utopianism of this class was also shocked by the reality of the revolution. The harsh, bloody reality that was so different from the romantic idyll they had often dreamed of. The workers and the soldiers had quite another approach here, accustomed as they were to living among harsh and bloody realities, enduring necessities in all their naked brutality, brought up in the school of repression and imperialist war. To the enlightened middle classes, the October Revolution seemed like a putsch engineered by a handful of fanatical doctrinaires with the support of a frightful, anarchic movement of uncivilized commoners. Gorky employed these very words. The issue of war and peace wounds their patriotism, for patriotism is above all the emotion of this class, since the proletariat is internationalist and the bourgeoisie has no more than a businessman's patriotism diluted with the financier's cosmopolitanism, just as it wounds the petty bourgeois revolutionary's romanticism. It is the war issue that widens the abyss between the revolution and what was called, falsely, the democracy. Before the actual events, it was impossible to foresee that the petty bourgeois democracy would range itself so totally, with the energy of despair, on the side of the counter-revolution, even to the point of following the monarchist generals, looking for a new Galifet and proceeding to mass executions of insurgents. Hence the error made by some of the Bolsheviks. The Moscow Military Revolutionary Committee seems, right up to the massacre at the Kremlin, to have nursed the hope that the SRs and Mensheviks would not go fundamentally against the workers' rising. The minority in the Bolshevik Central Committee and the Council of People's Commissars believed, erroneously, in a concentration of the socialist forces, in other words that the socialist-minded petty bourgeoisie could be won back to the proletariat. As a matter of fact, the counter-revolutionary attitude of the middle classes was not rigidly predetermined by their class interests. With hindsight, one can see that submission to the Soviet regime would have held every advantage for them. Through their small numerical importance, their failure to act unitedly, and the formidable superiority of the proletariat in organization, morale and thought, with its party, its class consciousness and its Marxism. Through, finally, the support given to the revolution by the rural petty bourgeoisie, the urban middle classes were doomed to a cruel defeat, or rather to annihilation. Their resistance, moreover, created a pile of ruins and devastated the country. Had they been only slightly more aware of the forces that were in motion, they would have saved themselves and Russia a host of calamities. Doubtless, the middle classes are not fated always to have this same hostility towards the proletarian revolution. It is more probable that, in the social struggles of the future, the power and the resolution of the working class will incline them towards an attitude of, first, neutrality, then support. In short, they follow, now and in the future, the strongest side, and when they see the working class is the strongest, they will follow that. In Russia, in October 1917, the middle class fooled itself. It thought that the victory of the proletariat was impossible. For a long time they clung to this idea, anticipating the fall of Bolshevism in days or weeks. The only people who could believe in the victory of a class which had never triumphed previously in history, with no experience of power, no footing in society, no wealth, no institutions of its own, except for a few combat organizations, the only people who could believe this had to be as deeply imbued with the historic mission of the proletariat as the Bolsheviks were, had to be, in a word, revolutionary Marxists. The invalidation of this psychological motive that lay behind the counter-revolutionary attitude of the Russian petty bourgeoisie is one of the great historical achievements of the October Revolution. The laws of war do not apply to civil war. 2. These early days are also marked by the special features taken by the Civil War. Here the Reds, still ignorant of the technique of repression, as well as of its actual necessity, and tending towards self-delusion on the nature of the socialist democracy, are guilty of a deplorable leniency. It is enough to compare the conditions put by the MRC at Moscow, after its victory to the Committee of Public Safety, with those which the White Committee, at a time when it was far from winning, had tried to impose upon the MRC. The Whites massacre the workers in the Arsenal and the Kremlin. The Reds release their mortal enemy, General Krasnov, on parole. The Whites' conspiracy for the restoration of order is utterly ruthless. But the Reds hesitate over suppressing the reactionary press. Sheer inexperience was one of the main causes of this dangerous leniency on the Reds' side. The counter-revolution, on the other hand, finds its commitment instinctively, immediately, and absolutely. The conflagration of the Civil War, it is true, takes light only gradually with assistance from foreign powers. But already from October 26th, the struggle was much more savage than that of wars between states. These are, generally speaking, limited by certain laws, and there are rules of war in them. But there are no rules, no Geneva Conventions, no customs of chivalry, and no non-belligerence in the war between classes. From the outset, the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie resort to strikes and sabotage in all the public utilities, in all administrations, a weapon quite outside the customs of war. When Belgium and France were invaded, nowhere did the technicians go on strike as the enemy entered their territory. The sabotage consisted of an attempt to engineer famine, that is, to strike at the whole working population, without any distinction between combatants and non-combatants. Equally significant is the use that was made of alcohol. And the entire counter-revolutionary conspiracy laid the groundwork for white terror. For wars between states are customarily domestic wars within the possessing classes, who enjoy a common class ethic and a common conception of what is right and proper. In certain eras there was even a marked tendency to reduce the art of war to a rather conventional game. The modern art of war dates from the French Revolution, which pitched a nation in arms under bourgeois leadership against the professional armies of antiquated monarchies, armies based on forced conscription and the use of mercenaries and commanded by noblemen. The revolution thus immediately liquidated the old, outdated conventions of strategy and tactics. The Europeans depart from the current rules of war only when they are dealing with peoples they believe to be inferior. So too with the wars waged by ruling classes convinced of their right to defend civilization against working-class barbarism. All means are considered permissible. The interests at stake are too great, all conventions are annulled, and ethics, for there is no human ethic, only the ethics of classes and social formations, no longer exert any moderating influence upon the contending forces. The counter-revolution views the rebellious exploited classes as banished from humanity. These truths can be seen in all their vividness at the end of the first week of the new Soviet authority. Later, we shall see the massacre of prisoners become a matter of routine in the Civil War, and, for a whole period of years, the capitalist states will treat communist Russia as an outlaw nation. For the first flames of the Civil War, the Constituent Assembly, the rights of nationalities. The great decrees of October 26 affirmed only one aspect of the revolution. It was not enough to proclaim to millions of soldiers that a vigorous revolutionary initiative for peace had begun. Not enough to announce to over 100 million peasants that they were now the masters of their land. The decree on peace shook the yoke of imperialism whose bloody weight bore down upon millions of soldiers. The expropriation of the landlords shook the feudal yoke which had borne down for centuries upon the peasantry. The task remained of delivering a lethal blow against the imperialism which had inherited the domineering traditions of feudal and mercantile Great Russia. As Elie C. Reckless had foreseen even in 1905, any genuine Russian revolution, if it was not to undermine its own future irretrievably, had to give immediate freedom to the nationalities in bondage to the empire that had now collapsed. In terms of nationalities, the population of the empire was composed as follows: Great Russians, 56 million, Ukrainians, 22,300,000, White Russians, about 6 million, Poles, 8 million, Lithuanians, 3,100,000, Germans, 1,800,000, Moldavians, 1,100,000, Jews, 5,100,000, Finns, 2,600,000, peoples of the Caucasus, 1,100,000, peoples of Finnish origin, Estonians, Karelians, etc., 3,500,000, peoples of Turco-Tartar descent, 13,600,000. The constitution of the empire was characterized by the absolute hegemony of the conquering Great Russian nation. Its language was the sole official language, its religion, Greek Orthodoxy, the state religion. This though the Great Russians formed no more than a minority 56 million out of 129 million. Between March and October 1917, the Provisional Government, in its concern to hold on to the territorial integrity of the old empire, especially to the material advantages accruing to the Russian bourgeoisie from the subjection of conquered peoples, simply continued with the national policies of Tsardom, without even flinching before the dangerous conflicts that were now opened with Finland and the Ukraine. It was, for that matter, impossible for the old ruling classes to behave in any other way. And the fall of the autocracy had stimulated the appearance of national movements which became marked, notably in Finland and the Ukraine, by separatist tendencies. We must add, too, that the national question among most of the non-Russian peoples was closely related to the agrarian question, since the subject peoples in most of the territories were peasants. On November 2nd, while the fighting was still going on in Moscow, it was the very day when the Red Artillery was firing on the Kremlin, and while the victorious fighters from Pulkovo were being hailed by the population of Petrograd, the government of the Soviets promulgated the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia, which may be summarized by the 3 points. 1. Equality and sovereignty of all peoples. 2. Right of self-determination for the peoples, including that of separating, to form independent states. 3. Abolition of all national and religious privileges, and free development of all national or ethnic minorities. This essential text contained no more than the program expounded by Lenin himself from April and May onwards. It can be compared with an appeal to the Islamic workers of Russia and the East published 20 days later, November 22nd, under the signatures of Lenin and the Commissar for Nationalities, Dugashvili Stalin. Never before in history had Europeans spoken out in this manner to peoples who had been oppressed, enslaved, conquered, and protected for centuries. We have torn up the secret treaties giving Constantinople to Russia. Gone is the treaty for the partition of Persia. Gone is the treaty for the partition of Turkey. Cancelled the annexation of Armenia. From now on, your beliefs and your customs, your national and cultural institutions, are declared free and inviolable. Go organize your national life freely and without fetters. You must become the masters in your own countries. Your destiny is in your hands. The resistance of the general headquarters. Troops against generals. The general headquarters, in Russian, the Stavka, of a country at war is a sort of capital city no less important than the civilian metropolis. Immediately after the proletarian insurrection, the Stavka became the last hope of the counter-revolution. It held out tenaciously until November 18th. Fortunately for the whites, it was situated a fair distance from both Petrograd and Moscow at Mogilev, a small town in White Russia with 60,000 inhabitants, where the proletariat and the Bolshevik Party were both equally weak. At the Stavka, the supreme revolutionary authority was the Committee of the Armies, which had been elected at the beginning of the revolution and was controlled by the SR Party. This committee hobnobbed amicably with the general staff, denounced Bolshevik plots, and affirmed the indefatigable loyalty of the army to fatherland and allies, as well as the fervent desire of the soldiers to continue the war to the very end. On October 31st, it officially announced its intention to resist Bolshevik force by force. Its troops were to march on Petrograd to re-establish order. Not one drop of blood will be spilt unnecessarily, the proclamation ran. If the right wing tries to make capital out of these events for the counter-revolution, we shall turn all our forces against them. On the same day, the commander-in-chief, General Dukhanin, summoned the Bolsheviks to surrender unconditionally to the provisional government. This forceful language was no more than verbiage. The mass of the troops welcomed the news of the new revolution with joy. The Committee of the Armies had to reduce its pretensions and said it would be content with a broad socialist coalition. It changed again on the arrival at the Stavka of the leaders of the SR Party, Chernov and Gotz. The Rada, or National Parliament of the Ukraine, had just declared itself against the Bolsheviks. The idea of an alliance with the Rada now became current among the socialists of counter-revolution. The Committee of the Armies proposed the establishment of a government of order, whose prime minister was to be V.M. Chernov. These efforts were encouraged by the representatives of the Allies. In the middle of these negotiations, intrigues, faction meetings, and schemes, the soldiers and the masses acted. The armies of the North and the Northwest went over to the Bolsheviks. The crack battalions of St. George proved to be less than loyal. Hostile to the generals and the SRs, they prevented the Stavka from moving to the south. Arrests of officers by their soldiers became more and more frequent. On November 9th, Lenin, Stalin, and Krylenko called General Dukhanin to the telephone and ordered him to begin immediate negotiations for an armistice with the Austrians and Germans. As the replies he gave were evasive, they ended the telephone conversation by dismissing Dukhanin from his command. Second Lieutenant Krylenko is appointed Commander-in-Chief. But how could the General Staff be disarmed? The Council of People's Commissars still had no governmental apparatus at their disposal. They were ignorant of the weakness of their adversary. Once again they relied on the masses. A radio appeal drafted by Lenin called on the troops to intervene. Soldiers, the cause of peace is in your hands. You cannot let the counter-revolutionary generals sabotage the great work of peace. You will place them under guard in order to prevent lynchings which are unworthy of the revolutionary army, and to ensure that they will not escape the tribunal which awaits them. You will observe the strictest revolutionary and military order. The frontline regiments are immediately to elect delegates to begin formal negotiations with the enemy for an armistice. The Council of People's Commissars authorizes you to do this. Inform us by every means possible of the progress of negotiations. The Council of People's Commissars alone has the authority to sign the final armistice. This document aroused a discussion in the All-Russian Executive of the Soviets, November 10th, in the course of which Lenin explained his ideas. The only way we can defeat Dukhanin, he said, is by calling on the initiative and self-organization of the masses. Peace will not come about only from the top, it must be won from below. We have not the slightest confidence in the German generals, but we do have confidence in the German people. In the struggle we are waging against the Stavka, we must act thoroughly and without regard for formalities. I am against half measures. The Stavka's own troops turned against it. On November 18th, just as it was on the point of fleeing and transporting itself to the Ukraine, the General Staff was confronted by its soldiers. The émigré Stankiewicz, who was an eyewitness, writes, "The Stavka had barely begun the preparations for its move when crowds of excited soldiers came on the scene, declaring that they would not let the GHQ go. The Stavka had not a single soldier to defend it. Dukhanin remarked that he was being watched by his own batmen. The Allied officers, a few generals, and some reactionary units were the only ones to escape. When Krylenko and the Red Sailors arrived, Generalissimo Dukhanin was arrested and summarily done to death in the railway station at Mogilev. It should be noted that the Stavka's resistance marks the beginning of the intervention of the Allies against the revolution. General Laverne, the head of the French military mission, and a senior American officer had given official encouragement to Dukhanin. This fact was pointed out in a menacing diplomatic note from Trotsky. On every front, the revolution similarly translated itself into a conflict between the masses on one side and the command and leading officers on the other. And practically everywhere the outcome of the conflict was the same too. Kaledin, the defeat of the Cossack counter-revolution. Broken in the two capitals, broken in the Stavka, the counter-revolution's resistance at once moved to the south. Asylum for the vanquished combatants of Petrograd, Moscow and Mogilev was found beyond the Ukraine, nationalistic and hostile to anything that savored of the old Great Russian yoke. In the provinces of the southeast and in the Don and Kuban Cossack territories. The Cossack population, a rural petty bourgeoisie with strong military traditions enjoying special privileges under Tsardom, appeared to the generals as the ideal base for the recruitment of the counter-revolution's first troops. Autonomous governments had been set up in these areas. The Donsky Krai or Don Country was a kind of Cossack republic whose president was an elected military leader or ataman General Kaledin, a supporter of the counter-revolution. At Ekaterinodar, the capital of the Kuban, there was a Rada or vague parliament, composed of Cossacks and socialist intellectuals whose representation of the wealthy part of the population was so blatant that their constitution excluded the workers and the poor non-Cossack peasantry from the franchise. Thereafter, over many bloody years, the history of the Don and the Kuban Cossacks, a typical rural petty bourgeoisie, was one of interminable oscillation and internal feuding. Canvassed and attracted by revolution and by counter-revolution in turn, they showed themselves, in short, as absolutely incapable of taking up a definite position. As Democrats, opposed to the restoration of Tsardom and hostile to the national patriotism of the great Russian bourgeoisie, they were constantly in conflict with the white generals in one way or another. The councils of the national armies were always being preoccupied by an embarrassing Cossack question. As determined supporters of private property, they battled violently against the proletarian communists. Following the October Revolution, their ideal became one of regional independence. They wanted to maintain their territories intact from Bolshevik anarchy. Here, as in everything else, the second-rate politicians of the Don and the Kuban displayed a very characteristic blindness. While Krylenko was making his way into the Stavka at Mogilev, the man of September's unsuccessful coup d'état, the man who had reintroduced the death penalty in the army, the Russian and Allied bourgeoisie's recent candidate for the role of dictator, Kornilov himself, simply walked out of the monastery at Bykovskoye where the provisional government had interned him. Was it trickery or weak security? A mixture of both. Kerensky had entrusted the surveillance of his accomplice, who was a prisoner for the sake of public form, to a detachment of cavalry entirely devoted to the prisoner. Kornilov placed himself at the head of his squadron and made his way towards the Don country. There he arrived at the beginning of December, alone and disguised as a peasant, having narrowly escaped being handed over to the Bolsheviks by his own loyal soldiery. In the Don, the old General Alexeyev had been working away at the creation of an army of loyalist volunteers ever since the beginning of November. From all the corners of Russia, officers and junkers flooded into Novocherkassk and Rostov. The character of these counter-revolutionaries has been described with praiseworthy exactness by General Denikin. The appeal for volunteers was responded to by officers, junkers, students, and very, very few others. The nation did not rise to the call. Under these conditions of recruitment, the army from its inception suffered from a grave organic fault. It took on the character of a class army inevitably. It was evident that in these circumstances the army of volunteers could not fulfill its mission over the whole of Russia. What, then, did the generals imagine they could do? Their objective, it is clear, was to contain Bolshevism while the latter was still unorganized. Its phenomenal power of organization took them unawares, and to await the outcome of events. The establishment of this army proved difficult. The majority of the officers hesitated, went into hiding, or adapted to the new regime. Once the basis for military authority had been shattered, these army professionals felt utterly lost. And everywhere the vigilant hatred of the masses barred their path. Those who managed to reach the Don did so after passing through innumerable perils. The fugitive officer en route for the south became an outlaw figure for the soldiers, to be killed on sight. Alexeyev had to work with frenzied energy to get his first units going. Money was in short supply. The bourgeoisie in the towns gave too little. It was already hard pushed. The day very soon came when they could give nothing. Denikin reports that the embassies of the Allied powers were in a state of terror. Even the Cossacks looked with a jaundiced eye upon this ingathering of armed patriots on their soil. The reactionary generals, in their appeal of December 27th, had to include a reference to the sovereignty of the people, exercised by the Constituent Assembly. All the same, the Cossack Council at the Don decided to keep a strict watch on the army of volunteers and purge it of counter-revolutionary elements. At its best, the army counted no more than 3,000 to 4,000 men. By contrast, it teemed with senior officers. Two generalissimos, Alexeyev and Kornilov, who also were at loggerheads, held the supreme command. Together with Kaledin, they formed a ruling triumvirate. The army began its career by putting down workers' risings at Rostov and at Taganrog, November 26, January 2nd, after the Cossacks had refused to intervene. It very quickly found itself in an impossible situation, with the ground cut from beneath its feet. The workers in the nearby Donets region were threatening. The Cossacks were mutinous and kept clearing off, since their parochial patriotism moved them to defend no more than their own territory, i.e. the territory of their various villages, against Red incursions. The Red Guards and the Caucasian Army, which was back from the front, were soon surrounding the Don and laying siege to the Kuban. The Council of People's Commissars outlawed the leaders of the Cossack counter-revolution in an appeal on November 28. The local garrisons are urged to act with all possible vigor against the enemies of the people, without waiting for orders. All negotiation with them is forbidden. Any local citizens or railway workers who give them assistance will be punished with all strictness of the revolutionary law. The Soviet government did not rest with this. The workers' Red Guards from Petrograd, Moscow, Kharkov, and the Donets mines, reinforced with sailors and some army units, began a huge pincer movement under the command of Antonov Ovsienko, designed to isolate the Don area from the Ukraine before going on to the capture of Rostov and Kiev. Inevitably in this guerrilla warfare, fought mostly along the railways with assistance from armored or simply armed trains, the Red military headquarters for the Southern Front could give only very general guidance. Under Antonov's command there were two remarkable leaders. Sablin, a left SR who headed the workers' contingents from Petrograd and Moscow, and Sivers, a Bolshevik NCO who commanded the Don Army and was shortly to be killed. At first the Reds suffered some defeats, notably at Matveyev-Kurgan near Taganrog. But a workers' rising in this city restored the situation by chasing out the Whites. The Cossacks were hesitant, and became subdivided into factions of young and old, rich and poor, frontliner and rearguard. Red Cossack units were formed, and the workers continued their actions. The doom of the counter-revolution, reduced solely to the officers and thrown on to its own resources, for no foreign support was forthcoming, was now assured. The war ended on January 29th with the suicide of the Ataman Kaledin and Kornilov's hazardous retreat to the Kuban. A short extract from Kaledin's last speech, made before the Don Cossack Council just as the Reds were entering Novocherkassk, forms an admirable summary of the debacle of this first phase of counter-revolution. When Kornilov goes, we shall have only a handful of men, 100 to 140 soldiers. How can one find words for this shameful disaster? We have been betrayed by the vilest kind of egotism. Instead of defending their native soil against the enemy, Russia's best sons, its officers, flee shamefully before a handful of usurpers. There is no more sense of duty or sense of honor or love of country, or even simple morality. All that remained for the Ataman to do was to blow his brains out. His successor Nazarov was, in the collapse of the Cossack democracy, incapable either of organizing resistance or taking flight. The Reds surprised him in the middle of a session of the Cossack Council and shot him February 12. At around the same time the Kuban underwent confused fighting, similar to that in the Don area since they involved the same social elements. This ended on March 1st with a Red victory. Soviet power was installed in Ekaterinodar, only for a short time it is true. There was a rising of Cossacks in the Ural region between November 25th and January 18th which, under the command of General Dutov, succeeding in capturing Orenburg. This ended likewise in defeat. The synchrony among these events is most striking. The Ukraine, the vast region of the Dnieper situated in the south of the Great Russian Plain, is to Russia what Provence is to France. The people of the Ukraine are differentiated from their Great Russian kin by a milder and sunnier climate, wonderfully fertile soil, a past of greater affluence, gaiety, and freedom, and a southern language which is less modulated but more sonorous than Russian. The economic character of this differentiation can be seen clearly. Before the war of 1914 to 18 3/4 of all coal produced in the empire came from the Ukraine, as did 2/3 of the iron or 3/4 of the manganese, 2/3 of the salt, 4/5 of the sugar and 9/10 of the wheat exported from Russia. It was by far the richest land of the empire. The Ukrainian national movement's theoreticians, bourgeois ideologists naturally, accused the Tsarist regime of systematically siphoning away the capital and natural wealth of the Ukraine for the benefit of Great Russia. Sodom, they pointed out, had developed sea traffic in the Baltic ports to the detriment of Black Sea shipping, and had restricted the growth of industry in the Ukraine. Finally, they waxed eloquent in their denunciations of the insupportable hardships of cultural Russification. The Ukrainian national movement awoke immediately upon the fall of the autocracy. The Rada, a sort of Ukrainian National Assembly, was speedily constituted and entered into conflict with the provisional government of Prince Lvov. The independence sought by the Ukraine was very far-reaching. The Bolsheviks alone supported the demand. Accordingly, the Rada hailed the October Revolution as an act of liberation, but, once it had shaken off the dominion of the Great Russian bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie of the Ukraine had no intention of going with the proletariat along the path of social revolution. The Soviets of the Ukraine were now marching in step with those of Great Russia. The Kiev Soviet had organized a revolutionary committee on October 22nd with the aim of seizing power. For a short while the Soviet and the Rada formed a united front against the Russian cadets, Mensheviks and SRs in the Kiev Municipal Council who were siding with the provisional government in Petrograd. But as soon as Kerensky's cause was lost, another sort of united front was immediately set up. This time the Cadet Party, the Russian Constitutional Democrats, the party of the big Great Russian bourgeoisie, be it recalled, joined forces with the Rada against Bolshevism. From now on, the conflict between the People's Republic of the Ukraine and the Kiev Soviet could be resolved only by force of arms. Our comrade G. Safarov has provided a most interesting analysis of the distribution of populations in the Ukraine. In the countryside, the Great Russians formed minorities often of tiny proportions, less than 1/30 of the population in the Poltava gubernia, 1/10 in the Kiev gubernia, etc. In the towns, on the other hand, i.e. in the industrial and commercial centers, the Great Russian element was often more numerous than the Ukrainian. Small towns were often dominated by the Jews. More and more, the towns were falling under non-Ukrainian influence. The composition of Ukrainian society can be summarized schematically as follows. At the summit, the Russian bureaucracy, the landlords, and the Russian capitalists. Next down, the commercial, industrial, and artisan petty bourgeoisie of the towns, which was Russian and Jewish. Next, the Ukrainian rural petty bourgeoisie and its intellectuals. Finally, at the bottom, the Russian and Ukrainian proletariat of the towns and the country. The rural petty bourgeoisie, rich and middle peasants, along with its intelligentsia, was the backbone of the nationalist movement. As among the Don and Kuban Cossacks, it was both democrat and counter-revolutionary. Independence, property, the republic. For these classic ideals of the young ascendant bourgeoisies of old, it was ready to fight ferociously. The Rada of Kiev was composed of 213 peasant representatives, 132 army representatives, and 100 workers, salaried employees, intellectuals, etc. It tried to maneuver with the social current. Its manifesto of November 7th was a curious mixture drawn from the declarations of the Soviet government. It announced the confiscation of the land belonging to the big proprietors and the crown, etc., which were henceforth the property of the nation, to be disposed of by a Ukrainian Constituent Assembly. It decreed the 8-hour day and instituted government control over industrial production, government control, be it noted, not workers' control, though the workers had to participate in it. It promised energetic measures to end the war, abolished the death penalty and decreed a far-reaching political amnesty, announced a reform of the law courts in accordance with the spirit of the people, proclaimed a large decree of autonomy for local institutions without saying which, and fixed the date for elections to the Ukrainian Constituent Assembly as December 27th, and the date for its first session as January 9th. At the same time as it issued this shrewd proclamation, the Rada gave free passage over its territory to the white officers and the troop units who were on their way to the Don, refused the same right to the red troops going south, and disarmed the Soviet formations. On December 4th, the Council of People's Commissars presented it with an ultimatum which began with the significant sentence: "We recognize, without reservation or condition, the national rights and the national independence of the Ukrainian people." The Rada had to drop its mask. Its reply attacked, in a blanket of confused reproof, the elements of the extreme right and the Bolsheviks, the anarchy of the Red Soldiery and the fratricidal struggle in the People's Commissar's own territory. The Rada demanded a broad socialist coalition and a federal republic. This document, signed by Vinichenko, Petliura, and Murny, was a declaration of war. Fighting had already begun. A general strike broke out in Kiev. The Rada collapsed under the combined blows of the Red Guards from Petrograd, Moscow, and Kharkov, who were commanded by Muraviv, the victor of Pulkovo, and of detachments of Red troops from the Romanian front. The Reds entered Kiev on January 26. Their victory was not a total one. Guerrilla warfare was to continue in the south of Russia until 1921. A government of the Soviets of the Ukraine was set up at Kharkov. France's intervention on the side of the counter-revolution did not stop with its prompt recognition of the independence of the Ukraine, complete with the dispatch of a military mission to Kiev. At the beginning of January, Stephen Pichon had agreed a loan of 180 million francs to the Rada. At the same time as it lent on the support of the French government and enjoyed the advice of French agents like General Berthelot, the Rada also sought the assistance of the Central Powers for the struggle against Bolshevism. The tragedy of the Romanian front. For several months, the monarchy of Romania, now under crushing pressure from the Central Powers, had been harassed by the behavior of the Russian army of about 1 million men, under the command of General Sherbachev, an incorrigible reactionary. The court and the general staff had taken refuge at Jassy after the capture of Bucharest by the Austrians and Germans. There, on May 1st, they saw to their horror the Russian regiments release Rakovsky from prison, hail him with ovations and applaud the idea of a Romanian republic. For a few hours, Jassy was within the pull of the Russian Revolution. But this had yet to find its way forward, and the Romanian monarchy was allowed to survive. The Russian generals made haste to join with the Romanian government, the Allied representatives and the reactionary officer cliques, against the Bolshevist anarchy they all dreaded. When the Ukrainian Rada announced its independence, Sherbachev concluded an agreement with it. A confused and bloody struggle now opened out, destined to last for months, between revolutionary soldiers and a grand coalition against the Second Revolution formed by the generals, the officers, the allies, the Romanian government, the pro-government socialists, Mensheviks and SRs, and Ukrainian nationalism. For a short spell, a handful of Bolsheviks led by Semyon Roshel, a young militant of great talent, managed to get the better of the general staff and take command of the army. They were arrested after a few days, December 10th. Roshel was murdered after capture by a group of Ukrainian officers, and his 73 fellow prisoners were treated harshly and threatened each day with the same fate. Later, in March, they were exchanged for representatives of the Romanian bourgeoisie who had been arrested in Russia. The Romanian army, commanded by General Averescu, acquired enormous stocks of war material which were gladly left for it by the Russian High Command. White fighting units were now formed by Russian officers. One of these, that led by General Drozdovsky, later took part in the establishment of Denikin's army. A number of red units from the army in Romania managed to fight their way through to the Ukraine. With encouragement from the Allies, the Romanian government had for some time been preparing the annexation of Bessarabia, which the Allies appear to have endorsed at the beginning of the revolution. The Central Powers had made the same offer previously. The Moldavian national movement in Bessarabia had a character similar to that of Ukrainian nationalism, except that its strongest base was in the funds it received from the secret service of the Romanian General Staff. The Romanian bourgeoisie's ancient appetites for expansion were fanned by the imperious fears of the present. In order to check the revolution, it had to be robbed of territory. Bessarabia was a dangerous focus of revolutionary contagion. The Wallachian and Moldavian boyars were still haunted by the memories of the peasant rising of 1907, a repercussion from Russia's revolution. Their agents set up a so-called National Council, the Sfacel-Tiarii. It was elected from non-existent organizations and Moldavians had the majority in it. The Moldavian National Party began to recruit an army. However, the spirit of the soldiers was such that when, at the beginning of January, the Romanians made a first attempt to enter Chisinau, the Moldavian soldiers acted in concert with the revolutionary Russian troops to halt the move. Around 20 revolutionary soldiers had to be sent to the firing squad before obedience could be restored. The Sfacel-Tiarii, chaired by a former commissar of Kerensky's administration, who was also an SR, assembled on November 21st to talk in a language similar to that of the Ukrainian Rada. The opposition of some honest socialists was not enough to prevent the establishment of a directorate which was at the bidding of Romanian interests. Every tactic of intrigue, intimidation, corruption and demagogy was used by this body, in which the Romanian agents even went so far as to take the guise of Bolsheviks, like a certain Buzdigin who, later on March 27th, was to read the loyal address of the Sfacel-Tiarii to the King of Romania. The Romanians, assisted by General Sherbachev, meanwhile occupied strategic points and cut off the supplies of the revolutionary soldiers. Finally, they occupied Chisinau, but only after a fierce battle lasting several days in which they broke the resistance of the Moldavian peasants and the Russian revolutionary fighters. Massacres of officers. It is against the background of this period and these events that the spontaneous beginnings of the Red Terror must be viewed. It was the direct consequence of a whole series of factors. The general staffs had maintained discipline in the army only through the death penalty, that is, by a systematic practice of legalized terror. The memory of the merciless repressions of 1905–6 was still active in the army and the fleet. Then, too, the officers now appeared everywhere to be the most active agents of the counter-revolution. For months they had insistently demanded the reintroduction of the death penalty in the armed forces, the only guarantee of discipline. Accustomed in the course of war to treat mutiny as a dangerous beast to be dispatched without any pretense of a trial, they themselves were devotees of terror. Episodes like the massacre of the Kremlin arsenal workers became current almost everywhere whenever the officers secured a temporary control. The seeds of hate that they sowed so liberally became a rich harvest in a few weeks. General Denisov gives some interesting statistics on the massacre of officers by soldiers, in the Don region alone, between February 13th and April 14th, 1918. 14 generals, 23 colonels, and 292 commissioned officers were killed in this period. A few reports of episodes will prove revealing on the nature of this wave of terror. An officer was walking along a street in a small town of the Crimea. Nobody paid any attention to him. A beggar, who was a legless cripple, caught sight of him. This human trunk started off on the heels of the officer shouting, "Off with your epaulets, comrade! Take them off!" The officer hurried on. At this, the beggar roused a mob with cries of "Comrades! Look, there goes the counter-revolution." This scene is recounted by an eyewitness. The same witness tells the story of the execution of some naval officers at Sebastopol. The Red Sailors took over the railway station, and every officer who arrived there was summarily interrogated. If he had served in 1905–6, the period of the ruthless suppression by the tribunals of the fleet, he was at once stood up against the wall and shot. Any other officers could pass unmolested through this bloody checkpoint under the hard eyes of the sailors. After the first engagements of the Civil War, the betrayals on the Romanian front, the conspiracies and risings of the Ukraine, the Don, the Kuban, the Ural, and the Crimea, the fury of the sailors and soldiers ceased to make any distinctions among the officers. The first messages from the South announcing mass executions of officers were published in Petrograd during the second half of January. They described events in the Crimea. The officers, at the head of Tartar detachments, had gained control over the peninsula for a short time and proceeded to shoot their Bolshevik prisoners. The arrival of Red Sailors restored the situation. A telegram dated January 20th told of the bombardment of Yalta by 2 Red torpedo boats, and ended with these lines, "Several dozen officers were executed. They were led to the edge of the sea with heavy stones tied round their necks, and thrown in to drown. The corpses are floating in the harbor. 2 big merchants have been shot." Similar episodes took place in most of the small towns of the Crimea. Here, in some of the gayest and most beautiful places in the whole of Russia, the Red Terror was born. So far it was confined to the massacre of officers by their own soldiers, in the areas where the Civil War had begun. In the capitals and over the greater part of its territory, the revolution treated its enemies with a magnanimity which was still to last for some months. The armistice, the Council of People's Commissars, was beginning its difficult struggle for peace. The risks implicit in its initiatives were colossal. Could anything at all accurate be known about the internal situation of the other belligerent nations? Suppose that the Bolsheviks' calculations were correct, based as they were on their faith in the revolutionary proletariat and their sure knowledge of the devastation among the contending nations. Then their tactic of audacity was the right one, for it could only assist in the maturation of events. But what if they were wrong? Supposing that they were wrong even on the degree to which events had matured, would not the generals of the Central Powers reply to the armistice proposals by an overwhelming offensive against an army so obviously disintegrating, whose officers were no longer obeyed, whose soldiers were demobilizing themselves in entire units to return to their villages, without waiting for orders? The Bolsheviks seemed to be burning the revolution's boats. If Germany was still powerful enough to reject the peace proposals, would the Bolsheviks on their side be able to undertake the revolutionary war which they accepted in principle? The success of Lenin's strategy in the struggle for peace should not cause us to forget the uncertainties amidst which action had to be framed. On November 18th, just as the Stavka was collapsing, a special train went off to Brest-Litovsk with the Soviet delegation in charge of the armistice negotiations. It consisted of 9 persons: Ayov, a former political exile and Trotsky's old colleague on the Vienna Pravda, L. B. Kamenev, S. G. Mstislavsky, a left SR officer and a talented journalist, G. Y. Sokolnikov, a woman, another left SR, A. Bitsenko, who had lately been a terrorist, plus a sailor, a soldier, a peasant, and a worker. Its secretary was a modest militant named Karakhan. When it reached the German lines, Prince Leopold of Bavaria came forward with a salute. The plenipotentiaries of the Central Powers were headed by General Hoffmann. These negotiations were a sort of duel. It was the first time in modern history that men so different, representing not hostile states, but warring social classes, faced each other calmly across a green tablecloth. Polite, reserved, observant, dominated by a coldly calculating hatred. On the one side, embroidered uniforms, sparkling with decorations, the decorations of princes and generals. On the other, the insolence of a sailor's jerkin, a peasant's smock, a trooper's greatcoat, the blouse of the perpetual student girl, somber garments without a badge of rank, the plain dress of yesterday's exiles, who now had the sober bearing of victorious insurgents. Each side's every word was carefully weighed. Over the head of the generals, the Russians wanted to speak to the troops, to the masses, over the heads of the Central Powers, to all the belligerents. Their adversaries, on the other hand, were in pursuit of immediate and very practical objectives. The Bolsheviks' outrageous declarations of principle, read out impassively by Kamenev, were received in the same spirit. It was time to formulate concrete proposals. When the Russians were asked to present theirs, they were taken by surprise. Matters had been improvised so rapidly nothing of the sort had been prepared. They had to gain time. Hoffman would not agree to speak first. He who makes the first proposal reveals his armament. After some reflection, the Russians proposed the following conditions. An armistice of 6 months. No switching of Austrian or German troops from the Eastern to the Western Front. Freedom of propaganda. Fraternization among the troops. The Central Powers to evacuate the key strategic position of Mundsund. This last clause was regarded by the Austro-Germans as an outrage, which, however, they submitted to without flinching. For their part, they offered an armistice of 14 days. They were taken aback when the Russians refused to accept this. The parties separated after agreeing on a simple suspension of hostilities. When negotiations were resumed, the armistice was concluded on December 2nd, for 28 days, renewable for a further period. The Austrians and Germans were to desist from any movement of troops from one front to another, a pledge that was much more formal than real. The pact allowed the fraternization of troops in the form of organized contacts. For a long time Hoffman tried to keep this clause out, but Kamenev succeeded in having it included. "Come now," Hoffman said to him. "Don't be so unreasonable. No prohibition will stop the troops from fraternizing." General Hoffman was a realist. The work of the Soviets. The period from the first days of November to the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, January 7, 1918, was marked on the home front by the economic resistance of the old ruling classes, by the political struggle around the Constituent Assembly, and by the struggle for peace. We shall have to analyze these 3 sets of events separately, although in reality they were aspects of a single process. The general situation at this time has been outlined. A simple enumeration of the main decrees of the Soviet government will show the enormous amount of work accomplished. November 10th. Castes and the civil hierarchy were abolished. November 22nd. Warm clothes were requisitioned for the army. November 26th. The Commissar of Foreign Affairs, Trotsky, recalled 28 Russian diplomats and consular agents in foreign countries, including all the Russian ambassadors to the great powers. December 1st. The Supreme Economic Council was set up. December 7th. The Extraordinary Commission for Struggle Against Sabotage and Counter-Revolution, known as the Vichayka for short, was set up. December 9th. The Brest-Litovsk peace talks were opened. December 11th. The 8-hour day was enforced on the railways. The Commissariat of Public Education, which took education out of the hands of the church, was established. December 16th. Ranks in the army were abolished. The Russo-Belgian Metal Company was confiscated. December 17th. The 1886 Electric Company was confiscated. The market in living accommodation was abolished in the cities. December 18th. Civil marriage was instituted. December 19th. Divorce was instituted. December 21st. Russian spelling was simplified. A code for the revolutionary courts was decreed. December 24th. The Putilov factories were confiscated. December 29th. The payment of interest and dividends on bonds was stopped. December 31st. The Institute for the Protection of Mothers and Children was formed. January 3rd. The Russian Federation of Soviet Republics was proclaimed. A decree was issued for the organization of the Socialist Red Army. It was a formidable agenda, a tremendous creative labor. Sabotage lay everywhere, and counter-revolution seeped through every crack. The actively counter-revolutionary elements were the big bourgeoisie round the Cadet Party, some tens of thousands of officers, and the Socialist Revolutionary Party. On November 6, Purishkevich, the old leader of the ultra-reactionary True Russians, was arrested. On his person was a letter addressed to Ataman Kayldin, part of which ran, "The situation can only be saved by establishing regiments of officers and junkers. Authority is in the hands of a criminal mob who will only be brought to their senses by public shootings and hangings." In a document drawn up by Trotsky and published by the Military Revolutionary Committee, dated November 7, we can see the first intimations of the measures which will later form the system of war communism. The MRC notes that sabotage is driving the country into famine, and warns the wealthy classes that they are playing with fire. They themselves will bear the first consequences of the situation they are creating. The rich and their abettors will be deprived of the right to purchase supplies. All their stocks will be requisitioned. The property of the principal offenders will be confiscated. The working population is urged to boycott those responsible for sabotage. At the beginning of December, the situation in Petrograd took a sharp turn for the worse, as a result of the ransacking of the wine cellars. Drunken, angry, demoralized crowds menaced the capital with anarchy. In order to stop a riot from occurring, an extraordinary commission had to be selected, equipped with full powers. In reply to the activities of the counter-revolution, Lenin proposed, in his speech of December 1 to the All-Russian Soviet Executive, to declare the Constitutional Democrats, cadets, enemies of the people. When a revolutionary class is at grips, he said, with propertied classes who are resisting it, it must break that resistance. And we shall break the resistance of the property owners by the same methods that they are using against the proletariat. No others have yet been invented. Lenin was asked to confine the measures to particular individuals, but he refused. It is the general staff of an entire class that we have to strike at. It was, in short, not matter of picking on individuals to weigh out degrees of justice. Milyukov's party found unexpected champions among the left SRs and in Maxim Gorky. Once again, the great writer was misled by his love of culture. The Cadet Party, he wrote in Novaya Zhizn on December 7, numbers the most cultivated men in the country, as if the party of Thiers and Galifet in 1871 did not number the most cultivated men in France. Lenin's measures, in fact, were relatively mild. A few arrests followed. A few days after this, after the majority of the Second All-Russian Congress of Rural Soviets had voted to support the October Revolution, the left SRs decided to enter the government. 6 of their leaders, Proshayin, Algasov, Trutovsky, Steinberg, Mikhailov, and Ismailovich, became members of the Council of People's Commissars. Lenin believed that the bloc between Bolsheviks and left SRs, who were influential in the countryside, could be an honest coalition, for there is no fundamental disagreement between the interests of the workers and the interests of the toiling and exploited peasants. Lenin's general views at this point are best expounded in a speech he made on November 22 to the Congress of the Fleet. Here are a few lines from it. The oppressed masses are confronted with the most difficult task in the world. They have to build a state unaided. You see what powers of resistance the bourgeoisie has. Now they are trying to block our activity by sabotage. The floods of lies and slanders that are poured upon us at every excuse and without excuse. We say, there must be a strong power, there must be constraint and violence. But we shall use it against a handful of capitalists, against the bourgeois class. The laboring classes have nothing to rely on except themselves. We must have confidence in our own forces. Divided, the masses are powerless. When united, they are strong. The elections to the Constituent Assembly. The elections to the Constituent Assembly, which had been postponed for so long by the provisional government under pressure from the bourgeoisie, took place in the middle of November. Every class and every party participated in the elections, but with very varied expectations and attitudes. The bourgeoisie proper hoped for very little from the future assembly. Numerous witnesses at this time recount its profound disarray. Headless, leaderless, without a plan of action or a definite tactic. General Alexiev's army of volunteers received no more than pitiful subventions from commercial and industrial circles. The military leaders were not understood, and individual egoism triumphed over bourgeois class solidarity. Armed resistance to the revolution was in the hands of the reactionary generals and the military caste, a social stratum much swollen through the war. Among the career officers, the aristocracy and bourgeoisie were dominant. Among the reserve officers, who were much more numerous, the intelligentsia and petty bourgeoisie. It is the officers who are the virile elements of the counter-revolution. They laugh at the idea of the assembly. For them, what has to be done is to organize loyal regiments around a new center of authority and to restore order just as one makes war, without skimping the ammunition. It was only the SR party that awaited the Constituent Assembly with an almost mystical faith. For long months this party had forgotten its revolutionary traditions and lived in a state of democratic befuddlement. Fortified by votes from millions of peasants, from the intellectuals and from the urban middle classes, and even from radical elements of the bourgeoisie, encouraged by the international socialist movement and the Allied governments, certain of a large majority at the coming Constituent Assembly, which would assuredly be followed by a legislative assembly. The SR party believed itself to be the great parliamentary and governmental party of tomorrow. How could it not be so? The prospect of an SR electoral victory embarrassed the Bolsheviks. Lenin wanted to amend the electoral law so as to give the vote at 18 years, legalize the recall of candidates and delegates, and refuse the cadets and counter-revolutionaries the right to vote. But the Bolsheviks had themselves urged the Assembly's convocation, which would indeed have marked a step of progress under the provisional government. And the provinces were looking expectantly towards its meeting. "Will we be any better off?" asked Lenin. "If the Constituent Assembly turns out to be composed of cadets, Mensheviks, and SRs?" Other Bolsheviks replied that, "We shall be stronger at the moment when it meets than we are today." Lenin gave in to the majority, but vowed that this error shall not cost us the revolution. He expounded his ideas on the assembly in some theses he published in Pravda at the end of December. These ran as follows. The Constituent Assembly realized the highest form of democracy possible in a bourgeois republic, and therefore had its legitimate place in the program of social democracy. However, the Soviets were a form of higher democracy, the only form ensuring an uninterrupted transition to socialism. The reckoning of the votes was false, because it was made on the basis of outdated electoral lists that had been drawn up before the great changes in the country. The party that was most popular among the peasantry, the SRs, went to the polls on the basis of single lists when it was in fact split. The majority of the people had still not had time to take account of the implications of the Soviet Revolution. Fresh elections in the army committees, provisional committees, etc., indicated that political regroupments were still taking place. Besides, the counter-revolutionaries had begun civil war in the south and in Finland, thereby removing any possibility of settling the most pressing questions by methods of formal democracy. These questions could be settled only by the complete victory of the workers and peasants, by the pitiless suppression of the slave owners' rebellion. To consider the Constituent Assembly outside the class struggle and the Civil War was to take the viewpoint of the bourgeoisie. If the Constituent Assembly opposes Soviet power, it is condemned to inevitable political death. The interests of the revolution take precedence over the formal rights of the Constituent Assembly. In order to resolve the crisis, the people must use their right to re-elect the members of the Assembly, and the Assembly itself must declare itself for the Soviets and against the counter-revolution. Otherwise, the crisis can be resolved only by reactionary methods. The elections were over by the end of November, and showed the following results on December 30th. 520 delegates were elected, of whom 161 were Bolsheviks, 267 SRs, 41 Ukrainian SRs and Mensheviks, 15 cadets, 3 Mensheviks and 33, most of these SR, from national minorities or small parties. 36,262,560 voters took part in the ballot, with the following distribution of votes. Percent. Bourgeois parties, cadets, etc. 4,600,013. SRs 20,900,058. Mensheviks 1,700,004. Bolsheviks 9,023,963.25. Thus, the Mensheviks and SRs together obtained 22,600,000 votes, or 62% of the total. These figures, from a work of N.V. Sviatitsky and SR, were discussed by Lenin in 1919 in a remarkable study entitled The Elections to the Constituent Assembly and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. The figures speak volumes if they are read aright. The rural areas had voted for SRs, the industrial cities for the Bolsheviks. The immense majority of the proletariat had gone over to the Bolsheviks. The relatively imposing Menshevik vote was misleading, as they obtained 800,000 non-proletarian votes from their base in the Caucasus. For the two capitals, Moscow and Petrograd, the combined results were cadets 515,000, SRs 218,000, Bolsheviks 837,000, 1,570,000. The distribution of votes in the army and fleet was equally significant. 1,885,000 rupees. Cadets 51,000. National minorities 756,000. Bolsheviks 1,791,000. More than half the army, concluded Lenin, was with the Bolsheviks, or we could not have one. Another decisive fact he noted was that on the fronts nearest the capital, which were the best informed and most decisive sections, i.e. on the Western and the Northern Front, the Bolsheviks had an overwhelming majority. 1,000,000 votes to 420,000 for the SRs. Thus, although the Bolsheviks had only gathered a quarter of the votes, they were certain to win because of the distribution of their forces. Have a crushing majority at the critical points at the decisive moment. This rule for military success also applies to political success, above all in the bitter class war which is called revolution. In all the capitalist countries, the forces of the proletariat are infinitely greater than its numerical strength as a proportion of the population. The proletariat has economic domination over the centers and sinews of the entire capitalist economy. The votes of the peasant masses, said Lenin, can only be won by the proletariat after it has seized power. Political power in the hands of the proletariat can and must become the means of drawing the non-proletarian toiling masses to its side, the means of wresting these masses from the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeois parties. Lenin was not to draw these lessons until the following year. In the days before the Constituent Assembly met, the Bolsheviks, while extremely sure of themselves, made every possible preparation to break the anticipated resistance of the SR democracy. Our mistake is obvious, said Lenin. We took power, and now we have put ourselves into a situation where we are forced to seize it all over again. He doubted the reliability of the peasant regiments. The defense of the Constituent Assembly. It was impossible to foresee how powerless, in the event, the petty bourgeois democracy would turn out to be. We owe to a militant of the SR party the detailed record of the preparation for the defense and consolidation of the Constituent Assembly. These are fascinating documents. The author remarks that the Constituent Assembly was above all the ideal of the SR party, the party of the democracy. It was an ideal rather remote from the people who preferred the Soviets, which they understood better. The Soviets are ours, was the current saying. The peasants were glad to vote for the SR party, their party, and were quite definite that they wanted land. But they had only a vague idea of the assembly, and even then as a means rather than an end. Since the SR majority in the assembly was bound inevitably to collide with the Bolshevik usurpers, they had to think of defense and armament. A committee for the defense of the Constituent Assembly was set up, quite openly, in premises that were a hive of activity, in the center of the city. As B. Sokolov admits, it was purely a committee of intellectuals, without contact with the workers or inside the garrison. The SR party's military organization was much more a force to be reckoned with. It had a controlling influence on two regiments, the Semyonovsky and the Preobrazhensky, that were part of the garrison. Here it could count on as many as 600 of its members. It could also call on the Armored Car Division, and published an anti-Bolshevik newspaper, Saraya Shinel, the Gray Greatcoat. Several dozen SR soldiers, who had been recalled from the front, were organized under the cover of a People's University for Soldiers. There was also the battle organization of the party's terrorists, 30 or so hardened men led by one Anipko. These forces were quite considerable. Had they been deployed properly, they would have been a power for the Bolsheviks to reckon with. Since they were not deployed at all, they became demoralized and soon disintegrated. The SR leaders, dominated by a parliamentary obsession hard to match in history, seemed to have lost all contact with reality. Sokolov's account of events is more comical than tragic. The SR fraction in the Constituent Assembly established an office not far from the Tauride Palace, in which it proceeded to a laborious work of preparation, under inspiration from Chernov and Avksentiv, the oracles of the party. Committees, subcommittees, working parties all deliberated at length every day, detailing draft laws, studying the future democratic constitution, preparing, in short, to legislate and govern, complete with an appropriate Western-style ceremonial. Absorbed in their parliamentary antics, the deputies would not hear of any plans for resistance against possible Bolshevik violence. Their house was open to all. They had no idea of the invigilation being exercised over their telephone conversations. Dedicated to their labors, they never set foot in the barracks or in the factories, where their Bolshevik colleagues were busy recruiting. The Federation of Employees and Public Officers offered to support them with a general strike. They turned down the offer. When the tasks of defense were mentioned, the reply was, "Defend ourselves. Are we not the elected representatives of the sovereign people?" As Sokolov puts it, they thought that the Constituent Assembly was protected by some vague power. The great people of Russia would not permit any profanation of the noblest ideal which had sprung from the revolution. Mouthing such words, they mistook them for ideas. The SR leadership, and particularly Chernov, lived in this parliamentary hallucination, which was no doubt reinforced by the awareness of their fundamental impotence. The Bolsheviks will not dare. They kept declaring. Gott seems to have been a little less befuddled. He took an active part in preparing for the peaceful demonstration of January 5th, which was intended to rally the streets for the assembly on the day it had its opening. The SR Central Committee decided on this move only at the last moment. Everything was ready to transform the event into an insurrection. 30 armored cars were to advance against Smolny. The SR regiments would have supported the coup. But the Constituent Assembly fraction condemned the initiative just as it was ready. Anipko's SR terrorist group made efficient preparations for the kidnapping or assassination of Lenin and Trotsky. Its members had managed to infiltrate the Smolny staff. One of them had become Lenin's chauffeur, and another was the porter at a house that Lenin often visited. An equally effective trap had been arranged around Trotsky. At the last minute, the party's Central Committee refused to authorize these ventures. Their reasons? The two leaders of the revolution were too popular. Their disappearance would have provoked terrible reprisals. Besides, the era of terrorism was over. It was a strange mixture of political common sense and sheer timidity. All the same, two of the terrorists tried to kill Lenin, whose car was shot at with revolvers, on January 2nd, in the city center. In the factories under their influence, the SRs who came to urge a struggle against the Bolsheviks were rudely received. They were asked if they couldn't reach some better understanding with the Bolsheviks, who are devoted to the people's cause. Through the work of the Bolshevik agitators, the committees of the Semyonovsky and Preobrazhensky regiments eventually gave way. The demonstration of January 5th was both numerous and pathetic. It was attended en masse by the petty bourgeois citizens, who thronged the main thoroughfares of the city. A few rifle shots fired here and there by the sailors scattered this ineffectual crowd, deserted and disarmed as it was by irresolute leaders. In Sokolov's words, it was absurd, ridiculous. He judges that the Bolsheviks would not have had the forces at their disposal to resist an armed demonstration that was led vigorously. This assessment is doubtless very misguided. All the same, the nervous fatigue among the masses that follows their greatest efforts sometimes makes it difficult for them to renew the pace. The weariness of the Petrograd proletariat might have put the situation in the balance for a day or so. Meeting in this atmosphere of botched insurrection, the Constituent Assembly felt itself doomed. All that was left of its old illusions was a mixture of fear, stoic resignation, and posturing. The delegates had nothing to do except vanish gracefully, posing before history and enunciating memorable words. Such, at least, seems to have been the principal concern of the first parliament of the Russian petty bourgeoisie, this most piteous of parliamentary assemblies. A number of us from the chamber came to ask our leaders, if the Bolsheviks use violence, Hit us? Kill us even? What is to be done? A very definite answer was made to us, which perfectly fitted the ideology of our fraction. Let us remember that we are the people's elected representatives, and must be ready for the sacrifice of our lives. The deputies decided not to separate, so as to be ready to confront tragedy together. And they assembled a stock of sandwiches and candles, in case the Bolsheviks cut off electricity and supplies. To sum up, the SR Party, on the day of the Constituent Assembly, lost its nerve at the moment it was due to launch its decisive battle before history. The bloody failures of the resistance to the revolution in Moscow, the Junkers coup and the Stavka struggle had produced their effect. The politicians of the democratic counter-revolution trembled before the masses. The collapse of the assembly. Y.M. Sverdlov, the chairman of the All-Russian Soviet Executive, opened the session of the Constituent Assembly. A tall, broad-shouldered man, his thick hair brushed back from his forehead, his features clear and delicate, his eyes sharp and steely behind pince-nez, his beard pointed. Sverdlov, who was one of the best organizers in the Bolshevik Party, had no difficulty in quelling the indescribable din in the first minutes of the gathering. The huge hall of the Tauride Palace, newly decorated for the occasion, had a festive air. Smartly dressed, with red ribbons in their buttonholes, the deputies of the majority filled the benches of the right and the center of the hall. The less numerous left side, on the other hand, had noisy support from the public galleries, which were thronged with soldiers, sailors, and workers. Sverdlov proposed that the assembly should endorse the Declaration of the Rights of the Laboring and Exploited Masses, an authoritative document composed by Lenin and promulgated by the All-Russian Soviet Executive. In it, Russia was proclaimed to be a federative republic of Soviets, a free union of free nations. According to the text, the assembly was to associate itself unreservedly with the socialist revolution, approve the nationalization of the land, distributed to the toilers without payment on the basis of equal access and use, approve the Soviet laws on workers' control of production and the establishment of the Supreme Economic Council, to consolidate the power of the workers over their exploiters, and as a first step towards total expropriation of the means of production and transport, approve the nationalization of the banks, decree the universal obligation to labor, the formation of a socialist Red Army and the total disarmament of the property classes. In the international field, the decree once again affirmed the principle of a democratic peace, without annexations or indemnities, the repudiation of the colonial politics of bourgeois society, and the annulment of the debts owed by the Tsar, the landlords, and the bourgeoisie, as a first blow against the international bankers and finance capital. Finally, the assembly was to decree that the exploiters could have no place in any of the institutions of authority. It was to limit its own work to the general elaboration of the fundamental principles for the socialist transformation of society. The majority did not regard this as their function. Once Sverdlov had finished reading the declaration, they refused any discussion, on the grounds that too much time was being wasted, and passed on to the election of a chairman. The left, Bolsheviks and left SRs, proposed the left SR leader Maria Spiridonova, the former terrorist, whose excellent character and total socialist dedication were known to all. The majority had previously fixed its choice on V. M. Chernov, the official head of the SR party, its most discredited politician and the least respected by the other parties. A candidate that nobody wanted, in fact. The SRs, in the belief that a Jew could not assume the leading office in their popular republic, failed to nominate Abraham Gotz for the chairmanship, though he was their real and respected leader. Chernov was elected by 244 votes, against 153 for Maria Spiridonova. He at once ascended the rostrum to deliver an inordinately long and rambling presidential speech, with the flavor of a ministerial announcement. It was a masterpiece of sweet evasiveness. The speaker invoked the Zimmerwald Conference, advocated a general peace of the peoples as distinct from a separate peace, thereby hiding his loyalty to the Allies beneath the flowery language of socialist rhetoric, and spoke of the socialist army which had to be organized. He outlined a complicated constitution which envisaged the collaboration of the Constituent Assembly with the Soviets and the constituent assemblies of the different nationalities, proclaimed the definite liberation of the Ukraine and the Russian Muslims, and announced the Popular Federative Republic of Russia. Several times he touched upon the nation's will for socialism, remarking, "The revolution has merely begun. The people want actions, not words. Socialism is not equality among poverty. We desire controlled socialist construction. We shall pass from the control of production to the Republic of Labor." Finally, he endorsed the nationalization of the land without compensation. He was then inept enough to invoke the dead, fallen for the nation in war, at which point he was interrupted by shouts from the galleries and from the benches on the left. Murdered by Rudnev, Chernov, and Kerensky. Chernov's variety of radical socialist eloquence, diplomatic and empty, couched entirely in vague formulas, could now deceive nobody. Bukharin refuted his chatter in a short speech, as brutal as the other had been unctuous. "How," he asked, "can a man talk of the will to socialism and at the same time be the assassin of socialism? Was it a matter of a socialism to be won in 2 centuries? Of socialists who were collaborating with the counter-revolution? Which side are you on, with Kaldin and the bourgeoisie, or with the workers, soldiers, and peasants? Who is to have the power now? Is what you want a miserable little bourgeois parliamentary republic? In the name of the great Soviet Republic of Labor, we declare war to the death on such a government." Bukharin concluded, "Let the ruling classes and their servants tremble before the communist revolution. The workers have nothing to lose but their chains." Tsereteli, the only Menshevik present, presented his party's position with firmness and dignity, and without any attempt to evade. He is not a socialist who incites the proletariat to aim for its final goal without having passed through the stage of democracy which alone can make it strong. "You have taken over production," he challenged the Bolsheviks. "Have you succeeded in organizing it? The land taken by the peasants has in reality been taken by the kulaks, the rich peasants who possess the farming equipment. Your peace negotiations are risking the destiny of Russian socialism and democracy on the hazardous throw of a European revolution. You are trampling underfoot the bourgeois democratic freedoms for which we have gone to the gallows. The revolution is in danger of collapsing under the burden it has massed. My party," he said, "is not afraid of unpopularity. We shall guard the torch of the working class for the future." He ended his address with an appeal for conciliation among the different parties present. "No dictatorship of a minority, or the result will be anarchy, followed by reaction. Let there be instead a democratic republic with universal suffrage, expropriation of the landowners without compensation, revival, control, and regularization of production by the state, an 8-hour day and social insurance for the workers, restoration of democratic liberties, equality for the nationalities, and a struggle for peace." The debate went on, confused and stormy, but adding nothing to these first basic declarations. Then Raskolnikov, to the applause of the galleries and the jeers of the majority of delegates, read out the declaration of the Bolsheviks which Lenin had drafted. "Not wishing to draw a veil for a single minute over the crimes committed by the enemies of the people, we declare our withdrawal from the Constituent Assembly, relying on the power of the Soviets to decide definitely on the attitude to be adopted towards the counter-revolutionary section of this assembly." After a moment of surprise, the assembly proceeded with its agenda. Imperturbably riveted to the presidential chair, V.M. Chernov bent his graying forelock and his Second Empire goatee over the papers in front of him. An endless chain of speeches and declarations unrolled in the void. High in the public galleries, the crowd brooded malevolently over this one gathering. At about 4 a.m., after the left SRs had also withdrawn, with a declaration similar to that of the Bolsheviks, the chairman was just reading out the 10 articles of the fundamental draft law on the land, when the anarchist sailor Zeleznyakov, who was a member of the guard for the assembly, came up to the presidential rostrum. There was silence in the hall. The sailor leaned over slightly and said something which could not be heard. Shocked and anxious, Chernov flopped against the back of his ornamental chair. "But," he said, "the members of the Constituent Assembly are tired too. No amount of tiredness can interrupt the reading of the agrarian law which is awaited by the whole of Russia." The sailor spoke again. This time his firm tones, ironic, unthreatening, and calm, came out into the hall. "The guards are tired. Please leave the hall." Chernov looked down over the astonished assembly. "I have a proposal before me," he said, "to close the session without further debate, after adopting the basic draft of the agrarian law." The phrase, "I have a proposal before me," provoked laughter from the galleries. Votes were taken hastily, solemn texts were seen off in a feverish hurry, to the menacing interruptions of the gallery, which chanted with insistent fury, "That's enough! That's enough!" It was boredom and sheer exasperation with the comedy below that drummed this somber fury into the brains of the listeners. Inside the hall, the catches of rifles could be heard clicking back. Comedy was about to turn into drama. But then the goatee of the chairman could be seen retiring. The session was over. It was not until the following night that the decree dissolving the Constituent Assembly came out. The toiling masses have become convinced by their experience that bourgeois parliamentarism is outdated, that it is completely incompatible with the construction of socialism. For only class institutions, not national institutions, can break the resistance of the propertied classes and lay the foundations for the socialist society. Lenin spoke in justification of the measure before the All-Russian Soviet Executive. We shall quote a few lines from his speech. "While no parliament has ever anywhere given the slightest support to the revolutionary movement, the Soviets blow into the fire of revolution and say imperiously to the people, 'Fight! Take everything in your own hands, organize yourselves.' It is a mystery to nobody that every revolutionary movement is accompanied by chaos, ruination, and temporary troubles. But bourgeois society is also war, is also the slaughterhouse. The dissolution of the Constitutional Assembly made a great sensation abroad. In Russia, it passed almost unnoticed. Workers' control of production. The economic program of the Bolsheviks called for workers' control of production and the nationalization of the banks. The decree for workers' control in industry was passed on November 14th. It legalized the intervention of workers in the management of factories. The decisions of the organs of control were binding and all commercial secrets were abolished. The leaders of the revolution had no further plans at this stage. By exercising its control, the working class would learn to direct industry. Through the nationalization of banking and credit institutions, the workers would recover, for the benefit of the state, part of the proceeds levied by capital from their labor, thus diminishing their exploitation. In this way, the class would progress towards the complete expropriation of the exploiters, as envisaged in the Declaration of the Rights of the Laboring and Exploited People. This rational form of progress towards socialism was not at all to the taste of the employers, who were still confident in their own strength and convinced that it was impossible for the proletariat to keep its power. The innumerable economic conflicts that had gone on before October now multiplied, and indeed became more serious as the combativity of the contestants was everywhere greater. The initiatives for acts of expropriation, undertaken as necessities of struggle rather than according to any design for socialism, came from the masses rather than from the government. It was only 8 months later, in June 1918, that the government adopted the great decrees of nationalization, under the pressure of foreign intervention. Even in April 1918, it was envisaging the formation of mixed companies which would have been floated jointly by the state and by Russian and foreign capital. The liquidation of the political defenses of their capitalist exploiters launched a spontaneous movement among the workers to take over the means of production. Since they were perfectly able to take control of the factories and workshops, why should they abstain? If they could, they ought. The employers' sabotage of production entailed expropriation as an act of reprisal. When the boss brought work to a halt, the workers themselves, on their own responsibility, got the establishment going again. Later, there was also the necessity to deprive the counter-revolution of the economic base it had in its wealth. The Council of People's Commissars had to decree the nationalization of the Russo-Belgian Metal Company's factories, the Putilov Works, the Smirnov spinning mills, and the power station belonging to the 1886 Electrical Company. Shliapnikov relates how the management of some of the big factories, notably the Franco-Russian works in Petrograd, immediately insisted that their works be nationalized. They wanted to get out of the responsibilities of demobilizing industry from war production. Belgian, Swedish, and French companies made similar approaches, which were received with a categorical refusal. Some of these managers wanted to avoid answering to their shareholders for the increasingly difficult problems of organization in industry. The state of war had previously necessitated a system of rationing and requisitions. This path had to be continued only in a class spirit. The Soviet authorities everywhere undertook the requisitioning of food supplies from merchants, and of warm clothing, footwear, and bedding from the rich. Houses were raided for this purpose. Taxation was at a standstill, and so the local authorities imposed levies on the wealthier classes, purely on local initiative and for local use. The following examples will give a picture of the nationalizations that went on. At Ivanovo-Voznesensk, the workers took over 2 textile mills after sabotage from the employers. In the Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, various enterprises were nationalized after the management had shown themselves unwilling to resume production. In the Kursk province, sugar refineries, tram undertakings, a tannery, and several engineering works passed into the workers' hands for similar reasons. In the Donets Basin, the managers of the coal mines joined forces with the whites, and so the miners from 72 pits set up an economic council which took over their functions. At Romanovo-Borisoglebsk, the flour mills and oil works were nationalized following a lockout. The Supreme Council for the National Economy was formed on December 5 to coordinate the activities of all the local and central organs which managed or controlled production. It included the economic commissariats, industry, food, agriculture, finance, and transport. These commissariats were not, however, subordinated to the council, which acquired its authority only gradually, after months of work. In the period which we are studying, the local authority is practically the only one which counts. The trade unions, even though apparently fitted to play a capital role in situations of this description, were totally overtaken by events. Too often they were run by Mensheviks, SRs, or pure trade unionists. Their central council was paralyzed by factional battles. The leaderships of the railwaymen's and post office unions were anti-Bolshevik. Other unions were often more interested in getting out of the mess than in serving the general interests of the working class. The backward attitude of various sections of workers was all too evident. Sometimes it was a matter of trade unions founding cooperative shops which came all too close, inevitably, to speculating in the midst of famine. Sometimes deplorable conflicts resulted from the pursuit of immediate demands in an irrationally sectional spirit. The revolution is over, let's have double wages. Now is the time for everybody to get easy money. Similarly, in the field of requisitions and expropriations, there were strong anarchistic tendencies, in which workers would exploit a factory they occupied purely for their own benefit, or confiscate the first food train which went through the station nearest to them. The counter-revolutionaries were well aware of the backward mentality of certain workers and took every advantage of it. Manufacturers working for the state sometimes went to the length of implementing fantastically high wage increases. When factories closed down, the Mensheviks demanded payment of wages in advance. The Mensheviks in the Chemical Workers' Union at Petrograd demanded exceptionally high wage rates, hinting as a bargain ploy that they controlled large quantities of explosive. At the height of the Battle of the Barricades, Moscow almost ran out of bread, as the loaders in the flour mills, who cared nothing for the revolution, were out on strike for a wage increase. The nationalization of the banks was one of the most important measures undertaken before the meeting of the Constituent Assembly. It was made necessary by the resistance of the financial institutions to outside control, their refusal to cooperate with the workers' government, and the part they were playing in the sabotage of economic life. The decree making banking a state monopoly was passed on December 14th. All private banks were amalgamated with the state bank. The interests of small depositors were completely safeguarded. A second decree ordered an inventory of all individual safe deposits, under penalty of confiscation. Gold coin and bullion was to be requisitioned, and all funds were to be placed in current accounts at the state bank. The banks were occupied by Red Guards, and any recalcitrant managers were imprisoned. In several areas, the staff decided to go on strike against the Bolsheviks' violence. On the day the decree was passed, there was a lively debate in the All-Russian Soviet executive between Lenin and a member of the Menshevik internationalist fraction, Avalov. The latter, though agreeing in principle with the measure, stressed the great complexity and seriousness of financial matters. "We must touch nothing," he said, "without great caution, and then, after mature reflection, having assured ourselves the support of the various departments. All that violence will achieve is a fall in the value of the ruble. Lenin's reply is as typical as the timidity of his adversary. You talk of the complexity of the matter, and these are first truths known to us all. But anyone who uses this complexity only to interfere with socialist initiatives is a demagogue, and a mischievous demagogue at that. You accept the dictatorship of the proletariat in principle, but when we call it by its proper name in Russian, when we speak of a mailed fist, you bring in the delicacy and complexity of things. You refuse to see that this mailed fist creates as it destroys. If we are passing from a principle to its practice, that is very much to our credit. We are perfectly aware that the measure under discussion is complicated. But none of us, even those of us with economic training, is going to try to administer it. We shall call in financial experts, but once we have the keys we shall get all the advice the former millionaires used to have. Anybody who wants to work will be welcome, on the condition that he does not try to reduce every revolutionary initiative to a dead letter. The central machinery of food supply, cooperatives, etc., eluded the control of the Soviet government for several months. They were in the hands of various democratic elements. They were too crucial in importance to be touched at the beginning. The bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie. The facts examined in this chapter suggest a number of theoretical observations. 1. In January, the proletarian and peasant revolution finished its initial phase, its march of triumph through the whole of this immense country. Everywhere, from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean, the masses make the revolution, hail it, defend it, impose it irresistibly. Its victory is complete, yet already in this very period, it comes into collision with the two belligerent coalitions of imperialism, the Central Powers and the Allies. The Civil War will continue, or rather be kindled again by foreign intervention. Victorious at home, the revolution finds itself face to face with the capitalist world. Its victory at home, repeatedly won in the very different circumstances of Petrograd, the Stavka, the Ural, the Don, the Kuban, the Ukraine, Bessarabia, the Crimea, and Siberia, proves to be astonishingly easy despite the ferocious resistance it encountered. It is easy to see why. The revolution is the work of the most active, the most powerful, the best armed section of the population, i.e. the majority of the proletariat and the majority of the army, which, moreover, has assured itself the sympathy of the great majority of the peasantry. This remarkable conjuncture of circumstances is due to the simultaneous occurrence of the completed bourgeois revolution, which satisfies the rural masses by suppressing the feudal landowners, and the proletarian revolution in its first beginnings. The proletariat consciously completes the work begun by the bourgeoisie in its struggle for free capitalist development against the old regime. Having completed this work, the proletariat inevitably went beyond it, although with a certain sluggishness. The incompatibility of the exercise of political power with the absence of ownership over the means of production was only revealed gradually, in the course of the struggle, as a result of the struggle against the bourgeois. The great nationalization decrees will be called forth in a few months' time, as the result of the Civil War rather than through any plan for a speedy socialist transformation. Reality will bend theory, bend the proletarian consciousness which would have preferred a more rational, less hasty and brutal transition in the conquest of production. In the period we have reviewed, the first hints of this struggle and of its solution may be plainly seen. 2. Through fear of the proletariat, the bourgeoisie has been unable to achieve its own revolution, that is, to satisfy the peasant masses at the expense of the landowners. This is one of the deepest causes of its defeat. Through fear of the peasantry, it postponed the summoning of the Constituent Assembly under Kerensky, and formed a bloc with the feudal proprietors, the most reactionary element of the old Russian society. By trailing after the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeois socialist parties condemned themselves to unpopularity. As they had received some revolutionary education under Sodom, and were subject to a powerful current of influence from the proletariat, these parties remained far enough from the direct influence of the bourgeoisie to be prevented from giving it unconditional support. Victims of their democratic illusions, they tried to maintain an independent form of politics and establish a democratic republic conceived on the French model. The bourgeoisie itself was more perceptive, particularly in its assessment of working-class strength. They wanted a class dictatorship, Kornilov. But at the last moment the middle classes refused to support them. Left to its own resources, which numerically were very weak, as always, the disparity between the capitalists' economic power and their numerical strength was enormous. The Russian bourgeoisie was doomed to collapse. From November 1917 to the spring of 1918, it appears to be crushed, reduced to almost total impotence. It has no leader, no policy of any strength, and not one serious party. This disarray is total. Alone and in desperation, a few thousand men at the most, mainly officers led by a handful of generals, took up the defense of its cause. The terrorized bourgeoisie in the capitals was not even intelligent enough to give effective support to the escapades of Kaledin, Alexiev, and Kornilov. These, cold-shouldered by the democratic middle classes, were beaten by the Red Guards in every engagement. The very ease with which they were defeated arose from the refusal of the advanced petty bourgeoisie to lend them aid. The division between the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie displays the powerlessness of the class of capitalists and landowners when they are thrown back on themselves. Once beaten, this class is unable to re-establish itself by its own efforts. 3. This last point holds good to such an extent that a most curious regrouping of social forces is detectable in these events. The bourgeoisie begins to follow in the wake of the middle classes. Instead of leading them, especially as the latter's conflict with the proletariat worsens. During the insurrection, the petty bourgeoisie of the cities, led by socialists, rallies wholesale to the counter-revolution. Those in the countryside, the rich and middle peasants who are appeased by the decree of land, fail to follow this movement. After its defeat, the urban petty bourgeoisie, which still believes itself to be revolutionary by virtue of its hatred of Tsarism and its democratic faith, still clings to its governmental illusions without daring to venture on another armed battle. The experiences of the recent period, end of October, beginning of November, have cut too near the bone. The rout of the Constituent Assembly registers the total political incapacity of the middle classes, and confirms us in our conviction that the only classes which are able to decide the destiny of modern societies are the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. 5. Brest-Litovsk. Russia and imperialism. The development of the Russian Revolution was closely linked with international politics. The autocracy collapsed at the moment when the Allied representatives, headed by Buchanan, the British ambassador in Petrograd, were cooperating with the big bourgeoisie and leading generals of Russia to engineer a palace revolution against the junta of Nicholas II, which had become a serious obstacle in the prosecution of the war. On their side, the Central Powers provided facilities for the return to Russia of Lenin and other internationalist exiles. The provisional government rested on Allied support. It promised the Allies that it would implement the treaties Russia had with them, and Kerensky launched the offensive of July 1917 in response to Allied pressure. This became a crucial time in Russia's own crisis. Immediately following the insurrection in Petrograd, the Second Congress of the Soviets broke decisively with the policy of support for the Allied war. The military missions from the Allied powers intervened in the Stavka episode against Bolshevism. Now, at the hour of the Brest-Litovsk negotiations, the destinies of the Soviet Republic had become an extremely serious international problem for the two imperialist coalitions. The profound causation behind these international alignments is evident in a number of facts. The revolution was born out of war, but of a war that was in no sense Russian. The international significance of the revolution was determined by these origins, as well as by the characteristics of Russia itself. In the first chapter of this book, we gave some statistics in support of the historian M.N. Pokrovsky's dictum that Franco-Russian imperialism can be dated as an entity from the end of the 19th century. It is a formula which needs amplifying. The pre-war Russian Empire is one of the 5 great powers of Europe, with Britain, Germany, France, and Austro-Hungary. But among these powers, who are characterized by their financial expansionism, Russia is the only one which is not an exporter of capital, being indeed a net importer of capital. By 1914, Britain had 100,000 million gold francs worth of investment in her colonies and overseas. Germany had 44,000 million. French foreign investments in 1912 had reached 42,000 million, 9/10 of these in Russia. Of the 2,500 million gold francs worth of annual income accruing to French financiers from their foreign investments, the profits drained from Russia into France are between 500 and 600 million francs. Between 1891 and 1900, the development of Russian industry had been extremely intense. From 1910, Russia ranked 4th in the production of metals in the European countries, with a concentration of industry higher than that of Germany. Such are the results of the influx of capital French, British, German, and Belgian. In respect of the extent of its indebtedness to international finance, the situation of Russia can only be compared to that of China. It is virtually a colonized nation. Even before the alliance between France and Russia, the Paris Stock Exchange had begun its conquest of the Russian financial market. The enormous loans raised in France by the Tsar state sank another gold mine in Russia, in parallel with the industrial investments. Meanwhile, French imperialism pursued its strategic interests as well as its aims of speculation and colonization. French influence was probably crucial in the development of Russian engineering, an industry which devoted itself first to the opening of the Far East to Western trade, through the construction of the Trans-Siberian Railway. The Russo-Chinese Bank, too, was founded in 1895 by Witt with the assistance of the great finance establishments of Paris, and then to the transformation of Russia into a great military power for the coming war. A good part of the loans allowed to the Tsar by France were designated for the construction of strategic roads. Statistics reveal with impressive eloquence the quasi-colonial character of the dependence of Russia upon foreign, principally French, imperialism. On the eve of the revolution, the Petrograd banks could marshal a capital of some 8,500,000,000 rubles. The share of this belonging to foreign sources was as follows: French banks, 55%, British banks, 10%, German banks, 35%. With the big Russian banks as intermediaries, foreign finance companies controlled Russian engineering sectors in proportions varying from 60 to 88%. Locomotive construction in the proportion of 100%. Shipbuilding by 96%. 68% of machine manufacture, 75% of coal mining, 60% of oil production. The quasi-colonial character of Russian industry is strikingly displayed in a further fact. The production of the means of production, machinery, and equipment held a distinctly secondary place. The war only intensified Russia's dependence on the Allied imperialisms, from whom a further 7,500,000,000 rubles, over 20,000 million francs at the current rate, were borrowed in the course of the hostilities. The problem in January 1918, an integral part of the imperialist system of the Entente, and its most vulnerable unit Russia had by January 1918, after 40 months of war, reached a desperate economic situation. It was, however, only a little ahead of the other belligerent powers in its positioning on the edge of the abyss. The situation in the rest of Europe at this moment was as follows. Britain, under severe rationing but amply shielded by its navy and its wealth, and well served by its colonies, had now spent some 6,000 million pounds on the war, or about a third of its national capital. The expenditures of Austro-Hungary had been at least equal, and its ruin was more complete. Germany's spending was of a similar magnitude, 85,000 million marks out of a total national fortune valued at 300 to 340,000 millions. The total war expenditure of the belligerents had, according to the Carnegie Endowment, reached $208,000 million. These are colossal figures, and no figure can be given to assess the destruction, the deaths, about 10 million at this stage, with twice as many wounded and mutilated, the growth in the mortality rates among the civilian population, the decline in the birth rate, the senseless waste of the labor of entire nations. The total cost of the war has been valued at $320 billion, or 1,600,000,000,000 gold francs. What is certain is that, in the fourth year of the war, European civilization appeared to be stricken to the heart. The Central Powers, Germany, Austro-Hungary, Bulgaria, Turkey, were reduced to living in a brilliantly organized famine. In Germany, the harvest of 1917 had been 40 to 50% lower than the average for the years of peace. The soldiers' bread ration therefore fell to 200 and even 160 grams per day, about 7 and 5 ounces respectively. The consumption of comestibles had in general fallen by about 30 or 40%. The situation for the Allies was better, thanks to American support. The winter of 1917-18 was still a harsh one, with rigorous rationing and a fuel crisis in Britain and France. The area of France under cultivation had dropped by 35% in 1917. All the countries suffered from severe scarcities of coal, oil, sugar, grain, chemical products, and metals. The various military HQs watched helplessly as their human material decomposed and deteriorated. The last reserves of fighting men in Germany, Austria and France had been called up. After their shattering defeat at Verdun, with the impossibility of breaking the British blockade demonstrated in the naval battle of Jutland, the famished Central Powers made peace overtures in December 1916. These were repulsed by the Allies. Germany then decided to fall back on a tactic of last resort which had long been advocated by certain of her military chiefs, i.e. ruthless submarine warfare. This was in January 1917. Up till now, neutral ships had generally been left alone by German U-boats, and so could supply Allied countries without running much risk. Henceforth they were sunk without warning. The declaration of war against Germany by the United States, whose commercial interests were threatened, now followed. America threw into the balance on the Allied side her immense wealth. She had just siphoned off Europe's gold reserves, her technical prowess, her admirable manpower, which was fresh, well-fed, well-equipped, and well-dressed. Between February and May 1917, German U-boats sank 1,000. The tonnage of ships sunk in the whole year came to 6 million. But the United States alone was building ships at the rate of 250,000 tons a month. The principal events in December 1917 and January 1918 are, in France, the arrival in power of Clemenceau, who, at the age of 77, was to govern dictatorially and succor for the war effort the last energies of a half-dead country. The battles of Cambrai, the end on December 15th of the Second Battle of Verdun, which had gone on since August 22nd, the end, a few days later, of the Second Battle of the Isonzo, which had gone on since October 24th, the battles in Palestine, and, finally, the message to Congress of President Wilson of the United States on January 8th, listing 14 conditions for peace. End of secret diplomacy, freedom of the seas, liberty and equality in trade, limitation of armaments, settlement of colonial questions by reference to the interests of the peoples concerned, evacuation and reconstruction of occupied territories, return of Alsace and Lorraine to France, establishment of an independent Poland with access to the sea, and the League of Nations. In it could be seen a distant echo of the Russian Revolution, a bourgeois liberal's transcription of the slogan of the Soviets, peace without annexations or indemnities. At this hour, the problem of the war is presented in these terms. For the Allies, to hold on until the power of the United States is ready. Towards this purpose, to prolong the operations on the Russian front at all costs. For the Central Powers, to impose peace on France and Britain before American power has entered the fighting, to finish operations on the Russian front as quickly as possible, so as to be able to devote all resources to the crushing of the British and French. For the Russian Revolution, to play the game of neither of the rival imperialisms, but to hold on till the maturing of the revolutionary crisis in Europe, now heralded by numerous signs. The imperialist interpretation of peace without annexations. The armistice that had been signed on December 2nd at Brest-Litovsk envisaged the speedy opening of peace negotiations. On December 9th, the Russian delegation led by Kamenev and Yoff and the delegation of the Central Powers headed by the foreign ministers of Austro-Hungary and Germany, Count Czernin and Baron von Kuhlmann, with General Hoffmann, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front, met at the Brest-Litovsk fortress. The Russians put their theses first. Count Czernin replied, "The delegation of the Quadruple Alliance is willing to conclude without delay a general peace without forced annexations and without indemnities." In principle, he said, his delegation condemned the continuation of the war for purposes of conquest, the position of the Quadruple Alliance having always been thus. It desired the adherence of all the belligerent powers to these conditions of peace, and it demanded the return of the German colonies now occupied by the Allies. The Russians then clarified their own position. Historical antiquity, they said, does not justify the violence committed by one people against another. Was an agreement on its way? The Germans are inclined to make many concessions for the sake of achieving a separate peace. Kamenev had told the All-Russian Soviet Executive on November 27th. But so far only initial probings had taken place. On November 15th, 28 New Style, the Central Powers uncovered their guns. Article 2 of their conditions for peace contained the Russian government having recognized, in conformity with its principles, the right of all peoples who form part of the Russian state, without exception, to self-determination, including the right of total secession, takes account of the decisions expressing the will of the peoples of Poland, Lithuania, Courland, part of Estonia and Finland, which have resolved to secede from the Russian state and constitute themselves as completely independent states. A counterproposal from the Russians demanded the evacuation of these countries so that they could decide their destinies freely by themselves. The negotiations were suspended, and the two delegations separated for 10 days, in order to give the other belligerents time to define their own attitude and examine the situation created by the peace negotiations. This situation was serious. The Allies had manifested a hostile silence to the pressing appeals of the Soviets, which were addressed to all peoples and to all governments in the war. They were becoming increasingly inclined to behave towards the Russians as enemies. The Austro-Germans, once cheated of the hope, which actually they had never held seriously, of a general peace, showed themselves in their true colors, as imperialists devoid of scruple. Kamenev explained the background of the problem to the All-Russian Soviet executive on December 19. The Russians were offering to evacuate 120,000 square kilometers of Austrian and Turkish territory. The Central Powers were offering the evacuation of the Pinsk marshes, and were trying to hold on to 215,000 square kilometers of territory inhabited by nearly 20 million people. The frontier they drew up was purely strategic. It would have kept the road from Petrograd to Warsaw in their hands. All we are defending, declared Kamenev, are the limits to which the Russian Revolution has extended, not geographical frontiers which are the result of acts of historical violence. He concluded, "We are faced by a peace imposed by the mailed glove, which would be a denial of the rights of the peoples concerned and an interference with the development of Russia. Such a peace is inadmissible for the socialist proletariat and for a party governing in the name of international socialism. Would the revolution now be forced to wage a mortal struggle for the workers in the countries that imperialism was trying to wrest from it?" The All-Russian Soviet executive addressed a new appeal to the workers of the Allied nations. Your governments have still done nothing to make peace. They have not even published the aims for which they are making war. Demand their immediate participation in the Brest-Litovsk talks. It was a feeble hope. The great voice of the revolution seemed to be crying in the wilderness. The accounts of Chernin and Ludendorff, the anxiety of the Austrian and German officials was no less than that of the revolutionaries. They were clearly aware that the fate of the Central Empires in the outcome of the war was being determined at Brest-Litovsk. The memoirs both of Count Chernin and of Ludendorff give many significant details on this point. Austria, now at the end of its strength, was threatening to conclude a separate peace with Russia or even with the Allies. It was held back by a fear of German occupation and subsequent dismemberment, so Chernin relates. Germany's exhaustion was so complete and the discontent at home so great that mutinies swept the fleet in the summer of 1917, in which the sailors tried to force a peace through coming out on strike. The disciplinary armor of German militarism was crumbling. Morale at home was so bad that the General Staff unsuccessfully demanded control over the press. In the course of the winter of 1916-17, it had proved necessary in feeding the nation to replace the potato with the turnip, a vegetable of far less nutritive value. The cruelest ravages of starvation were avoided, in this land of brilliantly organized famine, only thanks to the grain that came in from conquered Romania. In the winter of 1917-18, the problem of food supplies was even more desperate. Coal and oil were short, and there was not nearly enough rubber, a serious gap in view of the importance now assumed by motor vehicles in military operations. The chiefs of staff were alarmed to see their men physically wasting. Ludendorff and Hindenburg delivered a serious warning to the Chancellor on September 10, 1917. If the army cannot be sent reinforcements, the outcome of the war will become doubtful. There were two contrary tendencies at work among the governments of the Central Empires. The party formed by the Austrians, the Bulgarians, and the Turks for famine was even worse in Constantinople than in Berlin, along with a section of the German bourgeoisie, wanted a genuine peace with Russia and the immediate resumption of trading relations. Surrendering before the immediate economic necessities, it realized how impossible it was to continue the war. Chernin and von Kuhlmann represented this tendency among the negotiators. The other party consisted of the top general staff, Hindenburg, Ludendorff, Hoffmann, the Kaiser Wilhelm II, the engineering and chemical employers, and the farming interests. These wanted the destruction of the Russian Revolution and the dismemberment of Russia, and believed that in this case a speedy victory over the Allies would follow. Ludendorff's mistake was to believe that America was not in a position to compensate the Allies for the loss of Russia. His plan was to impose peace on Russia or deal the Russians a short, powerful knockout blow, and then to launch an irresistible offensive in mid-March on the French front, before the arrival of the Americans. He attributed the loss of morale in the army to the demoralizing effects of a lengthy defensive phase. On the matter of peace with Bolshevism, Ludendorff had no illusions. Even in the event of peace, he was to write later, I know that we shall need large forces to marshal against Bolshevism. His keen perception as a military commander was juxtaposed with an astonishing blindness when it came to social factors outside the state and the army. There was a fearsome ripple across Vienna and Berlin when the Russians, who wanted the negotiations held under international supervision, asked for them to be transferred to Stockholm. The Austro-Germans were afraid that the Russians might break off the talks. Chernin notes that they were awaited with anxiety. There was immense relief when they came back. On their side, the Bolshevik delegation had to resist a powerful temptation to break off the talks, in view of the growing internal difficulties of the Central Empires. The negotiations. The conference was resumed on December 27, old style. The new Soviet deputation consisted of Trotsky, Yov, Kamenev, Karakhan, the historian Pokrovsky, and the left SRs Bitsenko and Karelin. The arrival of Trotsky, the man himself, who was already being surrounded with worldwide fame as a chief of the revolution, created a sensation, as Chernin tells us. We will not go over the detail of these utterly fruitless negotiations. The Soviet delegation stuck to its position of absolute respect for the rights of nationalities. When asked point-blank over the table which territories the Germans were willing to evacuate, General Hoffmann, that gangster in a helmet, in Trotsky's phrase, replied bluntly, "Not 1 millimeter." The delegations parted again, and arranged a further meeting 10 days thence. Let us try to convey some impression of the confrontation made in these talks, virtually unique in history. Has the incompatibility between enemy negotiators ever been so vast? The negotiations were conducted behind the German lines, in the dismal Brest-Litovsk fortress. The General Staff, ever attentive to small details, arranged hand grenade exercises a few hundred yards from the Bolshevik delegates' quarters, to tax their nerves with the noise of the explosions. The negotiators were well aware that they represented not so much warring states. The very word state, applied to the young Soviet Republic, caused smiles in the diplomatic circles of the world in this era, as incompatible worlds. It was difficult for the two sides even to find any language in common. The ancient fine points of diplomatic convention were lost upon the Russians, and the Bolsheviks' words of revolution left their bargaining partners indignantly uneasy. The discussions on the Quadruple Alliance side were led by von Kuhlmann, Germany's Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, a country gentleman with a senior civil servant's face and an insolent and freezing politeness. Trotsky was quick to note both the quickness and the limitations of his intelligence. He came to Brest-Litovsk as though to a comedy whose script had been prepared beforehand. It was his opinion that the Bolsheviks were desperate, out to buy the favor of the Hohenzollerns at all costs, and would seek only to preserve some appearance. It was the opinion, too, for a brief while of all Europe's leading statesmen. Once this hypothesis was no longer tenable, he fell back on another, which was comprehensible to his career diplomat's mentality. That the Bolsheviks were from the outset in league with the Entente, and, once again, were only there to put up a show. We had over our opponents, wrote Trotsky, one infinite advantage. We understood them much better than they understood us. At von Kuhlmann's side the tall and massive hulk of General Hoffmann was often to be seen. A large face, smooth and with pince-nez, all very German. A key figure in the General Staff, Hoffmann aimed for a hardness of character which was intended to be Bismarckian. As for Count Chernin, long and thin, with a pacifist reputation, he was incapable of doing anything but follow his two colleagues, even though he disagreed with them, not that they failed to disagree with each other. The Turkish delegates, Trotsky reports, were straightforward enough to ask us, in the middle of a sitting of their commission, to spit on principles and get down to business. As they said these words, they put on the artful look of old and experienced counterfeiters. Facing these individuals were Trotsky, Yov, Karakhan, Kamenev and their friends, veterans of prison, of exile, of riots, soldiers of the revolution. In their own description of themselves, men utterly alien from a career. Karl Radek showed up at the end as the representative of the Polish Social Democrats. The tone of the discussions was inevitably somewhat sour. Between Trotsky, particularly, and von Kuhlmann and Hoffmann, there was a continuous duel in which the dialectical skill of the former stood out in exasperating relief. The quotation of a few exchanges will give some idea of the discussion that went on, and form a useful indication for the reader of the character of the contest. Von Kuhlmann. Every peace treaty has to be preceded by some kind of preamble saying that the state of war is at an end and that the two parties henceforth desire to live in peace and concord. I suppose that discussion on this point is superfluous. Trotsky. I will permit myself to propose the deletion of sentence 2 of the draft, which by reason of its profoundly conventional and decorative character is out of keeping, I think, with the severely practical purpose of this document session of the Political Commission, December 29th, January 11th, New Style. At the same session, Trotsky emphasized the significance of the evacuation of Persia by Russian troops. Von Kuhlmann, as Persia is not represented here and is not, generally speaking, a participant in these negotiations, I think it would be best to leave this question out. Trotsky. Most unfortunately for that country, Persia is actually only the object of negotiations. When von Kuhlmann spoke of enlarging the debate on this same point, Trotsky, if the question was to be pursued so widely, I should feel forced to mention certain other neutral countries. Belgium, for instance. General Hoffmann, I am here as the representative of the German army, made regular protests about the Bolshevik propaganda among the troops of the Central Powers. Trotsky made the following disdainful reply to him at the session of December 30th, January 12th. I deeply regret that I have been unable to understand the attitude of General Hoffmann. To my mind, it must spring from our profoundly divergent points of view. I may say that the nature of this difference is amply registered in a verdict pronounced against me during the war. Its precise wording is located in the archives of the tribunal either at Leipzig or at Stuttgart. I am no longer sure which. Von Kuhlmann asks General Hoffmann at this point, "Would you like to say something?" Hoffmann answers, "No, that is enough." On another day, the Central Powers were trying to get Russia to recognize the right of the bourgeois local institutions of Poland and the Baltic states to represent the will of these countries. Von Kuhlmann thought he had found one very powerful argument. Von Kuhlmann. If, following the orator who has just preceded me, I may touch on the question of India, I should like to ask this gentleman whether he does not consider that, in the event of the evacuation of India by the English troops, the Nizam of Hyderabad would have to be presumed the representative of the Hindu people, if the same people were not able to appeal to the results of a general election? Trotsky. I do not have the slightest guarantee that the Nizam will not disappear too, with the end of British rule. In any case, I should like to wait until the stability of his position is attested. As the determined adversaries of all secret diplomacy, the Bolsheviks had insisted on the publication of the stenographic transcript of the negotiations. Over the helmeted, masked heads of the plenipotentiaries of German imperialism, they would speak to the peoples. Each of their words were heard a long way off, as events were shortly to prove. Von Kuhlmann and Hoffmann made numerous protests against the agitational speeches made by Trotsky and Kamenev. They made hasty efforts to have the transcripts edited, but incidents resulted from this which were not to their advantage. Nothing could be more extraordinary than the impromptu theoretical controversies in which General Hoffmann could be seen as the upholder of an ideal bourgeois justice, reproaching the Bolsheviks for ruling by force. On this point there was a full debate, where the incompetent manglings of the text made the general look even worse. I must observe, Trotsky said in the Political Commission on January 1st, January 14th, New Style, that General Hoffmann has been quite right to say that our government rests on force. Up to the present moment there have been no other varieties of government in the whole of history. It will always be so, as long as society is composed of hostile classes. But what makes our actions amaze and alarm the governments of other countries is that, instead of arresting strikers, we arrest the employers who organize lockouts. Instead of shooting the peasants who demand land, we arrest and we shoot the landlords and the officers who try to fire upon the peasants. By January 5, 18 New Style, the talks were at a dead end. The Central Powers were infuriated with the Bolshevik agitation, and the Bolsheviks were faced with the necessity either of continuing an impossible war or of submitting to a disastrous, outrageous, and demoralizing peace. Lenin in a minority. In this choice, there was no question of principle for the Bolsheviks, who were remote from the illusions of pacifism. As long ago as April 1, 1916, Lenin, in foreseeing the victory of socialism in one or a few countries, had envisaged the possibility even of offensive wars waged by the socialist country or countries against the capitalist countries. In April 1917, he wrote that if power belonged to the Soviets, we would consent to a revolutionary war against any capitalist country because that would in fact be war against the interests of capitalism, not war for the interests of the capitalists of one country. The principles were not in doubt. But the army was demobilizing itself, the soldiers were going home. The masses no longer wanted to fight. The October insurrection had been made in the name of peace. The transport system was at its last gasp, production profoundly disorganized, food supplies in an atrocious condition. Famine was more of a danger than ever. A report of the 10th Army stated, "The infantry and the artillery cannons were abandoned in the field. There is no longer a fortified zone," we were told in a message from the 3rd Army. "The trenches are filled with snow. The material for the defenses has been used up for fuel. The roads have vanished under the snow. There are only a few footpaths leading to dugouts, kitchens, and German brothels. On one sector over 10 kilometers long, nobody is left except the Staff HQ and the Regimental Committee. Over 2,000 cannons were abandoned in the front line," notes M. N. Pokrovsky. On the Russian side, the war was simply over. The German peace terms were, nonetheless, unacceptable. The situation remained confused still, as there were considerable gaps in the reports about the spontaneous demobilization, and large illusions became fed by revolutionary enthusiasm. On January 8, 21, on the eve of the Third Congress of Soviets, an important meeting of leading Bolsheviks was held at Petrograd. There were 3 different positions in the debate. Lenin's was in favor of peace. Trotsky's position considered that revolutionary war was impossible, but wanted to provoke a breakdown in the negotiations so that any possible surrender would be the obvious result of German aggression. There were also the supporters of revolutionary war. 65 Bolshevik militants attended the conference. Lenin was put in a minority of those present after he had presented his theses on peace. The partisans of revolutionary war got 32 votes, Trotsky's intermediate position 16, and Lenin's 15. It was the same situation at the Central Committee meeting on the following day. Lenin invoked the impossibility of fighting any longer, the lack of horses, the inevitable loss of the artillery in the event of retreat, the ease with which the Austro-Germans could capture Reval and Petrograd. "The peace that has been offered us is disgraceful," he said. "But if we turn it down, we shall be swept out of power and peace will be made by another government. Germany is pregnant with revolution," his argument ran, "but the Socialist Republic already exists in Russia and needs a truce in order to gain strength. Trotsky is asking for an international demonstration which will cost us heavily. We are already losing a socialist Poland, and we are losing Estonia. The safety of the Socialist Republic is well worth an indemnity of 3,000 millions. If we really believed that the German Revolution was likely to break out after the collapse of the negotiations, we ought to sacrifice ourselves, since the German Revolution is superior to our own. But it has not even begun yet. We have to hold on until the general socialist revolution, and we can only do this by concluding peace." Zinoviev, Stalin, and Sokolnikov supported Lenin. Lamov and Krastinsky voted for war. The case defended by Trotsky, Bukharin, and Uritsky, to drag out the negotiations at length, carried the majority. The same solution, neither to make war nor to sign the peace, was endorsed once again a few days later, on January 14th, at a joint meeting of the central committees of the Bolshevik and Left SR parties. This majority realized that resistance was impossible, but judged that a German offensive, if it came about, would provoke a revolutionary explosion on both sides of the front. The Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which met in the meantime, left the Council of People's Commissars with full freedom to act. Lenin was in a minority then, and not only in the Central Committee. The influential local committees in Petrograd, the Moscow region, the Ural, the Ukraine, etc., declared themselves against his position. The norms of life in this great, disciplined party were so fundamentally democratic that its acknowledged leader yielded before the majority, while continuing ceaselessly to press his own viewpoint. Once more, and this time in his own party, Lenin was battling against the stream. Lenin's theses. In critical situations, Lenin was in the habit of expounding his thought in a condensed format, which was both explicit and concise, that of a set of theses. These theses were never long, and he did not waste words. His theses on peace, consisting of 21 articles each of 5 to 15 lines, is a model of this kind of writing. We will give a summary of them. 1. The success of the socialist revolution is guaranteed in Russia by the support of the worker and peasant masses. 2. The civil war that has inevitably followed is still far from its maximum peak. 3. Sabotage, corruption, and other indirect methods will keep it going for some months yet. 4. 5. The revolution needs time. It must have a truce lasting at least several months in order to defeat the bourgeoisie and take up its work of organization. 6. It is impossible to foresee how long it will take the European Revolution, though inevitable and near, to come to fruition. 7. The first discussions at Brest-Litovsk have shown that the military party has the upper hand in Germany, and is giving us the alternative either of continuing the war or of submitting to an imperialist peace, paying a concealed war reparation of 3,000 million rubles. 8. The utmost has already been done to drag out the negotiations as long as possible. 9. To make peace by yielding to superior force is not a betrayal of proletarian internationalism. The workers who, in the course of a strike, accept conditions for a return to work which are disadvantageous to them and advantageous to the capitalists do not betray socialism. Only those betray it who trade the assets of a workers' party for the benefit of the capitalists, and it is only transactions like that which are in principle inadmissible. 10. We are told that, by making peace, we shall be allowing German troops to leave the Eastern Front, and this will be to play the game of German imperialism. But, from this point of view, surely revolutionary war would be playing the game of the Anglo-French imperialists. The British have quite bluntly offered our Commander-in-Chief Krylenko 100 rubles per soldier per month if we continue the war. The correct conclusion to draw from the situation is that, from the moment of the victory of a socialist government in one country, questions have to be posed not from the standpoint of which imperialism we prefer to support, but exclusively in terms of the best conditions to develop and strengthen the socialist revolution which has begun. We never advocated defeatism except in relation to the bourgeoisie of one's own country, and we have always repudiated as inadmissible a victory obtained over a foreign imperialism with the aid of a formal or actual alliance with a friendly imperialism. 12. We are supporters in principle of a revolutionary war, but we have to reckon with real possibilities. 13. A policy based on fine gestures in no way corresponds to the actual, existing relation of forces. 14. The army is in no state to make an effective resistance to the Germans, who are quite able to capture Petrograd. 15. The mass of the peasants and the soldiers are against the war. It would be an outright adventure, given the complete democratization of the army, to try to make war against the will of the majority of the soldiers. The creation of a socialist army will take months. 16. Revolutionary war would only be permissible if the German Revolution was due to break out within 3 to 4 months. Otherwise, defeat would amount to the loss of socialist power. 18. To gamble the fate of the revolution on this chance would be an adventure. 19. A separate peace will not weaken the German Revolution. The example of the Soviets will have an enormous propagandist value. 20. Peace would liberate us, as far as this is possible, from bondage to imperialism. 21. A genuine revolutionary war must be an offensive war waged by a socialist army to overthrow the bourgeoisie of other countries. Such a war is impossible at this moment. We have done all we can for Poland, Lithuania, and Courland. The interests of socialism take precedence over the interests of nationalities. Lenin's theory was accurately called the theory of the breathing space. Trotsky's theses. A strong left tendency in the Bolshevik Party was already forming round the extreme left militants of the Moscow area, Yaroslavsky, Solts, Murilov, Sapernov, Osinsky, Stukov, etc. Since the end of December, the Moscow Regional Committee had demanded the breaking off of the Brest-Litovsk talks, and, indeed, of all diplomatic relations with all capitalist countries. This grouping even thought that economic relations between capitalist and socialist states were inadmissible. Better, they thought, to perish for the cause of socialism than to bow the head before Wilhelm II. A democratic peace would come through the rising of the peoples. This doctrine was quite evidently based on a totally abstract revolutionary romanticism. Trotsky's thesis was essentially different from this. He did not pretend that there was any possibility of a revolutionary war. But he did doubt that Germany, in its profound crisis, with its weary army open to the influence of the Russian Revolution, was really capable of taking the offensive. It was necessary, he thought, to put the German working class and army to the test. To which Lenin replied, "Very tempting, but risky, too risky." The press of the Entente made out the Bolsheviks to be paid agents of Germany, and the trying negotiations at Brest-Litovsk as a prearranged comedy to keep up appearances, with the bargaining already agreed. Here, said Trotsky, are the Bolsheviks dissolving the Democratic Constituent Assembly to make a peace of humiliation and enslavement with the Hohenzollerns, while Belgium and the north of France are occupied by German armies. It is clear that the bourgeoisie of the Entente would be able to steer the mass of the working class into terrible confusion, and even be able to mount an armed intervention against us more easily. The mass of the people had been in the grip of chauvinism for years. Within the working class movement, the internationalists formed only tiny groups. If the Bolsheviks did nothing to neutralize the unease that would be created by a separate peace with the Central Powers, would not the attitude of the masses in the Allied countries be disposed towards an intervention in Russia? To this, Lenin replied obstinately, "Too risky. Nothing is more precious at the present time than our revolution. It must be put out of danger at all costs." Trotsky argued also from the inter-party situation. Immediate peace could bring about a split, in which the departure of the best elements of the left would inevitably reinforce the right wing. Lenin answered, "These fancies will pass. A split is not absolutely inevitable, and if it does happen, those who fall away will come back to the party. But if the Germans crush us, there will be no coming back for any of us." We remarked, Trotsky wrote later in On Lenin, that if there was only a 25% chance that the Hohenzollerns would decide not to make war on US, or simply be unable to, we would have to take the risk. Events in Germany began to support this manner of reasoning. In the middle of January, huge strikes broke out in Berlin. On the 18th, 31st, New Style, Pravda appeared with the headlines, "It has happened. The head of German imperialism is on the chopping block. The mailed fist of the proletarian revolution is raised. Revolution in Germany. A Soviet in Berlin." The strike movement covered Vienna, Berlin, Kiel, Hamburg, Dusseldorf, Kassel, Leipzig, Halle, etc. Soviets, which were soon to be dissolved, appeared in Vienna and Berlin. The munitions factories closed down. Neither peace nor war. The negotiations at Brest-Litovsk started again on January 18th. There the Central Powers found themselves fortified by the presence of a delegation from the Ukrainian Republic, whose orators delivered anti-Bolshevik diatribes which were listened to with pleasure by Baron von Kuhlmann. The Soviet delegation did not resist the admission of the delegates from the Rada, which still controlled some territory, if only for a few more days. They managed to get a hearing, in return, for a delegation from the Polish Social Democrats, consisting of Stanislas Babinski and Karl Radek, who did not mince their words in attacking the regime established in Poland by the German occupation. The German generals became more and more exasperated. Precious time was being wasted, was it not? Why be made fools of by Bolshevik agitators? "I felt I was on burning coals," wrote Ludendorff later. Meanwhile, the press was hostile to the boorish interventions made by General Hoffmann. The Austrians, alarmed by the gravity of their situation at home, threatened to abandon their allies and demanded relief supplies from Berlin. "We are," reported Chernin, "almost at the point of catastrophe in the food supply. The strikes that broke out in the second half of January bowled them over. If supplies are not sent," cabled the Austro-Hungarian Prime Minister, "we shall have riots on our hands next week." He was quite right. Ludendorff would have liked to break off the negotiations, take the offensive forthwith, and thus provoke the establishment of a new government for Russia that would prove more compliant. "Look how they are treating us," he exclaimed. Hoffman, red-faced, reminded Kamenev, Yoff and Trotsky that the Central Powers were not the defeated side. The outbreak of the strikes doubtless inclined Wilhelm II to yield to his general's protestations. A propaganda broadcast from the Bolshevik radio to the German troops, in which the Kaiser fancied that he was marked out by name for the vengeance of his troops, proved the last straw. Wilhelm ordered von Kuhlmann to present the Russians with an ultimatum. All that Hoffman desired was to knock them flat with an ultimatum. In front of the Russian delegation, he calmly unfolded his map where the new frontiers were already traced. This time, the Russians had their backs to the wall. The meeting of January 28, February 10, found Trotsky unexpectedly aggressive in manner. He made a brief speech which was intended purely for propaganda purposes. The peoples are demanding an end to this self-destruction of humanity, caused by the spirit of greed and conquest of the ruling classes of all countries. If the war has ever been defensive, it has long ago ceased to be so on both sides. Great Britain is seizing colonies in Africa, Baghdad, Jerusalem. Germany is occupying Serbia, Belgium, Poland, Latvia, and Romania, and is taking over the Moonsund Islands. This is not a defensive war. It is a war for the division of the world. We are against any further participation in this purely imperialist war in which the ruling classes are paying for their designs in human blood. We are equally hostile to the imperialisms of both camps, and we will no longer consent to shed the blood of our soldiers for the interests of an imperialist party. Awaiting the hour which we believe to be close, when the toiling classes of all countries take power, as the working people of Russia have taken it, we withdraw our people and our army from the war. Our peasant soldier is returning to his labors to till in peace, from this spring onwards, the land which the Russian Revolution has taken from the hands of the landlords and given to the toilers. Our worker soldier must return to his factory, there to produce, not engines of destruction but tools of creation, and to build, side by side with the peasant, the new socialist economy. We are demobilizing our army. We refuse to sign a peace based on annexations. We declare that the state of war between the Central Empires and Russia is at an end. This was what the Austro-Germans least expected. An extraordinary council meeting was called at Hamburg Castle to examine this new situation. Those present were Wilhelm II, Chancellor von Herding, the Vice-Chancellor Hindenburg, Ludendorff, the head of the Admiralty, and von Kuhlmann. Their views were divided. The Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, von Kuhlmann, and the Austrians believed that the domestic situation, particularly in Austro-Hungary, did not allow the offensive to be taken against Russia. The possibilities envisaged by Trotsky were thus very real. The generals, on the other hand, demanded an offensive, giving the following reasons. First, without finishing off the Russian front, it would not be possible to take the offensive against the British and French. Secondly, the only way by which famine could be avoided in Austria was by occupying the rich grain lands of the Ukraine. Similar economic considerations dictated the occupation of part of Russia. Thirdly, it was essential to inflict a serious defeat upon Bolshevism, which could otherwise make a military recovery. The Kaiser shared the opinion of his general staff. The Allies and the cancellation of debts. At this same moment, the Soviet government, in annulling Russia's foreign debts, broke definitively with the Allied powers. This was a necessary measure. It may even be said that it was one of the aims of the revolution. We have noted the profound, almost colonial dependence of the Russian Empire on foreign powers. The proletarian and peasant revolution, in lifting the yoke imposed by the propertied classes and by great Russian nationalism, could not bow subserviently under the burden of international finance capital. There was, besides, no other way of avoiding inevitable bankruptcy except by canceling the state debt, which now reached the stupendous total of 80 billion gold rubles. In thousands of millions of rubles, it was made up as follows: foreign loans 16, long-term domestic loans 25, short-term internal loans 19, indirect domestic debts 4.8, various indirect obligations about 15. The debt account would have necessitated the payment, on January 1, 1918, of the yearly interest amounting to 4,000 million rubles, a sum distinctly higher than the total income of the state in 1913, which was $3,452 million. The amount of the debt now equaled 2/3 of the total national wealth. Revolutionary measures were the only way of avoiding bankruptcy and economic bondage. Any agreements with foreign creditors would simply have intensified Russia's colonial dependence. The abolition of the national debt was preceded, in a decree of the Council of People's Commissars dated January 26, by the confiscation of all the share capital of the private banks, which went to the state bank. The decree of January 28 canceled all state debts contracted abroad by the governments of Russian landlords and capitalists, with retroactive effect beginning in the month of December. Dividend coupons for December were invalidated also. Article 3 read, "All loans raised abroad are canceled without exceptions and without reservations. The securities held by savings banks, cooperatives, local democratic organizations, and small shareholders, at a maximum of 10,000 rubles worth of shares, were to be converted into a new stock issued by the Russian Federative Socialist Republic of Soviets." This scheme was not actually implemented in the event. The Soviets were given the responsibility of deciding who were to be the democratic institutions and small shareholders who could benefit from the offer. This was a sharp blow against international high finance and the Allied imperialisms. Ever since the October Revolution, the Allied governments and their representatives in Russia had observed towards the Soviet government, which they still did not recognize, an attitude of sternly hostile expectation. They had refused any reply to the repeated appeals of the Soviet government for a general peace. On the other hand, we have seen how the Allied military missions encouraged the resistance of General Dukhanin. The support given by certain French officers to the Rada in the civil war in the Ukraine had caused a diplomatic incident between M. Newlens, the French ambassador, and the Commissariat for Foreign Affairs. General Berthelot was encouraging Romania's machinations in Bessarabia. Britain had interned 2 Russian revolutionary exiles, Shishirin and Petrov, and Trotsky only obtained their release by threatening reprisals against British subjects in Russia. The press of the Entente countries greeted the Russian Revolution with campaigns of slander and insult, whose violence and prejudice can only be compared with the insane attacks delivered against the French Revolution by the English press, William Pitt, and the Royalist émigrés. In studying the documents of the period, one is taken aback by a striking fact. The capitalist world statesmen, journalists, and most enlightened leaders of public opinion understood nothing about the Russian Revolution. The most stupid rumors were accepted by them as true. Their general opinion was that the Bolsheviks, a set of doctrinaire adventurers brought into power by the chance results of rioting, would disappear in 3 to 6 weeks. Later it became 3 to 6 months, as suddenly as they had appeared on the scene. Nobody held out any future for them except the gallows. The Allied representatives in Russia shared in this blindness, except for 2 men whose voices, flung against the stream of opinion, had no effect on their governments: the American Raymond Robbins and the Frenchman Jacques Sadoul. On December 18, Buchanan, the British ambassador, declared in what was intended as a conciliatory speech that Britain would await the establishment in Russia of a stable government recognized by the people. The semi-official press in Paris and London put its hopes in Kayldin, Alexiev, and Kornilov. It began to instigate a scheme for Japanese intervention in Siberia. The United States reserved its position. On January 31, 2 days after the dramatic scene at Brest-Litovsk, with the Romanian army beginning an offensive against Odessa, tacitly supported by the German Field Marshal von Mackensen and with the explicit agreement of the French General Berthelot, the diplomatic corps at Petrograd confronted the Council of People's Commissars with an insulting and menacing note, the key passage of which ran, "The ambassadors and plenipotentiary ministers of the Allied and neutral governments accredited to Petrograd cause it to be known to the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs that they consider all the decrees of the workers' and peasants' government on the cancellation of state debts, confiscation of property, etc., as non-existent in the degree to which these decrees touch on the interests of foreign countries." The united front of the 2 warring imperialist coalitions against the workers' and peasants' revolution was now realized. The hints of possible military cooperation against Germany between the Allies and the Soviets, which came out during the worst days of the Brest-Litovsk period, had scarcely any consequence. The politics of the Allied representatives in Russia was dominated, in reality, by their class spirit. These were no longer British, French, or American diplomats or officers. They were members of the bourgeoisie before anything else, and they never forgot it. The partition of Russia began to be considered more and more seriously by the statesmen of the world. As General Hoffman was launching his offensive against the Russia which had declared peace on him, Marshal Foch gave the American press an interview on February 26, on which the French newspapers thought it best to keep quiet. "America and Japan," he said, "will be able to confront Germany in Siberia." Active exchanges were pursued in London, Washington, Paris, and Tokyo concerning a possible Japanese intervention in Siberia, in other words, the conquest of the Russian Far East by Japan. This plan collapsed owing to the resistance of the United States. For a brief moment, the possibility of an alliance between the United States and Soviet Russia was mooted. Trotsky made a formal request for American assistance. Jacques Sadoul took it upon himself to ask, in the name of Trotsky, who had not requested him to do so, for aid from France. On February 24, he managed to get M. Newlens to telephone Trotsky and say, "In your resistance to Germany, you may count on military and financial support from France." Despite Sadoul's efforts, this support amounted in practice to precisely nothing. The socialist fatherland in danger. The Russian-German front formed practically a straight line from Riga down to Kamenets-Podolsk on the Dniester. On February 18, 8 days after the close of the negotiations, General Hoffman, in violation of the clause of the armistice which required the resumption of hostilities to be notified a week in advance, informed the Soviet government that a state of war had been resumed. The right-wing press in Germany justified the attack by the necessity to restore order in Russia. Prince Leopold of Bavaria made a speech before his troops in which he told them that they were marching not to fight for conquests but to wipe out the contagion of Bolshevism. "Germany," he said, "is from now on the rampart of European culture against the Oriental pestilence." Ludendorff's intention, on the other hand, seems not to have been to topple the Soviet power, which, as we know today but was not known then, would probably have been too much for his forces. He was trying to occupy the Ukraine and deal the Russians a short, sharp blow which would gain control of all their artillery and material, thus making it impossible for them to recreate their army in a short spell. The German offensive encountered no resistance. German troops advanced without firing a shot, using the railways. In a few days, from 18 to 24 February, they occupied Reval, Rizitsa, Dvinsk, and Minsk, and they invaded the Ukraine. These were terrible days. As soon as they had the announcement of the offensive, the Council of People's Commissars cabled the Austro-Germans their consent to a peace. Everyone thought that the Central Powers were not going to reply. An evasive answer came from Berlin. "Put your proposals in writing." The most common opinion was that the Germans were not making war now on Russia, but on the Soviets, that they might even have an agreement with the Entente on the restoration of order in Russia, and that they would occupy most Soviet territory, probably including Petrograd. The last remaining Russian troops retreated in disorder in front of them, without even bothering to follow the order from the Council of People's Commissars instructing them to destroy arms and munitions if they had to draw back. If the Germans refused the peace offer, there was nothing left for the Soviets except to organize partisan warfare in the occupied territories. On February 21, it was proclaimed that the socialist fatherland is in a state of danger. The order was given to mobilize all the country's forces and resources for revolutionary defense, to defend all positions to the last, to destroy all railway lines before the enemy's advance, to destroy all stocks of food, munitions, and useful goods rather than leave them for the enemy, to mobilize the population of the towns to dig trenches under the direction of military technicians. All healthy adults, male and female, belonging to the bourgeois class must join these detachments. Those who resist will be shot. To suspend the publication of all organs hostile to revolutionary defense, sympathetic to the German invasion or to counter-revolution, and conscript the staff of these journals for the work of defense. To shoot on the spot all enemy agents, speculators, looters, hooligans, and counter-revolutionary agitators. The seed of the Red Terror was in this document. As with the French Revolution, it arose from foreign invasion and the sheer immensity of the danger. But the peasantry in the countryside did not want to fight. Lenin had founded his entire theory of the breathing space on this fact, and he was right. The Germans advanced onwards without encountering any resistance and took possession of a colossal booty. In 1 week, they progressed 200 to 300 kilometers. Sometimes they had resistance from the Red Guards. A desperate resistance doomed to failure. The passivity of the peasant soldiery contrasted with the enthusiasm of the workers who buy entire factories, along with their wives and older children, just as good for the fighting, they thought, poured along to Smolny to be armed. As for yesteryear's fervent patriots, quite a few of these now welcomed the Germans as liberators. The Red Guards were now carrying out some of their extraordinary operations in the south under Antonov Ovsienko's command, capture of Rostov, defeat of Kaldin, and the Red troops on the Bessarabian front were beating off the Romanians and keeping Odessa safe. It is worth noting, too, that in fact no terror took place, since the feeling of the masses did not favor terror for a war they did not want to wage. The capture of Pskov, 257 kilometers from Petrograd, not a very great distance in Russian terms, caused consternation in the capital. When the new Soviet deputation arrived at Brest-Litovsk on March 1st, they could not improve the situation. The Germans refused to call off their offensive until the peace was actually signed, on the date fixed by them, March 4th. The Soviet delegates informed their government that the Germans intended to penetrate as far as possible into Russian territory, but were using small shock brigades which were easy to repulse. In fact, the German offensive had its natural limitations. The partisan warfare, the destruction of highways, the difficulties of the supply line, the state of feeling of the Russian population, the formation of red bands in the rear of the invader, the strikes, famine and discontent in Germany and Austria, all forced the German command, at the end of the first week of the attack, to face the prospect of large-scale, protracted, difficult and dangerous operations. They were fighting in unknown country against an enemy very different from all those they had encountered previously. All the plans they had for a quick Russian capitulation were now in doubt. Lenin wins. As soon as the resumption of hostilities was announced, Lenin proposed the immediate signature of peace terms at the Central Committee meeting of February 17th. Once again he was put in the minority, though this time by one vote. Bukharin, Trotsky, Yov, Krestinsky, Uritsky and Lamov voted against him. Sverdlov, Sokolnikov, Smilga and Stalin with him. The Central Committee had two sessions on the 18th, the day of the German attack. Two speakers took the floor for each position on those questions where there were clear differences. Each had 5 minutes. This was no time for long speeches. At the first session, Lenin's position was again defeated by 7 votes to 6. This was on his demand for the immediate resumption of negotiations. It was defended by Zinoviev and opposed by Bukharin and Trotsky. At the second sitting, Trotsky informed them of the capture of Dvinsk and the entry of the Germans into the Ukraine. "We are in a revolutionary war," said Lenin, "against our own intentions. War is not a matter to be played with. This game has brought us to such a crisis that the revolution will inevitably crash now if you continue any longer with this dithering attitude." Yov wrote to us from Brest that there was not even the faintest beginning of a revolution in Germany. "Here we are scribbling away while they are capturing our stores and rolling stock, while we are collapsing. History will note that you surrendered the revolution. We could have signed a peace and got away with it, but we have nothing, we can't even blow up the stuff. The peasants don't want war, and they will not fight. Permanent peasant war is a utopia. Revolutionary war isn't just phraseology. If we are not equipped for it, we must sign the peace. The revolution will not be lost simply because we will be giving the Germans Finland, Latvia, and Estonia." Lenin's potent realism, now terribly confirmed by events, carried the day this time by 7 votes to 6. It was Trotsky's vote that gave him the majority. Neither Lenin nor the Central Committee dreamed of accusing Trotsky of inconsistency. Indeed, he was given the task of drafting, with Lenin, the radio telegram to the Germans. The demonstration he wanted to make before the proletariat of the West had now been made. The chance he wanted to try for had been tried. The situation worsened from one hour to the next. The Germans made no haste to reply, but continued their advance aggressively, collecting their enormous loot. And the party became divided, as the left militants of the Moscow district resigned their posts on February 20th. Reserving ourselves the freedom to agitate both within the party and outside it. Among those who resigned were Lamov, Bubnov, Uritsky, and Pyatakov. It was clearly a step towards a split. The party press covered up what had happened. 2 days later, those who had resigned, along with the remainder of the left, changed their minds, but declared that they would appeal to the party Congress. On February 22nd, Trotsky informed the Central Committee of a proposal received from the Allies. France and Britain were willing to aid Russia in its resistance to Germany. Trotsky believed that this offer should be accepted, inasmuch as the independence of Soviet foreign policy was safeguarded. Bukharin demanded its rejection. Lenin was not at the meeting, but he scribbled a few words hastily on a scrap of paper. Please count my vote in favor of accepting support and arms from the Anglo-French imperialist bandits. Lenin. By 6 votes to 5, the Central Committee voted to do so. Von Kuhlmann's reply to the Soviet note was discussed in the Central Committee on February 23. It announced the stiffening of the German peace terms to a considerable degree. Russia must accept the detachment of the whole Baltic area, Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, the Ukraine, and Finland. Lenin, firm as ever, declared that the politics of revolutionary phrasemongering was finished. He added that if it continued, he would resign immediately from the government and the Central Committee. If you want revolutionary war, we shall give it you, he said. Trotsky judged that the divisions in the party made revolutionary war impossible and spoke in favor of peace, but he abstained in the vote. Lenin's thesis was carried by 7 votes to 4, with 4 abstentions. The treaty. Sokolnikov, Petrovsky, Shishirin, Karakhan, and Yoff came to Brest-Litovsk to meet von Rosenberg, the German ambassador, and General Hoffmann. This time the Soviet delegates refused any parley. We are here, declared Sokolnikov, to sign without the least delay a peace which is being imposed on us by violence. Again, the peace which we are signing, he said to the session on March 3, has been dictated to us at gunpoint. Revolutionary Russia is compelled to accept it with clenched teeth. He spent a brief time in frankly denouncing the character and class nature of the plunderer, and concluded, any discussion is useless and we refuse to have any. The principal clauses of the treaty, which consisted of 30 articles, were the following. A bilateral undertaking to cease all agitation against the governmental or military status of the countries concerned. The demobilization of the Russian army, including the new Soviet units. The renunciation by Russia of all interference in the affairs of the countries to the west of her new frontiers, all the Baltic states and Poland. The evacuation of Russian troops from the areas of Asia Minor they occupied. Soviet recognition of the People's Republic of the Ukraine and of the treaty it had concluded with the Central Powers. Russian evacuation of Finland and the Åland Isles, which meant the sacrifice of the Finnish Revolution. The reciprocal repudiation of war indemnities, though Russia still had to compensate the Central Empires for the upkeep of Russian prisoners of war, the damages caused to Austrian and German nationals by the revolution, etc. A total of 3,000 million gold rubles. The exchange of war prisoners was to take place immediately, enabling Germany to recover her fighting manpower. Commercial and consular relations were to be resumed. Once the peace was concluded, German troops continued their advance into the Ukraine, protected by the treaty. They marched right on to the Don, to the Crimea, to the Caucasus. Patience, not phrases. Lenin's policies in this turning point of the revolution deserve to be thoroughly studied. Lenin put his case with great energy, as was his custom, in his articles for Pravda and his interventions at Central Committee meetings. The whole tenor of his argument was directed incessantly against the left communist tendency. In an article of February 21, on the revolutionary phrase, he set out to refute its theses. His definitions deserve to be quoted. The revolutionary phrase is usually a malady which befalls revolutionary parties when these suffer from a mixture of proletarian and petty bourgeois elements, and the course of events necessitates a sharp turn. Revolutionary phraseology consists of the repetition of revolutionary slogans without any relation to the objective circumstances of a given moment or situation. Slogans which are excellent, inspiring, intoxicating, but without any basis. That is the essence of the matter. He went on to observe that the Moscow and Petrograd organizations of the party, which were advocating revolutionary war, did nothing to oppose demobilization in time of war. The old army no longer existed, and the new one had hardly begun to exist. The phrases with which the lefts were so lavish expressed pure sentiment. The reasoning they invoked was simply pitiful. They appealed to the example of revolutionary France in 1792. But France only made war after her economic revolution. The French Revolution pitted economically and politically backward peoples against a people who had not been exhausted by a war, and who had just gained land and liberty. We have only just finished a war and have scarcely begun the revolution. Our peasant, still has not enjoyed 1 year of work in freedom. Freed, that is, from the landlords and the disasters of war. Feudalism conquered, bourgeois liberty consolidated. A satisfied peasantry marching against the lands of feudalism. Such is the economic basis for the military miracles of 1792-3. Germany, we are told, cannot take the offensive because of the imminence of revolution at home. But even when our revolution was in full spate, we were not able to stop the Russian bourgeoisie from launching an offensive in June 1917. The German Revolution is maturing. To proclaim that it is already mature is no more than phraseology. We shall be helping Liebknecht by making war, it is being said. Not by making war without effective forces. To start fighting without possessing the necessary effectives is sheer adventurism. Our forces were no larger in October, we are told. But the masses were with us and we knew it. Would we be ruined by the economic provisions of the separate peace? German imperialism is growing weaker, whereas our resources are growing month by month. The most disadvantageous peace is 100 times better for us than the lot of a Belgium. The peace is disgraceful and dishonorable. Surely we would be betraying Poland, Courland, Lithuania, and Latvia, handing them over to Germany? No, for the interests of socialism take precedence over the rights of nationalities to enjoy self-determination. War must be waged on the revolutionary phrase, so that men will not one day have to repeat this bitter truth. The revolutionary phrase on the Revolutionary War destroyed the revolution. On the following day, Lenin published another article on the same subject entitled, "The Itch," under the innocent pseudonym of Karpov. Phrase-mongering, he said, is a disease as tenacious as the itch. The article was partly concerned with refuting the left-wing argument that saw a desertion of principles in the acceptance of aid from the British against the Central Powers. Is it possible to fail to comprehend the difference between Kerensky's arms purchases, made from the Allied pirates to continue a war of conquest, and the purchases made by Socialist Russia from these same pirates in order to defend itself against Wilhelm I? The difference is the same as that between a murder committed for theft and a homicidal act of self-defense. In his article Peace or War, published on 23 February, Lenin wrote that it must be made clear that anybody who opposes immediate peace, even on the cruelest terms, is working for the defeat of Soviet power. In a third article on February 25, a painful but necessary lesson, he indicated the roots of the ideology of revolutionary warfare. The ease of the revolution's victories at home had been too intoxicating. The lesson provided by the week of the German offensive has been severe but necessary. What an instructive contrast there is between the two sets of dispatches which the government has been receiving in the last few days. On one side, we read a barrage of the most determined revolutionary phrases. On the other, the heartbreaking, shameful reports of regiments who have refused to defend their positions, of failures to carry out the order to destroy all stock before retreating. Not to mention the stampeding, the chaos, the incompetence, the incapacity, the waste. It is a crime to accept battle with a powerful enemy when there is no army on one side. Peace is necessary not for capitulation but for a serious preparation for war. We must be able to help the socialist revolution in the advanced imperialist countries. This revolution will only be damaged by delivering the Socialist Republic of the Soviets unarmed to the mortal blows of the enemy. Our great motto, "We bank on the victory of socialism in the entire world," must not be changed into an empty phrase. But every abstract truth, when applied indiscriminately to all concrete situations, becomes reduced to a phrase. We should lack a full appreciation of Lenin's thought at this moment if we did not have a detail which Trotsky has recounted. Here is Lenin, the supreme realist, the sworn enemy of all adventures, who weighed all possibilities to the full, never abandoning hope but keeping confidence and a blazing will, determined to hold on whatever might happen, and win in the end. And what if the Germans keep marching? Trotsky asked him. What if they march on Moscow? Then we will draw back to the east, the Ural. The Kuznetsk basin is rich in coal. We will set up the Republic of the Ural and Kuznetsk, supported by the industry of the Ural and the mines of Kuznetsk, and aided by the proletariat of the Ural and those workers from Petrograd and Moscow who succeed in joining us. We shall hold on. If it becomes necessary, we shall move farther away, even beyond the Ural. We shall go right as far as Kamchatka, but we shall hold on. The international situation will see many changes, and from our Republic of the Ural and Kuznetsk we shall return to Moscow and Petrograd. But if we get ourselves tangled up uselessly in a revolutionary war, and allow the flower of the working class and the party to be slaughtered, it is quite clear that we shall never return anywhere. Problems and tactics. At Brest-Litovsk, the October Revolution made its appearance in the international arena, face to face with the whole world of imperialism, for the Allies, though formally absent, still played their part. Lenin immediately discerned the essential objective for this conjuncture: to save the revolution and gain time. Gaining time was synonymous with the salvation of the revolution, which would gain strength while the crisis was maturing within the imperialist coalitions. Lenin's tactics were unflinchingly dictated by this consideration. His policy was inspired by a ruthless, unclouded realism whose keenness could not be led astray by any burst of enthusiasm. Neither the dazzling victories of the revolution in the interior, nor the great strikes in Germany and Austria, nor even the coming of the first Soviets, forerunners of revolution, in the Central Empires could blur his clear vision of reality, which was that the revolutionary crisis in Germany was still only maturing, that Austro-German imperialism was still very powerful. Hence his conclusion: to bank on the German Revolution is to risk the very existence of the Russian Revolution. Lenin's realism is all the more impressive in that he displays no basic tendency to overestimate the forces of the enemy. No basic tendency. The point about the Republic of the Ural and Kuznetsk confirms us in this view, as does the relatively slight resistance offered by Lenin against Trotsky's thesis, as compared with his intransigent opposition, more in the character or an ultimatum, against the proponents of revolutionary war. His sharp awareness of the fragility of Soviet power seems to move him to the idea that a German offensive could cause it to collapse. Today we know how critical the domestic situation was in the Central Empires, the few advantages and the immense difficulties they encountered in their occupation of the Ukraine, the astonishing vitality displayed by Red Russia. We may be permitted to conclude that even the occupation of the capitals by the invader would not have meant the collapse of the Soviet regime, in short that German imperialism, at that moment, was no longer in a position to destroy the Russian Revolution. This reality must be borne in mind in order to appreciate Trotsky's line at the time. His purpose was twofold, as has been seen: to exhaust all revolutionary possibilities and to convince the proletariat of the West of the intransigence of the Bolsheviks before Austro-German imperialism. The Central Empires hung on for 9 months longer after the Brest-Litovsk peace, until November 1918, a proof of the error made in exaggerating the revolutionary chances in these countries during January and February, and a confirmation of Lenin's thesis on this point. But the necessity for convincing Western workers of Bolshevism's intentions before the Austro-Germans still stood. It is worth remembering how fearful were the war manias that still held sway over the masses of Europe and America. In the working classes of all the Allied countries, the socialism of patriotism and office still enjoyed unshakable majorities. The voice of the minorities who sympathized with the Russian Revolution could scarcely be heard. In France, old socialists like Varenne, Renaudel, Sembat, and Albert Thomas were becoming increasingly outspoken as advocates of an Allied intervention in Russia. The parliamentary group of the Part 1 Socialist Unify appealed to the Bolsheviks, in a message of mixed reproach, warning, and advice, not to conclude a separate peace. The bourgeois press was unanimous in presenting the Bolsheviks as agents of Germany, and the Brest-Litovsk talks as a comedy played out according to rule. In the eyes of the masses in these countries, and I personally remember many conversations to this effect with French soldiers, the Russians, in surrendering before German imperialism, were responsible for prolonging a war already hated by all. If this attitude among the masses had lasted, would it not have enabled the Allied governments to mount a large-scale and direct intervention in Russia? Trotsky's tactic was of great assistance in dissipating this state of mind. After the breaking off of negotiations, after the disconcerting gesture of the Soviet delegates at Brest-Litovsk, after General Hoffman's offensive against a disarmed Russia, after the signing of a treaty presented at pistol point for all the world to see, how could a British or a French worker still believe in the supposed collaboration between the Bolsheviks and Austro-German imperialism? As Rakovsky said, if the signing of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty in its second draft put an end to the German offensive, the previous refusal to sign it in its first draft spared us an offensive from the Entente for a considerable time. Through Ludendorff's memoirs and various statements made by the German representatives at Brest-Litovsk, it is known that the Austrians and Germans hesitated before launching their offensive against Russia. Chancellor von Hertling and Baron von Kuhlmann had stated their opinion that the situation on the home front did not allow of an offensive. The generals carried the day, thanks to the Kaiser's backing. It is still true, though, that the Central Powers seriously considered a pure and simple acceptance of the existing state of affairs. The success of the line neither peace nor war, therefore, seems to have been a possible outcome. By contrast, the line of revolutionary war advocated by the left communists and most of the left SRs was impossible. It simply could not have succeeded. This is already evident through the very ease of the German invasion, and will become more so when we see the difficulties that attend the creation of the Red Army. What were the principal ideas behind this tactic? That of safeguarding the integrity of principles, and that of hastening on the German Revolution by an active intervention. The first of these ideas, evidenced in the frequent use of words like shameful, dishonorable, etc., proceeded from an abstract and dogmatic conception of honor, alien to true proletarian realism. Revolutionary honor is not put in question when, without abandoning the struggle, one submits to an unavoidable defeat. The second has its main source in a sentiment which may well be described as romantic. Certainly there can be no condemnation in principle of a revolutionary intervention which tends to quicken the final crisis of the class struggle in a particular country. Still, such an intervention must be timely and must use substantial forces, in default of which its consequences can only be disastrous. A healthier tendency may, however, be uncovered in left communism during the Brest-Litovsk period, beneath its abstract and undialectical arguments, its emotional exaggerations, its dangerously doctrinaire thought. We may also see, to its credit, the fear of opportunism. It was an unjustified fear, since no real tendency towards the right was manifested in the Bolshevik Party, but still a useful one. We have seen the energy which Lenin devoted to attacking the theses of the left. It is beyond doubt, Trotsky has written in this connection, that it is because of the vigor with which Lenin posed the question of the need for a temporary surrender, of a transition to illegality in relation to German imperialism, as he himself put it at public meetings, that the party and the revolution were spared involvement in a hopeless war which would have ended after 2 or 3 months with the total collapse of the Russian Revolution. The health of the proletarian party. All the responsibilities of this moment rested on the party, or more precisely on its leading ranks in Petrograd and Moscow. What kind of picture do we see here in the crisis? This party, so disciplined and so little encumbered by an abstract fetishism for democracy, still in these grave hours respects its norms of internal democracy. It puts its recognized leader in a minority. Lenin's tremendous personal authority does not hinder the militants in the Central Committee from standing up to him and energetically maintaining their point of view. The most important questions are settled by vote, often by small majorities, a margin of 1 vote or 7 votes out of 15 present, etc., to which the minorities are willing to defer without abandoning their ideas. Lenin, when in the minority, submits while waiting for events to prove him right, and continues his propaganda without breaking discipline. Even though impassioned, the discussion remains objective. Neither gossip nor intrigue nor personalities play any important part in what is said. The militants talk politics without trying to wound or to discredit the comrades on the opposing side. Since the opposition is never bullied, it shows only the minimum of emotion that one would expect in events of this order, and soon recovers from its rash decisions. Once Lenin gets his majority, he does not boast. He has other things to care about. His attitude towards his opponents is both tolerant and firm. Tolerant towards persons, immovable towards their ideas. Not that it is his custom to make the typical distinction of liberal bourgeois parliamentarians between men and their ideas, this although his polemic never stoops to petty personalities. On the other hand, he always does make the distinction between the methods and procedures in struggle that may be used against enemies of the party and those that may be used within the party, among comrades. Similarly, his tactics at the beginning of 1917 were based on a distinction between struggles against enemies of the working class and struggles waged within the working class movement. Here his conception of the leader of a proletarian party is vividly displayed. It is a leader whose authority is founded on a recognized superiority, a resolute, self-disciplined but stubborn man, who is not afraid to be in a minority and swim against the current. His mission is not to follow the masses but to enlighten and lead them, since it is precisely the keenest element in their consciousness which speaks through him. This proletarian conception of a party leader may be contrasted with the example of the old opportunist parties influenced by the petty bourgeoisie, whose leaders can be seen courting popularity by trailing after the masses, anti-militarist and pacifistic when the masses are, patriots when the masses acclaim the war to end all war, and revolutionary when they return bloody and beaten from the war. At this hour, the party really is the courageous iron cohort of Bukharin's later description. It is a living organism, teeming with initiative from the lowest to the highest ranks, disciplined even to its most senior leader, regarding with love and respect the mentors it has formed for itself in long years of struggle, but knowing how to contradict them and put them in a minority. It is equipped with a genuine collective of leadership. Lenin's concern to make leadership a collective responsibility is worth noting, and with healthy political traditions which are able to avoid excesses of authority as well as of democracy. Any differences of tactics were softened by collective habits of thinking, by Marxist education, and by the operations of democratic centralization. The center leads and has to be followed, but this center is itself the expression of the party and, through the party, of the masses. If Lenin had been a little more authoritarian, or his comrades had shown a little more excitability, or a little less discipline or party loyalty or sense of unity, or if the party's leading corps had been a little more rigid or a little less collective or intelligent or firm-willed, or if their Marxist consciousness had been a little less keen, then either in the Brest-Litovsk days or shortly afterwards, some excellent left elements in the party would have been broken or forced out, temporarily or lost forever. A little more, a little less. Every living equilibrium rests upon such slight quantities as this. The equilibrium we have discussed may be termed the proletarian party's condition of health. Results of the first imperialist peace. The Peace of Shame of Brest-Litovsk was the first retreat undertaken by the revolutionary proletariat of Russia, isolated in the face of the imperialist powers through the inaction of the proletariat of Europe. It was also the first collision between the young Soviet state and its imperialist environment. The Russian Revolution now found itself alone. To live, it had to gain time. Time was everything. At that moment, it could have been defeated within 3 months, and to gain those 3 months was to keep open all the immensity of the future. It was also, at least for Europe, the first imperialist peace. The Treaty of Bucharest came later, followed by Versailles, dictated to the vanquished party at cannon point, directed openly towards ends of territorial conquest and economic enslavement. For the Central Powers, this proved to be an irreparable error, though inevitable. The German General Staff had been running the war with its own rigorous logic. The terms of the peace reflected no more than its consistency, the powerful intelligence with which it pursued its designs. Once the blockade around the Central Powers was broken, and their supplies assured through the grain of the Ukraine, the coal of the Donets and all Russia's raw materials, once their fighting manpower was reinforced through the return of the prisoners of war, would not victory now be possible on the Western Front? That is what the German High Command hoped to achieve. It was this hope that impelled Ludendorff, in March, to unleash his great offensive on the Somme, towards Amiens, when he tried to break the Anglo-French lines. But in fact, the dialectic of history, following on Brest-Litovsk, made his victory impossible. In the first imperialist peace, the peoples of the world thought they saw the first German peace. The example of the Russian Revolution and of President Wilson's propaganda for the rights of nationalities undermined German imperialism from within. The disgraceful peace imposed upon Russia caused fresh enthusiasm for the war among the Allied and neutral peoples. All thoughts of negotiation now went by the board. The idea of a compromise peace, which had been in the air up till then, simply vanished. Besides this, the calculations of the Austro-Germans on the consequences of Russia's surrender were falsified by events. Past master in the art of war as it is waged between imperialists, skillful in exploiting an occupied Belgium or a Brie basin which French pilots were under orders never to bomb, the German strategists found the tasks of a class war beyond them. As they had failed to understand the Bolsheviks, who still managed to understand them, during the peace negotiations, so they neither understood nor prevented the results of their seizure of the Ukraine and southern Russia. The Ukraine supplied them only with a proportion of the food supplies they had anticipated, and then at the cost of innumerable troubles. The occupation of the Russian territories encountered resistance from an armed revolutionary peasant population, whose behavior was quite different from that of the north of France. More German troops were needed for this difficult work than had been budgeted. The occupation troops, harassed by partisans, often influenced by revolutionary propaganda, and weary of the war against a local populace, lost their morale. The prisoners of war repatriated from Russia had become Bolshevized. Conquered Ukraine proved to be the first tomb of German imperialism. 6. The Truce and the Great Retrenchment. The occupation of the Ukraine. Events in the Ukraine took a very singular turn. In its resistance to the revolution, the Rada asked for aid simultaneously from the Allies and the Central Powers. It obtained support from both quarters. France sent money to the Ukrainian patriots. Such patriots, such defenders of order and property, actually they were engaged in selling their country to whichever power bid the higher and proved the stronger. But the press of the Entente, so indefatigable in its rage and denunciation against the treason of Bolsheviks, who were now engaged in a desperate struggle against German imperialism, chose to ignore the very real treason of the Ukrainian nationalist bourgeoisie, a betrayal which was to prolong the World War for several months. The episode forms a striking illustration of the contempt in which statesmen, party leaders and molders of public opinion hold the truth and the realities of history. The interests of the propertied classes is the only guide they acknowledge, and these interests press them to slander the Bolsheviks at all costs as a prelude to slaughtering them later. Let the facts speak for themselves. On February 9th, January 27th, Old Style, the Red Guards entered Kiev. The Ukrainian Rada now controlled only a few towns in the Vinnytsia region. It was then that the Germans offered it their armed backing to impose a recognition of the Rada on the Soviets. This they accomplished through the provisions of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. The adventurer for their military support, Petliura, an artful cutthroat, was already the Rada's real leader. On the very day the Reds entered Kiev, he signed a treaty with the Central Powers in which he undertook, in exchange supply 1 million tons of grain, later to become 2,160,000 tons. 180,000 tons of meat, 30,000 sheep, 40,000 tons of sugar, etc. He also undertook to see to the needs of the German occupation forces. From the Romanian front to the borders of the Caucasus, the Workers' Red Guards and the first Soviet troops had just won a series of brilliant victories. The revolution was triumphant everywhere. The Soviet Republic of Odessa and the Soviet executive on the Romanian front compelled the Romanian aggressor to call off hostilities on February 8th. Then, supported by Muravev's Little Red Army of less than 4,000 men, which had traveled from Kiev within a single night, they launched an offensive in the direction of Jassy. The Romanian conquerors of Bessarabia suffered a severe defeat at Ribnitsa, losing 20 cannon. The diplomatic corps at Jassy became alarmed, and through its mediation Romania signed a treaty on March 8th ending the Russo-Romanian quarrel. Romania formally renounced its claim to Bessarabia and agreed to evacuate the country. This is also the period of the white defeats in the Don, the Crimea, and the Kuban. The successes of the Reds, achieved despite the numerical weakness of their troops, are to be explained by the spontaneous assistance they gained from the poor peasants and the working-class population. Such was the situation when the Austrian and German forces entered the Ukraine with 29 divisions of infantry and 4.5 divisions of cavalry, a total of between 200,000 and 250,000 men. Against these forces, Antonov-Ovsienko and his sturdy lieutenants Pyatakov, Evgenia Bosch, Muravev, Sivers, Sablin, and Kikvitz could muster about 15,000 poorly organized fighters, who were dispersed in tiny groups all over this immense territory. The German columns encountered savage resistance here and there from pockets of revolutionaries, but were able to smash these centers without much difficulty. There was in fact no shortage of arms or men on the revolutionary side. The peasants would have eagerly supported any resistance to the invasion. What was missing was organization. There was no state, not even any local institutions possessing any authority. No trained cadres, no cohesion or coordination. All the old institutions had collapsed and their successors were still being formed, painfully and against odds, in the midst of chaos. Armed bands sprang up practically everywhere. The cheap white bread of the Ukraine attracted adventurers from all over Russia. Its country districts and its small towns seemed to offer a marvelous stamping ground for all kinds of harebrained scheme-mongers, from Ukrainian socialists, all more or less infected with nationalism, through left SRs to anarchists or semi-anarchists. Little local armies were formed under their own party flag. Often the name and banner of a revolutionary organization served merely to dignify the existence of a feudal armed band. The influence and even the organization of the Bolshevik Party left much to be desired. Conflicts arose within the party between Ukrainians and Russians, militants in the localities and those at the center, for in the hearts of the Bolsheviks, the national question was far from being resolved. The anarchists and the left SRs, often working in unison, played a most important role. For a short while the anarchist baron ran a dictatorship in Ekaterinoslav. At Nikolaev the anarchists rose in revolt, but abandoned the town to the Germans, against whom the citizens, left unaided, kept up a battle for 4 days. The band led by Marusia Nikiforova, which flew the black flag of anarchism, fought a street battle in Elisavetgrad for 2 weeks against the counter-revolutionary populace. Bands of white officers from the Romanian front, for example Drozdovsky's forces, kept crossing the Ukraine in order to get to the Kuban. The Czechoslovak legions were at large in the heart of the country, under orders from the Allies to retreat before the German advance and take up positions on the Volga. The German settlers in the region were in revolt. Petliura's nationalist commandos, or Haidamaks, held various points in the countryside. Villages that bristled with machine guns defended themselves ferociously against all comers. Local republics were inaugurated, such as that of the Donets workers. Red brigades, totally undisciplined, often drunk, often commanded by adventurers who had later on to be shot, discredited the authority of the Soviets with the local populations. Shooting, looting, and assassinations went on everywhere. Sometimes strong formations retreated before the enemy without firing a shot. Magnificent resistance came from odd handfuls, like the 35 Red fighters who held back 2 German regiments at Putyvl. At the rail junction of Lozovaya, a whole unit, the Lenin Battalion, was wiped out covering the Reds' retreat. Amid such frightful chaos, the revolutionary struggle demanded an uncommon strength of personality. In this period, a woman emerged as one such figure of distinction, the old Bolshevik militant Evgenia Bosch. By a noteworthy injustice of fate, she has become a little-known character. Here G. Chudnovsky, one of the conquerors of the Winter Palace, met his death. Most of the battles were waged along the railways. Armored trains played a capital role in the whole campaign. The stages of the German advance are worth remarking. At Chernigov, March 14th, Kiev, March 16th, Poltava, March 30th, Kherson, April 10th, Crimea, April 20th, Rostov-on-Don, May 6th. The Germans had come in after grain. They stopped at nothing to compel the farmer to deliver his stocks to them. There are stories of peasants flogged en masse, tortured, buried alive. The occupation regime, welcomed so joyously by the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie, swiftly became a reign of terror. The Ukrainian peasantry met it with a secret, scattered resistance, implacably harassing the invader. Blood flowed in the tiniest hamlets. The proletariat's democratic revolution in Finland. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk sealed the sacrifice of the Finnish proletariat, in whom the Russian revolutionaries had rightly placed their greatest hopes. If Russia was, as Lenin emphasized on many occasions, one of the most backward countries in Europe, Finland was one of the most advanced nations in the world. Everything in its situation seemed to promise an easy victory for socialism. Its customs, its political culture, so similar to that of the most progressive democracies of the West, the victories of its labor movement, and even its industrial structure. The people of Finland had known neither serfdom nor despotism. A part of Sweden since the 12th century, a country of small owners who had never been conquered by feudalism, Finland passed to Russia in 1809 through the alliance between Napoleon and Alexander I. Constituted as a Grand Duchy, it enjoyed a large degree of autonomy within the empire, which was all the more effective because the Finns defended it cannily against their Grand Dukes, the Tsars of Russia. Finland kept its own diet, its currency, its postal system, its schools, its militias, and its internal administration. It evolved in Western fashion like the Scandinavian countries. Nicholas II's brutal attempts at Russification only succeeded in alienating the whole of Finnish society. 2 years after the 1905 revolution, as a result of which the Tsar was forced to give Finland a constitution. The Finns introduced universal suffrage. At the first elections in 1907, the Social Democrats won 80 seats out of 200 in the Sejm. The elections of 1916 gave them an absolute majority, 103 out of 200. They voted in the 8-hour day and an intelligent program of social legislation. Then, socialist parliamentarianism found itself in peril of its life. Was it, after all, possible to travel peaceably towards socialism, ballot form in hand? The Finnish bourgeoisie made an alliance with Kerensky against the Red Diet with its Social Democrat majority. The provisional government in Petrograd ordered its dissolution, thus continuing, when it came to the choice, the political line of Tsardom. Russian sentinels stood on guard outside the locked doors of the parliament in Helsinki. At the subsequent elections, the Social Democrats gained votes from 375,000 in the previous year to 444,000, but lost seats from 103 down to 92. This result was due to the cynical but skillful fraud practiced by the bourgeois parties. But just as the Finnish proletariat could scarcely resign itself before this electoral defeat, so the Finnish bourgeois could as little remain satisfied with such a precarious victory. Matters had to be settled with an extra-parliamentary conclusion. The bourgeois had long foreseen this outcome and made conscientious preparations for a civil war. It was a showdown which the Finnish Social Democratic Party, formed over 20 years in the mold of German social democracy, had hoped to avoid. Ever since 1914, the bourgeoisie of Finland had been preparing to use the imperialist war to gain its national independence by force of arms. The 27th Jägers Battalion of the German army was made up of 3,000 young Finns from the wealthy and the well-to-do classes, who were in service against Russia, the ancestral enemy. Clandestine military schools existed in various parts of the country. After the fall of the Tsar, a corps of volunteer riflemen was organized in the north to maintain law and order. This was General Garrick Schutzkorps, the first ever White Guard unit, which was formed quite openly. Its headquarters was at Vasa on the Gulf of Bothnia. Meanwhile, the bourgeoisie insistently demanded the withdrawal of Russian troops, who had been sent to Finland at the beginning of the war to guard the country against a German invasion. The October Revolution was echoed in Finland by the Great General Strike of mid-November. November 14th, Old Style, 27, New Style. This was provoked by a serious famine which was confined to the poor classes and by the reactionary politics of the Senate, who wanted to install a dictatorial directorate headed by the reactionary Svinhufvud. Work stopped everywhere. The railways were at a standstill. The workers' Red Guards, with support here and there from Russian soldiers, occupied the public buildings. There were bloody clashes everywhere between Reds and Whites. The deputies sat and talked. Terrified, the bourgeoisie agreed to the 8-hour day and the new social legislation, as well as to the democratization of executive authority, which passed from the Senate to the Sejm, or Diet, and the general strike, the workers' own victory, was consummated in the introduction of a bourgeois cabinet, presided over by the same reactionary Svinhufvud. It was a revolution aborted. In the opinion of the Finnish revolutionaries, the seizure of power could have been managed at this moment, and would even have proved very easy, the support of the Bolsheviks being decisive. But, as Comrade O.W. Kuusinen, formerly one of the principal leaders of Finnish social democracy, was to write later, wishing not to risk our democratic conquests, and hoping to maneuver round this turning point of history by our parliamentary skill, we decided to evade the revolution. We did not believe in the revolution. We reposed no hope in it. We had no wish for it. With leaders animated by a spirit like this, the cause of the Finnish proletariat was in terrible peril. If the general strike had shown the workers their strength, to the bourgeoisie it had revealed their danger. Svinhufvud asked Sweden to intervene. The Whites were busily arming in the north, where they had set up depots for their food supplies. The government was astute enough to prolong the famine in the working-class centers, making sure that food reserves were not made available for the workers. The proclamation of Finland's independence changed nothing. The proletariat became increasingly apprehensive of the possibility of a Swedish or German intervention. On top of it all, the Sejm now, by 97 votes against 87, passed a resolution making clear reference to the need for a bourgeois dictatorship. Once again, the problem of power faced the workers, in even starker terms than during the general strike of November. This time it was obvious to the Social Democrats that all chances of settling matters by parliamentary means had vanished. It was necessary to fight. On the night of January 14, 27, New Style, the red flag was hoisted over the workers' house at Helsinki. The city was rapidly captured, and the Senate and government fled to Vasa. In a few days, almost without resistance, the Reds took over the largest towns, Abo, Viipuri and Tammerfors, and the whole of southern Finland. So peaceful a victory might have been disquieting. The Social Democratic leaders, Manner, Sorola, Kuusinen, etc., formed a workers' government, the Council of People's Delegates, under the control of a central workers' council of 35 delegates, 10 from the unions, 10 from the Social Democratic Party and 5 from the workers' organizations of Helsinki. Their notion of activity was to march day by day towards the socialist revolution, as the people's delegates put it. They introduced workers' control over production, which was relatively simple given the marked concentration of key industries: wood, paper, and textiles. They were successful too in stopping sabotage on the part of the banks. Public life and production very soon resumed a practically normal existence. Was the dictatorship of the proletariat possible? Was it necessary? The leadership of the movement did not think so, although industry employed about 500,000 persons out of a total population of 3 million. The proletariat and the agricultural day laborers formed a mass of about 500,000 altogether. The small and middle peasants, who were in a majority in the countryside, could have been won to the revolution or neutralized by it. Unfortunately, however, until they were defeated, most of the leaders of the revolution had no clear idea of the aims of the revolution, according to Kuusinen. Their aim was to establish, without the expropriation of the rich or the dictatorship of labor, a parliamentary democracy in which the proletariat would have been the leading class. The principal measures passed by the Council of People's Delegates were as follows: the 8-hour day, compulsory payment of wages for the days of the revolutionary strike, the emancipation of domestic servants and farmhands, who were hired by the year by the farmers and subject to very harsh regulations, the abolition of the old system of land distribution, which was based on tribute and compulsory labor as rent, the abolition of rent for small tenants, judicial reform, the abolition of the death penalty, which had very rarely been exercised previously, tax exemption for the poor, the minimum taxable income being set at 2,400 marks in the towns and 1,400 marks in the country, instead of 800 and 400 marks, and a further tax being imposed on incomes over 20,000 marks. A tax on dwellings of more than one room, the liberation of the press from its ancient restrictions, workers' control in the factories. A little while later, during the Civil War, introduced requisitioning of grain and potatoes, the closing down of the bourgeois press, the prohibition of the flight of capital abroad, the general obligation to labor for all able-bodied adults between the ages of 18 and 55 years. It was a workers' revolution conducted in the name of an ideal democracy, characterized in the form of a draft constitution at the end of February 1918, which was to be put to a referendum in the spring. This attractive project is worth summarizing. The supreme authority of the People's Republic of Finland was to be an assembly of representatives of the people elected every 3 years by direct and secret balloting under universal suffrage with proportional representation. Women were to have the vote and the electoral age was 20 years. In addition to the usual liberties, the Constitution would have guaranteed the inviolability of the person, the right to strike, the right of strikers to guard factories against the employment of blacklegs, and the neutrality of the armed forces in labor disputes. Any modification in the Constitution had to be subjected to a referendum. Minorities in the Assembly, if they amounted to 1/3 of the votes, had the right to veto all measures except tax laws until the next session. Any bill introducing indirect taxes or customs dues, which chiefly affect the poor classes, had to have a 2/3 majority. The import of primary commodities was to be exempt from taxation. In the event of war, the government was empowered to take special measures against the enemies of the Constitution. The right to rise in insurrection was accorded to the people in the event of an attack on the Constitution by their representatives. The people even had to have the right of initiating legislation. Any proposed law presented by 10,000 citizens had to be discussed forthwith. Functionaries and magistrates were to be elected for a term of 5 years, and could be re-elected. At any time, a deputy could be compelled to stand for re-election on the demand of 1/5 of his electors. The Council of People's Delegates, who would exercise executive power, were to be voted in for 3 years by the Assembly. The Assembly would also appoint the Council's president and vice president, who could not be re-elected for more than one more consecutive term and would enjoy no special powers. The government would be under the supervision of a control commission on the administration and application of the laws. The veto of 2 members of this commission was the minimum required to freeze any act of new legislation. The other clauses dealt with the election of judges, who were to be subject to control from the government, autonomy of local institutions, and the provision of workers' representatives in all administrations. In contrast with the practice of the bourgeois democracies, this constitution would have unified, in the Assembly of Popular Representatives, all legislative, executive, and, to a certain degree, judiciary powers. The government was reduced virtually to the exercise of executive functions. On this project, one Finnish revolutionary has remarked, "In theory, the highest conceivable degree in the development of bourgeois democracy was attained, a degree which is in practice unrealizable under the capitalist system. Bourgeois democracy has to either go on and be transformed into the dictatorship of the proletariat, if the proletariat is the winner, or become the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie if the proletariat is defeated. It was a truly noble scheme, if somewhat utopian. The weakness of the bourgeoisie," Kuusinen has said, "led us into being captivated by the spell of democracy, and we decided to advance towards socialism through parliamentary action and the democratization of the representative system." Such was the influence of reformist illusions upon the Finnish socialists. Such was their fatal ignorance of the laws of the class struggle. The White Terror in Finland. The bourgeoisie displayed a much greater realism. It immediately launched a small white army, the bulk of whose forces, to the tune of about 5,000 men, were formed from the Schutzkorps, 27th Jägers Battalion of the German, as we have mentioned, a brigade of Swedish volunteers and others recruited from the bourgeois and petty bourgeois youth. Mannerheim, a former general of the Russian army, of Swedish origin, took the command of these troops and promised to restore order within a fortnight. The arming of the whites was completed with the proceeds from several lucky raids against the Russian garrisons in the north, which had actually been committed with the complicity of their commanders. The Red Guards numbered only about 1,500 men at the beginning of hostilities, and these were poorly armed. Initiative rested with the whites who, since they controlled the cities of the Bothnian Gulf, Uleåborg, Vasa, and Kuopio, as well as agrarian Finland in the north, held a continuous front from the Gulf to Lake Ladoga. There were Russian garrisons at Sveaborg, Viipuri, and Tammerfors, a town in the center of the country, and part of the Baltic Fleet happened to be at Helsinki. Antonovsienko, Dybenko, and Smilga had established Bolshevik organizations among these troops and crews. The Russian garrison at Tammerfors, commanded by Svechnikov, a revolutionary officer, repulsed Mannerheim's first attacks. Under the protection of the Russians, the Red Guards of Finland were able to arm and complete their organization. At this point, Soviet troops had to retire from Finland under the provisions of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. All that remained of them were about 1,000 volunteers incorporated in the Red Guard, and many of these were longing to get back home. Eero Haapalainen, a Finnish socialist, and Svechnikov directed operations. The Reds opened a general offensive at the beginning of March. This failed, but the setback strengthened the Reds' determination to win. Between January 15th and April 1st, the organizational efforts of the workers' government succeeded in assembling a force of 60,000 men, of whom about 30,000 were stationed in the rear, and in winning numerous partial victories at the front. Sven Hufvud, the head of the white government, obtained the backing of Wilhelm II. 20,000 Germans under the command of von der Goltz disembarked at Hanko, Helsinki, and Loviisa, taking the Reds from behind. Helsinki was captured after a bitter street battle in which the Germans and whites made workers' wives and children march in front of them. Around 100 of these were killed. The capture was followed by atrocious reprisals. The workers' house was bombarded by artillery. A Swedish newspaper published the following item. 40 red women who were said to have had arms were led out on the ice and shot without trial. Over 300 corpses were picked up in the street. Within the workers' government, the moderate current represented by Tanner was so strong that rigorous measures were only adopted against white agents behind the lines when it was too late. Often the counter-revolutionaries appearing before the tribunals were sentenced to nothing more than of imprisonment. Any summary executions were entirely due to the initiative of the Red Guards. The irresolution of the government, the differences in policy among its leaders, their refusal to push the revolution any further, and the timidity of the agrarian reforms, as well as the effect of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, all helped to weaken the Reds. The landing of the German troops had a most demoralizing impact. The power of Germany had reached its maximum at that moment. Mannerheim surrounded Tammerfors, where 10,000 Reds led by a few Russian officers resisted furiously. The town was captured in house-to-house fighting after street battles lasting several days. 200 Reds were shot there, including 2 excellent leaders, Colonel Bulatzel and Lieutenant Mukhanov. Several thousand of the Reds managed to flee, around 2,000 were killed in the fighting or massacred later, 5,000 were taken prisoner. The decisive battle was fought at Tavastehis, between Tammerfors and Helsinki. Between 20,000 and 25,000 Reds converged on this point, pushed from north to south by Mannerheim and in the opposite direction by von der Goltz. Their retreat to the east was cut off. Against the orders of their commanders, they brought their families with them and often all their meager possessions. It was the migration of a populace rather than the march of an army, capable of turning at any moment into a chaos of fugitives. This mass of people was hardly able to maneuver. The whites raked them with shrapnel. When surrounded, they fought heroically for 2 days before surrendering. A few thousand of them cut a way out for themselves to the east. The surrender was followed by a massacre, in which the killing of the wounded was the rule. 10,000 prisoners remained. These were interned at Riihimäki. On May 12, Viipuri fell. A few thousand Red Guards took refuge in Russia. The victors massacred the vanquished. It has been known since antiquity that class wars are the most frightful. There are no more bloody or atrocious victories than those won by the propertied classes. Since the bloodbath inflicted on the Paris Commune by the French bourgeoisie, the world had seen nothing to compare in horror with what took place in Finland. From the very beginning of the Civil War, in the zone occupied by the whites, membership of a workers' organization meant arrest, and any office in one meant death by shooting. The massacre of the socialists reached such a scale that people lost all interest in the topic. At Kummen, where 43 Red Guards had fallen in battle, nearly 500 persons were executed afterwards. There were hundreds shot at Kotka, a town of 13,000 inhabitants. They were not even asked their names but let out in batches. At Rama, according to bourgeois newspapers, 500 prisoners captured on May 15th received the punishment they deserved on the same day. On April 14th, 200 Red Guards were shot in the district of Turku in Helsinki. The Reds were hunted down from house to house. Many women were among the victims. At Sveaborg, public executions took place on Trinity Sunday. Near Lodi, where thousands of prisoners were taken by the whites, the machine guns worked for several hours each day. In one day, some 200 women were shot with explosive bullets. Lumps of flesh were spattered out in all directions. At Viipuri, 600 Red Guards were lined up in 3 rows along the edge of the fortress moat and machine-gunned in cold blood. Among the intellectuals murdered, we may mention an editor of the journal Social Democrat, Jukka Rainio, and the writer Irmari Rantamala, who, when taken by boat to the place of execution, jumped overboard in an attempt to drown. His coat prevented him from sinking, and the whites killed him in the water with rifle fire. No statistics exist on the number of those massacred. Current estimates vary between 10 and 20,000. There is, however, an official figure for the number of Red prisoners interned in concentration camps: 70,000. The camps were ravaged by famine, vermin, and epidemic. A report signed by a well-known Finnish doctor, Professor R. Tigerstedt, notes that between July 6 and July 31, 1918, the number of detainees that were held in the camp at Tammerfors and the adjacent prison varied between 6,027 and 8,597. 2,347 prisoners died in these 26 days, and the weekly mortality rate among detainees was as high as 407 per thousand. By July 25, there were still 50,818 revolutionaries imprisoned in Finland. In the September of the same year, 25,820 cases were still awaiting investigation by the courts. The bourgeoisie became temporarily interested in the possibility of exporting its captives to supply manpower to Germany. A bill was passed authorizing the transportation abroad of men condemned to forced labor. Germany, now depopulated by the war, would have exchanged chemical and mineral products for this penal labor force. The implementation of this project was prevented by the German Revolution. The purge of Finnish society continued for months in all fields. On May 16, warrants of arrest were issued against all former Social Democratic deputies still living in the country. The revolutionaries had either perished or escaped by now. 3 of them allegedly committed suicide in prison in the night of July 2. 10 more were condemned to death. The Supreme Court set aside this verdict in January 1919 and pronounced 1 death penalty, 6 sentences of imprisonment for life, 4 of 12 years, 1 of 11 years, 5 of 10 years, 5 of 9 years, 15 of 8 years, and 2 of 7 years. Many of the condemned, writes Kataya, were that type of social democrat who, with all the artfulness of traitors to socialism, had spent all their lives serving bourgeois society. The bourgeoisie avenged itself blindly. It is usual for the White Terror to strike indifferently at the reformists, for whom the triumphant bourgeoisie no longer has any use, and the revolutionaries. Once order was re-established, the Finnish bourgeoisie toyed with the idea of a monarch drawn from the Hohenzollern family. The increasingly precarious situation in Germany caused it to abandon this plan. It seems to be no exaggeration to declare that the total number of Finnish workers struck down by the White Terror, whether killed or given long prison sentences, was more than 100,000, about a quarter of the entire proletariat. All organized workers have been either shot or imprisoned, wrote a group of Finnish communists at the beginning of 1919. This fact permits us to draw an important theoretical deduction on the nature of the White Terror, which has been confirmed since by the experience of Hungary, Italy, Bulgaria, etc. The White Terror is not to be explained by the frenzy of battle, the violence of class hatred, or any other psychological factor. The psychosis of civil war plays a purely secondary role. The terror is in reality the result of a calculation and a historical necessity. The victorious property classes are perfectly aware that they can only ensure their own domination in the aftermath of a social battle by inflicting on the working class a bloodbath savage enough to enfeeble it for tens of years afterwards. And since the class in question is far more numerous than the wealthy classes, the number of victims must be very great. The total extermination of all the advanced and conscious elements of the proletariat is, in short, the rational objective of the White Terror. In this sense, a vanquished revolution, regardless of its tendency, will always cost the proletariat far more than a victorious revolution, no matter what sacrifices and rigors the latter may demand. One more observation. The butcheries in Finland took place in April 1918. Up to this moment, the Russian Revolution had virtually everywhere displayed great leniency towards its enemies. It had not used terror. We have noted a few bloody episodes in the Civil War in the South, but these were exceptional. The victorious bourgeoisie of a small nation which ranks among the most enlightened societies of Europe was the first to remind the Russian proletariat that woe to the vanquished is the first law of social war, the independence of the Caucasus. Meanwhile, the Caucasus was detaching itself from proletarian Russia. This old imperial lieutenancy, a sumptuous mountain territory a little smaller than France, possessing nearly 10 million inhabitants and an inexhaustible natural wealth, had been undergoing a national revolution of extreme complexity. The Caucasus had been conquered for the Russian Empire over a century of fierce warfare, from 1760 to 1864. It was divided, on both the European and the Asiatic faces of its peaks, into a number of highly variegated countries, comprising 10 or more nationalities. This area was to provide the intrigues of imperialism, as well as the ambitions of its own middle classes, with a field for exercise even more tempting and profitable than the Ukraine had been. Its rich resources were bound to excite economic appetites. The grain of the Kuban, the oil of Azerbaijan, the manganese and copper of Georgia, the cotton and tobacco of Armenia, the vegetable oils of the north, the wines of Armenia and Georgia. A stupendous spoil. The whole design required the installation of democratic republics in the region, a perspective which appeared all the easier since Russian oppression had inflamed nationalist sentiment among the proud, bellicose small peoples of the Transcaucasian countries. Georgians, Armenians, Circassians, Ossetians, Abkhazians, Adzars, Turks, Tartars, Persians, Jews and Russians lived in the area between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea, in a long wait for freedom whose coming was conceived in numerous different ways. Powerful traditions had been deposited by the Revolution of 1905, which was marked in the Caucasus by terrorist acts and great popular victories, with a wake of merciless repression. The principal social forces in play were 1. The Russian proletariat of Baku, the oilfield capital. 2. The petty bourgeoisie, artisans, and intellectuals of Georgia, who for a long time had been under the influence of Menshevik social democracy. 3. The Revolutionary National Socialist Party of Armenia, the Dashnak Sushin. 4. The Reactionary Muslim Party, the Musavat. 5. The Army of the Caucasian Front, where the influence of the SRs, though still powerful, was steadily being overtaken by that of the Bolsheviks. There were two political centers, Baku on the Caspian Sea with its concentrated proletariat and its Bolsheviks, and Tiflis, which was in the power of the Menshevik intellectuals, the administrative center and Georgian capital, strategically sited at the heart of the region at the crossing of the main roads and railways. During 1917, the Caucasus, which had achieved de facto independence, had not intended to secede from Russia. The nationalities took it for granted that they would exercise a broad autonomy within an all-Russian democracy. The Regional Military Soviet, the Regional Council of Workers' Soviets, and the regional committees of the large parties formed a democratic government at Tiflis which operated in virtual unison with the Kerensky administration. The Mensheviks of Georgia did affect a more lavish use of the language of class struggle than their Russian counterparts, but this was only a mixture of doctrinaire verbiage and political cunning. Tiflis received the news of the October Revolution with incredulity, and then issued an indignant condemnation of the scandalous Bolshevik usurpation, pronouncing grandly against all dictatorship and in favor of democracy. A regional government was set up there on November 11, 24, headed by Mensheviks, Gejikori, Chkenkeli, and SRs, Donkoy. Baku and the army remained outside its control. Inside the Soviet at Baku, the news of the Bolshevik victory in Petrograd and Moscow resulted in a shift of power. The Bolshevik fraction, up till now in the minority, became the leading group in it. Such remarkable characters as Stepan Shomian and Zaporids were among its leaders. Shomian was 40 years old. Armenian by birth and imbued with a solid polytechnical education in Europe, he was a Marxist trained by exile and activity abroad which had given him valuable experience of the working-class movements of Switzerland, Germany, and Britain. He had been a Bolshevik since the split of 1903. A close colleague of Lenin, he had been arrested, imprisoned, or exiled many times over. He was known as the tireless editor of the party's clandestine journals, as an organizer of memorable strikes in 1914, as an intransigent defeatist during the war, and as a sound theoretician. Among the ranks of the great Bolsheviks, Shomian was a figure of the first importance. Alexei Zaporids was also a Bolshevik from 1903, and one of the founders of the working-class movement in Baku. He was of bourgeois origin, with 4 experiences of exile in 1907, 1910, 1913, and 1915, each time returning to his post in illegal work. The experience of these leaders was tested to full stretch in their guidance of the Baku Soviet's work. The results of the elections to the Constituent Assembly, which had been held at the end of November, give a revealing picture of the difficulties in their way. The 107,000 votes had gone as follows: Bolsheviks, 22,000, Muslims, Musavat, etc., 29,000, Armenian Dashnaks, 20,000, Cadets, 9,000, Mensheviks, 5,000, SRs, nearly 19,000, Jews, 2,000. The left SRs and left wing of the Dashnaks joined their votes with the Bolsheviks, who were now stronger than any one of their rivals. But they had to reckon with the powerful influence of Armenian and Muslim nationalisms, as well as with the resistance of a strong right-wing minority. These were exceptionally precarious conditions in which they assumed power. These facts should be remembered. They explain what happened later. The condition of the army of the Caucasus was beyond description. Whole divisions were literally decimated by typhus and scurvy, epidemics which sprang from filth and poverty. This army of desperate men soon became infected with Bolshevism. General Przewalski ordered it to be demobilized, while the government at Tiflis was parleying with the Turks, and an attempt was made to form small armies based on the nationalities. A frightful tragedy which has so far gone unchronicled now took place. The Russian peasants who formed the mass of the troops tried to return, still armed, to their homes. But the democratic counter-revolution had no intention of allowing reinforcements of this order to join the Bolsheviks, and wanted to organize its own military establishment. Georgian Mensheviks, Turkish federalists from the Musavat, Kurd Highlanders, Armenian nationalists, all now proceeded to disarm, forcibly, the military trains on their way to Russia, stopping them in the mountain gorges. Often the Russian troops resisted. On the pretext of disarmament, they were robbed of their personal belongings, and entire regiments had to march for days, barefoot and in rags, the target of revengeful nationalist populations. In several places there were standing battles, followed by massacres. The Russian military trains were often simply derailed. Often the Armenians, Turks, Tartars, Georgians, or Kurds went on to fight among themselves. From one mountain slope to the next, villages blazed in flames. In mid-February, Old Style, a parliament, the Transcaucasian Sejm, was established at Tiflis. The majority in it was controlled by the Georgian Mensheviks, the Armenian Dashnaks, and the Turkish Federalists, Musavat. It was led by Chkids, Tsereteli, Noah Jordania, Ramishvili, and Gejikori, old Menshevik Social Democrats, who negotiated with every available nationalism or reactionary tendency against the Bolshevik menace. The Transcaucasian Republic declared itself independent. The crimes of Bolshevism, declared Tsereteli, the ex-minister of Kerensky, have cost it the loss of Transcaucasia. Another Menshevik went so far as to declare, "We do not know now which is the worst peril for us, the danger from Turkey or the danger of Bolshevism." The same legislated an agrarian reform, doomed to remain a paper measure through its inspirer's impotence. It refused to join in the negotiations at Brest-Litovsk, but negotiated with the Turkish commander-in-chief, Vekip Bey, at Trebizond. One detail: although the independence of the Caucasus was proclaimed in April on the specific demand of the Turks, i.e. of the Central Powers, Vekip Bey tried to occupy Batum, Georgia's only port on the Black Sea, as well as Kars and Ardagan in Armenia. The Georgians were inclined to fight for Batum, but the Muslim Federalists refused to take arms against Turkey. The Transcaucasian Republic was over. The Central Empires now insisted on the formation of separate national republics, Georgian, Armenian, Azerbaijani, mutilated and rival units. Divide and rule. The National Socialistic parties accepted willingly enough. The Mensheviks proclaimed the independence of Georgia at the end of May. In mid-June, German troops occupied Tiflis. An official communiqué from Noah Jordania's socialist government told the population that German troops had been called in by the government of Georgia to defend the frontiers of the Republic, June 13th. Against whom? One might ask. Ertoba, the central organ of the Georgian Social Democratic Party, said it straightforwardly, against the Bolsheviks. Noah Jordania later told the Georgian Constituent Assembly, "I prefer the imperialists of the West to the fanatics of the East." These socialist intellectuals, representing an artisan and rural petty bourgeoisie, would later call in the Allies as they called in the Germans, backing Denikin as they now backed the Muslim reactionaries against Baku. In short, would not shrink before any weapon that presented itself whenever it was a question of fighting the proletarian revolution. The Baku Commune and the massacre of the 26. The Soviet at Baku, led by Shomian, was meanwhile making itself the ruler of the area, discreetly but unmistakably. Following the Muslim Rising of March 18th, it had to introduce a dictatorship. This rising, instigated by the Musavat, set the Tartar and Turkish population, led by their reactionary bourgeoisie, against the Soviet, which consisted of Russians with support from the Armenians. The races began to slaughter each other in the street. Most of the Turkish port workers, the Ambal, either remained neutral or supported the Reds. The contest was won by the Soviets. From this point, the First Soviet Republic of Azerbaijan began to organize itself. Shomian became president of its Council of People's Commissars, which in May nationalized first the oil industry and then the Caspian tanker fleet. It was a measure difficult to implement. The running of the oil industry demanded skills which the proletariat did not possess. Moscow's help would have to be called in. The SRs, the Mensheviks, and the Dashnaks, for their part, defended the firms which had been expropriated. Soon hunger struck the town. The Musavat had by now set up a rival government at Ganja, and an imam in Dagestan was preaching holy war against the Bolshevik city. Grain was in short supply. In May, June, and July, the inhabitants could be given only minute rations of nuts and sunflower seed. The small quantities of corn that the Soviet managed to bring in by sea were reserved for the troops. Attempts at requisitioning were made by the small Red Army of Baku, a poorly disciplined, poorly officered body composed largely of Armenians who were alien to the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat. These drank in excess and plundered the Moslem peasants, causing disaffection among them. The Chaika at Baku executed no more than 2 unfortunates. These were 2 members of the proletarian government, caught out in dishonesty. The Musavat was planning to capture the town with the assistance of Turkish troops. Some Russian troops who had been summoned from Persia, actually on some suspicion of counter-revolutionary tendencies, held them back for a while. In the famished city, the socialist parties were thinking in terms of an appeal to the British forces in the north of Persia. On July 25, the Soviet, despite the uncompromising opposition of the Bolshevik representatives, voted to call in the British. "The British," said Shomian, "only want our oil. They have no food supplies to give us." He was only too terribly right. Meanwhile, the suspect Russian troops were disorganizing the front. The threat of a Turkish and Tartar onslaught hung over all. The Dashnaks had actually been negotiating since April 21 with General Dunsterville, the commander of the British troops in Persia. "Our friends," wrote the latter in his memoirs, "seemed to be in a position to overthrow the Bolsheviks shortly and call us in." The People's Commissars resigned and were replaced by a democratic directorate under the mysterious title of People's Dictatorship, composed of SRs, Dashnaks, and Mensheviks. The Bolsheviks, having tried in vain to reach Astrakhan by sea, set up a camp for last-ditch resistance, defended by their artillery, in the center of the port, on board the ships which also held a number of workers' families. A group of comrades headed by Mikoyan still conducted activity semi-clandestinely in the working-class districts, resisting the so-called democracy. Eventually, some hundreds of British troops landed. On the night of August 14th, the Bolsheviks once again weighed anchor. Owing to bad weather, their heavy tanker vessels, loaded with cannon, horses, and passengers, for whole families were fleeing, could not reach the open sea. Gunboats caught them up. The Caspian fleet had kept its officers from the Tsarist regime, and the Soviet had made the grave blunder of neglecting political work among the sailors. The local government now demanded the handing over of Shomian and the other main proletarian leaders, threatening to open fire if they were refused. The Reds surrendered after undergoing an hour's bombardment in mid-sea, against which they were powerless to retaliate. They tried to get Shomian away but failed. About 40 Bolshevik militants were arrested. They remained in prison until the British and the Directorate both fled before the advance of the Tartars and Turks in mid-September. Mikoyan freed them from the prison where they had been left to lie and wait for slaughter. Zaprids, Shomian, and his friends, to the number of 26, now embarked with other fugitives for the Transcaspian area, governed to all appearances by a vague sort of SR government but actually by half a dozen British officers. They were arrested at Krasnovodsk. Captain Reginald Teague Jones demanded the execution of the 26 commissars, in the name of General Thompson and the British mission at Ashgabat. The prisoners were to be shot in the course of being transported to India for internment. On September 30th, 3 whole days after being arrested, the 26 Bolsheviks were shot in a deserted spot on the railway line from Ashgabat. At around 6 a.m., relates a witness, the 26 commissars were told of the fate awaiting them while they were in the train. They were taken out in groups of 8 or 9 men. They were obviously shocked and kept a tense silence. One sailor shouted, "I'm not afraid, I'm dying for liberty." One of the executioners replied that, "We too will die for liberty sooner or later, but we mean it in a different way from you." The first group of commissars, led from the train in the semi-darkness, was dispatched with a single salvo. The second batch tried to run away but was mown down after several volleys. The third resigned itself to its fate. Thus perished Shomian, who has been called the Lenin of the Caucasus. Thus perished the heroes of the Baku Commune. Captain Teague Jones told me of his satisfaction that the execution had taken place in conformity with the wishes of the British mission, wrote Funtikov later, who was a socialist revolutionary member of the Trans-Caspian government. The Turks and Tartars had by now invaded Baku. For 3 days they cut the throats of the Armenians, the Russians, the workers, the Reds. Jorgads, the Georgian Minister of War in the socialist government of Tiflis, nevertheless remarked shortly afterwards to the Turkish General Nuri Pasha when the latter was the guest of honor at a banquet, "I congratulate you on chasing the Bolshevik usurpers from Baku and establishing your splendid democracy there." Socialist Georgia had let the Turkish troops pass over its territory. Lenin at the Third Congress of Soviets. The Third Congress of Soviets had taken place at Petrograd from 10 to January 18, 23 to 31. Its composition can be gauged from that of the All-Russian Executive which it appointed and which consisted of 160 communists, 125 left SRs, 7 right SRs, 7 maximalist SRs, 3 anarchist communists, 2 Mensheviks and 2 Menshevik internationalists. Trotsky and Kamenev reported on the negotiations at Brest-Litovsk. The most important debates were those concerning the organization of the power of the Soviets. We shall give details only of Lenin's contributions, which happened to be of capital importance. He began his report on the work of the Council of People's Commissars by expressing his pleasure at the fact that Soviet power had so far lasted 5 days, longer than the Paris Commune, which had only lasted 2 months and 10 days. He emphasized the importance of the alliance between the proletariat and the poorest peasants, as confirmed in the united front between the Bolshevik and left SR parties. And he stressed once more that there was no question of imposing socialism upon the peasantry. He also affirmed the necessity of violence. Never in history has any question relating to the class struggle been settled other than by violence. We are supporters of violence on the condition that it proceeds from the exploited toiling classes and is directed against the exploiters. To those who were urging an end to the Civil War, he asked their views on the example which had been set by the propertied classes with their pitiless repression. We are still very far from exercising real terror because we are strong. The confiscation of the capitalists' goods would be enough to make them cringe. He told them of a remark made by an old woman, overheard by chance in a railway station. The people is no longer afraid of the man with a rifle. After that, what does it matter to us that we get called dictators and usurpers? And he announced the creation of the Red Army, a nation in arms. He denounced 2 social evils, the sabotage of the intellectuals and the egoistic impulses of the backward masses. The professors, teachers, and engineers are making their knowledge into an instrument for the exploitation of labor. They are saying, "We want our intelligence to serve the bourgeoisie or we shall not work at all." But the worst social elements bequeathed to us by the old regime are the scoundrels who are animated by one desire only, to take and then run off. All the badness from the past is concentrated in them. They must be chased out of the factories. It is worth remembering this reference by Lenin to the crude individualism of the backward citizens, which is developed and encouraged by capitalist competition and is particularly powerful among the petty bourgeoisie. Lenin will continually return to the problem to denounce it, to fight it, to expose the immense dangers in it. Against the revolution's thieves, adventurers, and profiteers, he will ceaselessly appeal to the initiative of the masses. He tells the peasants, "Do what you please with the land. Undoubtedly you will make mistakes, but it is the only way to learn." He tells the Congress that the proletariat has in a number of places been contacting the managers' associations in order to secure for itself the direction of whole branches of production. He concludes with some general reflections on the place of the Russian Revolution in the world revolutionary process. Marx and Engels used to say, "The Frenchman will begin it, the German will finish it." They said, "The Frenchman will begin it," because he had acquired, in the course of revolutions over many decades, the revolutionary dedication and initiative which have placed him in the vanguard of the socialist revolution. We say, though, that the movement will begin most easily in those countries which are not among the exploiting powers with all the possibilities of plunder, from the colonies, to corrupt the better-off layers of the working class. The Russian has begun it, the German, the Frenchman, and the Englishman will finish it, and socialism will triumph. Lenin made some very clear allusions to the suppression of the state. Anarchist ideas, he said, now assume living forms in this epoch of the radical demolition of bourgeois society. However, it is still necessary, first of all, in order to overthrow bourgeois society, to establish the strong revolutionary power of the toiling classes, the power of the revolutionary state. The new tendencies of anarchism are definitely on the side of the Soviets. Speaking a few days later to the agitators who were going off to one of the provinces, he again expresses one of the ideas which he loved to repeat. Each worker, each peasant, each citizen must understand that he alone can bring help, and that he has nothing to rely on except from himself. The problem: could the Soviet Republic survive under the burden of Brest-Litovsk? This was the great question. It had lost 40% of its industrial proletariat, for the Austro-Germans occupied the Donets Basin with its mines, 45% of its fuel production, 90% of its sugar production, 64 to 70% of its metal industry, 55% of its wheat, i.e. the major part of its export grain. Russia, whose external trade had rested for centuries upon the export of grain, was to find herself thrown back on her own resources and doomed to inevitable poverty. The Peace of Brest-Litovsk, it was being said, means slow death to the revolution, in Lozovsky's words. This conviction helped to nurture the idea of revolutionary war. The discussions at the first All-Russian Congress of the People's Economic Councils, 26 May 4 June, are informative on the ideas current in the majority of the party. Radek, who gave the report on the economic consequences of the treaty, stressed that the revolution would henceforth become severely dependent on foreign powers and the world market. He advocated a policy of concessions and loans from private capital, a line which nowadays looks somewhat utopian. Only new enterprises were to form the subject of concessions, and these were to be established outside the main industrial regions of the country, the Ural, Donetsk, Kuznetsk, and Baku. The state would share in the profits and would reserve the right to buy the enterprises back at the end of a certain interval. The Congress had no choice but to content itself with this hypothetical solution. It also decided to develop the industries in the Ural as well as the cotton production of Turkestan. Old Kalinin declared, "It is in the Ural, in the north and in Siberia that we shall lay the foundations of our future power." These were the despairing solutions produced by revolutionaries who had been determined never to despair. Was such a Russia viable, mutilated like this, living under the constant menace of an all-powerful imperialism, a prey to the growing conflict between the towns and the countryside? The most optimistic affirmed the possibility only out of sheer necessity. The party was splitting, with the left communists, who were moving nearer the left SRs, becoming increasingly convinced that the peace was an evil fouler than the worst war, while Lenin and the majority of the party listened to the earth tremors of Europe and waited for Germany's collapse. The growing antagonism between town and country was evident in the inflation, the famine, and the general chaos. The value of the ruble fell dizzily. Since taxes were no longer collected, rightly in the circumstances, the government's only resources were the banknotes it issued. Industrial production had declined terribly, so that the prices of manufactured goods kept rising. The peasant received in exchange for his corn only paper rubles with which he could buy nothing except an ever more restricted supply of manufactured articles, and these with great difficulty, and so he resorted to barter, foodstuffs against goods. A whole host of small speculators operated as middlemen between him and the town. The cities had been in a state of famine even before the revolution, so there were no reserves left. Amid this collapse, individualist instincts had free play. It was easy to find a personal way out and impossible to make bread available for all. Nothing less than the discipline and collective consciousness of the proletariat could have managed even a partial success against these forces. The inflation of 1917–18 may be judged from the following figures. The total issue of paper rubles from the Imperial Bank as of January 1, 1917, was a little more than 9,000 million. In the course of 1917, 14,721 million rubles were issued and 12,000 million in the first 5 months of 1918. This internal situation in Russia must be kept in mind if the dissensions within the Bolshevik Party are to be understood. Lenin at the 7th Congress of the Russian Communist Party. On February 24, the Moscow Region Committee passed a resolution in defiance of the Central Committee, refusing to submit to the measures relating to the implementation of the peace treaty. This motion was accompanied by an explanatory document, which stated, "The Moscow Region Committee, considering that a split within the party is probable in the near future, resolves to rally all serious revolutionaries and all communist elements in struggle against the supporters of a separate peace and the moderate elements of the communist movement. It would be in accordance with the interests of the world revolution, we believe, to accept the sacrifice of Soviet power, which is becoming purely formal. As in the past, we see our essential task to be the worldwide extension of the ideas of the socialist revolution and, in Russia, the vigorous exercise of the dictatorship and the pitiless repression of the bourgeois counter-revolution." "Strange," replied Lenin, "strange and monstrous. Far from improving the chances of the German Revolution," he pointed out commonsensically, "the sacrifice of Soviet power would do it considerable harm. Did not the workers of Britain become cowed by the defeat of the Commune in 1871? Did not France in 1793 and Prussia under the boot of Napoleon's armies show the power that could be held in a tenacious will? Why cannot events like these be repeated in our history? Why do we have to fall into despair and draw up resolutions which are more dishonorable, yes, truly, than the most dishonorable peace, referring to a Soviet power which is becoming purely formal? Never has any foreign invasion made a popular political institution purely formal, and the power of the Soviets is not only a popular political institution, it is an institution far superior to all others known in history. Foreign invasion, on the contrary, would only increase the sympathy of the people for Soviet power. As long as the latter does not embark on adventures. Russia is on the road to a new national war, a war for the defense and preservation of Soviet power. It is possible that this epoch, like that of the Napoleonic Wars, will be an epoch of wars of liberation. I speak deliberately of wars, not a war, forced on Soviet Russia by the invaders. It is quite possible. And that is why despair, dishonorable despair, is more dishonorable than any viciously oppressive peace treaty imposed on us by the absence of an army. The consequences of tens of such oppressive treaties will not lead to our defeat if we know how to consider war and insurrection seriously. The invaders will not kill us if we do not permit ourselves to be killed with despair and phrasemongering. The left communists, communists of misfortune as Lenin called them at first, from 5 to 19 March, published a daily newspaper. This was the Communist, the organ of the Petrograd Committee of the party, edited by Bukharin, Radek and Uritsky. Communist was moved soon afterwards to Moscow, where it appeared weekly from April 20th until June. Obolensky, Osinsky and V. M. Smirnov joined the editorial team in this period. Among the collaborators of this organ of the left may be noted Bubnov, Bronsky, Antonov, Lukin, Lamov, Apakov, M. Pokrovsky, E. Preobrazinski, Y. Pyatakov, Soltz, Unschlicht, Kalantai, V. Kibyshev, E. Yaroslavsky, Sapronov and Safarov. These names give some idea of the strength and quality behind the left movement. The two tendencies faced each other at the 7th Party Congress, which was held in Petrograd from 6 to 8 March, a few days before the capital was transferred to Moscow, on the L0 under the threat of a German occupation. The only subject discussed was the peace treaty. Lenin, supported by Zinoviev, Smilga, Sverdlov and Sokolnikov, attacked the theses of the lefts. Trotsky, though a supporter of war, rallied to Lenin's thesis on the grounds that revolutionary war could not be fought with the party divided. The menace of a split, which was feared by all sides, hung over the Congress until the end of its work. But the delegates' concern for unity prevailed. The oppositionists were given representation on the Central Committee as well as on the Commission for the Revision of the Program. From Lenin's various statements to the Congress, we shall select those which offer the greatest historical and theoretical interest. He remarked first that the first months of the Soviet regime had been a triumphal march, but afterwards the inevitable difficulties of a socialist revolution had made their appearance. For one of the essential differences between the bourgeois and the socialist revolution is that the first, which is always born out of the feudal order, builds up its forms of economic organization bit by bit within the old regime, through the development of commerce which slowly modifies all aspects of feudal society. The bourgeois revolution has one task only: to remove, eliminate and destroy all the foundations of the old order. When it accomplishes this task, the bourgeois revolution fulfills its whole mission, as it ends up by creating the system of commodity production and facilitating the growth of capitalism. The situation of the socialist revolution is quite different. The more backward the country is where the zigzags of history cause it to begin, the more difficult is the transition from the old capitalist relationships to the new relationships of socialism. As well as the tasks of destruction, there are other tasks, infinitely difficult, those of organization. The Soviet Socialist Republic came to birth so easily because in February 1917 the masses created Soviets before any party had time to issue this slogan. Thus, the difference between bourgeois and proletarian revolutions is that the former benefits from forms of organization which are already in existence, while the latter has to create everything from scratch. And assault tactics cannot be applied to economic and administrative work. The socialist revolution will be infinitely more difficult to begin in Europe than in Russia. With us, it was infinitely easier to begin but will be hard to continue with. In Europe, on the contrary, it will be easier to continue once it has started. We have had to disarm in the presence of the imperialist beast, and our salvation, I repeat it, lies in the European Revolution. And if you say that the hydra of revolution is hidden in every strike and he is not a socialist who does not understand that, you are quite right. Yes, the socialist revolution is hidden in every strike. But if you say that every strike is a step forward towards the socialist revolution, you are saying the emptiest of stupidities. It is absolutely true that without the revolution in Germany we shall perish. We may not perish in Petrograd or Moscow, perhaps at Vladivostok. In any case, we shall perish if the German Revolution does not come. This in no way diminishes our duty to face the most critical situations without idle boasting. The German Revolution will not be coming as rapidly as we expected. History has proved that. We must take it as a fact. We demobilized because the army was our society's diseased limb. The sooner it is dissolved, the sooner the organism will recover. We must know how to beat a retreat. As for the split in the party, we shall cure it, Lenin said, with our historical experience and the aid of the world revolution. He waged a polemic against the fantasies of communists, which were completely refuted by the facts, and against the absurd attempt to transpose the insurrectionary methods of October to the international scene. The truce is a fact, he said. He retold the shattering tale of the 11 days of revolutionary war. They thought Petrograd would be lost, and such an emptiness stretched before the Germans that towns like Yamburg were recaptured by telegraph operators who were amazed to find that no Germans were there. There it is, the terribly bitter, outrageous, painful, and humiliating truth, but 100 times more use than your communist. What was to be done now? There must be order. Let the worker learn how to handle arms, be it for only an hour a day. That is going to be more difficult than writing the most beautiful romances. Our peace is another piece of Tilsit, so let us profit from it to prepare war. History tells us that peace is a truce before war, and war is a means of obtaining a slightly better peace. The whole speech was couched in these terms of realism and tenacity. We will retreat as far as we have to. Perhaps tomorrow we shall abandon Moscow. We shall know how to meet that test. And when the day comes, we shall begin the struggle again. And, having crossed swords with Bukharin, who was blaming the Central Committee for its demoralizing tactic, and with Trotsky, who was urging a war against the Ukraine, he said in conclusion, "I want to lose space in order to gain time." The thesis of heroic sacrifice. The arguments of the left communists became the object of a painstaking analysis whose accuracy Bukharin was gracious enough to acknowledge in a preface written later in 1925. The left communist case was founded, both then and before the conclusion of the treaty, upon deeply rooted feelings. Indignation, sorrow, anger, and a tragic pessimism on the future of the revolution. All the more tragic in that it was mingled with an almost blind enthusiasm which involved a desire for total sacrifice. This feeling was expressed in a number of surprising declarations. If the Russian Revolution itself does not flinch, no one can master it or break it. So long as the revolution does not capitulate, it can fear no partial defeat, however grave. The great republic of the Soviets can lose Petrograd, Kiev, or Moscow, but it cannot perish. Such affirmations are amazing. How was the country to hold on in reality? A mobilization of spirits was needed. Bukharin wrote that when the masses see the German offensive at work, a true holy war will begin. What if there is no army? Then we will use guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla war was, during the whole duration of the revolution, one of the white hopes of all revolutionary romantics. The strength of the guerrillas would lie above all in their socialist convictions and in the social character of the new army that is being mobilized. Here, a very perceptive idea was mixed up with a very misleading idealism. A new army could and must be born, based upon the class interests which are the source of revolutionary enthusiasm. It was still childish to argue that German technique could be opposed with socialist convictions. These theories were justified by a doctrinal affirmation and by a distortion of reality. The statement of doctrine was, no compromise. The revolution must not maneuver, nor retreat, nor agree to compromises. The only tactic it must apply was that of maximum intransigence. Better perish than live at the cost of a compromise. This was the basic doctrine of left communism, and one must give it the credit of a healthy reaction against opportunist tendencies. We have seen how the left communists opposed all relations with the capitalist powers. The distortion of reality, which was obviously unconscious, consisted in denying the existence of the respite won from German imperialism and even of disputing its possibility. The prospect of peace, said Bukharin, was illusory, non-existent. Peace, wrote Kollontai, had become an impossibility. This is not peace, wrote Radek after the signing of the treaty. It is a new war. Reality became blurred in the sight of these passionate revolutionaries owing to their intense feelings. The struggle continued, but the truce was a fact, imperfect and uninspiring as it was. With his typical common sense, Lenin asked them, how can you deny the existence of the truce when we have already had 5 clear days to get on with the evacuation of Petrograd? The conclusions of the left communists summarize, in a single, clear, theoretical statement, both their sense of exaltation and the curious blend of optimism before history and pessimism before immediate reality which was so characteristic of their tendency. We do not seek to conceal from ourselves the possibility that the rigorous application, on both the home and the international front, of a proletarian policy has many dangers and might result in our overthrow for the moment. But we believe it to be better that we should, in the interests of the world proletarian movement, succumb to the overwhelming pressure of external forces while we are still in an authentic state of proletarian power, than that we should survive by adapting ourselves to the circumstances. It has been the general custom in Russia to view this ideology as a petty bourgeois deviation, to use the hallowed expression. And doubtless most deviations from proletarian ideology of their various kinds are in general the work of intellectuals, and reflect more or less faithfully states of consciousness characteristic of the middle classes who occupy a position intermediate between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Doubtless, too, the sentiments of wounded pride, outraged patriotism and heroic sacrifice, the death before dishonor school, are much more congenial to the mentality of the middle classes, and particularly of the intellectuals, than to the realistic, utilitarian, dialectical and deeply revolutionary spirit of the proletariat. But it is, as I see it, no longer deniable that this left-wing tendency also represented something else, a reaction against the danger of opportunism. Lenin belonged neither to any left nor to any right. He was simply revolutionary, inflexibly yet pragmatically, and without fine phrases. However, up till the time of Lenin, all the points at which men had opted to maneuver in the name of revolution had been occasions for them to fall straight into opportunism. We must also remember another essential fact. Never before had there been a successful proletarian revolution. Some of the best revolutionaries now became inclined to continue the tradition of heroic proletarian defeats, by means of a sacrifice whose fruitfulness for the future deeply and understandably impressed them. It was, however, one of Lenin's great merits to have insisted that this tradition must be broken with doctrine and action at the 7th Party Congress. In these crucial days, the 7th Congress of the party also devoted its attention to problems of theory. Lenin succeeded at last in getting the name of the party changed there. The Social Democratic Workers' Party of Russia thus became the Communist Party, Bolshevik, of Russia, a change which he had advocated ever since the beginning of 1917. This also provided an occasion for him to stress, once again, how the concept of democracy had been transcended by the state of the Soviets, conceived as it was on the model of the Paris Commune, and to recall to the delegates that socialism aspires to the suppression of all governmental constraints and the application of the rule, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. In refutation of the theory propounded at this juncture by all the socialist adversaries of the revolution to the effect that poverty cannot be socialized, he quoted some prophetic lines by Friedrich Engels, written in 1887. Engels had even then foreseen the world conflagration, and predicted the overthrow of kingdoms, devastation on an immense scale and, amid all this, the victory of the working class or the creation of conditions which will make this victory possible. Lenin declared too that human culture was indestructible, though he admitted that its renaissance at the present time might well prove an arduous task. Bukharin, Sokolnikov, and Vladimir Smirnov proposed the deletion of the current theoretical section of the party's program, which was devoted to an explanation of the growth of commodity production. They thought that this section was outdated and that it would be enough for the program to define imperialism and the era of socialist revolution. This view was erroneous on several points, for even in the epoch of imperialism both commodity production and the simplest forms of capitalism continue to develop in the backward countries. But in his reply to them, Lenin treated the matter more broadly. One page of his speech must be quoted in full. Commodity production begot capitalism, and capitalism led to imperialism. Such is the general historical perspective, and the fundamentals of socialism should not be forgotten. No matter what the further complications of the struggle may be, no matter what occasional zigzags we may have to contend with, there will be very many of them. We have seen from experience what gigantic turns the history of the revolution has made, and so far it is only in our own country. Matters will be much more complicated and proceed much more rapidly. The rate of development will be more furious, and the turns will be more intricate when the revolution becomes a European revolution. In order not to lose our way in these zigzags, these sharp turns in history, in order to retain the general perspective, to be able to see the scarlet thread that joins up the entire development of capitalism and the entire road to socialism, the road we naturally imagine as straight, and which we must imagine as straight in order to see the beginning, the continuation, and the end. In real life it will never be straight, it will be incredibly involved, in order not to lose our way in these twists and turns, in order not to get lost at times when we are taking steps backward, times of retreat and temporary defeat, or when history or the enemy throws us back. In order not to get lost, it is, in my opinion, important not to discard our old basic program. The only theoretically correct line is to retain it. Today we have reached only the first stage of transition from capitalism to socialism here in Russia. History has not provided us with that peaceful situation that was theoretically assumed for a certain time, and which is desirable for us, and which would enable us to pass through these stages of transition speedily. We see immediately that the Civil War has made many things difficult in Russia, and that the Civil War is interwoven with a whole series of wars. Marxists have never forgotten that violence must inevitably accompany the collapse of capitalism in its entirety and the birth of socialist society. That violence will constitute a period of world history, a whole era of various kinds of wars, imperialist wars, civil wars inside countries, the intermingling of the two, national wars liberating the nationalities oppressed by the imperialists. We have only just taken the first steps towards shaking off capitalism altogether and beginning the transition to socialism. We do not know, and we cannot know, how many stages of transition to socialism there will be. That depends on when the full-scale European socialist revolution begins, and on whether it will deal with its enemies and enter upon the smooth path of socialist development easily and rapidly, or whether it will do so slowly. We do not know this, and the program of a Marxist party must be based on facts that have been established with absolute certainty. The power of our program is in that alone. The same militants advocated the deletion of the minimum program of the party. Before the October Revolution, Lenin had opposed this proposal, but now saw nothing against the deletion. All the same, he added that it would be utopian to think that we will not be thrown back once again. He dwelt further on the distortion by the Social Democrats of the Marxist teaching on the state. As he had done repeatedly in 1917, he defined the nature of the Republic of Soviets. A new type of state, without a bureaucracy, without a police, without a permanent army, which replaces bourgeois democracy by a new democracy, causes the laboring masses to act as vanguard, and confers upon them legislative, executive, and military power. thereby creating the means whereby these same masses will be educated. We are just beginning this work in Russia, and for the time being we are beginning it badly. Perhaps we are doing badly what we are doing, but we are pushing the masses into doing what they must. And may the workers of Europe say among themselves, "What the Russians are doing badly, we shall do better." I shall give only a brief summary of the draft program submitted by Lenin to the 7th Congress. In it, the power of the Soviet is defined in 10 theses, which provide what is surely the most developed exposition of his ideas. 1. Unity of all the poor and exploited masses. 2. Unity of the conscious, active minority for the re-education of the whole laboring population. 3. Abolition of parliamentarianism, which separates legislative from executive authority. 4. A unity between the masses and the state which will be closer than in the older democratic forms. 5. Arming of the workers and peasants. 6. More democracy and less formalism, greater facilities for election and recall of delegates. 7. Close links between the political authority and production. 8. The possibility of eliminating bureaucracy. 9. The transition from the formal democracy of rich and poor to the real democracy of the toilers. 10. Participation of all members of the Soviets in the management and administration of the state. After this comes the listing of a number of measures, both political, those aimed towards the gradual total abolition of the state, and economic, such as socialized production administered by the workers' organizations, trade unions, factory committees, etc. Compulsory enrollment of the whole population into consumer cooperatives, the registration of all commercial operations, since money is not yet abolished, conducted by the producers and consumers' communes, general obligation to work, which we discreetly extend to include those peasants who live off the fruits of their own labor. The establishment of ticket books for labor and consumption for all persons either with an income of over 500 rubles per month or employing wage labor or domestic servants. The concentration of all financial operations in the hands of the State Bank. Control and accountancy of all production and consumption, first by the workers' organizations and eventually by the whole population. Organized competition among producer and consumer cooperatives, with the aim of improving the efficiency of labor while reducing its duration. Systematic steps towards collective dining facilities, by groups of families. The abolition of indirect taxes and their replacement by a progressive income tax and a levy on the takings of the state's monopolies. Creation of the Red Army. Finland, the Baltic countries, and the Ukraine were now occupied by the Austro-German forces. The Turks were in the Caucasus, which was still supposedly independent. The British were occupying Baku, and the Romanians had taken over Bessarabia. On April 6, the Japanese landed at Vladivostok. The revolution was encircled by iron and fire. It needed an army, and this army had to be created from a sheer void. On 15 January, during the Brest-Litovsk negotiations, a decree on the constitution of a Red Army of Volunteers had been promulgated. The Red General Staff, consisting of the remnants of the General Staff of the former regime, called on the local Soviets to show their initiative by recruiting new military formations, with the battalion of 150 men as the basic unit. This appeal was taken up. When the actual Red Army took shape later, it was to be formed on the skeleton provided for it by these first improvised units. A Supreme Council of the Army was established on March 1st. From these very first days Trotsky stood out as the indefatigable inspirer of this creation of an army. "We have need of a properly organized army, a new army," he proclaimed on March 19th to the Moscow Soviet. "We shall work 12 hours a day if necessary. But we shall march forward on the path of discipline, work and creative action. Determined labor, revolutionary discipline." These were the slogans he repeated, inserting and implanting them in the brains of his listeners. On his proposal, the decree on general and compulsory military training was passed on April 22nd. It was a preparatory measure only. A large section of the population was still hostile to the regime. The army now being organized had to be made up from volunteers whose social origins and political opinions had to be the prime consideration. But a modern army is a highly complex machine. The machinery cannot be set in motion and its functioning cannot be guaranteed without specialized skills. Where were the technicians of war to be found? There existed only those from the old regime, those belonging to the enemy classes. Trotsky argued from an early stage that these specialists must be employed. In order to carry this policy, he had to overcome widespread resistance and well-founded anxieties. Even Lenin offered objections at first, but then withdrew them. In Trotsky's On Lenin we read, "Without serious, experienced military men, I told Vladimir Ilyich, we shall never get out of this chaos. That seems fair enough. But what if they start to betray us? We shall put a commissar next to each one of them." "We'll put 2 commissars," cried Lenin, with burly fists. "At any rate, we are not short of burly communists." The leading organs of the new Red Army were conceived on the following pattern: 1 specialist, a career officer, and 2 Bolshevik commissars. The military staff, it seems, accepted this pattern of control without too much difficulty. Accustomed to passive obedience and to the service of the state, they submitted once authority was imposed on them. In their memoirs, the white generals complain of the facility with which the Bolsheviks recruited the technical personnel of the Red Army. After all, these latter had to make a living. Patriotic sentiment also had its appeal for them. Nevertheless, there were numerous officers who were to enter the Red Army and remain enemies of the revolution. The army became infiltrated with a permanent conspiracy. Trotsky had to answer the arguments of those who feared that the army, headed as it was by former generals, might become an instrument of counter-revolution. He replied that, manned by workers and poor peasants, and officered by strong forces of communist commissars, it need fear only individual betrayals. He had to attack the manners and customs which had been instituted by the revolution itself. For many long months, the military leaders had been elected, a principle made imperative by the need to democratize the old army. So long as power belonged to the enemy class and the leading elements of the army were the instrument of that class, we had to break the resistance of the high command through introducing the election of officers. But power today is in the hands of the working class, from whose midst the army is being recruited. In these conditions, I say this in all frankness, the election of officers has no further political utility and is technically inadequate. In fact, it has already been abolished by decree. However excellent these reasons were, they were not imposed easily. How could it be otherwise when first-class revolutionaries, proletarians, were being replaced in the high command by the generals who ran yesterday's firing squads and by officers who remained counter-revolutionaries at heart? It was a high command controlled by commissars, it is true, but how competent were these? But it was necessary. The creation of the army, Trotsky would say, is a matter of life or death for us. No administrative machinery existed that was capable of mobilizing the forces required for the army. The party had to take over from the state, revealing once again the key importance of its mission in history. The Red Guards, the partisan units, numerous in the South, but anarchical, undisciplined, and infinitely resistant to control, and a few regular, but only just regular, units left over from the old army furnished the Republic with her first soldiery, which was of very uneven and unreliable quality. The recruiting campaign produced quite useful results, though still insufficient. On April 1st, Petrograd supplied 25,000 volunteers and Moscow 15,000. 106,000 volunteers joined up within 6 weeks. 7. The famine and the Czechoslovak intervention. Famine. The months of April and May were marked by an extreme intensification of the food shortage. We may recall that the fall of the Tsar in February 1917 had been accompanied by cries of "bread, bread," shouted in the workers' districts of Petrograd. Ever since 1916, supplies, even for the army, had been so poor that in 1917 the troops had received only 53% of their meat ration. The disorganization of transport had reached a climax as the result of the spontaneous demobilization of the army, followed by the German advance and the sporadic guerrilla warfare. The best elements of the proletariat streamed from the factories to fight or labor for the revolution. Production was being sabotaged by the employers, abetted by the technical staff. The prices of manufactured goods, which were getting harder and harder to find, went up while the value of the paper currency, depreciated by constant reissues, simultaneously declined. The peasants became tempted to withhold their corn from a state which forbade them to sell it and offered in exchange what was only a derisory price, whether in paper money or in goods. Grain became the target of speculation and sold at 4 or 5 times its normal price. These tragic facts summed up the problem of supplying food to the large towns, the working class that was the revolution's vital force, and the growing army. A monopoly of the grain traffic had been secured by the provisional government immediately after the collapse of Tsarism. But its running had been entrusted to committees of supply made up of dealers, factory owners, landlords, and rich peasants. The Soviet government gave the institution a quite different character. The Mensheviks, SRs, and peasantry urged the People's Commissars to abolish the monopoly. But it was actually a vital necessity. Free trade in grain would have left the state armed with the means of issuing paper currency but actually powerless in the face of speculation, which would be master of the market. The rich or comfortable layers of the peasantry would have been the best fed, indeed the only ones to be fed. It would have been virtually impossible to organize the regular transport of foodstuffs. The better-off peasants, enriched at the expense of the towns, would have in a short while become a formidable force. The state monopoly had to be defended to the death, and that is what was done. A decree of April 2nd authorized the bartering of commodities with the countryside, a first step towards regularizing the difficult, chaotic relations between city and peasantry. The fall in the value of paper money had necessitated the direct barter of goods against grain, but it had turned out that the goods delivered by the state fell into the hands of the rich peasants or kulaks. The new decree specified that the exchange was henceforth to be conducted via the associations of poor peasants. This was the first invitation to the struggle between rich peasants and poor, destined within a few months to become a bitter civil war. In the end, on May 13th, it became necessary to proclaim the dictatorship of food supplies. The decree establishing it instituted the compulsory delivery to the state of all excess grain held by individuals, deductions being made for the amounts necessary for their own subsistence, for sowing, etc. These deductions were fixed by regular norms. The poor and the workers were urged to unite against the kulaks in the struggle for grain. The Commissariat for Food Supplies was authorized to act with the utmost vigor. It was, in short, a formal declaration of war by the dictatorship of the proletariat against the kulaks. On May 20th, the Food Army was created. Its effective troops were to number between 40,000 and 45,000 even up to 1919. It was this force that carried out the requisitioning in the countryside. The famine was so acute that at Tsarskoye Selo, now Dietskoye Selo, not far from Petrograd, the people's bread ration was only 100 grams per day. Rioting resulted. Cries of "Long live the Constituent Assembly," and even "Long live Nicholas II," were heard, this on 6 to 7 April. On April 19th there were hunger riots, an expression familiar from long ago, at Smolensk, fomented, or so it was said, by anarchists. At the end of April all movement into the famished and overpopulated province of Samara was prohibited. The bitterness, despair, and anger sown by the famine, even in working-class areas, turned the middle classes of the cities, now ruined and totally incapable of understanding the revolution, into a receptive stratum for all varieties of counter-revolutionary propaganda. Discontent among the rich and prospering sections of the peasantry threatened to gather into a formidable rural vade. In this period, writes one worker militant, hardly any horses were to be seen in Petrograd. They were either dead or eaten or requisitioned or sent off into the countryside. Dogs and cats were no more visible either. People lived on tea and potato cakes made with linseed oil. As a member of the EC of the Vyborg Soviet in Petrograd, I know that there were whole weeks in which no issues of bread or potatoes were made to the workers. All they got was sunflower seeds and some nuts. The balance of forces consisted of starving towns face to face with 100 million hostile peasants. Soviet power seemed to be in a desperate position. The disarmament of the anarchists. These conditions formed the background for the disarmament of the anarchists, which took place on the night of 11 to 12 April. The unimportance of the anarchists' influence among the worker masses is attested by the small number of seats they held in the Soviets and in the Congress of Soviets, where, as a rule, they never added up to more than half a dozen out of the several hundred deputies. A number of libertarian groups, in addition, boycotted the Soviets as being organs of authority. However, their little groups had become conspicuous. Ever since May and June of 1917, in the bloody events at Dernovo's villa in Petrograd, and then by their role in the July days which were the prelude to the October insurrection. These demonstrations were partly their work. At Kronstadt and other places they had battled bravely against Kerenskyism, side by side with the Bolsheviks. In spite of their ideological disarray, most of them had fought well in October. On the morrow of the proletarian victory, their movement had gathered an exceptional vigor. No power stood in their way. They proceeded with the requisitioning of houses at their own behest. The Bolshevik Party negotiated with their organizations on equal terms. In Moscow they had a big daily newspaper, Anarchia. Golos Truda, or Voice of Labor, the anarcho-syndicalist journal in Petrograd, which at various moments had rivaled Lenin's Pravda in influence, folded up only through the fault of its editors, who were divided among themselves on the problem of revolutionary war. Valin and his friends abandoned propaganda to form themselves into a partisan detachment, and went off to the front where they proved quite useless. Anarchia, edited by the Gordon brothers, devoted itself to a feverish propaganda of an entirely idealistic and demagogic quality, which seemed to be in no contact with any reality. Let us go through a few issues of this sheet from April 1918. It must be remembered that this is the time immediately before the collapse of anarchism in the Russian Revolution. After April 12th, it no longer exists. We are against the Soviets on principle, write the brothers Gordon on April 7th, since we are against all forms of state. They are saying that we intend to overthrow the Bolsheviks. Nonsense. We were opposed even to overthrowing the Mensheviks. The same source, April 10th. We considered and still consider the seizure of power to be a fatal error. But in October we fought in the front ranks. Again, we are threatened, but we are calm. It is impossible that we should perish. What is great cannot perish. There was one single practical slogan in big black letters across the journal's 2 pages, a humanitarian slogan directed against the Chaika, which at this moment was fairly mild: don't shoot men arrested without arms. This sort of language, however violent it might be from time to time, appears to have been harmless. But that was not the problem. In Moscow alone, the anarchist forces, divided into a multitude of groups, subgroups, tendencies and subtendencies, from individualism to syndicalism via communism and not a few other quite fantastic isms, amounted to several thousands of men armed for the most part. In this environment of famine, the sincere demagogy of the libertarian propagandists was well received by the backward elements of the populace. A black general staff directed these forces, who indeed constituted a sort of armed state, irresponsible, uncontrolled, and uncontrollable within the state. The anarchists themselves admitted that suspicious elements, adventurers, common criminals, and counter-revolutionaries were thriving among them, but their libertarian principles did not permit them to refuse entrance to their organizations to any man, or to subject anyone to real control. They sensed acutely that their movement needed to be purged, but this was impossible without authority or a disciplined organization. Splits among them and this reverence for principle was slowly leading to the political suicide of the movement, which was becoming more compromised each day. Anarchia often published important notices like this one: Council of Anarchist Federation. Regrettable abuses are going on. Unknown persons are conducting arrests and extorting funds in the name of the Federation. The Federation declares that it will not tolerate any confiscations for the purpose of personal enrichment. This on April 1st. The Black General Staff announces that it will not assume responsibility for any operations unless effected on an order signed by at least 3 of its members, and in the presence of at least 1 member. The same date. The General Staff suspected its own members so much that 2 signatures alone were not enough. These precautions against banditry were in vain. Did some of the anarchists think of dealing the besieged Bolsheviks a death stab in the back? Strength has a certain logic, and they were strong. On either 7 or April 8th, Jacques Sadoul met Alexander Gay, one of the anarchist leaders who had rallied to the Soviet cause. He thundered against the Bolsheviks. Sadoul recalls, Gay, be it noted, was on the extreme right of anarchism, among the Soviet anarchists who were allies of the Communist Party. Several towns in the south were already under anarchist control. Gay believed that at that moment he had several thousand armed men at his disposal in Moscow. But the time for action was not yet ripe. The monarchists had joined the movement, trying to exploit it for their own ends. These impure and dangerous elements first had to be purged. In a month or two, the anarchists would dig the grave of the Bolsheviks, and the reign of the beast would be ended. I myself know that a little while previously a meeting of the leaders of the Anarchist Federation had been held at which the possibility of a rising against the Bolsheviks had been discussed. But what then? How could they escape the necessity of taking power? Two influential orators, B and N, opposed the idea of an uprising on the grounds that it would be senseless to take on the responsibility and the fatal discredit for an economic situation which was beyond repair, and that we could not hold on for long. Several incidents such as an attack on an American car, the murder of several Cheka agents followed by the summary execution of several bandits, and arrests of expropriators who were promptly claimed by the Anarchist Federation, led Dzerzhinsky, the president of the Cheka, to insist on the liquidation of the Black Guard. 5,000 Soviet troops took part in this operation on the night of 11 to 12 April. The houses occupied by the anarchists and defended by their machine guns were surrounded. The occupants were given 20 minutes to surrender. In several places there was bloodshed. Artillery was used against the Anarchy Club. The siege of one libertarian citadel lasted 10 hours. In this way, 27 houses were taken, 20 groups disarmed, and 500 people arrested. The killed and wounded amounted to a few dozen. No anarchist known as such died in the course of this skirmish, which was followed neither by summary executions, as has been rumored, nor by other rigorous measures. The daily newspaper Anarchia reappeared on the 21st with the headline, "Down with Absolutism. To what extent were counter-revolutionaries taking advantage of the privileged position of the Black Guard?" On this point I shall quote only one piece of evidence, that of General Goppers, who took part in the officers' conspiracies of the Fatherland and Freedom Defense League. The leaders of the League did not know of any place in Moscow where they could house their squads. One can rely on the fighting capacity of an organization, writes Goppers, only if its members are subject to military discipline. And under the command of a leader, the anarchist clubs gave us the opportunity of organizing ourselves properly. They were tolerated by the Bolsheviks. At the beginning of April, 60 or 70 of our members were installed in these clubs. We no longer had to rack our brains to find somewhere to put up our members arriving from the provinces. All I had to do was provide them with a pass and direct them to the head of our anarchist department, who would place them in a large house occupied by the libertarians. At the head of our anarchists we had an artillery captain whose appearance and character exactly matched the literary picture of the anarchist. The counter-revolutionary officers who were arrested during the disarmament of the anarchists only had to play out their role patiently in order to be liberated at the end of several weeks. I know of several other similar reports from counter-revolutionary sources. They establish in particular that the clubs of the Third Revolution were frequented by foreign officers. The revolution and its dissidents. The disarmament of the anarchists was effected with little difficulty in Petrograd, Vologda, and other places. On May 15th, there was an anarchist rising at Tsaritsyn, now Stalingrad. On May 17th, a rising of Maximalists and Libertarians occurred also at Saratov. The Ukraine remained a lively focus for the anarchist movement. Here guerrilla warfare was to go on for years. Thus, a straight police operation terminated the role of anarchism in the Russian Revolution. There was no need even to mount a political campaign against it. Neither press nor agitators waged a campaign to prepare the masses for the disarmament of the libertarians or to justify the action. Formidable as their Black Guardsmen were, their political influence was nil. Their whole power lay in a few machine guns which had fallen into the grasp of a small number of determined men. The anarchist party was rendered incapable of any practical initiative through its divisions, its utopian spirit, its contempt for reality, its thunderous phrasemongering, and its lack of organization and discipline. Whatever it enjoyed in the way of real capacities and energies were wasted in small and chaotic struggles. It was, for all that, a distinctive and armed party which, as we have seen, tried to organize itself along with its own general staff. But it was an amorphous party without definite contours or directing organs, that is to say, without a brain or nervous system, a strange sort of party which was at the mercy of the most contradictory aims and was unable to exert any control over itself. It was an irresponsible party in which individual intelligences dominated by cliques, by alien pressures of a highly suspect kind and by group instincts, dissipated themselves to no effect. It was an unworkable party for a time of social war. For any war in modern conditions demands of its combatant units the centralization of information, thinking and will. It demands levers which are smoothly obedient to the decisions of leadership, and a clear view of facts and possibilities, which can come only through a clear-cut theory. In disarming the anarchists, the Bolsheviks, and the left SRs who at least gave tacit consent to the operation, obeyed the imperative necessity of securing the rear of the revolution. Could the revolution tolerate the anarchist strongholds behind its back, outside its control? With the formation of the Red Army, a long phase of struggle was now opening between the guerrilla forces and the organizers of regular troops. We shall return to this theme later. The defense of the Ukraine had cruelly shown up the weaknesses of guerrilla bands. These detachments, often composed of adventurers, often of excellent revolutionaries, most usually of a mixture of the two, refused to carry out orders from above, and tried to make war according to their own fancy. In order to create an army, the resistance of these tendencies had to be broken. And in order to break them, it was necessary to do away with the guerrilla regime in the capital itself. For the first time, the Bolsheviks were obliged by the anarchists to suppress by force a dissident minority within the revolution. Sentimental revolutionaries would have hesitated. But what would have been the consequence? Either the Black Guard would have eventually organized a rising, and Moscow would have undergone some days of infinitely perilous disturbance. It is enough to think of the famine and the waiting counter-revolution already powerfully organized, or else the Guard would have gradually been dissolved, after a whole series of incidents with uncertain outcome. Any revolution which could not subdue its dissidents when these were armed to form an embryonic state within the state would be offering itself, divided, to the blows of its enemies. The party of the proletariat must know, at hours of decision, how to break the resistance of the backward elements among the masses. It must know how to stand firm sometimes against the masses, among whom hunger, for example, may plant a spirit of defeatism. It must know how to go against the current, and cause proletarian consciousness to prevail against lack of consciousness and against alien class influences. Even more must it know how to bring dissent to obey. Such dissidence proceeds from minorities. It would, however, be quite stupid to bully these. One has at this point to make the distinction between counter-revolutionaries and the revolution's own dissenters. The latter are not enemies. They belong to our class. They belong to the revolution. They want to, can, and should serve it in one way or another. They are neither fatally nor necessarily nor absolutely in the wrong. To use against them methods of repression which are indispensable against the counter-revolution would quite clearly be criminal and disastrous. All it would achieve would be to replace disagreement by bitter and bloody splits. The Bolsheviks did not fall into this error. Their press was at pains to declare that no obstacles would be placed in the way of the anarchists' continued existence or their propaganda. Once disarmed, these maintained their press, organizations, and clubs. The small groups that represented the 3 or 4 libertarian tendencies, whose membership was constantly being pulled in opposite directions, some being attracted towards Bolshevism and eventual assimilation into the Communist Party, others gravitating towards the most intransigent anti-Sovietism, were from this point to vegetate on without exercising any noticeable influence. 2 theses. Bukharin. Continue the offensive. We have already seen the confrontation of the different platforms at the 7th Congress of the Communist Party, where a split was avoided only through the overriding concern of all for unity and, even more, through Lenin's patience. The left communists were declaring that a split was becoming hard to avoid. They had their own leading bodies, Moscow Regional Committee, Ural Committees, etc., their own journal, Communist, and their supporters were practically everywhere. They refused to stand for the Central Committee of the party and were elected onto it under protest. As Lenin put it again, the comrades are quite capable of defending their point of view without leaving the Central Committee. We must try and get rid of this fashion of resigning from the committee. Once elected, the left communists declared once again that they refused to sit on the Central Committee. The president of the session answered them quite simply. The comrades who have been elected will be asked to come. They have a perfect right not to come. Discord again flared up over the precarious truce that had been won at Brest-Litovsk. What was to be made of it? Which way were we to go? Lenin answered these questions with a power and a sharpness characteristic of his genius, in his report to the All-Russian Soviet Executive on April 29, published as a pamphlet under the title Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Power. Trotsky, in full agreement with Lenin, had, as we have seen, provided the motto for a victorious revolution: work, order, discipline. But such resolutions could not give any complete satisfaction to a revolutionary party in a revolutionized country. The left communists, Bukharin, Preobrazhensky, Pyatakov, Yaroslavsky, and Radek, saw all this as symptomatic of a dangerous right deviation. They argued their position in a set of 15 theses published on April 4, which we shall summarize. The first part of the theses explained away the fact that the majority of workers had approved of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk. It was the weary declassed elements that had carried the day. Analyzing the situation created by the peace, the authors concluded that the imperialist system would collapse during the forthcoming spring or summer, a prospect that could be only slightly retarded in the event of a German victory. The theses blamed the Central Committee for its long-standing failure to decree the total nationalization of industry and the socialization of production. They also denounced the danger being risked by the party in the reconciliation between the proletariat and the poorest peasants, with all the pitfalls of a petty bourgeois politics. If this tendency prevails, the working class will lose its leading role and the hegemony it possesses in the socialist revolution, which has won the poorest peasants to throw off the yoke of finance capital and the landed gentry. The working class will be no more than a force surrounded by the petty bourgeois mass which views its task not as the proletarian struggle, in alliance with the working class of Western Europe, to overthrow the imperialist system, but as the defense of a fatherland of small farmers against imperialist incursions, a defense whose objectives can be attained through a compromise with imperialism. If an active proletarian policy is abandoned, the conquests of the workers' and peasants' revolution will begin to degenerate into a system of state capitalism, marked by economic relations typical of the petty bourgeoisie. The party could be led on this path by the temptation to preserve Soviet power at any cost whatsoever to the international revolution. In foreign policy, agreements with capitalist states and diplomatic maneuver would take the place of revolutionary agitation. In the economic field, there would be covert agreements with the capitalists, cooperative managers, and rich peasants. In place of a socialized industry, there would be set up, in concert with the captains of industry, trusts which would have the outward appearance of state enterprises. The Soviets would lose their independence, and from a state of the commune-type Russia would pass to a government of centralized bureaucracy. There would be labor discipline through piecework, etc. The Soviet state, now separated from the world labor movement, would turn into a national petty bourgeois state. The proletarian communists want a quite different kind of politics. We must not try to preserve a Soviet oasis in the north of Russia at the price of concessions which will transform it into a petty bourgeois state. What were the demands of the left communists? An active international policy, rejection of all agreements that could turn the republic into an instrument of the imperialists, an allusion to the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and to Trotsky's negotiations with the Allies, no capitulation before the bourgeoisie, suppression of the counter-revolutionary press, obligation to work for all intellectuals and technicians, confiscation of property, establishment of consumer communes, an offensive waged by poor peasants against the rich, a large scale of autonomy to the local Soviets. Lenin and his policies, moreover, became the object of attacks that were sometimes extremely violent. The organizations of the Ural area demanded a new party congress. The state capitalism created by Lenin was not spared by these critics. From a criticism of one-man authority in industry and the transport system, they went on to open references to personal dictatorship inside the party. The ruling minority, led by Comrade Lenin, it was said on one occasion, has nothing in its head except words. This minority was dubbed opportunist, capitalist, and myopic. The passions of this opposition were so heated that the left SRS became emboldened to sound them out on the possibilities of arresting Lenin. This episode was revealed by Bukharin in 1923. He was well qualified to know the truth about it. All the elements of a split were present. Two theses. Lenin. Suspend the offensive. Lenin's reply is called left infantilism and the petty bourgeois mentality. The lefts, he said, admit that, The conclusion of peace has already caused the conflict between the imperialist powers to become more acute, without remarking that this is a perfectly good justification for the peace being signed. They announced the collapse of imperialism during the coming spring and summer. This childishly helpless formulation evades an indisputable truth. No serious political person can commit himself to saying when the collapse of a system has to begin. The lefts deplore the fact that the masses have become firmly imbued with an inactive peace mentality. This statement is seen by Lenin as something monstrous. What could be more natural than the need to take breath after 3 years of frightful butchery? Anyone who deplores this fact shows that he himself is imbued with the mentality of the declassed petty bourgeois intellectual. The revolution, we are told, cannot save itself at the cost of making concessions. But it is a matter now of not walking straight into a trap. At the present time, we are avoiding battle. If you don't want to retreat, say so, and don't use equivocating phrases about an energetic international policy. At this moment, we have either to fight or not to fight. Since October 25th, we have been supporters of national defense, but of serious defense. It is in the interest of capitalism to destroy its enemy, the revolutionary proletariat, bit by bit. It is in our interest to do all that is possible. To postpone the decisive battle until the moment, or until after the moment, when the national revolutionary contingents have fused in a single great international army. When there are not enough forces available for a standing fight, it is necessary to be able to retreat. In the economic field, the lefts are advocating a most determined policy of socialization. But even the greatest possible determination in the world is not enough to pass from confiscation to socialization. Today, only a blind man could fail to see that we have nationalized, confiscated, beaten down, and put down more than we have had time to count. We are in peril, are we, of an evolution towards state capitalism. But that would be a great step forward. It would be a stage towards socialism.